Breaking the Scroll. Book 1. By Jane Vergara. Part 1. The Secret of the Scroll. Chapter 1. Powerless. Kino Amark. The wings that I carried were sturdier than the last pair Mayo and I were able to come up with. This time we used coconut leaves. Mayo Kolo, my friend since I started schooling, trailed after me, his plump cheeks flushed from the 30-minute uphill toil. When I glanced at him, our grins reflected on each other's faces. "Do you think it'll work this time?" he asked. "We've run out of leaves to use as wings, they better work," I said. From our well-elevated vantage point, Mayo and I could spot the thatched roofs of the houses in Wawang village. From where we stood, the wind was blowing angrily by now. Maybe it was time to stop dallying and put to the test this dream that I held for so long, to fly. Mayo crouched beside me. I dropped the wings in front of me and breathed deeply. "This is it. My final attempt at flying," I said. "Do you really mean it?" "Your final attempt. I'm hoping it'll work this time. There won't be any need to go back to our drawings again. If I fly, it will be as awesome as having a power like the rest of the world does," I said. Although excited, I was equally terrified that this attempt would end like so many before it, in failure. Mayo grabbed the wings and shoved them against my back. "Let's put these on you so we'll know." I knelt so Mayo could tie the wings more accurately against my back with the thin Akea ropes. "It's too tight," I said, easing my shoulders against Mayo's grip. "Quit moving, or I won't be able to tie them to you loosely enough to let you flap them," he contested. I complied and knelt still. The wings were heavier than I expected, and somehow, my hope of flying was dampened. My hands and feet were clammy from anticipation, and my breath came in intermittent bursts. "Breathe slowly. Don't panic. Else you'll lose focus," Mayo said. I tried doing as I was told, but I gulped a mouthful of air instead and ended up coughing. "You're nervous," Mayo exclaimed. "I told you. It will be all right. Our calculations are perfect." "Easy for you to say," I muttered. "You're not the one who's going to get bruised if these wings don't work." "They will work. Then we can register ourselves in the Akean books this moon turn," he said. I frowned. Everyone in Akea had special abilities except for me. I did not understand why I had to be the exception, why the gods never gave me any power at all. But to remedy this unfortunate state of affairs, Mayo and I had discussed power plans, which were bound to make me appear as though I had power too, and flying, I decided, was what I wanted to have. I gripped the ropes that were tied against my wrists. That way, it would be easier for me to maneuver in the air. "Are you ready?" Mayo asked, trying to smile. "I think so," I said nervously. "Hold the wings first while we walk near the cliff." Mayo obliged. I could hear his breathing. He was anxious about this, too, I could sense it. He wanted me to fly so that we could present together in front of the Emperor during the next Akean Wine Festival, a moon turn from now. In a few heartbeats, Mayo and I were standing on the edge of the cliff that overlooked Wawang village. As my gaze fell to the gaping chasm below, my courage took the opposite path and ran up my spine instead, leaving only a bone-chilling shiver in its wake. "In case I fall, you know what to do, right? Run like the wind all the way down. If you're hurt, I will call Mistress Lamare. If you're successful, you will hear me shouting from here, cheering you on," Mayo said, "just like we discussed." I breathed in. I was ready. I knew I was. I walked closer to the precipice, and this time, Mayo was no longer gripping my wings. The wind blew harder, and I almost tripped. I looked up to the heavens. Birds were flying freely above the clouds. In a few seconds, I would be joining them, whirling up in the air, flying as though I were one of them. The thought made me glow. Maybe the gods would be so kind as to let me win this battle this time. I drew in a deep breath and opened my arms widely. I carefully stepped back a few steps, putting my arms down before I started to run. At the edge of the precipice, my toes almost went numb with anticipation. I sprang as hard as I could into the void, arms outstretched to receive my fate. The swirling wind swelled beneath my makeshift wings, and there I was, I could not believe it, flying. Mayo was cheering deliriously from behind me as my soul burst forth an almost primal, woo-hoo. "You're flying, Kino. You made it. We made you fly." Mayo yelled repeatedly. I stretched my arms out wide to gather in more air, and I soared higher. I was laughing, and tears escaped the corners of my eyes as success tugged at my heart. After all these years, I could boast of a power too. Flying may not be as extravagant as the other powers Akeans have, but it certainly defied my being powerless. I laughed and flapped my wings. And then, for a moment, the strong draft that lifted me suddenly fell still, and I lurched towards the ground. I flapped wildly to arrest the fall, now wide-eyed and fully panic-stricken. But as suddenly as it had vanished, the steady wind soon returned, and I was able to stabilize. The panic settled in entirely when, while flapping my wings furiously, I unceremoniously went from flying to falling. Maybe it was the weight of the wings. Or perhaps it was the suddenness of the change in the wind that made me lose my balance, I do not know. All I knew was that the ground had very quickly come into focus. I hurriedly flapped my wings again, and again, but to no avail. Mayo's cheers became a shrill scream, and I could not understand what he said next as I plummeted into the trees, their leaves and branches engulfing me in a welcoming embrace. Funny. It was as if the trees knew how fleeting that moment of success was and how ready they were to take me in, to lash at my body and teach me that flying was for the birds, not for a boy who would never be as special as everyone else in Akea.
Chapter 2, Guilty. Lamare Amark. The world is ruled by McQuinn Storm Aaron, the Emperor, who was once my lover. His power cuts across the Dominion, and the citizens all bow to honor him. And my son Kino is as he always is, never a citizen of Akea, land of extraordinary powers. I wrote the last paragraph in my scroll, listening to the tip of the quill scratch against the brittle brown paper. The uneasiness in the pit of my stomach grew. I dipped the tip of the feather in black ink and signed my name at the bottom. The door to the small bedroom I occupied opened, and Kino's face peered through the gap. "Mother?" he said sheepishly. "Is this a good time? I'm still angry at you." Kino entered the room limping and pulled a wooden chair close to where I was sitting. He collapsed onto it as though he had something momentous to tell me. But he sat quietly and stared at my scroll. I frowned at him. "I'm sorry, Mother," he said. His eyes were glassy, telling me he meant the apology. He had bruises on his arms and legs and now limps when he walks. These were the result of his most recent exploit with his friend Mayo. "When will you listen to me, Kino? I told you to stop trying to fly. Wings are for birds. Feet are for Akeans. You will soon learn that having a special ability may not be so important," I said without looking at him. "You don't understand," he said. "I'm the only one in Akea with no special ability. I want to fit in. Not all powers are great. Some Akeans possess horrid powers, and if ever you were the one blessed with such a wretched power, you wouldn't be so envious," I told him, although I knew that my speech would not mean much to him. I didn't know how to make him see that being powerless might not be such a bad thing. "Didn't I tell you that sometimes, your brain would be more than enough?" I looked at him. Kino's eyes were still moist, and at his very young age, he probably had very little understanding of what I was trying to tell him. To him, being powerless was an unfair disadvantage. If only he knew better. "I want to read what you're writing," he said, changing the subject. I sighed and controlled myself from giving him another lecture. Perhaps the bruises would give him the lessons he so badly needed about obedience. "This isn't for your eyes, Kino," I said. "Especially since you didn't listen to me about not flying." He met my gaze and opened his mouth, and the wide gap between his upper front teeth showed. "I'm sorry, Mother. I really am. I promise I won't fly anymore. Please don't keep your stories from me. I always want to read what you're writing." "Not this one. This is only for the Emperor to see." I was still mad at Kino for his disobedience, but could I blame him for wanting to be named a citizen of Akea? I met his stare, And when he grinned, my anger was replaced with a warm surge of affection and pity towards my son. I wish he had power too. The gods know I wish he had one too. I pulled him closer and let him see what I was writing, but not all of it. The scroll in front of me narrated another series of events in the coming fortnight for Akea, where I, the royal scribe, wove the Dominion's future. And now, I am preparing to submit my latest manuscript. Why do you always write for him? Because it's what I'm good at. It is my gift. Kino frowned. But I want you to write other stories, not just palace events. I want the ones about the invisible people that you told me about. Maybe some other time, dear. But you promised, he insisted. I pulled my son closer towards me and hugged him tightly. My chin rested on top of his head. Kino had grown taller over the past moon turn. He is now 12. I still have a few inches on him, but after another moon turn or two, he would likely grow even taller. Come, let's go outside, I said. I grabbed the scroll that I would bring to the Canellan Palace later before taking Kino's hand. I'll tell you another story instead. Kino was grinning sheepishly as he walked beside me. Outside, the two moons, Luna and Risa, greeted us. Akeans believe that the moons brought balance to the land and helped us harness our powers. Sisis, the sun, was beginning to show itself behind a lump of thick cottony clouds. I sat on a patch of green grass in the front yard, and Kino settled beside me. As we usually do, I let him lay his head on my lap. Once upon a time, there was a place in Akea called Nivedin. The people of the land had the power of invisibility, and they roamed the forests without being seen, I started. Nivedin is a real place in Akea, but the stories I told my son about the people were all make-believe. I stopped as Kino's face twisted in an attempt to keep himself from grinning. What's so funny? You always start your stories with once upon a time, he said. Because that's how long ago the stories were, I argued. But there could be a lot more for you to say, he said. I played with his brown hair, crumpling ringlets of them in the palm of my hands. You can be so nosy. Do you know that? Kino grinned. He was impossible to get mad at, especially when he smiled at me this way. Shaking my head, I continued with my story about Nivedin, its people, and its adventures. Although my son now believes these adventures to be far-fetched, they were a little less strange than what I had experienced in over 3 decades of living in Akea. I started my stories, and tales of Nivens flowed almost mechanically, and yet inside my head, I remembered my own story vividly. The story that led to binding Kino's power. I paused and tried to blink back the pooling tears. It happens every time I remember that I was the cause of my son's unhappiness. The tumultuous Akea that we know now was once a peaceful land, but over many moon turns, things have changed, and the land's history took a turn. It started with a grape picker's son. A man and a dreamer. His name was McQuinn Storm Aaron. Everything is still clear inside my head, no matter how long ago it had been. My father, Nortsum Mendel Amark, was the former emperor. His power was charisma, and because of this, he won the people's hearts. According to my father's loyal supporters, the empire flourished while he was the ruler. Captured by his hubris, my father came to believe that he had everything under control. Sadly, my father was not without his faults. Bring him in, the emperor said. The man who was standing beside him nodded slightly and, in a booming voice, announced, the emperor wishes to speak to McQuinn Storm Aaron, a grape picker's son and a storm crafter. About a dozen soldiers moved forward, and when they were about 3 yards away from Nortsum, they parted in the middle, revealing a tall young man standing before the emperor. I was sitting beside my father as my gaze fell upon a man whose hair was the color of the storm clouds. His narrow, slanted eyes cast an unsettling gaze that faintly terrified me, but despite this confronting feature, he was otherwise ruggedly handsome. I could tell that more than a few moon turns separated us, just by looking at the hardness that was sculpted in his face, as though he had seen battles and worn the scars that branded him a warrior. The man prostrated himself in front of us. Your Grace, I am humbled to be afforded this audience, he said in a low voice. Nortsum moved forward in his seat. Rise, child, he said. McQuinn Storm or Wind, as he was called before, rose, but his head remained bowed, and he did not dare to raise his eyes towards us. Nortsum was pleased that Wind knew the protocol. No one was to meet the emperor's eyes unless expressly given permission. Open your mouth only when you know the traditions, the emperor's advisor said. Win still had his head bowed. He put his hands on his chest, right hand over the left, and began to speak. Highest, I am here to submit myself to your eternal rule. To serve the land. To use my power only for Akea's greatness. And on this premise, to nominate myself as a worthy candidate for the princess's hand in marriage. My heart thumped inside my chest. At 16 moon turns, I was already of marrying age, and my father had made an announcement throughout the land that he was seeking a son consort. Over the past months, men had come from all over the empire and presented themselves to my father and me. What makes McQuinn Storm Aaron believe himself worthy? A man is not fully a man without being of service to a woman. My heart, although still innocent from the love of a woman, offers itself to the princess. And what of your power? The emperor asked. With deep regret, I shall offer my power only to the emperor and to the land. My power is not mine, and I will not surrender it even to a princess most worthy. Father's eyes lit up. Win knew his words, and by far, he seemed to know how to win my father's approving nod. Father stood up and held out his hand to me. I was confused but did as I was instructed to do. Come, my child, he told me. I stood up and walked beside my father. McQuinn Storm Aaron, raise your eyes and meet mine. For now, I shall present you to my daughter. The palace's receiving area came to a standstill, and no nobleman dared to react. Everybody watched curiously. This was the first time that an heir to the throne was a woman, and because of that, the ceremony was unfamiliar to many. For hundreds of moon turns, the heir had always been a man, and as was a man's right, he had always claimed the lady in marriage. But this time around, a man was sought for me. Win slowly raised his eyes. They were solemn and gray. When his eyes met my father's, there was a trace of deference. But when he looked my way, there was a slight change in his eyes. Even though I was still young and knew nothing about empires and how to rule the land, I believed I saw in Win's eyes a claim over me. A vow that he would make me his. A chill ran down my spine, and I clutched my father's hand tighter. Father, I gasped. Father smiled at me and touched my face before saying, Fear not, my joy. He is only a man. My lips were still trembling when my gaze fell upon Wind. This time, he had his eyes back to the floor, waiting for the next part of the ceremony that would make him my betrothed. When the ceremony was over, I rushed up to my room, thinking about what the events would mean to me. Was I ready for this? Was that young man the one I must marry? Was I even of the right age? I mean, I had seen more than 10 turnings of the moon, but was I ready to formally assume being second in line to the throne? My heart thudded inside my chest, and there was a numbing sensation all over my body as though breathing itself was a chore. I felt my cheeks heating up. I was a mix of emotions, yet I knew no one could respond to my queries except my father. I rushed outside my bedroom even though my head had suddenly started throbbing. My knees grew weak, yet I found the will to look for father. I needed to know what the events earlier meant. To me. To the land. And to all Akeans. I found father inside his chamber, drinking his favorite wine. Ah, my dear princess wants a word with me, he said. I could sense that he was tipsy. Father, why did you immediately give Sir Aaron your blessing? I asked. Father sat on his resting chair, gilded with diamonds and rubies. He is a good man. My eyes widened. But you don't even know him. I protested. He laughed. What makes you think that I, the emperor, don't know him? He sipped on his goblet. He peered curiously at me over the rim. Sir Aaron only came to you now to claim my hand, and already you affirmed. He nodded. I see. There are things that maybe you should know by now, he paused, considering. You are of age. One day, you will rule Akea. It's time I tell you about the world. I listened with hesitation, confused with my father's drunken words. An emperor doesn't make a decision on impulse. Except maybe in war. But everything is carefully considered. Even before I announced across the land, I had the profiles of citizens examined. Sir Aaron was a good contender, although I didn't know he would want to claim a place in the palace. I saw him rise. He worked in service to the land for a long time, and his power, it will bring Akea to even greater heights. I listened to my father silently. Will you pour me more wine, child? I stood up and took the cask of wine. Then I carefully refilled his goblet. My power is passive. Charm. Who would ever think that it's good enough for an emperor? Perhaps it would be a better power for a war general to rouse the soldiers to fight. But to rule an empire? I feel my power is lacking. Sometimes, I think that it falls short. You won't understand it because your power is magnificent. Winds was like your great-grandfather's, and if history tells us the truth, when my time passes and the rule transfers to you and your betrothed, Akea will attain its zenith once more. I don't understand, I said. Nordstrom shook his head. I know what's best for you, my princess. He looked at me with kind eyes, and I knew he would not tell me anything more. After a long pause, he said, if you were the dutiful princess I believed you to be, what would you do if your emperor asked you of this, a duty most noble in the service of Akea? I choked. Not answering the question in the way proprieties dictated would render me rude. Even the princess was not exempt from showing humility before the emperor, regardless of whether he was my father. Father, I whispered. The emperor nodded, satisfied with my answer. He did not utter another word as I kissed his hand before leaving the room. Mother? Kino asked. I realized that he was already sitting beside me and was looking at me with great concern. What's on your mind, Mother? You didn't even finish the story this time, he complained. I smiled at him to comfort him. I have many things to think about, dearest, I said. I know that. A carriage pulled up in front of our cabin. It was carved with a flag of Canela on the side. The leather strappings that extended towards the 2 horses that drew it looked recently replaced. I should leave now, I said. The emperor is waiting for me. Can I go with you? Kino asked. Not today, I said, surprised. I had no intention of having my son set foot in the palace. It would be too painful for me to see him treated by the soldiers and servants as though he was nobody. He should have been the heir to the empire, and it twists my heart to know that he will never be able to lay claim over the land. But maybe someday? He pushed away. I smiled meekly. Of course. Someday's a good day. I kissed him on the top of his head before I stood up. It took me only a few minutes to grab the scroll and walk towards the waiting carriage. I would meet with my former husband later in the day, and I found no excitement in that. Chapter 3, Sacrifices. Kino Amark. As the carriage lurched forward and slowly began the long journey to the Canelan Palace, I watched my son's figure standing by our doorway become smaller with each turning of the wheels. Each grating was like a thud in my chest that made me queasy. I had no intentions to meet with Wind. Not ever again, I told myself. But whether I liked it or not, it was something I would have to endure for as long as I lived. As long as he is emperor. I yawned, covering my mouth although I was alone in the carriage. I had only slept for a few hours, as I needed to wake up early to finish the scrolls. I tried to control myself from falling asleep. Lately, nightmares have come to me relentlessly. I shunned memories, but they always came back, and when they did, I crumbled, even though I had been trained to become a strong ruler. My vision blurred with unshed tears as I remembered bearing my power to Wind. If only I could turn back time, I would have been more careful about revealing it. The betrothal was announced throughout the land, and for several months, orange and blue ribbons were tied to the trees that lined the Canelan Palace's sidewalks. Each day, a ribbon would be removed from a tree, a sign that the wedding day grew closer. And when the last ribbons were removed, I wore my best gown and rode a high chair carried by a dozen naked men to the main ballroom of the palace. Curtains were draped over the sedan chair's posts to cover me, but I could see everyone's faces as my carriage edged towards the altar. Once I was in front of Wind, he stood up, knelt in front of me, and kissed my hands. I pledged myself to the highest princess of Akea, to be her consort. That I would protect thee. That her life would come before mine. Trumpets blared, and we were wed. As simple as that. For Wind, though, it did not stop there. He had to prove himself worthier than ever. As the future empress's consort, Wind was expected to travel all over Akea, to all the 14 provinces of the land, and earn the Lord's approval with only a limited time. All these he had to do in a fortnight, 1 province for each day. If he could return in this short time, showing the proof of his travels by revealing distinctive emblems tattooed onto him by each lord. Not even the emperor himself could question Wind's place as my consort. The citizens gathered inside the royal hall and awaited Wind's return after 14 days. As the golden bell beside our land's flag tolled, we saw Wind riding a sea of clouds, like a god with his ashen hair and his lean, bronze body naked, covered only by dark tattoos of the 14 provinces' emblems that made up Akea. On his right shoulder were the rising stars of Akea Islands, and on the left were the horsemen in flight of a mare. Trailing down his right arm was the double-edged sword of Bulaknan. His body was a map of all the insignias in our land. The tattoos were the seals that bound the provinces to the empress's consort. Wind stepped down from the clouds, and the citizens who witnessed the event pulled their shawls tighter as the royal hall unmistakably became misty and cold. The court servant approached, bowed down before him, and dressed him in red robes. My father stood proudly in front of the assembly, his face beaming. I could tell what he was thinking, that Wind would make the people bow to him, and there would be an assurance that the Amark bloodline would never perish. Wind never even looked at me. He went straight to my father, knelt in front of him, and kissed his hands. In return, my father took the jar of grapeseed oil beside him and poured some over Wind's head. "By this, you are family, you are who you will become, you are Akea," he said as he anointed him. Wind stood, and Nortsam embraced him. Even with the welcoming gesture, Wind's arms remained hanging limply to his sides, not returning the embrace. My gut tightened, the old fear strengthened, and I almost summoned the gods to make me disappear. At that moment of confusion and fear, Wind looked at me and smiled. And just like that, my worries vanished. I was completely taken by him. Until that point, I had forgotten that taking Wind as my consort would bestow upon him a gift from the emperor. This became a tradition so that the rest of the citizens were assured that Wind or whoever was elected consort received the emperor's favor. That moment, that Wind's smile instantly drew me to him, proved that he had gained part of the emperor's power. I was charmed. Wind fixed his gaze on me as he moved to where I was standing. Right in front of me, I looked up at the man I would only call my husband starting that day. My lips parted as I waited for him to claim me. He swooped me off my feet and kissed me, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Akea celebrated for a month, a period which everybody knew would be dedicated to conceiving. My father expected an heir. Wind and I spent our first days traveling across the land. Instead of staying in one of the empire's estates, we settled in standard rooms because Wind wanted me to experience the life that he lived before we came to be. He took me riding clouds and showed me how to make water out of them. Of course, I could only try because my power was not like his. With each new trick that he showed me, I giggled like a schoolgirl, amused by the man who would soon hold Akea in his hands. I knew that all the women in our land envied me. Sometimes, when women approached him and knelt before him or called him my lord, a burning sensation would start inside my heart. I would lock myself inside a room and cry, jealous of the attention the women were giving him. He was mine and no other's, I would tell myself. He knew the world from beyond the outskirts of the palace, and he made me appreciate the beauty of living even more. Our month together was about to end. The Empire expected us to be back in the Canelan Palace in a few days, but I was unsure whether I had fallen pregnant and if I would soon present an heir all over the land. I had not been nauseated, nor did I have mood swings, which I heard were common symptoms among pregnant women. I was nervous, but Wind told me that there was no reason to feel that way because I was still young and had all the time in the world to bear an heir. The day before we were due to head back to the palace in Canela, Akea's capital, Wind and I spent some time in the middle of a brook, hidden by mountains. We had been kissing when suddenly, he broke off. He looked at me intently and asked, "What's your power?" "It's something strange. I don't like to talk about it," I said. My father forbade me from sharing my power with anyone because it was unusual in a good and yet scary manner. Anything I wrote down could happen should I so desire it. I could easily make Akea mine by writing it down and meaning it, but where was the sense in that when I was the princess of an empire, the second to the throne? "I'm sure I won't find it so appalling," he said, his lips curving into a smile. I should have sensed that his being charming was his way to draw my secret out of me. Everyone in Akea had powers, but before anyone could fully harness their gift, a presentation to the emperor had to be made. With his acceptance consummated, their names would then be listed in the official Akean records as citizens. These acts were the very essence of gaining citizenship in the land. Otherwise, an Akean would be an unborn, a lost one, or a free-farer as some rebels preferred to brand themselves. For royalty like myself, the declaration and presentation of power were not mandatory. Being royalty meant service to the people, and in exchange for this lifetime commitment, the non-declaration of one's ability was among our privileges. Regardless, it was still a choice to share or not to share what our power was with anyone. I shook my head, smiling. I was giddy over my husband's charms, yet unsure if I could trust him with my power. It wouldn't interest you, dear husband. Try me. His silver eyes were piercing and eager. I was unaware of how to resist him. When I still did not respond, he turned his back to me and walked away, the water rippling as he glided across the surface. I was an idiot to act out on impulse. I could not have my husband leave me like that. I would do anything to keep him beside me. By then, he had taken me captive with his strength, power, and charisma. Writing, I shouted. He stopped and looked at me. Whatever I write could happen should I so desire it, I said. His eyebrows shot up. I thrust a finger up in the air and wrote, "Come back to me." As I did, the words glowed like wildfires against the air. For a few seconds, they remained, and then the words faded, leaving wisps of smoke and ash as they vanished. Even I get amazed at how spectacular my power was when on display. I could write on anything: paper, rock, metal, even on water. I did not have to look his way to know he was striding towards me because the water's soft ripples told me that he was. When he was right in front of me, he touched my chin, and I looked up at his face. He was smiling, but somewhat disconcertingly, the smile did not quite reach his eyes. He kissed me as though it was to seal his success in drawing from me a secret, but my body did not respond to his touch in the way a wife should have to her husband. I shivered and felt scared but kept my emotions from him. My father had been right when he told me to keep my unique ability to myself. But it was too late. It has been almost 14 moon turns ago, but I still look back at that moment and consider myself accountable for what has happened to Akea. Guilt is all that envelops me now. My life as a royal scribe now is starkly different from my life as a princess a long time ago. The carriage will take me to the Canellan Palace, which used to be my home, but now it felt like a forsaken dungeon, one so vast that it holds Kino, all Akeans, and me, under the rule of an illegitimate emperor. With my father gone, I had no ally to bring Akea back to its former glory, back to when everyone enjoyed absolute freedom. I looked down and found the scroll lying on my lap. I held it tightly because it was the only thing that kept Kino and me alive.
Chapter 4, Fear of the Unknown. Kino Amark. I walked to the trading market, carrying a basket full of wild berries. Instead of running swiftly like the other boys in Akea, I could only run a few hundred yards before exhaustion bogs me down. Unlike everyone, I have no power, which resonates within me every waking moment. I have become the subject of my classmates' taunts. They call me names like unborn or free-farer, and while I tried my best to ignore them, the tags stung me deeply. When I was younger, I paid them no mind because I had other things to occupy my time. My mother, Lamare, would spend her entire day with me while she wrote on scrolls she brought to the emperor's palace. Every time she finished, she would teach me how to read and write and take me to the fields where she would tell amusing stories about invisible people. She would also teach me how to climb trees. On other occasions, we would spend the entire afternoon swimming in brooks. But that time has long passed. I have grown envious of the other boys my age who would not have difficulty carrying a basket full of their farm's produce to wherever they want. When a cloud of dust would suddenly appear by my side because a younger boy ran past me, my heart would twist, leaving a gash of hurt that not even my mother's warm embrace could cure. My mother told me that my ability would manifest when I got older, but it never came. Children younger than I am would display powers all around me. At 12 moon turns, I should have been blessed with power already. We even have a class in school to prepare us for presenting our abilities to the emperor and the palace. It annoys me because I cannot relate to the professor's lecture. On the other hand, my classmates hang on to the professor's every word. They are wrapped in excitement over the turning of the moons because they know that in time, the event would culminate in the declaration of their citizenship, the right to be called an Akean. All they had to do was present their power or special abilities to the emperor. Once the bookkeeper wrote down their names in the Akean books of citizens, they would genuinely become Akeans. I have decided that I would not go to the palace again to join the Akean Wine Festival, the celebration of the moon's full turning, the same event where citizens gather in Canellan Palace for week-long merriment. My classmate Randall can read a book with its cover closed. It is as if his eyes can drill through the pages of the book. Nicola, my neighbor, can plant a seed, tend it, and make a shoot sprout in seconds. Dorothy can find water during a drought. And my other classmates have so many amazing abilities to present. But as for me, I have nothing. Without any power, it looks as if the only time I will ever set foot in the palace again would be to deliver crops to the kitchens. It is never easy, especially since my mother told me that I am the former emperor's grandson. I believe everything mother tells me, except for that one detail. If I were who she said I was, why were we not living in the palace, like royalty was supposed to? And why have other citizens not regarded us as such? My mother tries so hard to make me feel better. Sometimes she even lies. But regardless, I listen to her stories because they take me to a different place in Akea every time, one where my mother and I fared better than we do now. Sometimes when you have nothing of much value, dreams are all that are left. I counted the wild berries in my basket before handing them to the dark-skinned man who looked old enough to be my grandfather. Beads of sweat covered his forehead. The old man put 25 coins on my palm. "Here you go, boy," he said. I looked at the coins, surprised but grateful. They were enough to buy us bread for 2 days. "Thank you," I said. I walked away before any of my classmates spotted me lingering in the market. I disliked it when they flaunted their skills around. It made the unborn tag stick to me even more, like a fruit fly prancing around a rotten berry. And to make matters worse, my mother's power is unable to fend off the bullies who chase me or make the ground rumble underneath them, or even make her words loud enough so that she could shout at all of them. I walked faster, hiding behind the large boxes of garments and crates of fruits and vegetables in the market scattered along the path. I was only a few more yards before I would be out of the market and back at glades that led to the forest that led to my home. Reaching the clearing, I came upon 2 gigantic trees, twin giants, we called them. These trees were about 200 meters tall and never shed leaves, even during fall. The wind was blowing briskly by now, but even the strong gust did not make a single leaf fall. The twin giants flanked the entrance to the forest that led to Wawang, my village. They were so huge that not even a dozen grown men holding each other's hands could fully wrap their arms around each tree. Because the twin giants were easy to spot, they served as the villagers' landmark to the trading market. I broke into a sprint, avoiding the paved road so that the sound of my shoes on the pavement did not draw any attention. I breathed a sigh of relief as soon as I found myself standing underneath the shade that the twin giants offered. "There he is," someone shouted behind me. "I told you, today's the day he sells his puny produce in the trading market, or else they won't have anything to buy food with," another one said. Raucous laughter followed suit. The voices belonged to Conrad Eros and Lima Gotti, the boys who have bullied me for as long as I can remember. I ran as quickly as I could, even though I knew the effort was futile. In a few seconds, they would be able to catch up with me. I was straining my ears, listening for their footsteps, but surprisingly, my lone strides were all I heard. Suddenly, the land trembled and erupted exactly where I was about to step. I fell flat on my face. That was new. I did not know that one of them could do that. I stood up with bent knees and feet spread apart, ready to fight Conrad and Lima. My face flushed from anger, especially when I tasted something wet in the corner of my mouth, blood. Dust covered the front of my shirt, and the coins were scattered all around me. Conrad and Lima were beside me in a few seconds. "That's nice, Lima," Conrad said. "I told you I'd show you something new," Lima said, grinning wickedly. I was waiting for the punch to hit my stomach, eager to block it with a counterpunch, but none came. "No need to grimace, Kino. Call it a day," Lima said as he started walking away, chuckling. Then he turned to Conrad, and they laughed together, leaving me standing, staring at their figures fading into the clearing. One day, I will show them. I wiped the blood from my mouth and took extra care not to spill any on my shirt. I did not want my mother to worry. I looked at my shirt and shook off the dust. The coins glistened under the sun, making it easier for me to spot them. When I counted them, to my dismay, I only found 18. I moved over to the bushes and found 2 more. With only 5 coins missing, I decided to head home. I caught a glimpse of a familiar set of footprints on the ground, smaller than mine, with no specific markings on the soles. These footsteps could belong to the ghosts of Nivedin. There are stories about Nivedin apart from those that Mother told me about. Her stories terrified me. Oddly though, I kept seeing the same set of footsteps wherever I went, and it spooked me out. I never told Mother about it because she would worry. I had no special ability, and if ever a ghost should appear in front of me, the best I could do was run. That or cry shamelessly and beg that the ghost will not hurt me.
Chapter 5, of Nivedins and Akeans. Piper, San Diego. It was different in mainland Akea compared to Nivedin. For one, people were busier, especially in the trading market. All types of products could be found here, which was pretty convenient because from where I came from, Nivedin, the food source was minimal, and having a variety of selections was a privilege. A stall of green apples was right in front of me, and I grinned at the shiny produce. My favorite, I told myself. I took one and bit into it, tasting the sourness and sweetness of its juice. "Hey!" the peddler shouted. Then his voice thinned in fear. "A ghost?" Other peddlers glanced his way while some passers-by gasped, pointing to the apple that I was holding. Everybody was looking at the apple with wide eyes. Oh no, Father would scold me if he learned about this incident. I made the apple invisible like me, and the spectators' mouths gaped at the same time. It was so funny that I was very tempted to make the apple reappear and make it disappear again, but I resisted the urge. Grinning because of my feat, I moved away from them while being extra careful not to bump against anyone lest my identity would be revealed. I saw the boy Kino. I remembered his name clearly. This time, he was running away from 2 other boys who looked the same age as him. I took one last bite of the apple before letting its core fall to the ground. I ran after him. The 2 boys chased him down, and I covered my mouth to silence a moan as I watched them trip Kino with the earth's sudden eruption. As Kino fell, my heart went out to him, and I wanted to come out of hiding and help him. But I could not because it is against the Nivedin tenets. All I could do was feel part of his sadness, anger, and frustration. As he picked up the coins, he could not retrieve them all, I made sure of that. Did it make me a terrible person, though? I hoped not. The coins were so pretty as they lay on the ground, shining and reflecting sizes, so much that I was tempted to pick up a few and keep them for me. When Kino was facing the other boys, I thought they would clobber him like they usually did, so I silently crept beside him. To my surprise, however, the bullies left without even touching him. True, using the ground to throw him down was harsh, but the bullies did not punch him anymore. Nivedin is a valley surrounded by 4 mountains. Mount Senin to its east, Mount Anale to its south, Mount Gali to its north, and Mount Rikas to its west. The trees in our province are old, and our people care for them because each tree holds a tree house. According to our elders, when the former Emperor Northsum Mendel Amark still ruled Akea, Nivedin was one of Akea's 14 provinces. There is Amare, Direla, Minoan, Akea Island, and some others that I can no longer recall. What struck me as weird was that no Akean ever discovered what the Nivedin's powers were. I kept asking my father why, and he refused to answer, until finally, he got tired of my incessant questioning. He had told me, "Piper, it's an agreement between the oldest blood. Between the Emperor and the elders of Nivedin. Now, go and play with your cousins." While I will never understand his explanation, at least he answered my question. Nivedins all have the same power and visibility. On the other hand, other Akeans that are not Nivedins have different abilities. For them, each citizen is unique. Sometimes, a few of them share the same power, but that seldom happens. When Emperor Maquin Storm Aaron ravaged Akea, The elders said that he went to our town and was greeted by its silence because everybody hid in their houses out of fear. He took the Niven silence for hostility, so he summoned storms to ravish Nivedin. There was severe flooding, and he assumed the Nivens had died. He left with his throng, declaring Nivedin dead, but he could not have been more wrong. The tree houses that Nivens built sheltered them from the flood. The Niven population suffered some casualties, though. Some unlucky ones that were out gathering food for the clan died, but most Nivens survived. After the flood, Nivens gathered the dead and placed the bodies at the center of the village. They uttered prayers and burned the bodies. Unfortunately, the smoke could not be concealed. It was such a tragic mistake. It had not occurred to them that the smoke would rise higher than the mountains. The palace soldiers saw the smoke and realized that the town had survived. In a matter of minutes, the province was once again marauded. McQuinn's storm brought soldiers by summoning the clouds to transport entire troops at one instance. The others who came later rode horses. Still, others came on foot, closing the distance to Nivedin at a frightening speed. The Akeans didn't see the Nivens because they turned invisible and hid in their treehouses, waiting for the palace soldiers to leave. When McQuinn's storm saw what was causing the smoke, maybe he felt compassion inside his evil chest because he struck lightning towards the piles of bodies until nothing was left save for some skulls and bones that the bolts of lightning missed, leaving only the ashes behind. To prevent any further attack from the emperor, Nivens concealed themselves, embraced their heritage, and have been cloaked by invisibility ever since. Since that terrifying day, Akeans have called Nivedin the ghost town. Nobody from the province argues against that name. Niven saw the emperor's power and would do everything not to arouse his suspicion about the remaining Niven's presence. Nowadays, Nivens rarely become visible anymore, even if there were no outlanders in the province. As moon turns came and went, they noticed that their skin had gone gray because sunlight never touched their skin while they were invisible. Many moon turns later, I was born, and this was the Nivedin that welcomed me. The infamous ghost town. I may be young, and the stories sound like mere myths to my ears, but I believe all of them. That is why carrying Kino's coins, 5 of them to be exact, felt like I committed a heinous crime, one so shameful that it would likely not be pardoned by our elders. Sneaking out of Nivedin was frowned upon. It would make Akean suspicious of our existence, and no Niven wanted that. But Kino was just a boy, and I felt sorry for him. I cannot do anything to help him, no matter how much I want to. I'm about his age, I figured, give or take 1 or 2 moon turns. At first, I did not feel warm towards Kino because I was raised to hate all Akeans. I was told that they were heartless, ruthless, and in all ways, evil. I even remember drawing images of them, putting horns and tails on their bodies. That was how much I despised them. Until that first time I got the courage to climb down Mount Rikis to explore the other side of the world. That fateful day when I met Kino. It was morning, and the fog still covered the mountains. I made myself visible for a while, and my gray skin glowed under the faint sunlight. I found it ugly, but it was something I had to live with. Mother said that the longer we kept ourselves invisible, the paler our skin would become. So as moon turns went by, I got grayer. Whenever I caught sight of myself in mirrors, it was hard to disagree with those who branded us as ghosts because we pretty much looked the part. I think Nivens could even fool ourselves into believing we really were ghosts. What more proof did anyone need? We roamed the mountains, blended with the forests, turned visible and back to invisible, and went on with our lives hiding from the rest of Akea. I climbed down the mountain. The rocks were sharp and slippery, and I lost footing somehow. I fell, losing control of my invisibility, and passed out. The cold water woke me up, and my heart wildly pumped when I stared into a pair of worried eyes the color of a newly sprouting leaf. They belonged to Kino. "You've been out for an hour," he said. He was chewing something. Then he spat it out onto his palm. It was dark green. "Don't worry. This isn't going to hurt," he said calmly, his eyes still locked into mine. When his fingers touched me, he tensed. Perhaps he thought that my gray skin would be cold, but as he continued rubbing the dark green concoction against my arm, he relaxed. I held my breath because he was so close to me. He was an Akean, and at the time, I was unaware of what sinister plot could have been going on inside of his crazy, evil head. Rule number 1, make people believe you are a ghost. Rule number 2, never ever speak. For how can ghosts speak? These were a few of the Nivedin tenets. Anyone caught breaking them would face flogging at our town hall or be locked up in our town dungeons. "What's your name?" he asked. I stared at him. "Why are you so gray?" I dared not speak, but since I was hurt, I let him tend to me. He brushed my curly, blonde hair away from my face, and I flinched. His soft laughter filled my ears. "It's all right," he said. I kept silent. "I'm Kino," he started. "I usually pass by here when I go to the public market to trade." He was evidently trying to make conversation. Not that I did not want to talk to him. It just did not feel right. So I sat long enough to wait for him to finish. I tried to feel my feet, they were fine. When there was no more blood, and my arm looked like moss from all the green stuff he lathered on me, I stood up and ran away from him. "Wait!" he shouted after me. "What's your name? Where do you live?" I looked back, wondering if I should give him my name. It seemed wrong, but his eyes were so innocent that I did not think he would do me any harm. "Piper," I said. Then I made myself invisible. His face paled as realization probably dawned on him that he attended to a ghost. I walked away on tiptoe, avoiding the leaves on the ground so as not to make any noise. Any twigs breaking or dried leaves crushing under my feet could make him doubt that I was a ghost. I thought that was the only time I would ever break a Nivedin rule, allowing myself to be seen by someone else. I was wrong. When I was safely back in the mountains, I sat on a patch of green grass and watched Kino as he picked through his rucksack. I was careful not to reveal myself unconsciously. He looked at the spot where I vanished before walking away. He moved slowly before breaking into a full sprint as a sense of fear had overcome him. Chapter 6: Unpleasant Meetings. Kino Amark. Inside the carriage, my head bumped alternately against its back and sidewalls. The journey was rougher than usual as the carriage trod the rocky, unpaved streets. I looked out the window and saw the damaged roads we were traversing. It used to be better than this, but when Wind became suspicious of secret plots that could take the Empire away from him, he started scheming. He made me write in the scroll countless disasters that would strike Akea. These destroyed roads held witness to each catastrophe that came one after the other. As Wind took the Empire, he had wanted nothing but power and control. Proof of this were the plots that he continues to make me forcibly write. Akea has been slowly dying with its citizens barely surviving the disasters he made me write. Even without my assistance, he can wreak so much havoc with just a flick of his finger as a storm crafter. Today, storm clouds had gathered in the east. It seemed that Wind was in one of his tumultuous moods. Again. I still wanted to claim Akea. Although no one remembered who I formerly was, being of royal blood, of Northam's blood, I believed in all sincerity that it was my sworn responsibility to do something about Wind's monstrosity. But my friends were long gone. Our family supporters had long been openly defeated in battle, killed in one of many plots. Whenever terror rose in the hearts of Akeans, Wind would charm them, making them lose their ground, and when they were caught off guard, he would swoop in, pass a current through the wine a lord was drinking, or push down a provincial palace with a fistful of air for no reason at all. As our family's allies began to disappear one by one from the face of Akea, my suspicion over Wind grew. I will never forget how each of the 13 lords that ruled Akea's provinces ended up dead in a span of months. One occasion led to 7 lords' death as they made their way to the Canellan Palace to join the Akean Wine Festival, one of our most sacred feasts. The festival was held annually, during the fullest moon turn. Everybody was invited to celebrate in the palace: farmers, traders, wagon drivers, fishermen, child caretakers, mothers, fathers, and children. Sometimes, the festival started with silly competitions like who had grown the biggest grapes that season. It was then followed by a showcase of how wine was made. Baskets of grapes would be placed inside a large wooden basin which everyone referred to as the pool. From here, women would enter the pool barefoot and dance throughout the celebration. The wine festival was also where each child of rightful age would be presented to the emperor to display his or her power. At the center of the palace grounds, a child would tame a bull with the snap of his fingers. Or a flower would miraculously bloom instantly from an innocent child's touch. Other powers could be as simple as having the ability to jump really, really high. I witnessed a young boy before whose power was the ability to talk incredibly loud. Father had laughed and teased him for it. "This boy has a future here in the palace as the town crier," Father said, and the crowd cheered at his remark. After the children's presentation, they would register their names in the Akean books, which contained all the names of every person who had lived in Akea and had been proclaimed a citizen. The display of power was what made them truly Akeans, and chronicling their names completed the administrative formality. By the time the festivities were over, the ladies dancing in the pool would come out, looking like goddesses in their wet white clothes, which would have turned purple during all the dancing. And from their toil in the pool, we would see the grape extract. Everybody would gather around the pool, and from where we stood, the ceremony would begin. My father Northsome would instruct the servants to remove whatever residue remained in the pool, and once only the liquid was left, he would speak. "The moons have completed their turns, Akeans have once again been claimed. Dragons have long ago been dead, but with a new set of extraordinary blood, Akea will not bleed. Time turns, challenges will be brought upon the land." As he uttered those words, Northsome would begin working on the pool, his arms outstretched, turning in circular motions that directed the grape extract in the pool. "We are Akea. Flesh and blood. We are different, and we are guided." At this point, the parents of the children who had presented themselves would bring their children around the pool. By registering your names in the Akean books, you vow to serve, to use power to know will, and to transform. As Northsome repeated the litany of emperors who ruled Akea before him, he would lift his hands in the air, and thrust them towards the pool, all the while watching as the purple liquid turned red and then maroon as though the liquid had aged before everybody's eyes. Even after observing the aging of wine for so many moon turns, the feat still brings goosebumps to my skin. The vow binds the citizens, and it is the citizens who make the land extraordinary and the extraordinary that makes up Akea. Use your power to harness only what's best for Akea. As the grapes have aged into wine, so have you aged. He would look at all the children gathered around and say, "Now, you are Akeans." From that point on, servants would move forward carrying goblets. They would dip them into the pool to gather wine and pass it on to the children who had presented. After everyone had taken a sip of the wine, Northsome would continue, "And now, for the rest of Akeans, the wine is ours to share." Cheers would erupt, music would blare, and the celebration would last for as long as there was still wine to consume, usually for an entire week. The 7 lords never made it to the festivities that ominous year. The lords were on their way to the palace, each coming from their provinces, flanked by their guards, escorting them to Canella. But that was the last anyone heard from them. 2 days into the festival, when there was still no word of their whereabouts, the Canellan palace alerted the war generals, and search parties were deployed all over the land. The lords were found soon enough and in such a gruesome state. When news reached the palace of the lords' whereabouts, I rode with Wynne to get there as fast as possible, while father chose to ride his trusted steed. Throngs of soldiers followed us. Upon reaching the place where the bodies were found, as I stood beside Wind on the clouds, I was greeted with the sight of tangled roots that shot up in the air. Leaves were scattered all over, and the branches and trunks smashed against the lords' bodies. A mesh of dried blood and scattered body parts covered the land as the putrid scent of death hovered in the air. Father climbed down his horse and ran to where the bodies lay. "Tree runners," he said, his voice breaking. Tree runners were Akeans who had tree trunk-like skin. They had a kinship with the trees, and because of that, they were the only ones allowed to fell one. I could not believe that tree runners would commit such ghastly deeds. What good would it have served them? The tree runners exist only for 2 reasons: to rear the trees and protect the last dragon's egg. They would not have wasted a considerable number of trees to kill citizens. They were not murderers. All around, the ground was littered with holes evidencing the brutality that was committed. As I surveyed from above, I realized that something was odd, but I could not quite put a finger on it. The leaves that used to flaunt many hues of green looked dried, but only when I squinted did I see that it was the coat of dust that made the leaves appear brown, brittle, and dying. I knew then it was not the tree runners. I removed my hands that held onto my husband's waist and glanced at his face. He was calm, devoid of emotions. "It can't be the tree runners," I told myself. "Father!" I shouted, Then, recognizing how inappropriate it was to address the emperor that way, I cried again, "Your Highness." No one on the ground paid attention to me. They were all trying to make sense of the brutal scene. I turned to look at Wind and said, "Please, bring me down. Let me talk to the emperor." He stared at me, his eyes cold and distant. "The tree runners are not responsible for this. They would not do such nonsense." When Wind still did not reply, I shouted, "Bring me down and let me speak to the emperor." Wind was no longer looking at me. Instead, his eyes were fixed upon Father, who at that moment was shouting orders to the soldiers to bury the dead before sundown. "The tree runners did this," Wind began. "Everywhere I look, I only see traces of their doing. There is a proper place for trial. No one, not even the emperor, must pass judgment before one. Sometimes, the law must be bent," Wind said. "Or if not the law, then someone must be broken," Wind cut in. I froze upon hearing his words. At that point, one thing was clear to me: what he said was a threat. If I broke my silence, an unavoidable danger laid ahead for me. And that was when I remembered how I doubted his intentions and his actions from the first day that he stepped into the Canellan Palace to claim a place in the empire. I chilled as it hit me that Wind might have, could he have, murdered the lords? The trees had been callously pulled out, and layers of dust covered the plain. It could only be the air that had wrought such carnage. Despite my suspicion, I kept my mouth shut. I had no proof. Father banished the tree runners from their homes, sending them to Sinista, a province that lay along the volcanic borders of Carriage. Sinista was an uninhabited forest believed to be home to wild beasts. It was said that the place was tainted, and anyone who spent more than a day there was corrupted by some evil spirit. Father and Wind agreed that it was a fitting punishment to make them suffer for as long as they lived by sending them to such a vile place instead of taking their lives. 9 allies died, and 4 remained. How long before all of them were gone? And how long before Father followed? And how would I fare in all of this cruel game? And yet, how could I accuse my husband? Who would ever believe me? For a few months, there was a reprieve from the morbid progression of tragic deaths. Regardless, the days that passed proved to be so unbearable that I could not even face my husband. I was terrified of him and what he could do, but I could not tell Father what I believed happened. Even when my conscience would not let me sleep in guilt, I could not reach out to Father because Wind was always beside the emperor, learning all he could about the empire, or guarding my father against me. I was uncertain what his intentions were. I soon began to love solitude, and I would ride my bay, Healer, alone in the woods to escape my guilt and hide from my fears. In one of those journeys, I met a Nivedin. His name was Timbuk Glasses. I can still remember that day clearly. I had been traveling endlessly since I left the palace early in the morning, and my skin scorched under the heat of the sun. That day, when I found myself following a pathway under an unfamiliar canopy of trees, I soon realized that I might have veered away from my usual route. Reaching the end of the path, I could go no further. Giant trees blocked the view. I turned away and was about to start galloping back to the palace when an explosion of birds burst from within the seemingly impenetrable mass of branches and trunks. I wondered what was behind the trees, and if not for the gentle flow of water from behind them, I would have walked away. I pulled at Healer and urged my horse to edge forward until the trees that blocked our view took us in and found myself facing a separate pathway. I jogged my memory, remembering Akea's map images, but I could not recall any that mentioned this path. My insatiable curiosity pushed me to continue walking, oblivious of the fading day. At dusk, I was greeted by Nivedin. I looked at everything that surrounded me, amazed at the sight. Oh, how the scholars described Nivedin was an understatement. Trees hundreds of meters tall interspersed the ghost town, with tree houses so huge that their means of construction must have defied Akean imagination itself. Pathways and bridges connected one tree house to another. There was a mile span of clearing below, which I could only surmise was where public events were held, something like the Canellan trading market. Everywhere else, there were trees. Many, many trees. Where could all the Nivens be, I wondered. It would have been such a pleasure to meet one finally. As a princess, I was not allowed to stray far from the Canellan Palace without an entourage of soldiers trotting at my heels, and the success of discovering this place on my own was overwhelming. I wondered how light could touch this place with everything in it being so humongous, and yet surprisingly, the trees did not block the sunlight from touching everything in the town. I took Healer near a stump and knotted the ropes to keep her there. I looked up and was surprised to see that nothing stirred in the tree houses. There seemed to be no signs of life. As I continued walking, however, something felt eerily cold. I grew scared. A pair of footprints was etched on the ground close to my own. They were bigger than mine but not massive, yet I could only conclude that whoever or whatever was trailing me could knock me down very swiftly. I ran, pulling my skirt up until, in my rush, I fell to the earth, my knees scraping on the ground. The pair of footprints moved closer and stopped right in front of me. When I thought it could not get any weirder, a body started to form out of thin air, and I found myself staring at a man's face with green eyes. It was a stark contrast against his gray skin and long dark hair. His jaw was wide. "Boo," he said and smiled. I screamed but managed to throw a pathetic assortment of harmless stones in his direction. He laughed, practically jesting at me, as he moved towards me. "I'm Timbuk Lassus." He winked as he held out his hand to me. I hesitated before taking it. In one quick swoosh, he hoisted me onto my feet. "Those knee abrasions. Don't you dare lay a finger on me." I ran all the way back to Healer and quickly untied the knots. I braced myself to ride her. I was about to trot away when Timbuk's deep voice startled me. "It will be dark soon. Let me escort you back to the palace," he said kindly. I looked around and saw that he was telling the truth. The moons had started reflecting some light from the sun. The trail back to the secret passage that I had found earlier could be tricky for me to retrace without some illumination, which meant that I could only go back by climbing Mount Rikas and using the entrance through the Akea trading market. Neither option seemed appealing. "How will I know I could trust you?" I asked. From the treehouses, the lights started to spread. I looked up and saw images of Nivens beginning to form. Like the lights that shone, the Nivens started appearing like magic. Invisibility. What an extraordinary power. And it was something they all shared. This was unheard of in mainland Akea, where everybody possessed a power that was almost always different from the rest of the population. But here in Ghost Town, it was as if the Nivens were fruits falling from the same tree. I laughed at my own choice of metaphor inside my head because, indeed, Nivens were hanging from the trees. I was taken by the place and by its people. My mouth hung open in awe. "You can trust our chief hunter," a motherly figure from one of the tree houses said. Timbuk raised his eyebrows at the woman who spoke as though surprised. "Chief hunter, she found the secret passage. By tradition, whoever finds it on her own has the right to Nivedin knowledge. You may ask her to stay," the woman continued. I did not understand what she meant. Confused, I looked back at Timbuk. "Please stay as it will be dark soon." Before I could speak, Timbuk walked towards me, and in one fluid motion, he had taken my waist and pulled me down from Healer. "Come. My house is not so far from here," he said as he pointed to one of the tree houses. "Can you climb?" I have never done it before, all I was ever good at was riding horses. I shook my head. "Not to worry," he said. As we reached the tree that held up his house, he reached up to pull a knot of ropes, and with effortless, expert motion, he disentangled the confused bundle to reveal a ladder. He lowered it down so I could climb on it. Then he jumped down with a soft thud beside me. "After you," he said. I blushed. I was wearing a skirt, and, concerned for my modesty, I did not want to expose myself to him by going up first. As if reading my mind, he quickly added, "I'll climb ahead and watch out for you." He reached upwards and pulled himself alternately using both hands. He blended with the tree as if they were one. For every step I took, he would stop, watching me carefully, should I fall. My knees were shaking as I took the final steps that led to the entrance of his house. I was standing on the veranda when he joined me. "Come on in," he said as he made his way inside his treehouse. "Don't you find it unsettling that all of you could turn invisible and go inside each other's houses?" I wanted to add that theft was prevalent all throughout Akea, but Father had trained me not to be so rude. "Words are the sharpest weapons and can kill a spirit," that was what he always said. Not at all. We are only invisible to those who don't have the same power. But for us who do, we can sense each other. It's difficult to explain, but it's sort of like looking through a glass of water. You can see the other side, but you know that something is blocking your view. I imagined what he told me into untrained eyes like mine. If a Nivedin so much as appeared before me, whether or not I saw the sign that someone was there the way Timbuk described, I was pretty sure I would still be caught off guard. There was nothing different about how Akeans and Nivedins lived except that in Ghost Town, the rustle of the wind could be heard much clearer than in Canella's busy streets. Bird melodies hung in the air the entire day, and playing children laughed loudly and gaily. These became the reasons I kept coming back. Whenever I grew afraid of wind, I would pack some clothes and ride to Nivedin. Here, I was met by kind faces belonging to people who worried about nothing but what to sing next. Nivedins loved to sing, and when they were all invisible, their voices began to weave like wistful melodies. An ethereal spirit of a song would permeate the very air, as though the air itself breathed the notes into existence. Melodies would spontaneously burst from hundreds of unseen sources, some imperceptibly near, others echoing in the distance, and soon it became difficult to tell exactly from where in space and time they were emerging and converging. I was young then and had never known love so real. The more I spent time with Timbuk, though, the quicker I became acquainted with the unfamiliar emotion, one I never felt with wind. With my husband, I would gaze at his face and feel as if at a loss of my senses. He could make me do anything he wanted. I would heed his words. Even with my guilt and worries, the desire to be close to him was difficult for me to fight. But when Wind was angry and his veil of charisma crumbled, I would find myself shaken, so much so that I believed that I might have been manipulated to love him. I began withdrawing from Wind, even with all his attempts to draw me closer. Regardless, as his wife, if I found him with another woman, I would likely still holler like a madwoman. Inside my heart, I searched for the source of my feelings for him and found nothing but a mix of veneration and dread. The one that I had married was the most desired, feared, and respected man in the empire, and I was the one he had chosen. It did not matter anymore that I was the heiress to the empire. Wind was able to make me feel that I was the one indebted for having married him. Pride made me care for Wind, and the fact that I was envied sealed my marriage. Elation was indeed sometimes more potent than yearning. But it was different with Timbuk. Each time I ran away from the palace, the galloping thud of my horses' hooves mirrored the rush of surrendering to my culpable heart. With each flight, I distanced myself from Wind and brought myself closer to the Nivedin. Having been raised in the palace and attended to by servants, from the food I ate to the oil used after my bath, I never had to worry about myself. In Nivedin, all I wanted was a smile from Timbuk. Nothing more. I was jolted out of my thoughts when the carriage came to a lurching stop. I found myself hugging the scrolls close to my chest. Back to my reality now, all memories were dampened by my fear of meeting Wind. I peered outside and stared at the imposing Canellan palace. Nothing much has changed except for the creeping decay of the walls. To my right, the golden bell and its post still stood. Decorative trees still lined the sidewalks, and the grass covering the entire yard was carefully trimmed. And yet, with all the lushness, everything still felt lifeless, almost dead. Soldiers patrolled the palace grounds, and a stretch of citizens had lined up to seek an audience with Wind. They were being hustled inside to avoid crowding the streets. I looked at the decrepit faces of the citizens and felt pity for them. Although some looked to be minor lords in the provinces where they had come from, many looked as though they had not eaten for days with their dingy and forlorn faces. It broke my heart that there was nothing I could do for them. Not anymore. A soldier opened the carriage door, and I was beckoned to step out. Another fortnight of events written, of things to come in Akea. All memories of the past were gone in an instant as a familiar thudding inside my chest began. I knew I looked scared. I needed to have courage, I told myself. Or let my courage walk me back to the right path so that I could stand for what I believed was right. And Kino. He was of the right age to be presented as a citizen, and if he does not discover his power soon, the humiliation will eat him from within. He never spoke about it, how he felt about being so different. My sweet son. There had to be a way to release him, but how? A solid idea, that was what I needed. But with no allies and with every lord fearing Wind and his storms, my son may end up as lifeless as the lords that Wind had murdered so mercilessly many moon turns ago. I know how Kino was feeling. How could I not? We are in the same situation. I needed to plan, to approach the problem with a different strategy. One that was so simple and ridiculously spelled out that it would be hidden in its course. But what plan did I need to devise? The palace guards escorted me as I walked the long path to the palace. Hours will tick slowly while wind reads my scroll and seals each script, each word, with lightning. He will burn every line to make it real. The smoke will eat at my heart, scorching it until it will be so badly burned that I will no longer feel sorrow for those who would be affected by another set of edits in my scroll. This was usually the moment that I would lose control over my emotions and weep, but the moon turns have taught me better now. Wind liked seeing me at my weakest, so this time, I would muster all my courage and would not allow my eyes to dampen. The hours would be long, and my eyes would sting, but today, as a sign of quiet rebellion, I would not cry. Not a single tear.
Chapter 7, Secret Love. Dogan Rhonda. Lamare's carefully braided tresses swayed as she walked towards the palace gates. Her eyes revealed great concern, and her aura contrasted with the warm weather outside. For the love of gods, I didn't understand why Lamare had to so tightly clutch the scroll that she was delivering to the emperor against her chest. "Lady Lamare," I said, bowing. "I'll escort you to the emperor." She jerked when she heard me speak, but she managed to nod at me. As she turned around, I faintly got a whiff of the lavender scent that she was wearing. If only I were braver, I would have told her how I felt for her. I was a tall man with broad shoulders. I didn't have a pretty face. Mine had battle scars that told my history. I swayed when I walked to cover the limp from a long-forgotten war. I was not a pleasant sight, to say the least, which was why no matter how fierce I was in battle, I couldn't draw up the courage to tell Lamare that I liked her. Liked her enough to be willing to abandon my soldiering in the Canellan Palace should she ask me to spend my days with her in that little cottage of hers together with her son Kino. But all of these were daydreams inside my head. Now, Kino was different. He had seen 12 moon turns, yet no power manifested in him. I usually see him alone at the trading market or with his fat friend. I felt for Kino because, despite my massive body, my power didn't suit me either. I wish the gods had been kinder and had given me a better power, one I could use in wars. I prayed the same for Lamare's son, who had nothing to show altogether. Not even one so impotent that the child could use, at least to register for citizenship at the Akean Wine Festival. Sometimes I feel embarrassed about knowing too much about their lives, but I couldn't help it because I want to get closer to them. From the corner of my eye, I peered at the scroll Lamare was holding. The material used, the paper, was the same as what she always used on the other scrolls she brought to the emperor. It had a dark brown tinge and looked brittle as though it would crumble. We all had distinct quirks, but I still found it odd that the emperors were to have stories written for him. For entertainment, I suppose. But if that was the purpose, why didn't he hire a court bard? At least then, the fun would be shared by many. The emperor received the scroll personally, and what was written on it was never read out loud. Maybe it was such a beautiful story. Perhaps a love story of sorts. Or a political strategy. That was why when the emperor read it, I had to stand guard to ensure he would not be disturbed. But why all the secrecy? Well, if I were the emperor, I would have been ashamed to be found inside the chamber reading a sappy love story I forced a beautiful maiden to write. Just the thought is ridiculous. Although if it were political strategies, I wouldn't want anybody in the palace to know. I guess I would have liked to think it was the latter that Lamare was writing about. Whenever the emperor read the scroll, Lamare would sit a few yards across him where, from my position, I could see her visibly shaking. Today, I noticed that her shoulders were stiffer than usual. Her face was held high as if inviting trouble. If she tilted her chin any higher, I was afraid she would not see where she was walking to and trip. No sooner had the thought entered my head when Lamare stumbled, pitching forward. Oops. I moved forward to catch Lamare, but my damned leg prevented me from reaching her quickly enough. I should have this knee healed, I told myself. She lay sprawled across the floor, shocked and trembling like a child as she scrambled to stand up. I offered my hand. She looked up at me before taking it. "Are you all right?" "Yes. I apologize for the trouble," she said hastily as she gathered the scroll. The ribbon fastening the scroll loosened when she slipped, and it sprawled out in front of us like a brown carpet against the palace's marble floors. It was long, maybe 2 to 3 yards. I never gave it much thought that the story could be so unusually lengthy. "Let me," I said as I briskly walked towards the end of the scroll. I didn't intend to read it, but I saw the last line. I shrugged it off. It merely said that Kino is as he always is, Never a citizen of Akea. What? Well, he's still young to be presented for citizenship anyway. And although I don't think it's a fitting ending to any story, apparently, the Emperor believes otherwise because he keeps asking Lamare to come back with her stories. Please, don't touch the scroll, Lamare said, her voice shaking. I almost pitied her. She seemed disturbed by the thought that I could have read parts of her story. No, it's nothing. Let me help. I was halfway through rolling the scroll back up when my eyes caught sight of a few lines foretelling a huge flood in Dirella, the province where I came from. My hands froze, but my eyes skimmed the rest of the sentences. Dirella will suffer from flood for 4 days until aid comes from the palace. Lives will be saved, but many lives will also be lost in the process. I didn't get to read any more of it because Lamare pulled at the scroll, and I felt ashamed for having read a part of the story meant only for the eyes of the Emperor. She bent beside me as she took the scroll away. I was gazing into her eyes, and immediately, the flood in Dirella, the lives lost, flitted from my mind. At that moment, all I could think of was how delightful it must have been to kiss her. That is, if I wanted to frighten her more than she already was. So instead, I smiled at her. Forgive me, Lady Lamare. Here you go, I said, handing her the scroll. It's all right. It was an accident, she said. Her other hand smoothened over her skirt, straightening it as she stood up. We made our way towards the chambers where the Emperor was waiting. That's quite a long story you wrote, Dirella, the flood. I wish I could read more, I said casually. Lamare turned to look at me, her mouth gaping. In an instant, she regained her composure, pursed her lips, and started walking faster. You did not see anything. Apologies, my lady. Why so? Is it forbidden? No. It's just that, you can't tell anybody about what you've read. Don't worry about it. It was nothing. I think you're a talented writer even if I only glimpsed a little. I didn't get to finish what I was about to say because her slight frame shoved me, pinning me against a wall in the hallway. The scroll was thrust up to my chin like a knife. I was shocked yet equally amused that all I could do was stare at her beautiful eyes. Please promise me you won't tell a soul about the incident. That I slipped, and you saw what was written in the scroll. If this were a love story, I would have ended up kissing the woman of my dreams. Only, in love stories, the protagonist usually has a handsome face. Oh, but I was sorely tempted to kiss her. Lamare was so tiny compared to my comparatively gigantic body. And here she was, coercing me to promise not to tell. If I so much as flicked my finger, I could have sent her tumbling across the hall. The thought was so amusing that instead of answering her, I roared with laughter. It was throaty, and the sound that I made rumbled along the corridors. Gods, even the sound that I made was horrendous. Lamare stepped back. Please promise me, Dogen, she said meekly this time. I opened my eyes and stopped laughing. She knew my name. She actually knew my name. Yes. I promise, was my enthusiastic response. Then she turned away from me and walked towards the large, wooden door to the Emperor's chambers. Even though I was heavy, I felt like I was floating in the air after her. For my hideous face, for all the ugliness that I had, nothing seemed to matter at the moment, and it was because Lamare knew my name. The two-syllable word that left her mouth touched not only my ears but also my heart. Her charms, even more, took me. I swear, I would do anything to make her happy. My face broke into a grin, and I didn't care if all of my stained teeth showed. Chapter 8, Real Fear. McQuinn Storm Aaron. Lamare was the only woman I ever feared, or should I say, used to fear. I squinted at her to make myself more intimidating. My tattoos already emanated power and the willingness to use it, but with her, I had to exude more menace. She walked towards me, and even though we were no longer together, her beauty still mesmerized me. True, I had not been in love with her, but it was impossible not to be fascinated by her brown eyes, framed by those dark lashes. The soft flow of her long braided brown hair and her luscious glowing skin heightened the enthrallment. In the darkest of nights, moon turns ago when we were still together, I could trace the curves of her naked body as she lay beside me on the royal bed, as though our twin moons, Luna and Risa, had found their peace at night beneath her skin. Lamare bowed when she was still a few yards away from my throne and then proceeded to prostrate, forehead almost touching the floor. Her skirt gathered around her like a blooming flower, and her right arm was outstretched to hand me her dues, the scroll for the coming fortnight. I stood from the throne and stepped down, yanking the manuscript out of her hand. I could not let her see any sign of weakness. I am McQuinn Storm Aaron, the Emperor of Akea, the one who succeeded her father. Dogan, that burly man, stood by his post. He was looking at her too, probably wondering what Lamare and I were up to, but I ignored him as he was one of my guards, one with so hideous a power, fit only for a child. The only reason I took him as a palace guard was for his brawn. He had a huge body that could cover mine fully. I was, after all, only a man, and an arrow could kill me quickly, but with Dogan blocking the view, I was sure my life would be spared, just like it was in the past. Every citizen had a place in Akea, and if this ugly man's duty was to take on 20 arrows plunging at him and still be able to stand up to fight and protect me, then so be it. My life is far too valuable. Besides, if he did die, nobody would ever miss him. He was so ugly that I think even his mother cringed at the sight of him when he was born. "Stand up, Lamare," I said coldly. I used to school my voice to sound like it was coated with ice, but I noticed that the more storms I brought, the more catastrophes I cast down on Akea, the colder my tone naturally became, as though my voice bore the destruction that befell the land. Lamare struggled to stand. Her face may have been stoic, but I could see past the clouded veils of her eyes. After all this time, she was still afraid of me, and that was good. It was what I needed all along. I cannot allow her to suddenly discern that if she had willed it in the past, she could have easily killed me. And for her to regret that she had not. I glanced outside the chamber's huge windows and saw the bigger of the two moons, Luna, perfectly still in the early morning light, as though hanging on a frame, and the artist has paid great attention to its perfect symmetry. Sisis's heat penetrated the thick palace walls, and even with the coldness that wrapped my heart in anxiety, the heat touched me too, and sweat coursed down my back. I returned to my throne and sat nonchalantly. I could not falter. I opened the scroll, and the cracking of brittle paper filled my ears. I started reading her graceful scripts, examining each turn of events in the next few days, carefully imagining each scene and how it would play out in Akea's history, and how they swayed in my favor as I had instructed. The first line took my attention immediately, but I glanced up as I sensed I was being watched and caught Lamare's eyes. I stared at her, but she held my gaze until perhaps she could not take it any more. She looked down on her lap towards her entwined, dainty fingers. She held my gaze for a few seconds longer. Her courage was growing, and I had to do something about it. Memories. I remember them from more than 10 moon turns ago. When I was so cold and distant from the world, when I was barely a man, and when all I could think about was how to make Akea mine. Northsum was then the emperor. Lamare was the beautiful princess. The emperor's charisma almost overthrew my attempts to rise into power, but I figured a way to outwit Northsum. It was true what the elders said, the better man wins. Always. The plotting was skillful because I was the master of my craft, but if I had to do it again, I would have done something differently. I would have killed Kino instantly regardless of the negotiation I had with Lamare and shut my ears to her pleading. Sparing Kino Amark's life has become a constant source of my worries, pulsing as though it were alive. Because should he manifest his true power, my claim to the throne would be jeopardized. A rebellion may spark, and sparks may turn into a fire that not even the storms that I create can quench. I have seen it happen, a brief glimpse into the future. This is why Kino must remain powerless. Minoan was my province, the wretched place where my father raised me. Across the land, there were mere farmlands and vineyards. Farming was the primary source of income, but my father's power was so limited, flawed even. He could make the land dry, and I failed to see how that could ever benefit a farmer. All the farmlands closed their gates on him because the landowners feared that one mistake from my father could eradicate a season's harvest, and with that, our chance to have a decent life vanished, and we were left to live on scraps. Instead, my father went to the vineyards and waited outside the gates every day to be selected as a grape picker. Luckily he was chosen, and his power would not compromise grape picking. This was the only job he ever could have. When I was 8, my mother ran away because father could not bring enough food to our table. At least, that was what I believed. Being the noblewoman that she was, my mother did not have the patience or the strength of character to give our family a chance. I have grown to believe that she has even detested the life we had together. That day, I was sitting in front of our house, waiting for my parents to return. The dark sky stretched across the horizon, and my father walked, dragging his feet towards me. "Come here, boy," he said. I scooted closer to him, and he took my hand. "Papa. No stories for you tonight, my boy. I'm exhausted. I don't want a story. I want." Father looked at me. "What?" "I want, Mama," I said. Father fell silent and released my hand. "She is not coming back." "But why?" "She said she loves me." "Go inside and sleep." "It's already late," Father commanded. "But..." "Go inside, Wind." I went inside with slumped shoulders. Like what Father exclaimed, Mother never did come back. That was when I became acquainted with a new kind of emotion. I thought it was desperation, the kind that one feels when it is difficult to explain what happened, and yet the longing to relive whatever it was that had been lost was so great. Eventually, that emotion wore off, and I became indifferent. It did not matter anymore if Mother would come back or not. She betrayed us. No explanation could make me love her again. In time, my indifference slowly evolved into a deep-seated, hateful resentment. I started loathing the memory of my mother. The emotion lingered inside me while I was growing up, and at times, I found myself losing control over my power. What was worse was that I didn't even care that I was losing control. It was during these times of full surrender to my rage that I felt truly powerful. When I was old enough to help my father, he took me to one of the vineyards where he worked. It was there that I saw how difficult life would be ahead of us. The wine lord, which was how the vineyard owner was addressed, walked about, sipping on his wine glass while everywhere, people of our rank sweated profusely to earn a few coins. Grape picking was not suitable for Papa and me. There was so much we should be doing. Exploring the world. Traveling. Looking for the lost dragon. Anything but this. I wanted to complain, but I saw in Papa an emotion that I could not define, a kind of determination chiseled deeply onto his hardened face. And so I kept my mouth shut, embarrassed about my thoughts for wanting something better. My mother had been gone from our lives for more than 4 turns of the moon by now, and during that time, I never once saw my father cry. Perhaps he had been trying to protect me by acting strong so that I would not have to worry. He was an honorable man for trying to be an exemplary model to me, but such a man could still have his lapses. It was a hot and humid day, the way it felt when both Luna and Risa reflected Sisis's heat back to Akea. I told my father that I would go to another portion of the vineyard, where I spotted just a few grape pickers, which meant that there was a chance for me to fill more baskets with grapes. I already had 3 full baskets in front of me when I heard a commotion from the part of the vineyard where I had left father. The crowd was yelling. I stopped what I was doing and ran back and saw my father in the middle of the vineyard. All around him, the grapevine's posts were slanted and sticking out from the ground. "You! Get out!" Luca Arindala, the wine lord, yelled at father. He was a thick man, with a beard so long it touched his chest. In his other hand, he held a whip. He raised his hand and hit father on the cheek. It was a strong slap because my father's head twisted, and I saw him wince. I caught my breath, afraid that he would fall unconscious. "I'm sorry. It all happened so fast. The land. It dried up. It's not like I wanted to destroy it," father said in a guttural voice. "And yet you did, you insufferable maggot." The wine lord hit father again, and it was as though the wine lord hit me too. We were poor, but we were not useless, not slaves that anyone could order around to do their whim. Not that low. Never. I ran towards the wine lord and pushed him using my power. He went tumbling several yards away until his body was blocked out of view by a stump. The crowd shifted their gazes from the wine lord to father, and then to me. The wine lord glared at me with fury in his eyes as he struggled to stand up. Out! He yelled. No, master, please don't, father begged as he moved in front of me to protect me. The wine lord rushed forward, and as soon as he was within father's arm's reach, he slapped father. Father started to sob. I could not bear to have my father so shamed by the wine lord, and unawares, I dryly pleaded, please, sir. I apologize. The wine lord leered at me. You pushed me, and yet you think by saying sorry in that tone, I will give you your jobs back? I had no control over my power then, but the heavens must have bled with me. Unknowingly, while my eyes were still closed, I hummed. The melody pierced my ears as though it was coming from somewhere ethereal. The air became moist, surrounding me and then pressing against my body. When I opened my eyes to the heavens, the clouds had started to gather above. Wind, no! Father shouted, pulling at my arm. The other grape pickers around us kept silent, wanting to know what would happen next. The wine lord's bodyguards moved forward, unsheathing their swords. Then Luca squeezed past through them and pushed father. A sting crisscrossed my chest as Luca's whiptail hit me. I lost control. I stopped humming and fed rage into my heart. I had to be cold. I ignored the sounds that came out from one spectator's mouth to the next, murmuring across the vineyard. I ignored the ruckus of the onlookers and the incessant curses of the wine lord. Then it happened. A kind of coldness I had never felt as strongly before suddenly overwhelmed me. Lightning flashed from the sky, shooting down to the vineyard, barely missing the wine lord. The lightning sent the ground bursting upwards, and I fell backward on the impact. Luca fell back to the opposite side. He was gawking at me with eyes that almost popped from their sockets. The people, dazed, shocked, and frightened out of their wits, huddled together, clinging to each other in sheer panic. Wind, please, father begged. You don't need to do this, son. His words failed to assuage my anger, and I laughed at his futile attempt to control me. I was roaring with laughter, feeling the power inside my chest as rage boiled in my veins. And then, suddenly and without warning, an overwhelming sense of calm enveloped me. It was a warm, fuzzy feeling that started in my stomach and spread up to my chest and then down through my veins, finally reaching my fingertips and toes. I looked up to the sky and summoned lightning, but it did not come. Confused, I tried to sort out my emotions. There was no loathing. Instead, I was empty inside. Strange. I was taken aback, surprised to know my hatred, anger, and fear could so quickly leave me. Instead, an emotion I was not so accustomed to lingered inside of me, peace. I did not know that letting go of my usual emotions could feel so relaxing. The people around me had wide eyes that riveted to me as though I was part of a freak show. Or maybe what their eyes registered was not judgment but fear. I could not really tell. A lady with black hair stood out in the crowd. My gaze lingered on her sculpted face, her thin nose, and dark eyes, which were unreadable as they stared right back at me. I pictured my father as he was beaten by the wine lord again and again and again inside my head, and slowly, the storm that was lost started to come to life, but as I continued to gaze at the dark beauty, calm once again quenched my rage. Her face was stoic, a serene mask. I surprised myself when I lifted my hands to summon lightning, but instead of the electric current flashing from the sky, I slowly fanned out my arms, willing rain to fall to the ground. Water poured from the sky and touched the aridity that my father had caused. The vines responded to the rain in a minute, absorbing the nourishment that I was bringing. I could swear that the leaves became greener than when we first started picking out the grapes. Oh, my gods! Blessings! Luca said, ecstatic. My lad, you will make me rich. His words were to compliment my power, but I did not care for any of them. I was looking at father. He had been scared for a while, afraid that the turmoil inside my chest would flow out freely because I still had no control over my power. But now, looking at his eyes, I got an affirmation for what I had done. You have your toils back. The wine lord yelled, and the crowd grew silent once more. The wine lord's bodyguards sheathed their swords back into their scabbards. I walked towards my father and offered a hand to help him up. He was jittery on his feet, and I had to put my arm around his waist to steady him. "I don't need your toil," I said defiantly to the wine lord. "What? You cannot refuse such an offer." "This," the wine lord said, extending his hands, gesturing around his vineyard, "is what your power is for. We can be partners. Your wage shall increase if you do what it was you showed us." "No. Wind, we need the labor, at least for a while. Please, I beg you, take what the wine lord has so graciously offered," Father said. His eyes were fixed upon mine, drawing out from me a response that I did not want to give. But how could I refuse Father and his simple request? It did not matter that the huge man in front of me was the epitome of slavery. "Only for you, Papa," I said slowly, considering. "Good. Good," Luca said, his face splitting into a huge grin. "Please kneel to seal our agreement." Father fell on his knees to comply, his hand pulling me down with him while I struggled to keep my ground. "I will, but you will also have to kneel," I said to the wine lord. "To seal the deal between equals." I was nervous as I said the words. It was the first time I had ever negotiated with a powerful man. "Equals? That's preposterous." I knelt in front of Luca as he kept on rambling about how rich he was and how we were only servants who were showered with ill-deserved gifts from the gods. As I stared at him, I could no longer control myself. I summoned air and shoved it against his back. He swayed until he lost balance and fell to his knees right in front of us. His face was a confused mess. "What the?" "It is done then," I said. In a louder voice, I added, "a partnership." The crowd around us cheered because they knew that I could make the vineyard flourish with my power, which only meant more grapes to harvest and more compensation for all of them. One of the onlookers asked for my name, and they passed it on from one mouth to the next until everybody knew who I was. And that was when it dawned on Luca that he could no longer contest my terms. Our deal was sealed by the 100 witnesses chanting my name. After the incident at the vineyard, the lady with black hair and dark eyes approached me. She seemed older than I, but not by many moon turns. "Is it always like this?" she asked. I looked up, shying away from her. "What do you mean, my lady?" "The storm. The rage?" she asked, cocking an eyebrow at me. I shook my head. "Worse then?" I looked up again. I was sitting on the ground, and she loomed over me. I felt like I did not deserve to be spoken to by such a lady. "No." She laughed, and it was the most soothing sound I had ever heard in my life. "I'm Saul," she said as she extended her hand. I never felt hands so soft before, aside from a faint memory of my mother's. "I'm Wind," I replied. She sat on the ground beside me. "That's quite a fitting name. It suits you." The people around us were busily picking grapes as though nothing had happened. Their fear of the earlier incident seemed to have been replaced by a buoyant attitude after learning of my partnership with the wine lord. "Are you from here?" I asked, and then almost forgetting myself, I quickly added, "my lady." She smiled again. I wondered how a woman's teeth could be so white and perfect. "No, but I have duties on this land." "Oh. All right. I think I can teach you how to control your power." This made me pause. No one had ever bothered to talk to me about powers in the past. "How?" I asked. Controlling my power was quite a challenge for me to learn. Like what the scholars said, haphazard powers, although powerful, proved to be the hardest to harness. "Here." She poked a finger to my chest. "What's inside is going to help you control your power. Don't think about harnessing its strength if you have yet to master control over it first. Otherwise, there will be chaos. Fear is an obstruction that's difficult to break through, but you will be free and more confident to conquer your strength once you have done so. You have to control from deep within, from your heart." Oddly, I understood clearly what she was trying to say. It was difficult to explain. But when I was angry, my rage flowed through my veins, and it was this rage pumping at my heart that gave me the feeling that I could burn entire villages to the ground with a single summon of lightning. I use it to guide me, I said, referring to my heart. But usually, I'm too angry at the world to focus on controlling my power. I found myself gazing into her dark eyes. I was unsure if it was her face, her black eyes, her serene face, or her voice that calmed me down. Her face was pure serenity, a stark contrast to the angry storm clouds that hovered above. Let me show you how. She moved closer to me, her skirt dragging as she leaned forward. She placed a hand on my chest. Now, close your eyes. I did as I was told, and after a few seconds, her hands warmed my chest. When she looked at me earlier, I felt peace, an emotion I could put a name to. But when her hand softly and yet firmly pressed against my chest, my heart thudded in fast rhythms, making me feel weak and unmindful of everybody else. I could not understand any of it. It was surreal, and I got lost in the moment. There was something so calming and nurturing about Saul that when I opened my eyes and looked up to the sky, the storm clouds were gone. Instead, Sisis was shining brightly. Luna and Risa were like two guardians mirroring each other's movements on opposite ends of the horizon. You made the storm go away, said Saul proudly. Although the storm was also your creation. A burst of melodious laughter escaped her lips. I was awed. I could not believe what I had done. I always knew I could destroy things with my power, but I never thought I could reverse them. When you're done admiring yourself, I could teach you more, she said. My mouth was wide open as I looked at her. She was serious. Her dark eyes glittered, and this time, I was able to read past her serene mask. She was happy. And as for me, I was quite taken by this lady. Grapes. More grapes. Then barrels, hundreds of them. Thousands even. No matter where I turned, I would see them, and I felt proud of what my father and I had achieved. Papa and I were not rich yet. That was still a distant promise, but we were no longer grape pickers. On some days, I even hold a whip and walk around the vineyard. The feeling of authority made me feel lightheaded, a kind of addiction that I began to like. During those days, I found comfort with Saul. I never asked her what her ability was, but I had a pretty good hunch. I think it had something to do with serenity. With calmness. Because no matter how gloomy my mood was, she could make it lighter. It was another ordinary day at the vineyard, and I was looking forward to spending time with Saul. I watched her from a distance and smiled to myself before moving closer to her. Her long, curly, black hair flowed down her back, the ends touching her waist. She was wearing a white dress that was tight at the waist but loose everywhere else. All that was missing was a crown atop her head, and she could have passed for a goddess. There was a certain tenderness that I felt towards her. Perhaps she sensed that I was looking at her too intently because right before I reached her, she glanced at me, a smile painted on her face. "Wind," she said. "There's something that I'm dying to show you." Her smile grew wider. "Is it something you learned by following your heart?" I nodded. Then I opened my arms, gathered scoops of air, formed an invisible pair of hands, and lifted her at the waist. "Oh my!" She laughed. I moved her towards me with the invisible pair of hands made from the air around us. "Put me down." "It's not funny anymore," she said. For a while, she seemed to be concentrating until I understood what she was doing. "Your power won't work on me," I said. "You see, I'm happy and calm already." I spread out my hands and laughed. Then I let the air holding her up vanish, and she fell into my already outstretched arms. Saul looked up at me. "You shouldn't do that to me again," she said in a chastising tone. Her warm body felt like home to me. "I thought you would like it," I said before adding, "but not as much as you're going to like what's going to happen next." "Oh, don't be presumptuous, Mr. Aaron," she said before giggling. I had practiced that line inside my head for months. Being younger than Saul, I was always intimidated by her carefree spirit and beauty, but the moment she had sat beside me months ago and taught me how to control my ability, I knew that she was perfect for me. We could grow old together, in power, an ideal complement to each other. She looked at me like she was trying to read my mind, and in a way, I guess she did. She stopped laughing, and when I moved my lips closer to her, she leaned forward and met me halfway for a kiss. I knew that to kiss her was my destiny because I felt complete the moment our lips touched. Then from afar, I heard a commotion that had become an all too familiar sound lately. My father's voice tore the calmness of the surroundings. Saul broke away from the kiss and pulled at my hand as we ran towards the source of the uproar. The crowd had started to gather, and we squeezed in, trying to take our position in the audience. The smell of sweat filled the air. The humidity was getting to all of us, and maybe I should do something about it. Perhaps I could make it drizzle later. "Marcella. Please!" Father shouted. Saul clutched tightly at my arm as though to let me know that she was there for me. My father was drunk. This happened every time he closeted himself with a barrel of wine. I loosened myself from Saul's grip and walked towards my father. "Come on, Father. Let's go home." Father looked at me with red eyes that could not seem to focus. "Why won't she come home, Wind? I'm tired of waiting for her, son," he sobbed. It was unsettling to see him that way. My mother was of noble blood, and she once chose this man over all the riches of the world, but a woman had to follow her heart, or her mind for that matter. Comfort was something everybody was willing to pay the price for, even if it meant giving up on one's family. Seeing my father like this made me loathe my mother even more. The only suffering that remained in our family was her. I helped father to his feet, and Saul came towards us to assist me. She smelled of mint herbs. When she took my father's other arm and put it on her shoulder, he only cried louder. "My dear Marcella. When will you come home?" He groaned in between breaths. I shook my head and pitied my father. "Marcella. I had to do something about this. Maybe ask her to come home with me. Maybe our family could still be saved. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe." Lost in thoughts, I turned to look at Saul after she pinched me on my torso. I raised an eyebrow to ask her why she had done that. Instead of answering, she gazed at the sky, and I saw the storm clouds. "What are you looking at?" I shouted at the grape pickers. "Go back to your grape picking. We're not handing out wages, so you can just stand and watch." I trembled as I said that, my eyes blazing with fury. "Wind," Saul whispered. I heard her, and I choked on my anger and pushed it down somewhere I could not reach it. I looked at Saul, to the brightness that she exuded, and I remembered myself. "Forgive me, Saul," I whispered. Saul did not respond. I did the right thing. This was what needed to be done. I scanned the scroll until I was sure I understood everything written on it. I could see no loopholes in it. What I was holding in my hands was the scroll that spoke of what would happen to Akea in the next 14 days, a strategy to ensure that power would always be mine. Now, to make them all come true. I pointed with my forefinger to the words on the scroll and summoned lightning until a small dose of it came shooting out of my fingertip. As soon as the sparks hit the scripts, they burned the words and sealed them as prophecies. Akea would always be mine. I glanced at Lamare. She was seated with her eyes on mine, waiting for instructions. Dogen was still at the door, talking with someone else. No matter how far I had sunk into darkness, I would never forget that sweet voice. Dogen moved aside, and I saw Saul's serene face. Saul, the only woman that my heart ever sang for, with a face as beautiful a melody as her name.
Chapter 9, Penchant Thoughts. Saul Douglas. "Your Majesty, my apologies, but Lady Saul insists on seeing you," Dogen said. He glanced at Lamare and then back to Wind as though my visit was an intrusion. It was hard to stay angry when one's power was calmness. I could make people calm by touching them, saying soothing words, or merely looking at them. Earlier, Dogen would not move from his post even after I told him that Wind and I had an appointment today. But when I started using my power on him, Dogen's arguments were replaced by a welcoming attitude, and he even presented me to Wind immediately. Surely, he was learning proper behavior. Let her in, Dogen. See Lamare out. Wind's voice sounded like steel. Lamare stood up. Wind, Your Highness, another fortnight? She asked. And I hated her for calling the Emperor by his first name. It broke my heart into 1,000 pieces. Why did he let a lowly scribe call him Wind? It was a mystery I could never figure out. Wind's eyebrows shot up. As part of the agreement. Why? Your Grace, I request a full month to come up with something more. She paused as though searching for the right word, creative. Besides, the trips to the palace are long, and I get tired easily. The brown-haired girl with her matching brown eyes must have sprouted courage overnight, but there was a slight tension on her shoulders, as though she was afraid of what Wind would say, but knew all too well nonetheless that she had to try. No, a fortnight just like what we agreed upon, or I'll take it that you no longer agree to your part of the bargain, Wind shot back. I wondered for the 100th time what this agreement could be. Whenever I asked Wind, he said that it was of great importance to the future of Akea, but never has he shared what it was with me. Lamare's mouth opened in protest. Her throat moved as she swallowed air, but instead of a retort, she nodded curtly before turning away. Her behavior was a mystery as well. She may be the royal scribe, but to me, she was still an ordinary Akean, and yet, sometimes, her actions seemed more appropriate for someone who could rule Akea. There was something regal about her demeanor which I found highly odd for a commoner. Dogen followed her out, and the pair made an unusual sight. Such a big ugly man is escorting a pristine, beautiful woman, a lady in rags and a beast in armor. If I had not been feeling so calm, I would have laughed. Saul, I don't have time for you. I spent half a day going over the future of Akea, Wind said. His voice was soft, a bare whisper. He was dismissing me already. The steely note to his voice was gone by now. I was unsure if it were my power or if he still remembered some of the tenderness he had for me in the past, before ambition conquered his mind. Before he rose to power. Before all of this. I've only just arrived, and here you are already closing your doors on me? I made my voice falter because I knew the breaks in my voice stirred something in his chest. He had never wanted to hurt me. He went back to his throne and sat, eyes calculating. You and I, it is no more, Saul, he said coldly. I'm not here to reminisce about the past, but as I have pledged my services to the Emperor of Akea, I'm here to serve, Your Grace. I have whores. I don't need affection. The steel in his tone was back. I closed my eyes to remain calm. To not argue with him, to not fight. Because I couldn't make him see sense anymore. He had become a different person from the Wind I used to know. He used to stand for what he believed in. He used to fight for his rights, but as soon as he held power, everything that he once stood for vanished, including any fondness he had left for me. Wind once said that he wanted me beside him because he needed me. That when everything in his person was in turmoil, I was the only one who could make his heart grow still, helping him remember the quiet moments and those days of happiness that we shared. And because I loved him, I stayed. I had not realized how far he had run away from me, but it was a distance that could not be bridged by being with him for a few hours in a week. Sometimes, I wish that Wind had not become emperor. It sounds selfish, but I sometimes catch myself wanting things to go back to the way they were before. Wind had only told me that Northson was gone, but nobody knew how he died. Wind told me it was fate that he became emperor. He never told me anything more. He has a dozen moods, and there were times that he could be cruel, but I never believed him to be a murderer. The conundrum still hung in the air, though. How did Northson die? Where was his body? The former emperor was not unwell, and there had been no open opposition to his reign. Rumors spread in the palace that it was Wind who killed Northson, but I discredited it. Wind may be mayhem itself, but his heart was still intact. I told myself this every day. A moon turn after Northson had vanished, Lamare started coming to the palace to meet with Wind. Each time, she presented him with a scroll. As royal scribe, I expected her to join in palace meetings, but she was never an attendee. Neither did she write down any directives, or new policies, or new rules. Instead, every fortnight, she and Wind met with Dogen, who guarded the entrance. No one was permitted to enter the chambers while they were in discussion. The scrolls held all the answers, I was sure of it. I looked at the ashes that gathered near the foot of the throne. There were no more traces of what had been written on them. Someday I'll get a hold of a scroll, I told myself. A man needs love. That was all I could say, and it seemed to connect to the old wind I knew. He blinked, and his face lost the hostility it held earlier. Stay with me tonight. I was surprised, but it was what I wanted to hear. Without much thought, I replied, as I vowed a long time ago. I walked towards him and knelt when only a few feet separated me from the throne. He rose and took my hand. He kissed me, and I got lost in the kiss that brought him back to me. I hoped that the calmness would chase away his darkness, and he would always find his place with me. I remember the day Wind found his father drunk, sobbing over Marcella's loss. She had not died, but somehow I wished that she did because it was more painful to be left behind for no reason at all. Wind told me that he was only 8 when his mother went away, and deep down, I knew that she was not coming back. More than likely, her life had moved on without both of them. Urging Marcella to return to their lives might have been as futile as a carpenter's attempt to build a house with just one nail. That was one of the times I saw Wind seething. The first was when the wine lord had slapped his father. The second was when his father was drunk and sobbing like a child, saying how Marcella would never return to their cottage in Minoan. Perhaps in frustration, Wind shouted at the grape pickers. It was odd because Wind had always respected the lower ranks since he was also one of them not so long ago. Sometimes, I feared that the storm inside of him would spin out of control. But I always convinced myself that with me by his side to balance out his storms, he could be appeased. Wind was sitting in front of the cottage, his face unreadable. He had just come back from plucking some grapes with his father. He was only 16 moon turns then, 4 moons younger than I was. Slowly, I moved to where he was, and he acknowledged my presence by resting his forehead against my shoulder after I sat down beside him. His tensed muscles relaxed. Wind's gray hair was cut quite short, and it made him look like he belonged in the sky with Luna and Risa. He seemed to be one with the clouds. He exhaled, and my heart went out to him. "Are you all right?" I asked. "I feel better now." He looked at me. "If I didn't have you beside me, I think I would have exploded by now." "I'm here. I'll always be here for you." He looked away and picked up a stone in front of him, pulling his arm back before throwing the stone away. "I'll go to Marcella. I think I can give Papa anything he wants." It dawned on me that crafting storms is such a potent power. There are no limits. I can command the air, water, fire, in a way, through lightning. And if I think about it, my power befits a leader. An emperor. I froze. I had never heard him talk that way before. At least not about being an emperor. Marcella is nobly born. That makes me partly noble too. I can be an emperor. Your power has great potential. I agree. But think about it. Nordsom has an heir. A girl. Are we going to let a girl rule Akea? She will be wed when the right time comes. The emperor will find her a suitable partner. It has always been like that, a partnership with one of the strongest houses. Wind kept still. Perhaps he was considering what I said. Nordsom's daughter had only seen one turning of the moon. It will still be a long way before she becomes ready to marry. Wind's jaw was set in determination, and I could not read what he must have been thinking. The notion of being an emperor might have gnawed at him. "What do you plan on doing with your mother?" I asked. "I'll go to Amare. If I have to beg Marcella to come home with me, I will." His eyes were again veiled with a tinge of anger or maybe a deep-rooted pain. Sometimes, it was impossible to read him. I squeezed his hand, willing him to settle down with his emotions, passing some of the calmness that I was feeling onto him. It worked. His eyes returned to their former state, sad and wanting. He looked at me. "Will you go to Amare with me?" I should have said yes. I should have never let him out of my sight because I knew that his temper could so quickly consume him. Instead, I stared into his eyes, kissed him lightly on the lips, and passed on to him another surge of calmness, hoping that it would linger longer in his heart. Shaking my head, I said, "This is between you and your mother. I'm sure that when she sees you, her boy, her heart will yearn to be with you and your father." He smiled at me, and his gray eyes brightened. "You always know the right things to say." He caressed my cheek and pulled me closer. "Wait," he said, and then he stood up. I saw him leaning towards the rose bushes. He picked 3 flowers. He was smiling as he crouched in front of me. "Because you are special to me," he said, a rare smile painted on his lips. When the storm in his heart was not stirring, his words could bring me to a place where even my usual composed self was caught off guard. I smiled as I took the flowers and smelled them, only to remember a bit too late that I was allergic to them. Any type. Any color. Any beautiful flowering bud. I sneezed, and in seconds, my eyes watered. Are you all right? I'm sorry, Wynne said. I didn't know. I shook my head and stood up. No, it's allergies. I knew what would happen next. How could I be so careless? Just because the flowers came from Wynne did not mean that it would spare me my usual reaction to these horrid living things. As soon as I stood up, my fear materialized. With watery eyes, I looked around, the surroundings barely registering to my eyesight. Nausea followed. Then I collapsed into Wynne's arms. I woke up in bed with a bad case of the flu that night. The room was dark, and the only source of light was a dimly lit lamp atop the bedside table. The window was open to let the breeze into my room. I found Wynne beside my bed. He smiled sheepishly as soon as our eyes locked. I was worried. I didn't know you hated flowers so much, he said, reaching out to touch my red, swollen face. I lingered in his warm touch and closed my eyes for a while. Not hate them, I said. Hate them only when they come from me, he teased. I smiled at him to let him know that I was fine. Here. I got you something else, he said, and handed me a bunch of leaves that were arranged haphazardly with some thin, pointed leaves protruding from what was made to look like a bouquet. I could not help myself but laugh, and soon, he joined in as well. Those were the better moments, the ones that hold a special place in my heart. If I had known that there would be so few of them, I would have prayed for time to freeze. But all that is in the past. I was left unawares that so soon, Wynne would lose his temper again, so much so that he allowed himself to ravish the entire province of Amer, his mother's home. My flu was gone the following day, and when I stood up and looked at myself in the mirror, the redness and swelling of my face had vanished. The bouquet of leaves Wynne gave me last night actually looked endearing as it stood on the bedside table. A note sat beside it, saying that he would be on his way to Amer to see his mother and that we would celebrate when he returned with his mother. He asked me to help organize a festivity on day 2 of his absence because he expected that they would be back by then. I asked Gorio, Wynne's father, to help me with the preparations. I never told him the reason behind the celebration, except that when his son returned, he would expect some sort of festivities for the household. His forehead creased, but he just nodded without asking me any more questions. It was different with Luca. He started by shouting and cursing me for taking him for a fool. When I handed him the number of barrels of wine that we would need for the event, he went ballistic. His eyes grew wider, if that was still possible, and every time he opened his mouth to yell, a good amount of saliva spurted out. He said that even if wind could make it rain before the moon's full turning, wind would not be able to replenish and age wine soon enough to pay for the laborers' wages. Of course, that was an exaggeration on his part, and I had been expecting that, so when he opened his foul mouth once again, I used my power to calm him down. He froze momentarily, closed his eyes, visibly shivered, and when he opened his eyes, it was as though he was seeing me for the first time that day. 100 barrels? Surely, wind will want more, he said. I suppressed a smile. 100 is enough. Before my power on him wore off, I asked him to sign the paper instructing the release of the 100 barrels of wine. On the second day of Wind's absence, everything was set. On the main table where I expected Wind would be seated, I had flowers arranged on top of the table. I decided that I would not join them there today so that the family could reunite and have some privacy. The reconciliation would make Wind so happy, and with no more hatred in his heart, he would finally be able to control his power more skillfully. There would be fewer reasons for him to be ill-tempered. He would become a better man. When evening came, and there was still no sign of Wind, I asked a few of the laborers to help Gorio and me cover the table arrangements, leaving them in place so that at any time Wind and Marcella arrived, the area would be ready. Wind could cast bolts of lightning in the sky, which were suitable replacements for fireworks. I slept lightly that night, hoping that they would arrive soon. When I woke up the following day, the sky was still dark as the morning had yet to break from my room's window. But since sleep was proving elusive, I got up and waited for Wind and his mother outside the cottage. It was difficult to wait because there was no means for us to communicate. All I could do was sit outside the cabin and wait for their return. I saw some faint movements in the darkness, a silhouette of a man who seemed to be taking his time walking. When my eyes adjusted to the dimness of the surroundings, I recognized Elder Mayan Dilo. He was almost hunched as he walked, his hair ashen. I had never known anyone so well endowed with intelligence and understanding of the world, so much so that he could shake me in my shell of serenity. Elder Mayan was a member of the Elders Guild, an independent group of wise men and women supported by the Akeans for their wisdom, teachings, and practical approach to all sorts of issues. There were instances that people chose to seek their assistance instead of the palaces, and it was known all over the land that even the palace relied on the elders' guidance and teachings. "Elder Mayan," I said, bowing to show my respect. "Saul," he said. He gazed up at the dark sky and turned his head to the left as though trying to make out a noise. He closed his eyes and whispered something that was not in the native tongue. The words sounded garbled as wispy sounds escaped his mouth. It was eerie that he talked to no one and said things nobody understood. Why couldn't he contain his thoughts inside his head? When Elder Mayan opened his eyes, he looked at me, and it seemed as though he wanted to tell me something. There was a ladybug near his ear. It was completely still on his neck, so much so that I thought it was a tattoo. I reached out to swat it, but Elder Mayan's hand shot up. "The ladybug is a friend, Lady Saul." "My apologies, Elder Mayan." I retreated. "There is a storm in the northeast. I could not pinpoint it exactly, just that it's there, and I've been told that the water level is rising fast. It could be dangerous." My mouth hung open. "You never cease to amaze me, Elder Mayan, but with all due respect, how did you learn of this?" "I have sources. Friends." There was a pause when he said it. I sensed some hesitation in him. "Is wind here?" he asked. My heart started beating rapidly, but calmness won over it. "No. Wind left 3 days ago, and he went," I paused. "To Amer. The province lay in the northeast of Akea." Elder Mayan watched my reaction, but I was impassive in an instant. "Such a coincidence, then. I thought I should tell you," he said. I watched as he started walking away. A bird flew and rested on his shoulder. I thought it would fly away again. Instead, another bird flew and perched on the other side of his shoulder. It was midday, and there was still no sign of wind. Goryeo looked worried, but he did not speak about it with me. When we were alone, we talked very little. The only thing that connected us was our affection towards wind, nothing else. I had never liked Goryeo. Maybe it was because I despised how he sobbed like a child when he was drunk and that he was a constant source of Wind's worries. The moons paled, and darkness slowly spread across the sky. Still, there was no sign of wind. Goryeo pointed to the sky. "Saul, look up," he said. A cloud formation was moving across the horizon, splitting the sky and disturbing the other, softer cottony wisps of cloud scattered above. It stopped right above us, and after a brief pause, wantonly descended upon us. We ran to escape from whatever it was that swooped down. Then it crashed yards away from us. It was cloud-like, we thought, but when we moved closer and the fog had thinned, we saw Wind, feet apart, hunched, and with his head bowed down. "Wind!" I shouted, running towards him immediately. "No!" he shouted back. He threw lightning, and it struck a tree a few yards away from me. Goryeo winced as if lightning had struck him. From a distance, I could feel Wind's emotions, his turmoil, and I summoned with all my strength to bring my power to its full extent, pushing my limits. I tried to touch him even from afar, through my mind and heart. I did, but when my power touched him, I recoiled. He was so angry that my heart instantly burned with the hurt he was feeling. "Everybody who crosses me shall suffer. Nobody deserves to do this to me. To Father. Nobody." Wind was enraged, so I did the next best thing, I sang. It was a melody, only tunes, no words. It seemed to work. Wind stopped shouting, and eventually, I was no longer afraid to approach him. Goryeo was watching us, but I was already oblivious to my surroundings as I walked closer to Wind. I knelt and clutched his head onto my chest upon reaching him. "My dear Wind," I whispered softly to his ears. "What did you do?" He pulled away from me, only enough so that he could look me in the eye. His eyelids fluttered before they opened, and I saw the young man I loved, the one that was so vulnerable, whose passion was so strong it scared even me. Marcella wouldn't come home with me. I was standing at the gates of her palace, and she wouldn't let me in. I knocked on her gates, but the guards wouldn't even acknowledge me. So I made a scene outside. That was when she came down. He paused and swallowed. We had the same eyes. It was like looking in a mirror. But her eyes told me she didn't want me. She didn't even talk to me. As soon as her eyes met mine, she cringed visibly as if I were some sort of a horrible reminder of her past, and, Wind shuddered, his body breaking into spasms as I held him against me. She went back in. Not one word. Not one cratty word. Hush, I said. I'm with you now. It will be all right. That's when I lost it, Saul. I didn't mean to. But I lost it. I never knew how powerful I could be. But in a matter of minutes, I was throwing down lightning on the palace. The soldiers were scared, but there were so many of them. They overpowered me and pinned me to the ground. But I wasn't finished. I called storms. The heavens thundered and rain fell in torrents. I was so angry that I didn't remember feeling any other emotion apart from my rage against my mother. Water rose. There was flooding in a mare, and I was floating in a cloud. When I looked down, I saw that the first floor of the palace was already submerged, and people from nearby houses were climbing onto their rooftops. I was cold from terror. It was the darkness that consumed me. I can't afford to lose it again like that, no matter how angry I get. So many people, Saul, crying for help, he said, sobbing. I don't know how many people died. I did not dare to look back. I flew away from it all. I don't even know how I managed to come back here, he continued, his voice breaking. Even though my face had gone pale, I did not allow him to see how distraught I was. I closed my eyes and bit my lip. My dear heart. I hummed, and he relaxed, hugging me. That was when I saw that his body was severely matted with blood, wounds ripped his arms, chest, and back. You're bleeding all over. I'll bring you to Amaya. She will know what to do with your wounds. Saul, I hate myself for it. Please, please, he had broken away from my embrace, and the veins on his arms protruded as he gripped me. Please, Saul. Promise me. When you are with me, you can control me somehow. Pacify me. Please. Please promise me. Don't leave me, I need you. You are my only light. I brushed back his tousled hair and drew my hand down to caress his face. I should not have let him go to his mother alone. At that moment, I realized that I had to use my power on him each time to prevent him from falling into the darkness. That was when I made the ultimate vow. I promise I will always stay with you. It was too great a promise, but it was when I was confident that I would never break. I helped him stand up. Amaya would need a lot of herbs and oils to heal him. The wounds were the least of my worries, though. Nordstrom. The palace guards. Marcella. They were my fears. The news would travel to the emperor's palace, especially since it was a royal family that had suffered such horrific violence. We only had a matter of days before Wind would have to face whatever punishment the Canellan palace would deem suitable. I wondered how in the world I would protect him. 100 barrels of wine. All lost in a festivity that never even happened? Luca bellowed from the front yard. I ran outside the cottage to get to where the commotion was coming from. Luca, not now. Please. It was Wind's voice. How dare you? That was more than your share of the vineyard's produce. And the agreement was you have a share for only a puny percentage. How in the world do you plan on giving back what actually belongs to me? Luca was a few feet away from Wind, glaring at him like a madman. Wind was the exact opposite. He had his torso wrapped in bandages, and he was barefoot. His forehead was wrinkled, but he did not seem to be angry. At least not yet. What I found as a surprise was that Amaya, the healer, let Wind out in this condition. Luca, I'll talk to you about the barrels, I said. Luca turned to me, eyes squinting and almost shut, with drops of spittle spurting out in a trajectory that would have put a cannonball to shame. No. You trickster. You're the one who had me sign the release of 100 barrels. I will not have anything to do with you. He pointed an accusatory finger at me, but it did not stop me until I reached Wind's side and held his hand. I was surprised to find that he was still calm. Most of the barrels are still intact. I will return them to you. I'm certain I can give back more than half of them, I said. Your filthy hands touch my barrels. You may return them, but I will not cancel the debt, he said, leering at me. Next month, you will not have a share. Wynn's hand clutched mine tighter. I accept, Wynne said. Huh? Luca said. I said, I accept. It's only fair. I got more than my share this month, so next month there'll be none. Good. Good. But return the remaining barrels to the stockhouse. That will not happen. Since you will charge me for the entire withdrawal of barrels, I will not return what's left in my custody. But Saul agreed. I said no. Now, you will leave or... What? Are you going to strike a lightning bolt at me? You haven't changed at all. Do you think that wearing better clothes has put you on equal footing with me? You are mistaken, peasant. It doesn't. You are what you have always been, an insufferable ruffian. As though the insult was not enough, Luca went on laughing, clutching at his bulging stomach. He was no fun to watch. His laughter grew louder as he made a wheezing sound as though calling wine a ruffian was such a laughing matter. I should have used my power on Luca instead. Wynn's face had colored a deep red, and he was clutching my hand so tightly. It's not worth it. Please, I whispered to Wind. Wynn's jawline was set hard as he glared at me. He ridiculed me. I won't let this pass. I embraced him and used all I had to make him calm. But it did not work in the way I had hoped. His anger diminished, but not so much. Wind, please. What? Huh? Luca said. His face was now flushed from making fun of Wind. Then, with a leer on his plump face, he started walking away. A gust of wind caught Luca, and he went tumbling forward. He stood up, and blood trickled down the side of his face. His mouth was hanging open, and if his eyes could shoot out venom, we would have died on the spot. You will find your place once I tell the Emperor of this incident. I have had enough of your arrogance. He shouted as he started to brush off the dust from his tunic. Another gust of wind blew. It was harder this time, and Luca did another somersault. It seemed impossible that Luca's body could be carried by air. Wind did not stop hauling Luca. The wine lord cried when invisible whips started flogging his body. When his garments had been torn and blood covered his body, Wind used the air to carry Luca right in front of us. Ugly, red welts and gaping wounds covered the wine lord's body. Your life or the vineyard? Wind's voice was like hardened steel. You are a fool, Luca said, angry but shaken. Blood dripped from his chin down to the ground. Another whip of air struck him across his face this time, and he moaned in agony. You have no air. Should you die, I'll own this vineyard just the same, Wind said. It matters not if I kill you or spare you today. I'll still have the vineyard either way. The only difference is timing. Luca's lower lip trembled. His eyes were suddenly moist. Release me, he choked. Say it. Say that the vineyard is mine. Wind said. Luca belched blood, and he gurgled. He coughed, and when he stopped, he slowly nodded. Yours, he barely whispered. My thoughts were only on Wind and Luca. I had not noticed the crowd that gathered around us, witnessing everything. Everyone. You have just heard that this man has surrendered to me today, his vineyard. I am now your wine lord. All of you will do as I say, Wind shouted. Gorio's mouth thinned as he watched his son. The crowd stirred uncomfortably. I embraced Wind tightly, my eyes were closed, and my arms tightened around him. Then I tried getting support from everyone around me, measuring their level of calmness, but all I felt in them was fear. Not one soul was able to lend me the serenity I sought. I closed my eyes tighter and mustered all of my strength to pull calmness into one space and shove it inside Wind's tortured soul. His body lost some of its tension. I touched his heart, the burning emotion inside, and doused the fire from within him. Something stung my back as though a whip had hit me. I flinched as the searing pain coursed along the wound on my back. Nobody was close enough to me to do that. I reached behind me and then brought my hand up in front of my face. I stared in horror at the thick red fluid that stained my fingers, my blood. Was this how we were going to survive? Would restraining Wind each time he had an episode leave an ugly scar on my back? It was as though the anger inside him needed to free itself, and the only conduit who could provide an escape for it was my body. We all paid our dues, And maybe this was how I was intended to pay for mine, the price of love. I looked at Luca. He was hugging himself and letting out curses that he meant for no one to hear. Nobody dared tend to him. Everybody was afraid of Wind now. Amaya, please see that Master Luca gets the help he needs, I said. Wind stood up and walked away. I did not know where he was going, but at that moment, I did not bother to follow him at all. One scar for today was enough. I shook my head, realizing that it was not just my back that bled. So did my heart.
Chapter 10 The Past Unfolded McQuinn Storm Aaron. The night was as dark as ever, but the stars littered the skies, adorning the evening's black blanket with blinking lights. I got up from the bed, carefully easing my left arm underneath Saul's head, and slipped myself off the bed to avoid waking her. I gazed at her face for a moment, and she reminded me of the good side of my life, one without complications, one where all that mattered was love. I fought the urge to go back and lie beside her. I had to be careful. She could destroy all that I had worked so hard for. My struggle to become the emperor was not an easy one. I had to rise from the ashes and make a name for myself. My clothes were gathered by the foot of the bed on the carpeted floors. I quickly scooped them up and put them on. I allowed myself a few more moments of peace with Saul, enough to reconnect with the beauty of her unmarred soul. As I summoned a cloud outside my chamber window, I shot one last look at her as she lay in my bed, her body a stark beauty enveloped by the darkness of my room. Enough, I told myself. And then, I went far away from her before I started remembering all that I had lost with her. I was still unsure if giving up on it was worth it. There are many success stories about a man's life. How a good one turns bad. How a bad person goes insane. How a soul conquers goodness. Or greatness. Because the truth is, the definition of success is relative. Some people are born downright evil. I knew of some, like Luca Arindola, who only had his mind set on owning the world through his riches. He did not mind if the laborers were unhappy because he knew that whatever happened, his peasant laborers would have no recourse to live but through the toils that he offered. But they are strong people, who despite the unfortunate events that came upon their lives, will never compromise their principles and easily refuse to see the world in a different light. Alas, I am not one of them. The moment that Luca slapped Papa, I realized that I could be so unforgiving, and that my heart was probably as tainted as the wine lord's himself. It was the wrong emotion, I know, but it was also something that I could never rid myself of. I could never allow Luca to treat us like that. Remembering the incident made me angry once again, and the effect of my anger on the weather was not short of appalling. Sometimes I could be too strong, like now, as I rode a cloud, with the stars shying away from me. Marcella. Why did she ever leave us? When I was 8, I remembered her as a loving wife to father and a doting mother to me. Then one day, she went away. There were no words spoken between her and father, and from what I know, she never even bothered to reach out to us again. My heart constricted. I had no intentions of hating the noblewoman who gave birth to me. But sometimes, when someone is left behind by someone you trust, hate becomes an emotion you simply cannot escape. That damn Luca. I was unaware that he owned so many vineyards scattered all over Akea. When I took his vineyard in Minoan, he went to Rudia, and when he had gathered enough treasures, he went to the Canellan Palace and sought an audience with Northsome. He asked Northsome to write off my name in Akea's list of citizens, but he never succeeded. The audacity of that vile man. He said that I used my power to threaten and beat the air out of him. Well, the latter, I definitely did. If I had known that he would tell Emperor Northsome about what had happened, I would have killed Luca then and there. But Saul was there during my encounter with Luca, and I felt that she did not want me to harm him more than I already did. Her power was so beyond me. I had to fight the waves of calmness that steadily seeped through my gut that tried to suppress the storms within me. There were a few moments that proved Saul's allegiance to me, but there was one that stood out from the rest. I could still hear the voices and feel the wounds gnawing at my skin. The tension and fear from the day when a group of soldiers came to Minoan for my arrest are still a fresh memory. McQuinn storm Aaron? A soldier asked the laborers. One of the grape pickers pointed to my cottage. From where father was sitting, he stood and greeted them. Why are you looking for him, sir? He asked politely. His Grace, the Lord Emperor, Northsome of the Two Moons, sent us to take McQuinn storm Aaron with us based on a complaint raised by one Luca Arindala, the soldier said stoically. Father was taken aback. Wind is not here. This order came from the Emperor himself. There is another charge against him that is so vile that it makes my stomach turn. He is wanted for the death of innocent people, old people, children, almost 100 citizens, in a storm that he created in a mare. Father's mouth opened, but no words came out. He knew I had been to a mare, but he did not know the whole story. I had only told Saul. I was shaken to my core and could not bring myself to repeat the story to anyone else. 100 citizens for whom I was accountable? Was it really that many? I shivered. From where I was hiding, I saw father as he gave way for the soldiers to enter the cottage. He found me behind the door, and before I could react, father punched me in the face, my jaw almost unlocking from its hinges. I held my face, shocked at what happened, as the group of soldiers entered the cottage. What did you do to your mother? Father bellowed in an accusing tone. Did you kill her in the flood that you created? Did you strike lightning at the Amaresian palace? Did you kill the person who loved you the most in this world? Loved you so much that she left me behind? He was raging, and for the first time in my life, I grew afraid of him. The cottage shook as though there was an earthquake. In the intensity of Papa's emotions, he managed to uproot the cottage's post by drying up the land outside our home. Some soldiers had to balance themselves as the ground shook. When the shaking stopped, I was shocked into silence. You will never know the true meaning of love because in your heart, there is always a storm building up, and you are not strong enough to control it. I swear by the gods if I find out that you raised your hand on your mother, I will end your life with my own bare hands. His voice was trembling and thick, and his blue eyes made him stand out from the dimness of the kitchen. He had always been so kind that I could not believe that the eyes glaring at me right then belonged to father. Oh, dear gods! Take him, he ordered. When none of the soldiers moved, he shouted, take him. I was still sitting on the floor when the soldiers surrounded me. For such a thin man, my father had thrown such a strong punch, both with his fist and with words, hitting me straight in the gut. I was weakened and had no strength to pull myself up. Marcella left us because she loved me? I would never believe it. Surely father had gone crazy with all his loneliness from losing her that he made no sense to me now. I was still rubbing my jaw when one soldier gestured to two of his men to bring me to my feet. I was still in a daze. Father, tell me you don't mean what you said. Please don't send me away. He looked at me, his eyes moistened. Forgive me, son, but your powers grow stronger every day, and I don't know how I could still be of any assistance to you. I pray that the Emperor has enough charisma to turn you into a better man. He moved closer and held my face in his hands. My eyes stung. He kissed me on both cheeks. May Akea heal you. Then the soldiers dragged me outside. Father, no. It was only one time, the storm. You see, I didn't mean to. I'll calm down, I will not lose control anymore. Don't let them take me. It's with you that I want to spend my days. Your ambition is getting the better of you, my son. Learn from the Emperor. And come back to me again with your mother. To become a family again. I went to see mother. I wanted to bring her home, but she didn't. How do you expect her to come to us? Through the floodwaters that you caused? Love is never supposed to be forced. It is earned. Father paused, clutching at his heart. His brows creased, his breathing coming out in intermittent gasps. Why do I have to force her to love us, Father? We are her family. I don't need to earn her love. I bellowed in anger. Father murmured something, but I barely heard him because the thunder inside my head had started, and darkness veiled my eyes. I almost did not see the anguish, the tears that rolled down Father's cheeks as he said those last words. But it was all too late. My eyes were already burning while my heart throbbed endlessly. My blood coursed through my veins with such an intensity I had never felt before, and right in front of me, the air and clouds kissed the ground and rotated speedily, sending spiraling wind across the land. It grew bigger, taking in its vast swirl anything that it touched. I had created a tornado. Some of the soldiers ran away, while others were unlucky enough to be pulled into it. I let go of the tornado, and it vanished, throwing all that it had gathered flying across the vineyard. One soldier had his sword raised at me, but before he could swing at me, I pushed him back with a forceful gale. His body slammed against the ground, and he was left unconscious. I looked around, my eyes still veiled with hatred, only this time, I had better control. The uncertainty and pain clutched at my being gave me the strength to extend my arms upwards to bring forth the storm clouds. I will destroy everything on this land, I vowed to myself. Torrential rains poured, and I called upon the heavens for lightning. The soldier I had knocked down had regained consciousness, picked up his sword, and threw it at me. I moved to the right, but it was too late for me already, as the broadside of the sword slapped me across my back. I fell to the ground, screaming in agony. The pain, however, immediately dissolved and was replaced by a wave of even angrier emotions. The blade that hit my back took me by surprise, breaking my concentration and losing control. From above, storm clouds disappeared as fast as I had summoned them. And soon, the sky was clear once more, but the evidence of what I had done left an impression that ensured I would be sent to the Canellan dungeons. The soldiers approached me with their calculated steps. All swords were drawn out. I closed my eyes and knew there was no penance for what I did. No. It was a beautiful sound. High-pitched, and yet soothing and calm. Take me with you. I'm the only one who can appease him. Check the Akean registry. My power is calmness, Saul said. It was a wonder how she managed to stay calm after all of this madness. Her power never ceased to amaze me. Forgive us, my lady. This young man is dangerous. Anyone will only find death beside him, one of the older soldiers said. Don't you know who I am? Saul asked icily. The soldier regarded her carefully, studying her face. But his eyes held no recognition of who she was. I'm sorry, but I have no idea who you are. Saul's eyes squinted, and her jaw hardened, but surprisingly, she did not argue. Instead, in one swift movement, she walked towards the man and held his face tenderly. How I envied the soldier at that moment because I knew what he must have been feeling as serenity coursed through his whole body. The soldier's countenance changed. When Saul was done, she moved away from him and started towards me. She smiled at me sadly before taking my face in her hands. My dear heart, please try to control it, she said. Her words, with the energy that she passed on to me, brought me to a wonderful place, one where everything sang of delightful melodies. And I was unable to help it. I smiled at her, too, regardless of the wound that throbbed at my back. The soldiers were rooted to their spots. They must have been as fascinated with her power as I always was. I looked around for my father, hoping he had stayed so I could ask for his forgiveness. If I were to spend moon turns in the dungeons, I would have to make amends with my father. But he was nowhere in sight. Amaya, please help Wind. He is in serious need of your healing, Saul said. Amaya came running towards me. I did not know why she would still want to tend to me after seeing what I had done. Yet, she came to me because healing was her power and her great passion. I had Amaya for my wounds and Saul for my soul. What more could a man ask for? While two of the soldiers hauled me towards Amaya, Saul approached one of the soldiers who looked to be the group leader. She knelt in front of him. By the power vested in you by the Emperor, I, Solarin Douglas, vow to serve him always, in exchange for McQuinn Stormarin's life. To atone for whatever transgressions he has committed today, she paused as though searching for the right words to make the fealty stronger. He will need me. And as you have seen, I'm the only one who can calm him. Take me with you, And I will serve the Emperor of Akea for all the moon turns that I will still live. But let this be a seal between His Royal Highness and me, that McQuinn Storm Aaron will not see death." The soldier hesitated. There were 3 stars on his clothes lapel, indicating that he was a man of high position in the palace. Before I could do anything, I saw the soldier cut open the flesh in his palm. Blood dripped out. Saul raised her hands, palms up. The soldier cut Saul's palm too, and when they were both bleeding, they clasped each other's hands. To seal the allegiance with blood is to vow one's life is committed to a higher purpose, His Royal Highness to Solaran Douglas. Solaran Douglas to Akea. The vow reigns true and will hold for as long as Akea stands, the soldier said. Saul repeated the oath, and it rang in my ears. I was weary, and hence, I was unable to protest, but I wondered if I had some strength left, would I have asked Saul to retract her vow to save my life? It did well for my honor that I had never gotten the chance to find out. It still pains me to remember that day, that very moment that Saul gave up her life for me, for love. By doing so, she lived up to the promise she once gave me that she would never leave my side. Because had she not done that, I would have faced the gallows, ready for hanging. Or the dungeons to be held captive for generations on end. I am unaware if her intense love drove me away from her or if it was what kept pulling at me each time I saw her, even after all these moon turns. This is why I cannot fail as an emperor, even if it means destroying parts of Akea. I will never let her sacrifice go to waste.
Chapter 11, Infinite Worries. Kino Amark. The night was warm, and there was not much air circulating in Wawang village. I felt tired from the day's journey to the Kanelan Palace, but I knew it was the emotional burden that caused my weariness. It was almost midnight when I arrived home, and Kino was unable to wait for me. Still, as a habit, it was his room that I checked first. There were no candles left burning in his room, just like I told him, to avoid an accidental fire. Inside his room, he was sleeping soundly. One of the windows was left open, and the moons peeked through the curtains. I walked closer to bed and tucked him in. "Good night, my dear Kino. Everything will be better in the morning," I whispered to him before kissing his head. My stomach grumbled from only having a slice of bread on the way home, but there was no time for me to prepare some soup anymore. I yawned. I opened the door, which was just across Kino's door, and slipped inside. I only took about 3 steps before reaching the bed. It was a tight fit inside this room, which was so unlike my room in the Kanelan Palace before, but I have no reason to complain. Kino is alive. We are together. To me, living in a small cottage is such a small price to pay in exchange for our lives. I lay in bed, pulled the blanket over me, and sighed. It was not an easy life, but nobody ever said that life would be like that of a princess for everyone all the time. Right now, I can do some chores. I can cook, do the laundry, and go out to the market to trade. I can even grow some shrubs, which was such a huge accomplishment for me. But what exactly was I doing with my life, with Kino's life? Was this how it was going to be for the rest of our lives? The gods would have been kinder to me if they had made me the daughter of a farmer from the start. I would have been better equipped to do physical labor. I closed my eyes and yawned again. Even though I was tired, I tried not to sleep so much because my dreams often bothered me in my sleep. Lately, there were just so many of them that it was hard to escape from them when I woke up. I sat up and was awakened upon remembering the dream I had last night. It was a recounting of my life. Back when I was still a princess, and right before I was thrown away outside the palace gates. What would tonight bring me? And why do I even dream of these horrid memories? I did not realize that I had fallen quickly into sleep until I felt my head sliding to the side of my bed. I caught my head and opened my eyes, yawning again. I should see a healer tomorrow. Or maybe a seer. Someone who could tell me what all of these dreams meant. With that thought, I had drifted off to sleep again, and no sooner had I done so when I found myself reunited with my dreams about my life moon turns ago. The moons reflected too much of the sun's rays, and it was hot in Akea. Lately, it has always been like this, and I longed for winter to come. I removed the scarf covering my neck, wrapped it over my head, and rode on. In a few hours, I would find Timbuk Blasses waiting for me at the foot of Mount Rikas, and we would climb the mountain together, as he wanted to show me a more accessible trail to Nivedin. I stopped and dismounted Healer, holding his reins close. A familiar set of footsteps approached me. Soft-heeled sandals made an impression on the dry leaves that gathered on the ground. I was smiling even as I was lifted in the air, and a face materialized in front of me. I found myself looking at Timbuk's green eyes, and I kissed him. "I missed you too," he said before putting me down. I entwined my fingers through his. "Let's go." He took Healer's reins, and we started climbing the mountain on foot. "You said you'd show me an easier trail." Timbuk laughed. "Well, this is the steep part. Don't worry, as soon as we cross the creek, it will mostly be flatlands." It was still a tough climb, but I did not mind. I wore the soft sandals he gave me when I last visited him. He said that the sandals were specially made for Niven so that the sounds would be muted, and when they became invisible, their presence could barely be heard. I liked the sandals. They were soft against my soles and fit snugly to my feet. "Can we rest for a while?" I asked when he showed no signs of stopping after an hour of climbing. "The faster we travel, the sooner we'll get to the flatlands," he said. He studied me for a minute and saw that I was not used to trekking for so long and conceded. "All right, let me find a good spot for resting." He pulled at Healer's reins to make the bay follow, tying the rope around a nearby tree trunk. Then he took my hand, and we walked to a shaded spot under the same tree. "We're close to a creek. Come on," he said. We walked another 100 yards or so. "I'm tired. Where are we going?" I looked around. The path seemed familiar to me, like I had been here before. "Is this the secret passage?" Timbuk looked at me and smiled. "Yes, you've been here before," he said. "Which was why I didn't have second thoughts revealing myself to you. Because only non-Nivens with pure hearts can find the secret passage." We continued walking, and after a while, he added, "Did you know that the oldest of the Amark bloodline was the one who found this passage? He shared the secret with the Nivens. Since then, Nivens trusted the Emperor with their powers. Only the Emperors know what we are capable of." He paused, "and those who find the secret passage on their own." Now, that was something new. This was never mentioned anywhere by palace scholars. I was mulling things so intently in my head that I had not noticed that I stopped in my tracks. Timbuk was now staring at me. "Are you still tired? If you keep on complaining, I'll have to carry you." "No one's stopping you," I blurted out, a light giggle in between. He smiled, scooped me up, and carried me for the rest of the trail. I was hanging down his shoulders, my buttocks thrust up in the air. I hit him lightly on the back, but he just laughed at my efforts. "Now, you'll get to rest your legs, and your mouth," he said, laughing. "Put me down." I giggly yelled, although it was difficult with my head hanging down his back and my brown hair dangling down in front of my face. He would accede, so I stopped protesting and decided to relax my arms. After a while, he put me down, and I was back on my feet again. "Happy?" he asked, teasing. "No. After you maltreated me like that?" I was grinning all over. "No, I mean, look around you." The water in the creek was crystal clear, and fish swam beneath the surface as the lilies covered the opposite bank's waters. The breeze cut through the canopy of giant trees that marked the entrance to the secret passage. It felt surreal to stand here again. The bright sun overhead made me appreciate the beauty of the place even more. "Up for a swim?" he asked. I loved the water and found freedom whenever I swam. I could only say yes at that moment. I removed my clothes and ran towards the creek. When I jumped in, the freezing water chilled me to my bones. He still didn't follow. "What are you waiting for?" "The water's nice," I reassured. "Nice? Your chin's shaking," he said, chuckling. I rolled my eyes at him and dived under the water. When my head bobbed, I saw him taking his clothes off. He soon joined me. I did not know how it all happened. I was married to Wind, but Timbuk was different. With Timbuk, I felt free. I enjoyed my life the way I thought I deserved to. So in that creek, while Timbuk and I were relishing the quietude, I fell prey to the Niven's charms and lost myself to him. I never regretted it, even if it meant losing myself to another man. Was it because of love, or was my younger self so easy to tempt? But so soon, my moments with Timbuktu were over. The surroundings changed around me, and it dawned on me that I had been dreaming all along. It left me confused because the dream seemed so real. I was back in the Canellan Palace outside Wind's chambers, and I could hear him shouting. I could not make out most of the words, but he must have been angry. The sky outside was dark, and I guessed it was his doing. It had been more than 7 months since the last time I met with Timbuktu. The Emperor is gone? Where to? And you let him go? Wind's voice was followed by a loud crash of the soldier's body against the palace wall as he, in his rage, flung the soldier using the air. Saul was by Wind's side. She had her eyes closed as though in deep concentration. He had no control over what happened. It wasn't his fault, she said calmly. That's the problem. He had no control. Because of that, everything could be ruined. Wind's voice was still loud, but it had lost some of the edges. Speaking with Saul did him wonders. Husband, what's wrong? I asked. They looked at me at the same time. Nothing. It's not a woman's business, he said impatiently. I cocked my eyebrows at him. But you were discussing this with Saul. Saul is a friend, someone I trust. Blood rose to my head, and I wanted to tell him that I was his wife, not merely a friend, and that he could trust me with whatever it was he was planning. At that moment, I wanted to slap Saul and drag her outside, but I was afraid that Wind would lose his temper if Saul were not around. Saul's face blanched, probably in pain. Wind told me that she harbored no feelings towards him, but from how her face shadowed when she heard him refer to her as a friend, I knew that my husband was wrong. I was younger than both of them by many moon turns, but I was no fool. Where is my father? I asked more sternly this time. He was out with his royal guards earlier, Wind said, speaking slowly as if contemplating something. I didn't chance upon him last night. Did you? I asked. With a slow tip of his head, he answered, it was already dawn when he came back. And he had to leave again so early? Wind swallowed, but his face was schooled. Sometimes, an emperor has to do what he has to do. He doesn't tell me his whereabouts. I have not heard from the emperor either, Saul said. Saul's eyes did not give her away, but then again, they hardly ever did. With her mask of serenity, it was almost always impossible to tell if she was lying. I don't need to explain to both of you. Leave me alone, Wind said. I glanced at the soldier sprawled on the floor and knew better than to argue. I would have to ask my father to provide better protection for the palace's soldiers. Even with their powers, the soldiers cannot use them against the ones in authority, or they could be charged with treason. I touched my belly and felt my cheeks heating up. I pressed my palms to where the baby inside my belly kicked, and hope ignited inside of me. When you're out in this world, Wind will love me more. Maybe he will become a better father to you than he is a husband to me, I said softly, encouraging the baby in my womb to kick again, but my baby remained still. I turned and left the chambers. Back in my room, I knew what I should do. I closed my eyes and prayed to the gods first. Then on air, I wrote, Father, come back. The burning words hung in the air, and I stared at them as they slowly dissipated. My words were so powerful they could make things unfold almost magically. When after a few hours, my father did not show up, I told myself that he could be somewhere in the Akea Islands. He loved fishing, and that was where he went to release stress. Maybe he was traveling, and he was on his way back now. It could take a while before he reached the palace grounds, but the hours of waiting turned into days and days into weeks, and my father did not set foot in the palace again. I climbed the stairs to Wind's chambers only to find him gone. The halls were quiet, and there were only a few palace guards. I clenched my fists in frustration. Why would the soldiers leave the palace unguarded? Reducing the number of soldiers could pose a threat to the royal family. Catching my breath, I finally reached Saul's room. I knocked 3 times before I heard her voice. Come in, she said. I pushed the heavy doors, and it was quite an effort for me. I missed the soldier who usually guarded her door. Saul, I said. Upon seeing me, Saul stood up quickly. Your Highness, Saul said, curtsying. Instantly, a certain level of calmness engulfed me, and a wave of tranquility replaced the panic I had over my missing father. The Emperor has not yet returned. Have you received any word about him? She looked at me for a long time before answering, I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I have nothing to offer you. It's been weeks, and I am also worried. I choked on a sob because I did not know what had happened to my father. Should I tell Saul what my power was? Could I trust her? Could I tell her that I was afraid for my father because I summoned him to come back, yet he did not return? I could control my voice, but my eyes were not strong enough to hold back the well of tears that had been trying to escape me since that day I penned my father to return. Saul stood up from where she was sitting and held my hands. Your Highness, please let me calm you. The baby should not be subject to such anxiety. How could someone as delightful as Saul love someone as cruel and heartless as my husband? Was she an enemy, or was she the ally I had been looking for all along? My heart lightened upon Saul's touch. My worries were pushed back somewhere far in my mind where my emotions could not reach them. Thank you, I said. I am at your service, Your Highness, inasmuch as I am pledged to the Emperor of Akea, she said. Now that I am calmer, I can think better. Somebody needed to know that my father was in trouble. Should I call for the head of the palace soldiers? For the war generals? For the advisor to the emperor? But there were not as many soldiers in the palace right now, at least no one who was high-ranking enough to have any authority. That left me with Saul, another person I believed had secrets as deep as mine. The emperor is in trouble. I know it. I can feel it inside my heart. He had not returned even when I expected him to. Saul regarded me carefully. What do you mean even when you expected him to? How thrilling it must be to possess a power such as hers. I told her something I believed was of great significance, yet her face did not show any emotion. I know. I just know, I said, still indecisive about revealing my power. Then I can't help you, Your Highness. What is it, hearsay? Did you chance upon the cooks gossiping in the kitchen? No. I protested, shaking my head. The tears were back. I asked him to come home, and he did not return. How did you ask him if he's not even in the palace? Before I knew it, I was telling Saul everything. What my power was. What I could do with it. How for too long now I'd been expecting my father to come back and still, I have not heard a word from him. She did not seem to believe me, so I told her, walk to the door. Saul only looked at me. Why, Your Highness? She asked. Exactly the reaction I was expecting, but when I write the words down. I started spelling the words out in the air with my finger, then I continued, you will have no option but to follow. I looked up to find that she had stood up and walked to the door. She was standing beside it, her mouth slightly agape. It would undoubtedly take a lot to surprise this woman. And I had done it with such ease. Goodness gracious. Your power. It's, I don't know. Unheard of, Saul said. Nobody knows about it except my father, Wind, and now. You. Saul shivered. Finally, I was able to break into her calmness. And that's how you knew the Emperor was in trouble, she murmured, considering what this meant. I nodded, and tears rolled down my cheeks again. Please, help him. I'm with child. I cannot organize and lead a search party for him. She looked at me with sad eyes. Of course, Your Highness. I'll talk to Wind and the general so that a search party can be deployed immediately. The general is with my father, I believe, I said. Right. That leaves only Wind. I'll see what I can do. No, I said, obviously alarmed. Saul looked at me with questioning eyes. I stared at her defiantly, bending her to my will. I may have spoken to her like a friend, but I was still her princess, and with my father missing, I was the first in command in Akea. She could not go against my wishes. I understand, Your Highness, she said. I stood up, and after she curtsied to me, I left hurriedly, caressing my belly, trying to spare my baby of any worry. I overcame my fear and remained calm for the child because the nurses had said that whatever emotion I felt, my baby would share it. I could not stand here and wait for Saul's advice, though. Timbuktu. He could help. His people too. It would be easy for them since they could make themselves invisible and search far and wide undetected. Since no outsider knew what their powers were, it would only be more to their advantage. I have always wondered how Nivedins got away with never registering their powers in the Akean books. I asked my father about it a long time ago, and he only told me that it was an agreement between the first emperor of Akea and the elder of Nivedin. I could not understand, since the agreement seemed to have been a threat to the empire at the time, but he only told me that it was a pact made between the strongest bloodlines, which meant that the vow posed no threat to each other if they held their ends of the agreement. The story that Timbuk shared about the secret passage made the mystery much clearer. When I reached my room, I changed into my riding clothes. Lucia Sitter, my nurse, was quick to help me get dressed. "Your Highness, it's beyond me to ask, but I would like to hear none of your protestations," I said sternly. I felt ashamed of my actions. My father had always told me to treat the servants kindly, and here I was, snapping at one of them. If he were around, he would advise me to not only apologize verbally but to make up for my harsh words through actions. I grabbed Lucia's hand before she left, gave it a squeeze, and said, "Your services are always appreciated." "Thank you." It worked the way my father told me it would. Red blossomed on Lucia's cheeks, and she gave me a quick smile before she curtsied and walked away. I took a cloak and pulled it over my head to keep my face hidden. There was no need for it because Wind was not around, Saul didn't know I was planning on going out, and there were hardly any soldiers to pay me any mind. But lately, I noticed it was becoming essential to be careful. Heading straight for the stables, I looked for Healer. I saw the stable boy as he stood up. God, he was not pleasant to look at. He was huge and had broad shoulders that loomed over me. Apart from his gigantic size, his face was littered with scars that made him look even more menacing. "Please saddle Healer," I commanded. "Madam, this is the princess's horse. I can't let you ride him," he said in a voice that was so low I could only compare it to the bumblebees buzzing, an entire hive of them. He puffed on the tobacco that he was holding and blew it out. My stomach almost turned when I smelled it. I pulled down the cloak, revealing my face, and glared at him. The stable boy's eyes rounded as the recognition of who I was hit him full force. His mouth opened, and I could smell the strong scent of tobacco even more. Before I could say another word, he bowed and said, "Your Highness, forgive me. I'll saddle your horse immediately." He threw the tobacco at his feet and quickly stomped on it to put it out before turning away to saddle Healer. In a few minutes, he was handing me the reins. "Your Highness, I don't know where you're going, but riding could be dangerous for the baby," he said. I appreciated his concern, but I had to be steadfast in seeking help from the Nivens. It was only expected of a princess to search for her father emperor. "Take no worry about it," I said as I started galloping away from him. The road to Nivedin took longer for me than usual. Maybe it was because of my bulging stomach. Perhaps it was the anxiety building up inside me. Either way, riding a horse has become a challenging activity for me lately. The baby kicked, protesting against the sudden jostling disruption to its otherwise serene life. Today, something seemed to be wrong, but I could not put my finger on it. I saw horsemen approaching, galloping away from Mount Rikas. I steered Healer away, hiding from the soldiers. As they passed by behind a swath of trees where I hid, one soldier glanced back but did not see me. Overhead, I saw trails of clouds pass by as though they were chariots, and from a distance, I caught sight of many soldiers riding with Wind. The Emperor's soldiers did not usually frequent Nivedin. When the horses' galloping grew softer, I came out of my hiding place and continued my journey. It could still be hours before I reached Nivedin. I had to act fast. I came across a creek and filled my water bottle first. I had left the palace in such haste that I forgot to bring food, and with water being my only salvation from hunger, I drank greedily before mounting Healer again. When I was nearer the valley, I noticed something different. The ground showed signs of flooding. There were puddles all around, and the earth was as soft as clay. I tightened my hold on the reins and galloped, but I could feel Healer's pace slowing as the mud seemed to suck the horse's hooves. A trail of smoke rose in the air, and my heart stopped. I kicked Healer harder, and she resisted against the muddy road, fighting her way through the slick. It was dusk when I finally reached the center of Nivedin. Maybe it was the dankness or the darkness, or both, which made my heart sink deeper. There was a charred pile of something unrecognizable in the middle of the town, its foul stench infecting the air. I breathed through my mouth to drive the disgusting odor away, but I was unable to sustain it for long. I ended up with my stomach heaving as I searched for Nivens. There was no one around. Nothing in the place stirred. I looked above and wondered how long I would have before the horizon got darker, and when I realized how short a time I had before the light winked out, I panicked. "Timbuktu?" I yelled. I dismounted Healer, no longer caring to rein her in. "Timbuktu?" I shouted. "Timbuktu?" Only the echoes of my voice acknowledged my presence. I ran all the way to Timbuktu's treehouse. "Where are you?" I said desperately. I climbed to reach the ropes securing the makeshift ladder and managed to pull it down, climbing as fast as I could, unmindful of my belly. When I was inside his house, it was the usual, spotless, like it had been slept in a day or two ago and cleaned up after. Hope flowed inside my chest. "Timbuktu? Where are you?" I shouted again. I sat on his chair, touching the leather that covered the armrest. A moment's pause brought to my mind the vacated Canellan Palace halls. How it was stripped of its soldiers. Then, the sight across the towns that I passed, the air that was weighted with gloom, the soldiers that I ran into on my way here, the trail of clouds overhead with wind and his soldiers, and the mud, the puddles, and the signs of flooding all over. I looked outside the window and stared at some fallen trees until my gaze fell once again on the burnt mess in the middle of the town and saw something white protruding from that pile. From a distance, I could not quite make out what it was. I squinted, and when my sight cleared, I found myself staring at a skull. Shivers ran up and down my spine, chill coursed through my blood, and goosebumps covered my arms. I doubled over, and falling to my knees, vomited as it hit me that the source of the foul stench was burnt flesh. I stood up on weak knees, trying to regain my composure. "No!" I shouted shrilly as I climbed down. "Hello?" No one answered. "Please. Is anybody alive?" I paused to listen, but there was no response. Even the usual melodic chirping of the birds was nowhere to be heard. The silence hovered like it was mourning the death of Nivedin. My baby kicked. I touched my belly. "Be calm, dearest. It's going to be all right," I told my baby, although I knew nothing would ever be the same again. Nivedin was lost. "No survivors?" I shouted again. Listened. Shouted. Then I ran like a crazy woman around Nivedin, searching for any indication that there were still Nivens alive. Now, no one could help me locate my father, Nordsom. Not without the Nivens. I was close to tearing at my hair. The desire to use my power beckoned, and I willingly gave in to the temptation. I crouched down, and in the mud, I wrote, "Timbuktu, come back to me." I looked around, wanting to see a familiar set of footsteps mark the ground around me, but there was none. I pulled tightly at my cloak that had gone muddy after all the running that I did. I could not give up this easily. I climbed up another house. "Is anybody home?" I asked. There was no one inside. I slumped on the floor, losing strength. Nobody was home. No one would ever be home again. "Timbuktu!" I shouted one last time, hoping to be answered. I paused, listening to my surroundings, straining my ears to pick up the slightest of sounds. And then I heard a baby cry. The cries started in one house. I stood up and looked around, trying to figure out where the baby's cry came from. Another one cried from a different house. I hurriedly went down and ran to the source of the calls, but before I could climb, they were gone, replaced by crying from another house. I ran towards its source again, but the same thing happened. Finally, I was able to catch up with the sound of the baby's cries. I climbed up, almost slipping because my arms and legs were already too tired to support my weight. I entered the house, but to my dismay, there was no baby. I looked inside the rooms, and there was no one. I shivered, fearing the worst. The place that had once been populated by the ghost-like Nivens was now haunted by actual ghosts of the dead Nivens. The crying did not stop. It tore at my ears until I could not stand it any longer. The last sliver of light was starting to fade, and the moon's glow cast shadows all around me. Healer was nowhere to be found. I searched for any indication of where she could be, but her hoofs were like any other horses, and below, along the muddy streets of Nivedin, there were too many tracks for me to guess which one was Healer's. The coldness of the ground seeped through my sandals. The foul stench of dead bodies filled the air. My empty stomach complained. I gripped my dress and inhaled deeply. I hope that I can make my strength come back to me. Everywhere I looked, shadows loomed, and fear started to conquer me. I was certain that I would collapse, and only the gods would know what would happen next should I spend the night here. I slumped on a fallen tree, gasping for breath. When I glanced above, I wanted to shout, but when I opened my mouth to cast my grief, no words came out. Instead, tears coursed down my cheeks. I was crying for my father, Nordsom, for Nivedin, and for Timbuktu. I shuddered and my shoulders started shaking, sobs racking my entire body. When I thought I could not take it anymore, I gave in to nausea that was rapidly enveloping me. Nothing mattered anymore. Even this baby inside me would no longer see any future in Akea. The chaos had started. My father told me not to meddle with the future, not to use my power to change the events. Lying here in the mud, I thought to myself that maybe I should have when I could still have made a difference. I should have trusted my instincts and believed my gut when I thought Wind to be a vile creature. But his charms, they drew me to him. Tears continued to sting my eyes. Your Highness, I heard a soft rumbling and instantly opened my eyes. Let's go home. I'll bring you back to the palace safely, the stable boy said, and surprised as I was to see him, I had no energy left in me to ask him how he found me. His strong arms wrapped around me, and we started the journey back to Canella. I did not know what the future held, but I vowed I would use my power for good from now on. I hoped there was still time. I was unconscious for the rest of the journey. It could have been because of tiredness. Or maybe it was finding security in this stable boy's arms that finally took my senses away from the world. I opened my eyes and found my body drenched with sweat. It was a nightmare. Again. Like the ones I had been having these past few months. They always brought back memories of the past. The sad ones. Those that I try to bury deep inside. I stood up and went to the kitchen to get a glass of water. On my way back to the room, I stopped in front of Kino's door. I turned the doorknob and peeked inside. He was still curled up in his bed, fast asleep. His feet were not covered with the blanket because he had grown taller, and I had not yet made enough coins to buy us new sheets. I went inside and tucked him in, careful not to wake him. He stirred and turned to face me, but he was still asleep. I touched his face and brushed brown hair away from his forehead. He had my hair, but that was the only thing he got from me. Awake, he was the spitting image of his father. I dropped a soft kiss against his forehead. After that, I stood up to leave. Nightmare again, mother? He asked sleepily. No. I was just thirsty, I said, not wanting to worry him. I know you're having nightmares because you talk in your sleep. It was dark, and the shadows covered my face, but I felt myself blushing furiously. Sleep now, Kino. Let's talk in the morning. I turned around and went back to my room to rest. I was unaware that the nightmare still awaited me as my body hit the cold, wooden bed that night. The next time I opened my eyes, I was naked under the sheets inside my room in the Canellan Palace. My body was sore all over. As soon as I stirred, Lucia immediately got up to attend to me. Your Highness, please remain in bed. I've called a healer, she said. It was cold, so I hugged the blankets tighter as I stood up. Lucia was quick enough, and I had to struggle with her before I finally managed to get out of the room. Your Highness, please. The healer will be here as soon as I've sent word. Please stay in bed. I ignored her, pulled my skirt up, and walked faster. Was I ready to face my husband? There was no room for these thoughts anymore because I soon found myself in front of the chambers. The guards greeted me, bowed, and opened the doors for me. What did you do to Nivedin? I shouted. Wind looked up. What a pleasant greeting to your husband, he said coldly. I fumed inside. I controlled my voice before speaking again. I saw you with palace soldiers leaving the province. A place that's now dead. I know about your whereabouts, wife. How dare you leave the palace in your condition? If something happened to the baby, to my heir, your beautiful head could end up on a pike. How dare you speak to me like that? I shouted. The soldiers tensed. The sounds of swords unsheathing filled the air. I did not know who they were for, Wind or me. Wind's voice became softer. My wife, there are things that I have to do as an emperor. Things that you may find repulsive. But the truth is, your father did them too. To preserve what is good for the land. You refer to yourself as the emperor? There is no other way. You will understand. Before I could stop myself, I flung myself at him, slapping him on both cheeks. The third time that I raised my hand to do it again, he caught my wrist. This is the only time I'll let this pass because I'm not yet declared all over the land. The next time you do this, he paused, shaking his head slightly before adding, no, there will be no next time. A wave of air enveloped me and lifted me from the floor. Wind was glaring at me, the gray in his eyes burning, and I felt the truth in what he said earlier. He raised his right arm and swung it, throwing me against a wall so fast that I did not get a chance to at least blink. I braced myself, expecting my body to slam against the wall, but then the assault stopped, and I found myself inches away from the wall. That's what's going to happen next time. I'll forget that you are my wife. You'll pay for every vile word that will ever leave your mouth. If you so much as threaten me, speak loudly at me, question my actions, I swear, one word out of that beautiful mouth of yours, and you're. He didn't finish his sentence, but I knew what he had meant to say. Saul entered the chambers. Her black hair was loose and hanging down to her waist, and her slender body swayed gracefully as she moved. She stopped beside Wind. She was all calm, but when she saw me suspended in the air, her face registered shock for a brief moment. Wind, dear God. Bring Princess Lamare down. I did not fear for my life then because Saul had some power over Wind. She could calm him. I was grateful for the marble floors under my feet when I landed. I felt the baby kick inside my belly. Saul moved towards me. Your Highness, please let me. I let her touch me, and calmness crept up my body, making me lose the fear I had felt earlier because of Wind. Then Saul walked back over to Wind. Footsteps were loud against the palace floors, and I found myself staring at the stable boy. He stopped in front of Wind and prostrated. My lord, he said in a rumbling voice. Stand, Wind commanded. Tell me where you gathered Princess Lamare. The stable boy stood up slowly, his hulking figure swaying awkwardly at first. When he started speaking, his body stopped moving. I was in the stables watching out for the horses when a woman approached me. A cloak covered her face. I didn't know it was the Princess Lamare. When she commanded me to saddle Healer, I told her I couldn't do it because the horse was the princess's. Then she pulled her cloak down, and I saw her face. I haven't seen her before, but I've heard stories about how you will know it is her when you see her because her beautiful face is unparalleled by any other woman across all of Akea, and that was what I saw looking at her. Her beauty is indeed incomparable and... A whip of air struck the stable boy's back, and he stopped talking. His badly stained teeth showed through his open mouth. Are you professing your love to my wife, or are you telling the story of how you found her in Nivedin? Wind asked in a hostile tone. The stable boy gritted his teeth before answering. Forgive me, my lord. But looking at her, I knew she must be the princess. She is really lovely that when I saw her, my heart literally got caught in my chest and... Another whip lashed at his back, but he did not flinch this time. I was unsure if I were to be flattered by his gushes or if I would feel pity over this huge man. The stable boy blinked several times before he continued. I saddled Healer. I told Princess Lamare that taking a trip would be dangerous for the baby, but she said not to worry. Then she galloped away, leaving me staring after her. We were all listening to his account of the story, even the soldiers who brought him in and the guards on the door hung on every word he said. And you didn't restrain her from leaving even knowing that she is putting the baby, my heir, in danger? Wind asked. The stable boy shook his head. No, my lord, forgive me. I was quite taken by her charms. When she left, I stared after her. I couldn't believe my luck. I've been stationed in the stables for more than a moon turn, and finally, I got to see what all the men were talking about. Wind's eyes popped. I was pretty sure he was furious about this nonsense rambling about my physical appearance. I wanted to laugh, but the situation did not call for it. A soldier was not as successful in controlling his laughter, though. Somebody snickered from my back. I wanted to see who it was, but before I could do so, I heard a loud thud followed by sounds of metal crashing against brick walls. Saul rolled her eyes. I don't tolerate laughter in my presence, Wind said. The stable boy's body went stiff. My lord, if I may continue? Wind nodded. One more word about how you were mesmerized by her looks, and you will never find a place in this palace again. My apologies, my lord, he said nervously. It took me a few hours before I realized that I couldn't let her leave alone, something that I shouldn't have allowed in the first place. I went to find another horse, one that wouldn't be missed in case I lost it. I was wrong, my lord. Because taking a bad horse meant that I would be slow and would reach her late. And with my weight, it posed quite a challenge for the horse. He paused. I had difficulty following the trail once she entered the road to Nivedin because a lot of horses' hooves marked the land. And with my weight, the horse's legs got stuck in the mud more than once. I had to stop and help the horse get through the muddy ground. Somebody snickered from my back, and I was afraid that if ever Wind heard it too, another soldier would find himself badly sprawled on the floor. I had to do something. Please skip the parts that are of no significance to us, I said and looked at the stable boy. It was a mistake. He took one look at me, and he grinned. Oh my God, he was acting like a lovesick steed. Wind lifted the stable boy in the air. What is your name, you horrible man? He swallowed. Dogen Rhonda, my lord. Dogen, he said. I don't know what could make you tell the story faster, and I could understand your fascination with my wife. Looking at you, your mother must have regretted sleeping with your father. Then he released him, and the stable boy fell face forward on the marble floor. He rose to his feet. Dogen's eyes narrowed, and the next time he spoke, all the embellishments were removed. Facts. He only said what was necessary. He learned quickly not to temper Wind. The trails finally led me to her, in the middle of the town, and I found her as she was about to pass out. I carried her in my arms. Her horse was gone, so I had to take her on mine, but with my additional weight, we were slow in returning. After we left Nivedin, I let her ride the horse alone to make our trip faster. I'm a strong man. Being on my feet is as good as riding a horse, he finished. Wind looked at me. You see, wife. I don't know why you went there. His forehead creased, and he shrugged his shoulders. It's of no consequence to me today. I don't want to hear it. It is intriguing, yes. But it's a waste of my time. Let me make one thing clear, I have deployed eyes and ears to watch you. He waved his hand and dismissed Dogen, but before he could leave, shouts from outside the chambers were heard. Dead. The Emperor is dead. It was followed by loud footsteps entering the chambers. The soldiers were quick. They pulled their helmets down, raised their swords, and prepared for battle. Saul was immediately by my side. She took my hand and pulled me. Come on. We have to leave, she said urgently. A throng of soldiers entered and fought against the palace soldiers. I could not make out who was fighting who. They were all wearing the same armor, which could only mean that the palace soldiers were divided among themselves. The clanging of swords against swords and armor filled the air. Soldiers who were running and fighting were all that I could see. Saul was still pulling at me, but I did not want to leave. Everything was happening so fast. The stable boy picked up a sword and swung it, and a body fell to the floor. Wind was so caught off guard by the commotion that he was unable to summon air to protect himself in time. From the door, a man drew an arrow and aimed at me. Then he moved his aim and directed it at Wind. Complicated as he was, Wind was still my husband, and such a tie to him could not so easily be broken. My instinct was to protect him. No. I shouted. Dogen turned to look and saw the man with the arrow and who he was aiming at. The man let go of the arrow, and it went speeding through the air. Dogen jumped quickly to protect Wind. His massive body lifted in the air and caught the shaft before he fell to the floor. Wind's shock vanished. He opened his arms, closed his eyes, and summoned air to protect himself like it was an invisible shield. Saul and I were too far from him, so we had to run towards him and hide behind the throne. The soldiers siding with Wind were able to quench the first sign of rebellion in Akea. In a cold voice, Wind commanded the soldiers to take the rebel soldiers into the dungeons. I watched in horror as dozens of Akeans died in an instant. The palace floors were covered with blood, with Canellan soldiers' blood. I didn't know which ones belonged to the rebels and which ones to those who had sided with Wind. And why was there a rebellion in the first place? Why did somebody shout that the Emperor was dead? Had they found my father, Northam? A soldier was removing his sword from the body of the man who almost took Wind's life. I ran towards my husband to embrace him, but I was too slow. Seeing to his safety only came to me as an afterthought. Saul was already beside him, attending to him, seeing to it that he was not hurt. I knew she and my husband shared a special bond, but I could not bring myself to be angry. I did not understand why I was not mad at them. Instead, I ran towards Dogen, who was now in a sitting position as he removed the arrow from his back. "Don't," I said. "Let me." I tugged at the arrow gently, but it would not budge. There was no way I could be tender with the task. Dogen let out a yelp as I pulled the arrow out rapidly. Then I stood up and moved to see if there was anything else I could still offer the other fallen soldiers. Before I reached them, I turned around and saw Dogen smiling, holding the arrow in his hands. A few hours later, the citizens were gathered in the palace yards. The Akean flag was at half-mast. The golden bell beside the flagpole tolled, and I knew a significant announcement was to be made. The crowd was hushed. "Akeans, it is with my deepest regret that I have to bring you this news. Northam Mendel Amark is no more," Wind began. There were cries from all around us. An elderly woman collapsed. A few curses rang out. I was frozen on the spot as Wind's words pierced my heart. But I had known this already. Regardless, his words still poisoned me as though it was the first time that I learned about it. The golden bell tolled 14 times, and I braced myself for what was to come. A new emperor would be crowned. I did not want to claim the throne because it would only mean accepting my father's fate. But for the people, for those who needed a ruler, I had to do what I must. I stepped forward in anticipation of what was to come next. I would be declared as the empress in my father's absence. Since Wind had the blessings of Northam already, he would be declared rightfully as my consort. A partner in ruling Akea. The elders went to where Wind stood, and they gathered around him. Akea bids Northam farewell. For what he had been to the land. For what his blood will still do to the land. For the future that will come rising after his blood, they said together. The elders lifted their hands and said, "Akea welcomes McQuinstorm Aaron, the Emperor of the Two Moons, the blood that will protect and nourish Akea. Akea is his inasmuch as he is Akea's." "No," I shouted. "He's my consort. I am to be crowned." Wind turned to face me. His face was calm, but there was a dangerous glint to his eyes. "There is no precedent for a woman to rule Akea. You will stand by me as I rule the land," he said. I looked around at the elders, at the war generals, but they did not object. An old war general rushed towards us and raised a sword at Wind. "You will not have the land," he shouted as he slashed his sword at Wind. But it was in vain. Wind raised his hand, and immediately, the war general fell. There was a loud crash as the sword fell to the marble stage floor. Then the war general was lifted in front of all the people. "Akeans, witness what would become of anybody who would dare question my rule," Wind announced. The sword moved and was lifted in the air. It stopped in front of the war general's face. "You will burn," he shouted at Wind. "Akea will not tolerate your rule. There is no place for you in this land anymore," Wind said coldly. Then he laughed mockingly and shouted, "What could be more treasonous than a war general threatening the man that he should be protecting?" The crowd hushed. No one dared to open his mouth to answer Wind's question because everyone knew it was meant only to taunt. Without hesitation, Wind declared, "It is only right that you should find death at the edge of your own sword." At that same moment, the sword slashed across the general's neck. The severed head rolled several paces away before it stopped, the face upturned as though gazing at the heavens and asking the gods what had gone so wrong. Wind let go of his hold on the body, and it fell in a heap. The tension was so rigid that it could instantly be broken if someone else all but opened his mouth. "You will end this now, Wind. You will relinquish the land to me," I yelled. He met my eyes coldly. "If one general would stand behind you to offer support, I will relinquish to you what is already mine." Wind looked around at the war generals, and they did not meet his gaze. "General Paterno?" I said. General Paterno stared blankly at me but did not budge from where he was standing. I sank to my knees. It was all too much to take in. Northam was declared dead, but no one found his body. This had not been done before, especially when there was no proper funeral. How could they do this to my father? A war general was beheaded publicly, and no one raised an arm to defend him. My rule, crown, and heritage. What would become of me now? I had to stand behind a man to rule the land. It was never supposed to end this way. I was sweating all over, and I felt so weak. My heart twisted inside my chest. The faces of Akeans flashed in my eyes, the ruckus shrouded my hearing. I was in a panic. I searched for something to support me as I stood up. I almost fell on my knees, my emotions making me weak. The voices became louder, cheering on Wind's new rule. His smug face was all I could see. The people who cheered taunted me. My father, he was declared to be dead, and the people, they accepted it. Their once beloved ruler, now he was nothing to them. Your Highness, Saul said, her eyes rounded. I followed her gaze down to my legs and saw blood pooling around my feet. No. I shouted. I could not lose the baby too. Saul quickly moved forward and grabbed my shoulders to steady me. Your Highness, she said. Instantly, a wave of calmness spread throughout my body. I went limp. A soldier was quick to catch me, and I was rushed to the birthing room to try to save the new emperor's heir. I twisted in bed and opened my eyes, surprised that I had fallen asleep again after that horrible nightmare. A wave of cold air grazed my arms, making the hair on them stand. It took me seconds before I realized that I was inside my room in my cottage in Wawang village. This had been my home after I gave birth to Kino. The nightmares kept coming back. I did not want to sleep anymore, afraid of what would happen next, so I stood up and went to my bedside table. I lit a candle and opened a new scroll. I dipped the pen in ink and started writing the next events that would happen in Akea. I sat in front of the desk for a long time, shivering. Memories haunted me. I had to let go of this life and start planning how Kino and I could escape the Emperor's grasp. There was nothing left for me in the province of Canela. We had to move somewhere far away from the palace. Indeed, there was still a place where we could hide, where Wind could not chase us. The escape had to be soon, too, before Wind asked me to write the death of people I loved. Before he asked me to take Kino's life in the scroll. That time will come, and heaven forbid, but I will not do it. Mother Akea will embrace my body first before it does my son's. I swear. Northam, I whispered. I wish you were still here. Timbuktu, why did you have to leave so soon? Courage was what I should have harnessed. But I had no ally. And my boy was so young. After I stripped him of his power, what could I do to bring it back? In every scroll I wrote, I end it with the usual, and Kino is as he always was, never a citizen of Akea. Because that was the only way I could get Wind to spare my son's life, by controlling my son's power from manifesting so that he would never be a threat to Wind. My son would never be a citizen, and as a mother, I knew nothing crueler, to let her son live a life without any power or to let him live with power if only for a short time. The problem was, the way things were, I had no choice anymore. Someone knocked on my door, and I quickly pressed my eyes with a handkerchief. The door opened, squeaking slightly on the hinges, and I saw my son. Mother, I brought you tea. To help you sleep, he said and moved towards me. I smiled at him. Thank you. He hugged me. The nightmares are back? I wanted to deny them. To tell Kino that there was no need to worry. But he was already 12 moon turns, and I had been looking everywhere for an ally. Perhaps I should not have been looking elsewhere because right in front of me was the one person who would never give up on me. I nodded, trying to hide the fear in my eyes and all the while ashamed about being afraid. Kino hugged me tighter, and I returned the favor. Drink it, mother. It will soothe your nerves, he said. How I longed for a dose of Saul's power right now. She would know how to work my tension. I sipped from the mug. When I was halfway done, Kino took my hands. Stop writing, mother. I'll put you back to sleep. My boy was slowly growing up to be a pleasant young man. For all the terrible things in this world, there he was, my sole reason for not giving up on life. I lay back in bed. He brushed the hair that fell on my forehead and kissed it. This time, the sun acted as a parent, and I almost cried. He moved to the desk and blew out the candle that lit the dark room. When he was about to leave, I called out to him. Kino, please stay with me, I said in a bare whisper. He turned around and smiled. Don't worry. I'll guard you as you sleep, he said. He carried the chair that I used when I wrote near my bed, and then he took my hand as he sat down. I smiled at him reassuringly before closing my eyes, yearning for a peaceful sleep this time. I was back in my room in the palace, lying in bed while a multitude of candles kept the room lit. The furnace was burning, leaving the room ever so slightly warm. Nowadays, nothing seems to keep the cold at bay. I pulled the blanket tighter around me as though keeping myself buried under the sheets could protect me from my husband and from the chaos that had already started. Lucia moved from the corner. When she saw that I was awake, she went out, and I heard her speaking to the soldier guarding my room. "Her Lady Highness is awake, please tell His Royal Highness," Lucia said. I choked upon hearing my new title, Lady Highness. It meant that I was the crowned emperor's consort. Otherwise, Lucia would have referred to me as Her Royal Highness. Lucia walked back in and asked me if I was hungry. I shook my head. I did not want to eat. I felt horrible. The door opened, and it was Wind wearing the red robe with gold trimmings on the waistband. It was only meant to be worn by the emperor, and I had to control myself to not spring up from the bed and tear the robes off of his body. He walked up to me and held my hand. "My wife, I worry about you," he said. "And the baby." My hand slid to my belly as though to protect the baby inside, and in response, I felt the baby kick as though to assure me it was still alive. I sighed in relief. Wind was silent for a moment. He had the gall to keep holding my hand. "I'm the emperor now, sad as it may be because that only means that Northsum is gone," he said softly. "I'll need your power. To help me rule Akea." "No," I said. "There will be rebellions all over the land. Citizens will want to know what happened to Northsum. I can't do it alone. But with your power, you only need to write the words down for peace to return to Akea, and it will be done." I closed my eyes. He was right. If I cared for Akea, that was what I would do. But it would also mean that Wind would hold Akea's reign for gods know how long. I was unsure if it would be wise to do so. Wind was a strong leader and could very well be a good emperor, but his temperament terrified me. And not so long ago, he betrayed me by taking the crown for himself. How much of my husband could I really trust after all that he had done? I hated that I could not use my power to change the past. It was my power's only flaw. "I will not use my power to trick people into believing that you are the emperor fit to rule this land." My voice was shaking. The door slammed shut with a thud, and it gave me a start. He had used his power to seal us inside? "You will do as I say if you want to have a place in Akea." The words came out cold like threats, but Wind would not harm me. It was the most natural thing in the world for emperors to want their bloodlines to continue, and Wind wanted nothing less. As long as my baby was still inside me, I was safe. "No. Never," I said stubbornly. His face hardened, but when he next spoke, it was softer. "You will always remember this time that I asked nicely because when I finally figure out how to control your power, you'll regret this moment and shiver each time you remember how you let this chance pass." He paused. "I'll never forget that you once denied me your power." He stood up and went outside, leaving me alone as his words lashed against my already bleeding heart. Saul was the only one who could help Wind because her power balanced him. Believing this to be true, I did the only thing I thought was fitting. In the air, I wrote, "Saul will always be a righteous woman." I could not let her sink into the darkness that consumed Wind. And with Saul untarnished, I had leverage. She would be able to help Akeans. Perhaps there was no need for me to use my power to become the Empress. I would take back what was mine, but not by using my power. I soon gave birth to a baby boy whom I named Kino. The news traveled quickly, but in the 2 weeks after he was born, my son had been sickly, and he would not open his eyes. When he was brought to me for his feeding, I stared at the thin body that was so frail and vulnerable that I feared for his life. He never cried, not once, and when it was his nursing time, he never grappled at my breast to suck. And only when he started feeding would I sigh with relief. "Please be all right. Please live. I need you." And just like that, after whispering to him that I needed him, he opened his eyes and looked at me as though he knew he had been the only source of my strength. I stared back at him, thanking the gods for letting him live. I prayed that his health would continue improving by the day. When Lucia went in to take Kino, she said, "What lovely eyes, Your Highness. They are as green as the leaves in springtime." My heart thudded against my chest. "What did you say?" "Second to the throne's eyes, They're as green as leaves in springtime, she repeated, puzzled. Bring him back to me, I said, panic washing over me. I took Kino in my arms and looked at him. Lucia was right. My son had green eyes. I had not noticed it before because he would not open his eyes. Looking at them now, I feared for his life, and mine. I clutched Kino tightly against me. Leave us, I commanded. Lucia hesitated, and for a moment, she stood there. Then her eyes rounded, and she clasped a hand over her mouth. She curtsied unsteadily on her feet before she turned away in a rush. I did not know what to do. If Wind sees my son's eyes, he will kill Kino. I had to move quickly. My full strength had yet to return, but fearing for both our lives made me stronger somehow. I put Kino in bed. I took a few riding clothes, dresses, and 2 blankets. These would be enough to protect us from the cold. I put them inside a pack and picked them up. There was no food. But I could find shelter somewhere in the forest and raise Kino alone. As long as I did not run out of breast milk, he would survive. We had to escape. Now. The door opened, and I saw Wind. His fists were clenched, and his shoulders tensed as he strode to where Kino lay. Wind grabbed my son, pulling him up. It's true. He shouted. My heir is a bastard. Please, Wind, don't, I begged. You dare humiliate me all over Akea? Do you know what this will do to me? It will bring disarray to the empire. It will not only start a rebellion but be a cause to lose my reign completely. He was holding Kino too tightly. Give me back my baby. Your baby, not ours, he said sarcastically. I wish Saul were here. Please, don't hurt him. Why not? This baby will destroy me and all that I ever worked hard for. And here I am, worrying like a fool over a baby that wasn't even mine. He is nothing to me. He raised his arms and let go of the baby. Kino floated. I tried to reach him, but Wind was strong. He tied me with air and lifted me up. I flailed against the invisible bonds that held me. He put me right in front of Kino. My baby began to cry, angry at being lifted. I was looking directly at him, wanting to take him in my arms to make him stop, but I could not get past the binds. Look at your boy because this is the last time you'll ever see him, he hissed. Then he swung his hand, and my body slammed against the wall. The hard slabs of the palace walls left long welts all over my back. Needles of pain shot up from my limbs to my neck as I fell onto the floor. This is how I'll end his life. Watch, my wife. So you will learn not to spit on my face again. I was trembling with fear. No. Please, I'll do whatever you want. There is no atonement for betrayal. He shouted. His silver eyes were burning with fire. Please. There must be something I can do to make it right for you. Wind laughed, and I shivered at the menacing sound he made. I'm begging you, my good emperor. My fair highness, I implore you to listen to my wails, I sobbed. That caught Wind's attention. Renounce your power. I gasped, but I knew I had no choice. I wrote on air, put Kino in bed. And just like that, Kino was safely floated back to bed. I wrote again, stop crying, and Kino was silent in a heartbeat. Wind walked towards me and slapped me hard across the face. You will not use your power on me, he said furiously. His eyes were back to angry slits. I'll give you my power if you spare his life, I said. Prove it. I did not know how to transfer my power to him, and even if I did, I could not let him take full control of it. I ran towards the table and found a scroll. I wrote on it fast. Then I showed him. The words I write will only come true if it is burnt with lightning using the Emperor's power. He read my words, and they seemed to satisfy him. I wrote on air, kneel in front of me. Wind's eyes bulged, angry at what I wanted him to do. But his face registered shock when he did not find himself kneeling in front of me. My power did not work on him, just as I told him it would not work anymore. Good. Now, you know your place, he said. But you must spare my son's life. He stopped as if weighing things inside his head. His power will reveal itself later. I don't want him to be a threat to me, so write this down, Kino will never be a citizen. Chills ran down my spine upon hearing Wind's words because I knew that being a citizen meant one was recognized for his power. And if Kino would never be one, he would be the only person in the land without an ability. Already, my heart was bleeding for him. "Do it," he shouted, before I changed my mind. So I wrote the words he dictated and waited for him to burn the script. "Prove to me that it's working," he barked. I wrote on the scroll, "Saul will come to my room." I watched as he burned each word with lightning coming out of his forefinger. As soon as the last letters burned, we waited only seconds before a knock on the door came. It opened, and Saul entered, which was to my benefit because, with the sudden turn of events, I would need her to calm me down. I ran to the bed and clutched Kino to my chest. "You will leave the palace," Wynne said. I was not surprised to hear it, but I did not think I was ready to go. I have not tended to myself, and I was always used to being attended to by my ladies-in-waiting. Saul looked surprised. She opened her mouth to protest. "Saul, leave us," Wynne said. Saul hesitated, but she knew she could not argue with him. At least not after sensing the tension in the air. When she left, Wynne said, "Write this down. Lady Lamare will be forgotten. The boy will be forgotten. Their connection to the Emperor will be no more. From now on, Lady Lamare will only be known as a royal scribe in Akea. Please, Wynne, you can't strip me off of my heritage. Write it down before I change my mind and kill your bastard." "But please," I croaked, my voice shaking in terror over what he wanted me to do. "Write it down. I will now rule Akea alone. I will not shame myself with your bastard." I cried as I wrote the words down, tears falling on the scroll as I wrote, and fearing for the future that I would create for my son and me. But a future of uncertainty was better than none at all. So with my heart bleeding, I did as I was told. That was how I ended up in this remote village called Wawang, hundreds of miles away from Canellan Palace, in a cottage with my son. Lamare Ariston Amark, Princess of Akea, descendant of the Amark bloodline, eldest of Northson, was not even honored in the people's memories. Never again. Since then, I have only been Lamare Amark, royal scribe to His Royal Highness, writing stories to survive for a few coins that the Emperor paid me. I woke up holding Kino's hand. His presence did not prevent the nightmare from coming back. I found him sleeping in the chair, and my heart went out to him. My son did not deserve to suffer like this. I stood up and kissed him on the forehead. It was time to start planning. Whatever it would take, I would release him. Kino would take what was his, if not his right to claim the empire, at least for the birthright of each Akean, to harness his power and become a citizen. I did not know what Kino's power was, but I swore to the gods, I would find a way to bring it back. I had to find a way to trick Wind. It would be difficult because if he saw something I wrote that he did not like, he would not burn the words, and my writing would never come true. I had to plan this carefully. I went to the kitchen and started a fire. Today, I would cook the stew for my son and me. Bread alone will not give us strength, and Kino and I need to be stronger in the days to come. End of part 1.
Part 2. The Little Ghost Girl. Chapter 1. Best Friends. Kino Amark. There were loud thumping sounds outside my room. I got up, rubbing my eyes and wondering who at this hour could possibly be doing that. I stood up and pushed the blanket away, and as though it had its own life, it managed to end up tangled around my body. The thumping continued, so I had to run towards the source of the sound before my mother woke up. I opened the door, and outside stood Mayo, the plump boy with dark straight hair and red cheeks. His right arm was still raised when I met his gaze, as though he was about to knock again. "You slept in?" Mayo yelled. I covered my ears and shut my eyes as a wave of nausea passed over me. "Keep quiet," I shushed. "Mother's still sleeping." "We were supposed to look for new leaves today. And I read from a book that we can try the Naramisra tree. Its leaves are light and huge, yet sturdy," he said excitedly as he stretched out his arms and drew a big circle with them. "And we need something huge. I figured that that's where we went wrong the last time. This time, we will use less avocado to tie the leaves to the skeleton of the wings to make it lighter, to give you better chances of succeeding." Mayo grinned as he finished. I don't think you should be this excited. Remember what happened last time? Yeah. You flew for 3 seconds, he said nonchalantly. No, you forgot the other part, I said, eyeing him with disdain. That I fell? That I still have a limp until now? Have you forgotten that part? Mayo blushed. But those are the not so important parts of the last attempt to fly. I closed the door behind me, hoping that Mother had not woken up because of all the commotion Mayo brought with him. Kino, don't forget that this moon turn is the Akean Wine Festival that we're waiting for. It's our chance to register our powers in the registry of citizens. You promised me. He yelled at my face. Could you please stop yelling? I said, trying to keep the noise at a minimum. It should not have been this difficult for me to attend the Akean Wine Festival because all Akeans were supposed to have powers. But because of some sick twist of fate, I managed to end up with no power at all. How I managed to be that unlucky was beyond me. You promised you would go and present your power to the Emperor. If I have any? That's why we're trying all these specially crafted wings. Mayo argued. He was already frowning, and I realized that I owed it to my best friend to try again. Where would I have a bruise this time? I secretly wondered. All right, I said. Just please stop whining. You won't regret this. Mayo said, who looked pleased about himself. Do you know that the Naramisra tree has such big leaves that we can actually draw dragon's wings more easily? I beamed. That will be good. The last one was too difficult to draw anything on it. And do you remember how the dragon's wings ended up looking like a bumblebee's? We both ended up laughing. Now, where can we find the Naramisra tree? I asked. Mayo was still laughing. That's the interesting part, he said, finally calming down. It's in Ghost Town. I gaped at him and was left speechless for a moment. You should have started with that. I yelped, shaking my head. We're always on the lookout for adventures anyway, he began. I figured that maybe it's about time we venture into something more, how do I say this, challenging? I slumped on the grass, exhaling heavily. Oh well, maybe we can give it a try. Maybe someday we'll brave the ghost town. And maybe someday soon too, I would have another encounter with the little ghost girl, I told myself. Chapter 2, A Soldier's Job. Dogan Ronda. The Canellan Palace was particularly loud today, and not even the echoing of the guards' footsteps across the halls could overpower the crowd's noise. Here in the chamber, several floors above the main lobby, the cacophony was even stronger. The receiving area was packed, which added to the unrest inside the palace. When Win became the emperor, he moved the receiving rooms to higher floors to discourage people from seeking an audience with him. It worked for some time because it was mostly the elderly wanting to contest their funds who wanted to meet with him. But lately, things have been changing. These people in the receiving area were mostly from the south who probably wanted to ask for bigger parcels of land to farm. The weather was miserable, and a more substantial piece would at least allow most farmers to amass a greater share come harvest season. There were also some merchants seeking protection from the palace, who brought with them chests of gold to offer as gifts to the emperor. I liked this part of the palace because it was the only place that didn't discriminate between the people's ranks. Here, the rich sat with the poor, and everyone breathed the same air. The large windows on the opposite sides of the room afforded a magnificent view of the moons, Luna and Risa. Today, no clouds hid the moons, which meant that the temperature was slightly hotter than most early evenings. The windows were added not to impress the people with the moon's majestic view but rather to swelter them into losing their patience as they waited for their turn to speak with the emperor. McQuinn Storm was unquestionably cunning, I had to give him that. A man with a tan face impassively watched the soldiers. From the way he was dressed, with the collars of his shirt folded down and the sleeves rolled up to his biceps, I guessed that he was a farmer from the south, maybe Rudia or Dirella. Dirella was my province, and it lies in the south of Akea. It is surrounded by water on almost all sides except for a portion that connects it to its nearby province, Bulaknin. In Direla, the land was fertile, and so, agriculture flourished. There was a vast body of water on one side of Direla, and so, fishing thrived as well. Because of this, I never have to worry about my old man there. He made enough on our farm to sustain himself and mother and still shell out some more to help relatives. When I was smaller, or rather, when I was younger because I didn't reckon ever being small in someone else's eyes, I was glad to be in Direla. But as I grew, with muscles building up in my body even if I lazed around all day, I thought that I could do something better with my life than swim the oceans, catch fish, and till the land. I was constantly teased because of my looks, and well, the moon turns had not been kind to me either. No girl ever dared look at me twice, and the boys didn't want to have anything to do with me. They were always much smaller than I was, so they couldn't bully me, but they never befriended me either. I tried to be sociable, but it didn't work either. When I was of age and was brought to the Canellan Palace to present my power to the emperor, I was awed by its grounds. To eyes that only ever gazed at the greenery of the fields, the palace's red bricks and white walls came as impressive. I knew then what beautiful meant and how it felt to revere something so pretty. Like Lamare. I smiled to myself as I thought about her. If ever there was one good thing that happened to me when I went to Canella, it was meeting her. She reminded me of someone, of a memory or a dream, perhaps. I wasn't exactly sure which. The memory was so faded in my mind that sometimes, it felt like it was only a dream. And honestly, as the days went by, the more uncertain about that memory I became. In my dream, a long time ago, I was a stable boy in love with a beautiful princess who was married to McQuinn Stormarin. And when I met the princess, my life changed altogether. It was only a stroke of good luck, but meeting the princess gave me a chance to talk to McQuinn Storm. I managed to save his life in that same dream, making me worthy of being taken on as a palace guard. Now, an awful lot of moon turns later, after McQuinn Storm became the emperor, I have earned a post to be one of his personal guards. I got to be where he is, have access to what he knows most of the time, and gain a few special privileges. It still didn't help me with the ladies, though, but at least I was respected by the men. I was not familiar with the ladies, though. Never understood them. And never reckoned I ever would. I would rather spend the days out on the battlefields, engaging in wars or protecting the emperor during his visits to the other provinces. But put a woman in front of me, and if she batted her eyelashes, I would likely grin like an idiot. If she were to smile, that would be lovely for me, but you know, with this cursed face, she probably would have run far away before realizing it was a man who smiled at her and not an ogre. The weather was humid again, and I longed for the rain that the emperor usually brought. His power could craft a storm, and I could only imagine his satisfaction and his pride in it when he did. In my dream, the first time I met the emperor, he asked me where I found the princess. Some of the memories of that meeting were muddled in my head. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, it's Lamare's face I see, but I know I got it wrong. She wasn't the princess of Akea. Anyway, like I was saying, I was telling the emperor about the story of how I found the princess, how she wanted me to saddle a horse, when out of nowhere a whip lashed against my back. My mouth hung open in fascination. When I continued and blundered again, I felt the whip. What an odd dream. How omnipotent the emperor's power was. If I had something as potent a power as his, maybe I would be the one sitting on the throne right now. The emperor can also summon storms. I had not seen him control water directly like in the creation of waves, but he could make rain fall in buckets and floods rise. It's scary, and I should fear him when he lashes out and storm clouds gather in the sky. Admittedly, my chest stirs, too, whenever I disagree with palace circulars. Maybe, there's also a trace of hatred in my heart towards him. Then again, he is charming, and I couldn't bring myself to hate him altogether. It's a tough emotional battle, being so close to the emperor and all. When the emperor rose to power and replaced Northsum, part of the former emperor's ability to charm was passed on to McQuinn Storm, a testament that Northsum selected the new emperor without prejudice to the people and that in bestowing upon the new ruler part of his power manifested his trust to the successor. In that way, the emperor would always be unique. He would be known as the only one who had more than one power across Akea. He would have three, his own, the one passed on by the prior emperor, and the power to age wine. The last was needed in performing duty during the Akean Wine Festival, a celebration on the full turning of the moons, to continue the traditions of presenting children and ordaining them as citizens of the land. There were tales of an old power, shuffling, but it was a power long gone. Probably lost to everyone together with the lost dragons. I only learned about shuffling when I was a child. In school, we also discussed it. It was said that shuffling meddled with whoever manifested it because it allowed the citizen to absorb the power of the people around them. It was called shuffling because, when mastered, the bearer could shuffle among all the powers he or she had absorbed. Its limitation? Without mastery, the bearer would have difficulty knowing what power he or she possesses. This was unfair, though. Why would anybody be allowed to have three different powers when some citizens only have pitiful ones? Wait until your name gets called, Bonilanto said. I watched as the tall soldier pushed a man back to his seat. Boni, I said. The palace guard looked at the man one more time before moving towards me. When he was beside me, I whispered, I told you not to touch the people. We are soldiers of the land. Our commitment is to serve, not to use force on them. Boni frowned. What good is power if we can't use it to make our jobs easier? I stand all day listening to complaints, he said as he pointed to the people crowded in the sitting room, waiting for their turns to raise their concerns to the emperor. And what about us? Huh? The emperor doesn't care enough to replace our battered armor. I smirked. Our armor had seen moon turns of fighting, and they were sent to the blacksmith more than I could ever count with my fingers and toes already, but they were usable and could still preserve our lives. There are more important things that Akea needs aside from our new armor, I said, although I only half believed it. You're wrong, Dogen. If we get killed in battle, Akea would not be able to hold off against any rebellion. Who said anything about rebellions? I asked. Boni blushed and mumbled something incoherent. I'm loyal to the emperor, and I'll fight with him to death, but I wish that sometimes he would put more importance on our needs. Why do you keep on talking about battles? No citizen would dare raise arms against Canella, I said. Where have you been? Haven't you been paying attention to what's happening around here? Aren't you curious about what these people are doing? Those who are not requesting larger portions of land are here trying to seek refuge in Canella. I say there is no place for them here. If the capital is filled with vagrants, we won't be able to defend the place. These people are ignorant in battle, and I don't want to be the one tending to them or teaching them to figure out one edge of the sword from the other, he finished. Battles? I have not heard of any. Are you sure about this, Boni? I asked. Dirella. That's where the first hand that lifted the sword came from, and the gods only know what's happening in that province now. I'd like to believe that the emperor has no hand in the matter, but it's been days, and the province is rumored to have been flooded, he paused. Gods help us in case the waves from the ocean come crashing in to add damage to what the floods are already causing. Now I understood why he was taking it out on the citizens who sought an audience with the emperor earlier. Boni was short-tempered, and he wasn't good at hiding his emotions. Flooding in Dirella? Impossible. Why was there no announcement across the land? Up until now, I didn't believe in plotting. That some lords and generals schemed to ensure that power would be theirs for keeps. I've always believed that there's a spark of goodness in people. I could only pray to the gods that I was right. Dirella is where the first sword was raised, but where else? Do you have any proof? I asked skeptically. Ghosts of Nivedin. Some say the ghosts have risen. I don't believe it, though, so I think it's only Dirella. Boni's eyes widened for a while as though he had come across a realization. You are from Dirella, aren't you? Have you heard anything about rebellions there? He said, pointing a finger at me. Put your finger down. I dislike being pointed at. What business is it of yours? Surely, you'll have the most desire to help your people. There is no advice from the palace. I can't leave my post. But with your frame, you can swim through the floods and save lives, perhaps carry more than a boatload could ever save. He said it without intending to be mean, but I grimaced because I didn't like to always stand out, especially if it had something to do with how I looked. My place is with the Emperor. My oath is to protect him, not to swim back to my hometown and waddle in mud. Boney's nose flared. Have you no compassion? With that attitude, I would certainly say that it's the mud you belong to, he spat out. He turned away from me, and by then, my patience had reached its limit. I raised my right arm and hit him but missed. Boney looked back at me. Don't do that again, he hissed before swaggering away from me. I hated his power, or maybe envied it, because he had the reflexes of an animal. And I do mean an animal like a tiger or a lion. He could feel a punch coming even with his back turned. I wished my power was something like that. Boney went back to his post, his face sourer than it had been earlier. The chamber doors opened, and Turan Aragor came out. His white hair was cropped an inch tidily above his ears. He was old, but he was still a strong man, and his wisdom was unmatched in Canella. That's why he was the Emperor's advisor. Rumors kept floating among the guards that the Elders Guild had been sending him invitations to join them for the past 5 turns of the moons, but that he had persistently declined. It is with the palace's sincerest apologies that the Emperor cannot see anyone anymore today. Urgent news comes from the south, and the war chambers are now being assembled. Please come back next week. The crowd fell silent at first, but then angry curses erupted. The people did not like having to wait for nothing. No one ever did. I was surprised that the announcement came from Turan. He's held a high position in the palace, and he shouldn't be wasting his time for menial announcements like this. I rushed to the crowd to help Boney and 2 other soldiers at the station. Hands pushed at me, and the cursing only got even louder. From the corner of my eye, I saw Turan as he entered the chambers to join the Emperor and the other war generals. I had to get back inside, too. The Emperor would look for me, now that there's a matter of utmost importance to discuss. I braced myself and shouted, "Please, citizens, the Emperor shall attend to you sooner. But for now, you have to wait patiently. Roam the streets of Canella. It is a wonderful place. Come back next week as advised. There will be time for an audience with him by then." There was silence. Then it was broken by a woman's shriek. "Goodness! What are you?" That was the cruelest thing I ever heard anyone say to me. Oh well, not the harshest, but it was definitely rude. "Go back to your home, madam, before the Emperor decides to ask me to chase you away," I said in my lowest voice to make it sound scarier. Boney looked at me for a while, and when he saw that I had silenced the woman, he followed my lead by talking loudly to the visitors, scaring them if needed. The other 2 soldiers did the same. When the crowd had thinned, I went inside the chambers to join the meeting as the Emperor's human shield. There was a side door, an almost unnoticeable passageway out of the chambers, and I passed through it, knowing that it would lead me to the war chambers. "This is not the time to help them," an old general said. The Emperor looked thoughtful. "This is exactly the time to send support to Dirella. The people are drowning. If more than half of them are lost to the flood, we will have difficulty trying to grow our land. Akea needs people. Able-bodied citizens to serve us. To produce. To guard. Half of them dead means half of your enemies are dead too, Your Grace," the old general said. I stood back, listening to all of them. Maybe if I had listened enough and remembered their strategies in the past, there would come a time that I could lead using my brains, instead of just courage and brawn, in battle. These people are Akeans, they are our flesh and blood, and I say if there's a fire, it had to have started somewhere. There was Flint, and from Flint, who's to say that it couldn't turn meekness into a potent outrage? Said a middle-aged man who went by the name of Paterno Ronaldo. He had a potent beard and a wide jaw. He was brave enough to look directly at the Emperor. Emperors have strategies. There is always a need for balance. If nobody ever felt vulnerable, what would make Akeans realize that they need my rule? So in this instance, a few days of lolling under a blanket of storms will make them pray for the Canellan Palace to send help. As it is our duty, Your Grace, Paterno interrupted pointedly. The Emperor looked grimly at Paterno, and the group fell silent. Charm. The Emperor used his power to get the war generals to his side. The palace will be there for its people. The assistance we provide Direllans, a proud bunch these people are, will make them remember that they can't stand alone. The swords that were raised in that town have to be bent, trashed, and washed away with floodwaters. I can't let them doubt my leadership, the Emperor finished. Paterno did not say anything anymore, but I could see his eyes were still lit with fire. A wise man for knowing his limits as to how far he could question the Emperor. What is it then that you are commanding us to do, Your Grace? General Renner Calo asked. He was a young general and was remarkably good in battle. Word had gotten around that his power lay in how he swung his sword. At his age, he had always been successful in stopping uprisings, and under McQueen Storm's rule, there had been a lot. I couldn't remember if it was like this during the former Emperor Northsum's. No rule was without its flaws, but McQueen Storm's and Northsum's rules were so different that it was like comparing apples and oranges, then peeling off their skins and comparing them again. You will lead hundreds of soldiers to Dirella. You will march by midday. Assemble your men and bring Dirella back to me, the Emperor said. Paterno didn't say anything. The other generals gave their consent. Thank you, Your Grace. It is an honor. I will lead them, General Renner said. Dogen, the Emperor said. I looked at the Emperor, shocked that he addressed me even when I wasn't joining them at the table. Yes, Your Grace, I said. Aren't you from Dirella? Yes, Your Grace. You will join General Renner and help him bring your fellow Direllans to my feet, he said. General Renner took one look at me. There is no need for this, Your Grace. This man will only scare people. I know the way. I can bring them to heel. Nonsense. It is said that the ways of a Direllan are only truly known to a Direllan. They are an eccentric lot. You will be grateful when you realize that I'm right, and I always am, the Emperor said. I knelt by the Emperor's side. Your Grace, my place is with you, I said and continued in my head, and with Lamare. If I were to go to Dirella, I might miss Lamare's visit in the coming fortnight, and no one should be allowed to take a man's only happiness away from him. I can manage without you for a while, Dogen. General Renner will need you, the Emperor said. This time, his tone had caught on an edge. He didn't want me to plead my case. Oh, Lamare, I thought. So, I guess I will not be seeing her this fortnight. To serve, Your Grace, I said and stood up. Wynne dismissed everyone, and General Renner walked fast towards the door. You will not slow me down, Dogen, he said. I replied to him with only the words I thought appropriate for me to say. I'm not slow, General, I said. Never have been. He frowned. Let's go then. It has been 2 days since the flood started, and I want to save as much of Dirella as I can when I get there. Meet us at the gates in 30 minutes, he said, before turning to me again, adding, and please, would you mind getting a haircut and a shave? I mulled it over inside my head. 30 minutes for a haircut, a shave, and to prepare my things? Well, that's going to be a challenge. But I would give the general that. Besides, a new haircut may be what I needed to make Lamare notice me. Could I ever pull off a top knot? I didn't think so, and yet here I was with one. At least it would be easier to maintain. I ran my fingers down my chin and felt stubbles already. How could it be? It's just been minutes since I ran the blades of my dagger against my chin. I trotted my horse and found a throng of soldiers huddled near the Canellan gates. General Renner was approaching with a bannerman. Really? To rescue people, there had to be a banner? I snickered. Everybody stood up, and some ready to ride their horses. Soldiers, our goal is to reach Dirella in 2 days. We will ride hard. Anyone who wishes to leave may do so at the cost of your honor, he said, looking around. Are you ready to save Dirella? He rallied the men. The men cheered, and there were rustles as soldiers rode their horses. The general moved in front of the formation and started galloping away, the bannermen closely following him. Goodbye, Lamare. Hello, Dirella. Time to become a hero.
Chapter 3, The Little Ghost Girl. Piper San Diego. Father, I'm back, I shouted. The few Nivens outside of their tree houses looked at me for a while before they went back to what they were doing. A bald man glanced at me. He had tattoos on both arms, and his skin was grayer than mine. When I reached him, he smiled back. Let me guess, you've been up in the mountains again? Father smirked. I nodded, guilt coloring my face. From the top of the mountain, I saw dark skies down south. But everywhere else, it's clear. At this time of the moon turn, it's only to be expected, he said. Master Andoni, the Niven elders confirmed their attendance at the meeting tonight. A man who seemed to be a few moon turns older than I told my father, appearing from out of nowhere, only to disappear afterward. Thank you, Lope. What was that? Why is there a meeting? I asked. Matters of the outside world, he began. The animals are all acting crazy as though a huge storm is coming. But Lila couldn't find anything wrong with the weather. The hall decided it was better for us to discuss this matter amongst ourselves, he finished. Lila Farron was Nivedin's weather lady. She had learned how to predict the acts of nature, and in that sense, she could warn us what to expect in the coming days. Can I come with you? My father shook his head. Enjoy your youth while you still can, he said blankly. By youth, he meant climbing the treehouse and learning how to make sandals. I hated making them, even if I knew this was a part of our lives as Nivens. We had to make our own footwear as part of our disguise. To wear sandals that were lightweight, soft, and did not squeak against rocks even when they were wet. I really wish I could go with you, I said, frowning. Another 3 moon turns and you won't have to beg me anymore, he said. In the meantime, go to your mother. But you're the chief hunter. You can bring me with you. Peeps, home. Now, my father said. Pouting, I walked away from him, wondering how I could manage to listen in on their meeting later that evening. Well, I could make myself invisible. But that would not solve my problem. Other Nivens would be able to spot me. Should they catch me, my father would punish me, and I would find myself inside Nivedin's own version of the dungeons for days, doing the thing I hated the most, building treehouses and making sandals. I was almost near our treehouse when I heard the loud rumbling of the ground. It grew closer and closer to the town clearing. I looked back at my father and saw him stand up, making himself invisible. Some Nivens who were not cloaked in invisibility hid too. It has become second nature to us to hide when facing imminent danger, and I did the same as everyone else. The rumbling stopped, and dust billowed around. There was silence as we waited for everything to clear. We found ourselves staring at a hunched old man riding a horse. His hair was ashen, and 2 birds perched on his shoulders. There were pigs gathered around him too. I counted a little more than 2 dozen. He looked odd in Nivedin with his fair skin and that strange menagerie of friends, all of which highlighted the fact that he did not belong here. To him, this place must have looked as peculiar as he did to us. I am Elder Mayan of the Elders Guild, he bellowed in a loud voice to no one in particular. No Niven stirred from where they were. We looked at the elder, wondering what his business was in our land. Nobody ever goes here. Ever. For an old man to just barge in, get past the Niven guards without them sounding an alarm, well, he must have quite the skill in hiding. How did he even manage to get past the guards with such a huge entourage? I call upon you, Nivens of the old blood. Akea is in ruins. The Emperor is trying to bring his version of balance to the land, a balance that is not without its cost. He destroys so that people will cling to him as a child does to his mother's skirt. And with this fear, he will have control over the provinces forever. Who ever heard of such a heartless strategy? We remained silent. The biggest hurdle amongst citizens is that the Emperor, as we know, is charismatic. People will start a rebellion, but their fires will be doused even before they take hold. Where will that leave us? Some Nivens moved closer to him, intent on listening to more of what he had to say. It is said that a rebellion started in Dirella. But what happened after? He paused, perhaps finding it a real possibility that he could very well be talking to the wind and nothing else. As I speak now, lives are being lost to the flood. Direla is such a high province, and yet, a flood came and lingered. It's not as though there wasn't an ocean to its west where the floodwater could flow through. I have brought with me an offering to keep you fed, he continued. After a few moments, he went on, so that you will remember that while your bellies are full, outside your land, Akeans are begging for your help to liberate them from the emperor. Then a baby cried. This is what always happens. For those who were old enough to understand how we should act in front of Akeans, we would keep our silence and remain immobile for long. But babies and toddlers were problematic. They would cry whenever they wanted, without regard to the consequences for themselves or those around them. Elder Mayan's face remained calm, but he must have been frightened too because he turned around and left. However, before doing so, he said something to the pigs, and the sight of him crouching down to talk to them was mesmerizing. After he touched the animals, they laid down on the ground, and even as he trotted off, the pigs stayed. I was amazed. Did he tell the pigs they were about to die? When Elder Mayan was out of earshot, a Nivedin made himself visible. No. I shouted. My father looked at me, as did the other Nivedins. The elder can talk to animals. This is a trap, I yelled. Instantly, the man who had made himself visible hid again. He can talk to animals. His announcement was a declaration to confuse us. He wanted us to eat the pigs. Yet if we do, it would only prove to him that we are not ghosts, I said. My father nodded. She's right. And if we don't eat them and the pigs see us when we're not controlling our power, they will tell the elder. What? Asked the man, a hint of doubt coating his voice. My father answered, it is a sharp observation, Piper. The elder seems able to talk to animals. If we are not expected to eat the pigs, what are we to do with them? Chase them away, I said. A woman moved towards the center. No. Ghosts do not eat, but wild animals feed on prey like pigs. Let's make it look like a wild beast ravished the pigs. Difficult choices, Father said, contemplating. Father, it's a trap, I said, trying to emphasize my point. What would an elder want with us? He asked. Either he spoke the truth, or these animals wouldn't trust him. There was a sudden movement to my right, and I assumed a Nivedin climbed down from a treehouse. He was invisible too, but his voice was so distinct that when he spoke, I knew it was Romeo de Nicholas. It's better that we gather for the hall discussion now. The elder has left. He may have doubted that we are ghosts, but he was unsure, yet he was also scared. He won't be returning soon, he said. If Piper is right, he will expect one of the pigs to come to him as soon as a sign of life is seen in this town. My father looked at me, himself in deep thought. Piper, help out. Ask every man of age to gather in the hall. We will be there waiting. I agree with Elder Man. It is almost impossible for Direla to be flooded. Be quick, my dear, and gather the men for the meeting, he paused. I'm afraid though that even with your keen observation, you are still not allowed to join us, he added. I wanted to yell in frustration, but I did as I was told, climbing up tree houses, swinging from tree to tree, and asking men of age to come to the hall. I felt bad that I was up here waiting for whatever came out of the meeting instead. On the ground, the pigs did not flinch. They looked as though they were lounging under the sun without a care in the world. I took a nut and threw one at a pig. It hit the top of its head, but it remained still. My frustration grew as the day went by. I put my hands inside my pocket and found the coins I had taken from Kino. I took one and aimed it at the pig again. Halfway in midair, the coin showed, and it glittered under the blazing sun. It landed on the head of the same pig before bouncing off to the ground. This time, the pig lifted its head and looked around as if it had a mind. I mean, of course, it had a brain, but could it ever understand anything? My question was answered in a heartbeat as the pig got up on all fours and trotted to where the coin landed. I watched as it took the penny in its mouth and looked at the other pigs. Then it started running away. No. I shouted. But already, the pig was yards away from the other swine. There was no time for me to call my father and tell him about the incident. I leapt from the tree and bruised my knee upon landing. It did not matter. I hurriedly paced after the pig. I had to get to the pig before it got the chance to give the coin to Elder Mayan as proof that Nivens were not ghosts. Leaves crunched under my feet, but I could not risk slowing down now. The chase was afoot, and if my footprints would not give me away to the elder, the coin the pig carried in its mouth absolutely would. No, I thought to myself. I felt like crying. My father would have my hide for this. I could only hope that Elder Mayan was a good man. There was already some considerable distance between the pig and me, but I had to get to it before it reached the elder. Only a moment ago, my father had been praising me for my insights, only to have me waste such a moment of pride by failing to follow my own advice. I ran as fast as I could.
Chapter 4, The Unlikely Spy. Elder Mayan Dilo. When one is old and has no family, the world becomes his only concern. When I joined the Elders Guild, I made Akea my life. To protect this world, I had to come up with the most cunning of methods. I had to use my friends to check my hunches on Nivedin. I had to leave them behind, to let them watch over the ghost town, and to see for themselves if the Nivens were indeed dead. It was more than a moon turn ago when a raven told me that it had spotted a pale-skinned man in Nivedin. I dismissed it because it was widely believed that the town was littered with ghosts. Tales of soldiers passing by the mountains and seeing footsteps, hearing babies crying, and watching trees sway even without the breeze were common gossip. Some even claimed they heard voices rustling in the wind or smoke that came from above the canopies. And then there were the songs that hung in the air. After hearing these tales, everyone soon avoided the ghost town. The strange thing was that ghosts roamed the town even in broad daylight, which was unlike any other haunted place I knew. But these stories made Akeans avoid passing through the ghost town, even if it meant circling the foot of several mountains instead of cutting through the valley to reach the villages around and beyond Nivedin. The elders told me that the time to reclaim the empire was near. We needed allies, as many as we could convince, in the hope of gathering soldiers. The only problem was the emperor's power to charm everyone across the lands. How could we organize a rebellion and follow through with it at this pace? Only the Nivens could avoid his charm, because unseen, the emperor would not know how or who to charm. But if we win the support of the ghosts, there could be a chance for us to bring Akea back to its former glory. The rebellion had started in Dirella, as the prophecies predicted. But it was also mentioned that when the Direllans marched to fight, the ghosts would rise. I did not exactly know what all this meant, but since, at my age, I might not see another emperor rise to take McQuinn Storm's empire, I would have to make do with the most literal translation that I could think of, that these ghosts are, in fact, the remaining Nivens. The other elders are also working on their schemes, and although some dislike the way I worked, we have the same goal, to take Akea back from McQuinn Storm. In this sense, at least, we were unified. As I rode away from Nivedin, a few of the other elders also began their journey to Dirella. The others would march on to Bulaknen. Some would go to the Lakay Islands, and one would stay at the foot of Mount Gali, where we always met. I might be brave, the many moon turns have made me that, but the baby's cries still made my hair stand on end. It was disturbing to think of babies as ghosts. I would rather face 1,000 headless ghost men with broken limbs and bloodied faces than be chased away by ghost babies' cries. I ran my hand across my arms to make the fine body hair settle down. I have traveled a long way already. I had to confirm my hunch sooner or later. I stopped and looked around. The clearing I found myself in was an excellent place to rest. Surely, the ghosts would not go this far. Or would they? I climbed down on my horse. Stay, I told the bay and proceeded to remove the saddle and place it on the ground. I would need to rest for a while. There is no other place to be for now. Something stirred from behind the bushes, and I had to pull my knife loose. I prayed it was an animal because I would have difficulty defending myself if not. On the other hand, if it were one of my friends, whether it was a lion, a tiger, or even a hubbub, a dragon, or a serpetus, I could talk to them and perhaps beg them to spare my life, although in the past, a hubbub proved to be challenging to control. Conversing with them was a probability, but they would never listen to anything. Serpetuses were pretty much the same. But the challenge was actually with dragons. I have never seen one, and sometimes I wonder if there ever were any dragons in the past at all. There were stories about the last great black egg and that the tree runners protected it. Others say that it was protected by its mother dragon before it died. But these dragon stories turned into myths, and even the myth of the last dragon had died as the moon turns came and went, with no signs of these fire-breathing creatures. No one in Akea is old enough to witness any of these stories. I pushed all my thoughts away from my head and focused on the task at hand. I hid behind a tree and waited for whatever it was that was struggling against the bush to come out. A bit of pink flesh poked out from the leaves, and I saw my pig. I sighed in relief. I moved forward as I sheathed the knife back to its scabbard. "Do you have news for me?" I said in a tongue that only animals understood. If Akeans could hear me, they would take me for a fool. These days though, being taken for a fool was far better than being mistaken for a wise man. The former could only care for his survival, but the latter could only end up with his head on a pike if he so much as opened his mouth and spoke his mind, especially in the audience of the emperor. The pig blinked, and for a moment, I thought that she was smiling at me. I could not read her expression. Their words were phrased differently, but it was the gift the gods blessed me with. I could understand animals. I held my palm out open in front of the pig's mouth the way she asked me to, and she spat out a coin. The coin bore the new flag of Akea, which meant that it was only minted this moon turn or 2 moon turns back. What could the coin be doing in the town if no people were living in it? I patted its head. "Good job, Red," I told the pig. "Someone is chasing Red," the pig told me. Animals used their names on themselves when they spoke to me. I creased my forehead. "Who's chasing Red?" Soft footsteps. Less than a mile away. A ghost followed the pig. I became anxious. I had been waiting for something like this. I gave instructions to Red and pushed the coin back into her mouth. I saddled my horse and moved away from the tree to hide. For the next few minutes, I waited for the perpetrator's footsteps. Red walked away from me, but I could still spot her from where I was. We both waited in anticipation. The pig turned to the right as though it sensed something. I squinted, but I could not see anything. Suddenly Red was squirming, fighting to keep her mouth closed as though invisible hands were trying to pry her mouth open. "Please give it back," a voice said. From where I was, I froze. The voice sounded like it belonged to a little girl. Red started to fight back but took care not to hurt the little ghost girl the way I instructed her not to hurt anyone. I told the pig to give her pursuer a hard time so that whoever he or she may be would be forced to reveal himself or herself. And sure enough, out of thin air, a figure emerged. A little ghost girl. Her blonde hair tumbled as she wrestled Red to get the coin. The girl's body was pale as though it was covered with a grayish residue of sorts. Red relinquished the coin. The girl quickly picked it up and vanished into thin air. My heart was thumping against my ribcage as I grew excited over this discovery. There was proof that the ghosts of Nivedin existed. Now all I had to do was to convince these ghosts, these Nivens, that we had to fight together to overthrow the Emperor. I felt hope rising inside me. Maybe, I would still see peace in the land before my time in Akea was over.
Chapter 5, Unresolved Problems. Kino Amark. I sat in front of my desk for 3 hours, and had not written a word on the scroll. There was no reason that this lack of productivity should bother me because I still had plenty of time before the next meeting with Wind. Besides, I did not want to see Wind just yet. If dallying were an option, I would dally all the time. Wind always told me to bring balance to the land. That when I write, I have to keep in mind that there is nothing more essential than that. Like he believed that evil was as necessary for the good to be more felt and cherished by the citizens. Sometimes, I get confused with this too. Was it really the balance that this land needed? Did balance mean people having to suffer and die in the process? Wind's power was storm crafting, and I should not focus on its negativity because even though it brought forth destruction, storms could also channel water, air, and other elements that the people would also need. Northsum, my father, the previous emperor, believed in wind right from the very beginning, saying that he would have a good place in Canella, and wind was able to prove that. He traveled across Akea to help in the development of agriculture. When there was drought, his was the first hand that my father sought. Marriage to me broadened Wind's horizon, and maybe, something inside of him changed, and this became apparent as he yearned to know more, acquire more, harness his power more. I found myself biting my lower lip as I thought about what to write on the scroll. There was something that I had not tried yet, the volcanoes in Carriage. Its eruption was something that I was holding back from Wind. I could not let him have me write something so brutal. I stretched my legs from under the table and sighed. It was a futile effort to try and keep on writing when no ideas came. Wind had been specific and insistent throughout all of this. There should never be anything repetitive about what I wrote. Nobody should suspect what my power was, otherwise, there could be havoc. From the window of my bedroom, I saw Kino outside reading a book. Other boys his age were usually in the habit of playing with their powers, but since he had none to speak of, he would spend his afternoon reading, or doing his assignments from school, or gathering berries from the forest to trade in the market. As a mother, I should be proud of him, and I was. But to be branded as unborn demeans my son, and when I was reminded that I was the reason for all of this, my burden would only become more cumbersome. I stood up from where I was sitting and went outside to join Kino. "How do you like it here?" He looked up. "The cottage?" I nodded. "It's all right, I guess," he said. "I've been thinking about moving somewhere else. I don't know where yet, but I want to know if you'd agree." Kino thought about my proposal before he answered. "It's all right. There's really nothing much here for me. My classmates aren't exactly friendly. I won't miss them, except for Mayo, of course." He chuckled as he said the last sentence. "I almost flew the last time we tried." I narrowed my eyes at him to let him know that I was not too keen on his attempts to fly. Kino smiled impishly. "Are you sad?" I did not know why I asked that. Maybe it was because I was sad myself, and I wanted to see if he felt the same way. He shrugged. "There were better days, Mother. I could definitely use a few of them again," he said. I looked away. "Where could we go?" I could draw Akea's map in a scroll since I was familiar with all the provinces because it was part of my training in the palace. Father told me that to be a good leader, I would need to know each province by heart. And as for my dilemma, the solution could be simple for anyone else: draw a map, close my eyes, drop a pin, and go where it would land. Only, it was not as straightforward as that because if I were not careful about my destination, Wind would be able to find me. Half of the Akeans may not openly support him and may even want to start a rebellion behind his back, but the other half wants his protection, and if ever the wrong hands caught me, I would have to deal with the fallout from Wind. "Is something wrong?" Kino asked. "I don't know if any place is safe enough for us to stay," I said, my voice unable to hide the truth. "The nightmares, huh?" "The nightmares can't reach me anymore. They are of the past. But they're still horrible reminders. The best place for us to hide is right where no one would look for us," he said, and I laughed. "Of course." "No, I'm not kidding," he said innocently. "Who are we running away from? The answer to that should give us our destination. Let's say I don't want to go back to the palace anymore, and I don't want to write any more stories," I said. He looked at me for a long while, mulling things over. A few birds flew from a nearby tree and landed on the patch of ground near our cottage. I watched as they pecked on the grass to catch the early worms. "That's a pretty tough one. If we need to hide from the Emperor, he could still find us anywhere we go," Kino said after a moment of stillness. I nodded. "Let's talk about something else, shall we?" I said. The thought of running away from Wind was so depressing. How could I escape him without compromising the safety of my son any further? "It's all right, Mother. If this is important to you, then we should do it. I don't know your reasons, but it must be something huge for you to think about running away. Does it have something to do with the nightmares?" "Does it?" "Yes." "Then let's run away. I'm sure I'll be able to come up with something," he said. "After all, that's what I'm good at, running away from bullies." He grinned at me as though what he said was funny, but I could not return his grin.
Chapter 6, The Soldier. Dogan Ronda. My boots slid every now and then on the slopes of Plain Rane. The boulders had seen days of heavy rainfall, and slime was starting to develop. A few more days of continuous rain would render the slopes impassable to both horses and men. We had been riding for the entire day, and I started fearing for my horse. The soldiers probably did, too, because a number of them were now walking on foot and had their horses trotting beside them. It was past midnight, and the cold wind had started lashing against my body mercilessly. "Aren't we going to stop for the night?" a soldier asked. He was a thin man compared to the others and probably needed more rest. He looked pretty young to be in the troop, to begin with. No one bothered to answer. Everyone was focused on the slippery slopes. Dirella had highlands, so I was not worried about what we would find when we got there. Even the news of the flood was something that I wouldn't believe unless I'd seen it with my own eyes. Not that I was daring the gods. It's just that the way the gods sculpted the province's terrain, it's almost impossible for there to be any flooding of sorts. "Halt!" another soldier shouted. "This is where we'll camp for tonight," he said. I looked around. He had to be kidding. We passed through the slopes, and the land was still uneven. Even if there were no bandits, it was still an unsuitable area to camp. But all around me, wearied men started to unpack their sleeping bags. There would be no need for tents as these would only slow us down. When a soldier was tired, uneven earth would do for a bed. The hours ticked by quickly, and before I fell into a deep slumber, the soldiers were already being roused from sleep. I yawned before standing up to roll my sleeping bag. We were only several miles away from the borderlands, and after a day of traveling, my excitement of seeing my province again caught up with me. I knew what to expect. The canyons that were burnt brown against the afternoon sky would go for miles and miles. After passing through the canyons, a stretch of flatlands would welcome us. The houses and fields would then follow. General Renner rode to the front of the troop with his bannermen. He faced all of us soon after. "Soldiers, we are here to save Direllans. At some point, we'll have to be on foot. We'll be expected to swim. Bring your ropes." The soldiers nodded, but there wasn't any more time to cheer. With quick movements, we rode our horses and started galloping after General Renner. A stretch of canyons enveloped us, and we crept quietly because there were all sorts of beasts living there. The beasts were scared of Akeans, though, but we still made sure that we didn't stray far from the rest. After an hour of riding and creeping, we finally saw the beginning of what turned out to be a stretch of flatlands. There were no trees left, as though we were in another world. It was not the flatlands that I knew. It couldn't be. General Renner slowed down to a halt. "There is no source of water here, but there will be, once we cross these flatlands. Keep your bays at a slower pace so they can withstand having no water longer." He dismounted and started walking with his horse. Some soldiers dismounted from their horses too and were now walking. All of us followed the general. I looked back to where we came from and saw the trail of soldiers forming a large group. There were several hundred of us, by my estimate. I trotted faster and stopped beside General Renner and studied him. The general was shorter than I, probably by a foot, but he was still taller when compared to the other men. His hair was close cropped with some gray strands at the temples. He was still young, probably a few moon turns more than I was, and his skin was as burnt as mine. The flatlands used to be the wall that separated Dirella from the other parts of Akea. Because there was a limited water supply here, nobody bothered to leave the province in the past for fear of dehydration during the journey. But things had changed many moon turns ago, and carriages drawn by several horses have solved that problem. I was only able to explore the world outside of Dirella when the time came for me to present my power to the Emperor. I joined the wagon going to the palace and never returned. Instead, I found a job as a stable boy and later on realized that being a soldier was my destiny. Soon enough, as a soldier with a sword in my hand, I was unstoppable and could fool people into believing that my power was in wielding the sword. I could only wish it was true. General Renner stopped, staring ahead with a look of concern. We had already reached some foliage by now, indicating that we were about to enter Direla's mainland. Men, all of us must go on foot from here. The flood begins a mile from here, General Renner said. Several men squinted to see ahead, and they had different reactions. While most nodded in agreement, others looked confused. There's no sign of flooding, somebody finally said, just loud enough for a few others to hear him. Look closer, you fool, another one grumbled. I squinted and saw another stretch of brown land. Or was that floodwater? The trees were like leafy vegetable heads sprouting from the ground, with their tree trunks hidden from view because the flood obscured them. My mouth gaped in astonishment. General, if the flood is that high, many could have died already. I exclaimed, feeling dejected. General Renner shook his head. This only marks the beginning of the catastrophe. I don't know what else lies beyond this part. The clashing of metal as soldiers removed their armor, tossing down shields, swords, and helmets on the ground filled the air for the next hour or so. It's a good thing that the flatlands ended on a cliff. This gave us an advantage. We were higher than the mainland, and rescue could be easier. I removed my helmet and put it down carefully on the soft earth. With deft fingers, I removed my armor too. The sword hanging on my waist was the next to be taken off. Gather the ropes. From this point on, only these things will matter. Don't forget to bring your knives, General Renner shouted. Every soldier moved towards him, enclosing him in a semicircle. This was the part when we listened to instructions from the general, because not heeding important words from him could mean death. When everyone was close enough to hear, General Renner started. Men, today we don't die wielding swords. Our fight is with the land. We will rescue Direlans. Our honor will depend on how many lives we can save. He paused. You know the drill. Children, women, old people, we save them first. Those who don't seem to have any chance of surviving, he paused again, they're whom the knives are for. I gulped. That was the tricky part, to administer mercy killings. It has been explained to me a dozen times before, how the act was supposedly less cruel, but I have never learned to like it. Where do we bring them? A thin soldier asked. What about food? If it's been days since the flooding started, chances are everyone's starving. The questions started pouring, and General Renner had to answer all of them. I felt sorry for the general. I moved away from the crowd of soldiers and studied the area. Only treetops could be seen. Where could all the people be? I clutched the rope tighter, and it felt like I was clutching at my intestines. These were my people suffering. I had to help them. Soon, General Renner gave the signal, and we ran to the spot that divided the flooded area from dry land. Several soldiers dived down the cliff. I did the same and swam my way towards a tree. The current was not as strong in this part. It was surreal having to swim where you knew a farm used to be. I kept swimming until I reached the first tree, took a foothold, and swam to the next one. All around me, soldiers were doing the same. I saw one help a frail man hugging a branch. The man was passed from one soldier to the next until he reached the cliff. The ropes were proving to be very useful. I kept moving forward. These parts had very few residents, and I could only imagine how bad it was at the provincial capital. Then my fears materialized. Some of the 2- or 3-story houses stood up against the flood. Sadly, most of the houses were much shorter, and it was a miracle that their thatched roofs could be seen. Some boats were milling around, going from roof to roof. I saw a man about my age standing on the boat, pitching packed food to people on the roofs. He had a good arm, his throw was perfect, and each time he swung, the trajectory drew a measured curve against the horizon. The food would land perfectly in the receiver's expectant hands. The man's power was surely put to excellent use today. I wasn't accustomed to feeling so devastated, and maybe that's what the coldness in my heart was. Right now, I did the only thing to make it right. I swam faster towards a roof, where I was met with 2 pairs of sorrowful eyes. We're fine over here, but please see how Master Oka is doing, the man on this roof said, pointing to another house, the second floor of which had not yet been entirely engulfed by the flood. I nodded at him and then swam towards the house. Master Oka? I bellowed, hoisting myself inside one of the windows. This house fared better. I was able to stand up inside, and the water was only up to my knee on the second floor. In the corner, an old man sat on top of a table, his knees bent towards his chest. Master Oka, we have to leave, I said. Hope blossomed in his eyes, but when he saw my face and hulking figure, he shouted, "No! Monster!" I rolled my eyes and felt sorry for Master Oka. He left me with no choice. I punched him on the side of his head, and he fell down unconscious. Before he hit the water, I was able to scoop him up. Damn my appearance. It's making my job more difficult. I should avoid dark parts of the houses so as not to frighten any more of my people. I walked to the window and moved his limp body out, and then eased myself out too. I was holding Master Oka in my left arm while my right swam towards the roof. When I was closer, the man on the roof moved forward and helped me bring Master Oka up. I pushed at the old man's frail body while the other man lifted his torso. Still unconscious, Master Oka's head swung as the man dragged him to the roof. I nodded in gratitude at the man who helped me before leaving and watched as he went on to tend to the old man as I swam away. All around me, soldiers mobilized about and seemed to be doing better than I was. The people were being rescued from one roof to the next. By midday, I was able to save more than 20 people. If hundreds of us did the same, then we were doing reasonably well in this endeavor. By afternoon, I began to lose count. My arms were getting tired from all the swimming, and with no food to give us energy, there was nothing to keep our strength. I was resting on a roof when I heard shouting from another house. It was still a long swim away, though, about 50 yards from where I was. I squinted to see who it could be. The silhouette of a lady inside came into view. I dived immediately and swam faster. The windows were closed, and I had to break a glass window to enter. When I did, a torrent of water pushed me inside the house. The shouts were louder now, and I looked again for the lady. She was now almost neck deep in the floodwater. Our eyes met, and I breathed a sigh of relief when she didn't scream at me for being this ugly. I moved towards her and gripped her arms to carry her, but she wouldn't budge. Her face registered fear. "What's wrong?" I asked. I was looking for food. I didn't see the gap on the floor. My foot, it stuck. I couldn't go down to check on it. "I don't know how to swim," she said helplessly. "Wait here, my lady," I said and bent over, trying to ease my way down to where her foot had been caught. I touched her legs, moved my hands to where her foot was stuck and felt slime. When I reached the gap, I felt for the obstructions holding her foot and touched a wound. It must have hurt because her other foot involuntarily kicked at me. I stood up and gasped for air. She was looking at me. Oh, such a beautiful lady. My heart ached. "Your foot has a wound. Give me a few more minutes," I said. "Please don't kick me." I swam down again, easing the knife from the belt on my waist. I would try to cut off the wood that caught her foot. I couldn't force it out, or she might have to lose a leg. What a terrible, terrible thought. I was down under the water when the house shook. I stood up immediately and looked outside the window. I swam towards it to see what was happening outside. There, on the roofs, the people were standing up, frantic. They were looking to the east. I followed their gazes, and I saw the cause of the commotion. A huge wave, I didn't know where it came from, was fast approaching. It looked as though it was taller than me, and if it did hit us, all the people we saved might end up back in the waters again. "Brace yourselves!" someone shouted. "Hold your ground!" another one ordered. I went back to the lady, swam under, and kept pounding on the damn wooden plank that trapped her foot. Finally, it gave, and I was able to free her foot from the wedge, but at that exact moment, the gigantic wave crashed against the house. Floodwater came rushing inside, and we were both sent swirling in circles. I was fighting not to let go of her hand. I felt her pull at me, panicking, making her grip me tighter. I pulled her closer. The water was rising fast inside the house, and I had to lift her up so she could breathe. It was useful to be tall. Relax, I said. I won't let you go. Her head bobbed up and down as she frantically gulped in the air. I steered her to where the window was situated before all the water came in, but it was more difficult to locate where it was now. With the windows blocked by water, there was no light source, and darkness engulfed us. I'll have to have you go first, but don't worry, I'll find you once we're out of here. Trust me, I said. If I had looked better, I would have been more convincing. But this lady had no choice but to trust me. I swam towards the window and prepared myself. On the count of 3, hold your breath, close your eyes, and don't open them until you feel my hands around your body, I instructed. She nodded weakly, her eyes clouding with doubt. 1, 2, 3. She closed her eyes and deeply inhaled. In one swift motion, I pulled her underwater, breathed in the air before going after her, and pushed her out the window. Then I was swimming outside, gasping for breath. My head bobbed to the surface, and I looked around. I saw a necklace of beads that she wore floating in the floodwaters. I swam hurriedly down to where it came from, and my hands grasped her body. I lifted her, treading to stay afloat. She gulped lungfuls of air with her mouth, and eventually, her flailing ceased. She coughed, and when she opened her eyes, she smiled at me. It was the most beautiful smile, and it instantly reminded me of my dear Lamare. I smiled back at the lady. Hold on to me, and we'll swim away. She nodded. I pulled at her, but she didn't budge. I looked at her, and there was panic in her eyes. My eyes searched for what could be holding her back and saw the debris floating in the floodwater, smashing against her back. Keep still, I said as I swam and pushed against the debris. It was an old clothes drawer with its door open. Clothes floated everywhere before sinking as water soaked them. I can't move, she said. I can't feel my legs and my arms. Her eyes shut tightly before her mouth twisted as though she was in terrible pain. Wait. Don't panic, my lady, I said, trying to hide the reality that I was running out of ideas. I tried smashing the clothes drawer to sink, but even my arms were no match to the wood used for the drawer. Arg! I yelled as I gave it another punch. What's holding this drawer towards you? The lady shook her head. I don't feel anything. My feet have been stuck under the water for 2 days, and the wound could be festering, she said. I was horrified when I realized what caused her perspiration earlier. She was burning up with fever from her festering wound. Now that we were out under the open sky, her flushed cheeks and bloodshot eyes became more noticeable to me. Hang on. I searched for my knife and found it back in my belt. Swimming down, I traced the spot that held her against the edge of a wooden closet. How could she not feel any pain? I pried with my hand at first, but her foot remained stuck. I had to swim up for some air and then swim back down again. I pushed away some debris back inside the house, but the effort was futile. I had to swim up every now and then to check her and make sure she could still breathe. It will only be a while, I said, trying to reassure her. From behind her, the roof of the house shook. Oh, dear gods, the house was going to collapse. Hold on to me, I said, and she did. I watched in horror as the roof started shaking, and then it began to sink. I held her tighter, waiting for the perfect moment. She pulled at me, she would sink slowly with the house. I swam under, pushing her up, trying desperately to remove the thing that was holding her foot. I pulled at her leg, and her other leg kicked at me as though I hurt her even more. I released my hold on her leg and then swam upwards, breathing air and searching for her face. Her head dipped, and she had started drinking floodwater. I quickly held onto her body, pushing her up as she coughed incessantly. Don't give up, I said, feeling her frail body against mine. The house shook even stronger, and it collapsed in one instant, pulling at the water, creating a suction, pulling at the lady and me. Her eyes grew wider as she was jerked away from my hold. She reached out to me, and I swam closer to her. Please, she pleaded. What do you mean? I'm afraid to drown. Do it now. She screamed. And then she yelped as the tide of water pulled her downwards. That was when I knew I had to make it easier for her, although the decision was in no way easy for me. I treaded faster, fighting the current that was pulling both of us down. I looked into the lady's hopeful yet scared eyes and realized that there was nothing I could do to save her, so I took out my knife. I held onto her body for a moment longer, fighting, treading harder to keep afloat until there was no other way but to do what I must. In one swift movement, I traced the blade against her neck. Blood gushed out, and her eyes closed immediately. Her body was sucked by the flood waters in a whirl, leaving a trail of blood in the murky deep waters. I stared in horror at her loss. I wanted to kill myself. I looked up and saw that everywhere the soldiers were doing the same, fighting to rescue all they could of what's left of Dirella. I gulped, and my heart barely felt like it was still beating. With the way I was feeling inside, it was impossible to believe that I was not shedding tears for the lady. First life lost. I would not lose another. I swam towards another roof, yearning to save someone this time. I let the knife slip through my fingers and be sucked by the floodwaters and hoped that I would not have a need for it anymore. There's no room for grieving today. I had to bring pleasant thoughts back to sustain my strength. To keep me from thinking about the lady I had to kill. So, when I was resting on top of a roof, I laid down and tried thinking about Lamare. I had been counting the days since she visited the palace. It's been 5 days, which meant that I had to be back in the palace in 9 days. If I weren't back by then, I would have to wait an additional 14 days to catch a glimpse of her. Maybe the next time I see her, I'll move slower and gentler so that she can see I have a softer side too. I was sleepy, but I tried to keep my eyes wide open. Standing up, my leg muscles hurt, especially my left knee. It throbbed and reminded me of a war I fought in the past, when I fell from a horse, and the horse landed on top of me. Since then, I have always limped. But I couldn't let the pain stop me from doing my duty in Dirella now. My arms were also tired, but my work here was not done. By now, the flood had subsided a few feet. It should have done so days ago because the water passages were well structured. I didn't see any reason for water to rise to this level and then for it to have difficulty finding its way towards the ocean. It was as though there was some sort of magic holding the water within Dirella's boundaries. How many lives did I save in the afternoon? Was it 5 or 10? Would saving 100 people make up for the one I lost? There were fewer people now on the roofs, and the only ones left were the resting soldiers. A few of them stood up and dived back to the floodwaters. We needed to keep moving while there was still light. When it gets dark, we would likely have to stop our operations. I went back to the water and lifted my right arm, pushing my body forward and kicking my legs at a gentler pace because I was tired and hungry. I squinted and saw a family on another roof. That would be my destination. I continued swimming at the speed that I set, and after a few minutes, I arrived. "Is everybody all right?" I asked. The man looked at me and nodded tersely. "Thank you for rescuing my family," he said. "We are starving and are sick of this disaster." "Come on, let's get moving," I said. "Take my wife and son first." "I can swim after you," he said. I could take the woman and secure the baby on my shoulders, but it was going to be difficult. The mother was combing back her son's hair. The boy looked like he had only seen 3 moon turns. He was sitting in front of his mother, and she must have been so proud that he was so well behaved. When she finished smoothing the boy's hair, she scooped him and stood up. Then she looked at me and handed me her son. The boy's puffy eyes were too far apart. His lips were a thin line on overly chubby cheeks. And his nose, now, where the crat was this boy's nose? Oh, there. It was so tiny that I barely saw it. If not for the holes in them, I swore I might have missed the toddler's nose. Immediately, I felt a sort of connection to the boy for having suffered the same fate as I did. The gods had not blessed us with good looks. The boy held out his hands to me in an effort to make me carry him. Then he said, "Gah." I wanted to do the same. But then he smiled, or at least, I thought that's what he did. His smile lit something inside my chest, and I smiled back. This little boy was me decades ago. The moon turns to come would be hard on him. I took him in my arms. Hold on to my head. Don't ever let go as we swim, I said. The little boy nodded and giggled. Water, he said. Yes, water. Then I lifted him and let him rest on my shoulders. He hugged my head, and his little hands covered my eyes and nose. I had to push his hands up. He playfully put one of his hands back on my nose, and I had to shout, "Put them back up." The boy giggled and put his other hand inside my open mouth. This was going to be challenging. I clamped his hand with my teeth, not biting him but exerting enough pressure to scare him. He struggled and was able to pull out his hand. I removed him from my shoulders and looked into his eyes. "You better behave, or I'll eat you," I growled in my scariest voice. To my astonishment, the little boy laughed. It seemed like I wouldn't be able to scare him with my looks. Well, if you're ugly, you get used to it, and it would be temerity to be so scared off by someone who was only as equally unpleasant to look at. Shaking my head, I put the boy back on my shoulders. This time, his hands went straight to my forehead, and they stayed there. Good, I thought. Let's go, I said to the mother. Talking to her was more difficult because adults get scared easily. Hold on to my body and never let go. I'm a solid swimmer. I won't let anything bad happen to you. The mother nodded, and before she moved towards me, she went back to her husband and kissed him on the cheeks. I felt a jab in my chest. I wished someone could love me that way, too. I dived into the water and swam while waiting for the mother to join me. I reached out a hand to her, and she followed in a heartbeat. As her body hit the water, I felt her hands searching for my shoulders. When she found me, she held on to me like a leech, and then she clung tightly against my back. "Sir, follow me. If you need help, shout, and I'll come back for you," I told the father, who only nodded curtly. I swam away, moving from roof to roof until I found a fellow soldier, Rada Stewed, floating beside me. He was holding onto a rope. "Hey, dog, grab the rope and swim after me. I'll pull you in your company," he said. In other instances, I would have told Rod to stop calling me dog. But since there were more pressing matters to attend today, I nodded at Rod, thankful that I would get to rest my arms. Rod pulled us towards another roof to catch his breath before swimming again. I turned to search for the man. He wasn't behind me. I looked farther away but couldn't locate him. "What's your husband's name?" I asked the mother, who was clutching me too tightly. "Nani," she replied. "Nani?" I shouted. Rod stopped swimming and looked back, scanning the area as well. I found Nani on one of the roofs. I was about to swim away again when I heard him shout. "What do we do after this?" Nani asked. I was taken aback by his question. I was never good with words. "We survive," I yelled. "No, there will be a rebellion. Do you think that we don't know how this happened? Direla is the last place on Akea that will ever have flooding, and now look at us. Doesn't this strike you as odd? How did the flood ever get here on the mainland? At the center of the province? Why has the water not subsided? The water passages are all working. Direla is surrounded mostly by the ocean. I expect the flood to be gone as soon as it starts." I didn't know what to say. I'll get General Renner or Rod to talk to him because I was never good with words anyway. "We must go. Now is not the time for this," I paused, not exactly knowing what to say next. "The palace will help. There will be jobs for everyone." "The palace? It's the palace that's doing this to us," he spat out. "How in the world would the palace manage to do this? The emperor could make storms, but the storm has passed, and only floodwaters remain." But at the back of my head, Nani had a point, though. I had the same question: why was this water still here? Again, what a terrible, terrible thought. "I have to go to him, dog," Rod said, then he started swimming towards Nani. Knowing that someone would attend to the man, I proceeded with my task to bring the woman and boy to safety. As the minutes passed by, the load that I was carrying got heavier. "Better get going," I said to the mother, who managed to nod her head at me. "Is it true? Is the palace really doing this to us?" the woman asked. "Holy dragon's crap, no," I protested. When Rod reached the roof, he climbed up, flood water dripping from all over his body. His clothes were sticking to his body. Without warning, he swung his right arm at Nani, who fell with a thud on the roof. Rod raised his right leg and kicked Nani. He clutched at his stomach, lying on the roof, coughing. "No. Rod, no," I yelled. The woman's screams pierced my ears. "What is he doing? Make him stop," she shrieked. The little boy's hands held my forehead tighter until I felt like my head was being wrung out of my neck. I had to pull against it. "Rod, back off. You cratty bastard," I yelled. But he only threw in a couple more punches before he kicked the man off the roof, sending him down into the waters. The woman's body that was clutching me went limp, and I had to struggle to reach for her before she got sucked by the waters. I bobbed, gulping some floodwaters in the process. At that moment, I prayed that the child would keep a tight hold. I didn't care if he wrung my neck as long as he held onto my head for support. I pulled at the woman's hand, but she was not moving. Her hand was fast slipping from my grip. "Please don't let go." I would not complain any more if the woman clung unto me to the point of drowning me. But she didn't budge. I had to think fast. I was only holding the woman's fingers now, and I could feel them loosening from my grip one by one until all at once, I no longer held her. One thought kept haunting me: I couldn't let the child live without a family. I dived to catch her body, but it was nowhere to be found. I moved my arms in the murky waters trying to search for fabric, or her body, or anything indicative of where she might be. I panicked. The hands gripping my forehead were also gone. Oh, not the boy too. I raised my arms and found his little body. As soon as I did, I swam up and breathed in the air. The boy was choking and coughing. When he stopped, his red eyes stared at me, the corners of his mouth moved, and he looked as though he was about to cry. He was breathing heavily. "Don't cry, little one," I said in my softest voice. I had to bring him to safety sooner. I looked back to where Rod was and cursed. "Damn you!" I yelled in the air. "He is a rebel. Didn't you hear him speak?" Rod retorted as he swam back in the waters. Another 2 lives were lost. There were so many questions, and my head started pounding as I thought about the answers. I heaved a sigh of relief when I finally reached the drylands. I pulled myself up and lay down. I was too tired to think. The boy was an orphan now. With his looks, his life was going to be much harder than it ever was for me. At least I had my family. As soon as I saw Rod astute in the drylands, I ran towards him and punched him with one swift blow. He fell, and blood dribbled out of the corner of his mouth. "What the crap was that for?" he asked. I threw myself at him and pinned him to the ground. I punched him again. And again. "This is for the man you killed," I said. Then I swung my left arm against his jaw. "And this is for his wife." After saying that, I snapped and punched him endlessly, trying to account for all the lives I lost. Rod squirmed and kicked me, but I was too big for him to wrestle. I wasn't feeling anything anymore. It was as though my clenched fists were numb. All that was driving me was this intense desire to hurt this soldier for making me witness the death of fellow Durellans. Something smacked the back of my head hard, and after that, it was my turn to groan from the immense throbbing of my head. I raised a hand to touch the back of my head and rolled to the ground, grimacing. There was blood. Beside me, Rod didn't flinch. Soldiers rushed to help us, arms hurriedly tending to me, to Rod. I brushed them away. "No. I don't need your help." After saying that, my eyes lost their focus, my surroundings swirled, and I fell prey to the tiredness that I had felt since the rescue mission started. I lost consciousness. The next time I opened my eyes, it was already dark. The Direllans that we rescued were all huddled together in one place. The soldiers were resting on the opposite side. There was nothing left to do anymore except wait for tomorrow. I could only pray that there were still survivors whom we could save. "Dogan, are you up?" It was General Renner. The general's voice had a certain distinguished rasp that set him apart from the others. "Yes, General," I said. He sat beside me, and I struggled to sit also, for proprieties. I couldn't let my superior talk to me while I appeared lazing around. "Sorry about the blow in the head," he said. So that was him. "I'm sorry I lost control," I said, shaking my head slowly. General Renner Cologne nodded. Under the pale moonlight, his eyes glimmered like he had just woken up, so full of life. So alert. His jaw was set in a firm line. Rod Ostrud was wrong to do what he did, but it's already done. Nothing we do will ever reverse it. He killed someone thinking he's protecting the palace and what it stands for. He thought that the man could rile up a rebellion in Dirella, I said. Rod Ostrud is a fool. Killing the man could rouse the people to arms. I agree with you, but what I'm saying is, it's done. There's no going back. His actions would be reported, and he would be penalized for it. I'll see to it myself, General Renner said before turning to look at me. But Dogan, he paused. We are one. As palace soldiers, our actions should never be divided. I will never allow disarray among the ranks. Then he stood up and walked away to check on the other soldiers. I was left looking at his shadow and with his words haunting me. It was crazy. I could not reconcile myself with Rod's harsh ways. What the crafty soldier did must not be tolerated. Storm clouds veiled the moons, and it was just as well. I felt like my chest would burst from restrained rebellious thoughts. I wanted to scream, but I would draw attention to myself, so when I felt like the stream of tears was about to burst, I blinked them back and ran until there was no land to trudge upon. I didn't know how long I had been running when I reached the edge. I halted, and my feet almost slipped from the sudden stop. I was standing on the precipice and had a good view of the spot that marked the end of the flood. The stretch of dry land lay to my left, while to my right, the high floodwaters taunted me. I dived to my right, still wanting to forget about the woman and the man Rod killed. I swam until my arms grew tired. That was when I decided to lie on my back in the water, kicking my legs to stay afloat. I gazed up at Luna and Risa, the moons that guarded Akea. But then, I felt my body being swept downwards. I swam in vain and kept slipping through the waters until my feet touched dry land. I stood up slowly, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The flood water towered over me while I stood on the other side. It was as though a glass wall was holding it. Now, how was this happening? No amount of power could ever account for this majestic sorcery. When I reached the soldiers' camp, it was already nightfall. Everyone had retired to the camp. Conversations could be heard all around me. Some snores rose above the cacophony. All of a sudden, an even louder commotion drowned the conversations and the snores combined. The cheers were coming from Direllans. They were pointing at the sky, so I looked up, too. The Emperor was riding the clouds together with another throng of soldiers. The clouds moved down. The sight still fascinated me, especially when the clouds gradually thinned and the soldiers' boots hit the ground. The crowd gathered around them, and I moved towards the Emperor, too. It was part of my person to be taken instantly by the oath I swore when I was made the Emperor's personal guard. Direllans, fellow Akeans, the Emperor said. We are here to help. As the Emperor, I bring with me what you need. Food, herbs, clothes. Food first, but the other necessities will follow on horses. The Emperor gestured to the soldiers that came with him, and they started moving about, putting down the packages of food in neat rows. The soldiers took the lead for distribution. Direllans quickened to fall in line. They must have been starving. A wave of air covered us from above, shielding us from the night sky, and the chill lessened. It's a good thing to have Oded Rios with the soldiers tonight. His power to weave air like an invisible tent was of great assistance to us. The palace doesn't forget you, the emperor continued. We will see through this catastrophe, and all will be well again. Dirella will rise. There were cheers after that, but with less enthusiasm. I hoped the emperor didn't notice. I nudged the soldier beside me. Yell? Let's join the cheers to support the emperor, I said. He did the same, telling the others to shout their support, and after a few seconds, we were all cheering the emperor with vigor. The emperor looked around him with satisfaction in his eyes. The Direllans were a mixed bunch. Some seemed to be genuinely happy, but there were others with clouded eyes, which was to be expected. Most Direllans lost their houses and their livelihoods to boot. The emperor's presence now could only do so much to awaken the spirit of the devastated Direllans. I knew whose side I was on. I served the emperor, and my loyalties were with him. I vowed to serve and protect. Nothing could ever change that. But the rebel man who died, was he right? Was Boney also right when he said that the first sword was lifted in Dirella? Why was there flooding? Why Dirella? It had been 4 days since the disaster happened. All these thoughts inside my head halted as my stomach growled from hunger. Be that as it may, I choose sleep over starvation. When the emperor retreated to his tents, I decided to head back to my bunk and call it a night. As I closed my eyes, there was a feeling of uneasiness emanating from every pore in my body, and I wondered if there was something that I had forgotten to do here in Dirella, my native land. What did I miss out on? As tiredness won, I was claimed by my dreams of having Lamare in my arms and her finally noticing me. I woke up with a start, and I could still feel the grains of sand in my eyes. But the feeling that I missed out on something still lingered, and so I decided it best to rouse now. I wondered what had happened to the ugly little boy. I reckoned he was being cared for by a fellow Direllan. I moved closer to the cliff for a better view of what was left of the province and then suddenly remembered my discovery last night. Floodwater was contained in Dirella, and in its outskirts, there was dry land. It was as though something was holding the water. I wondered how many more we could save today, but my jaw dropped with what I saw. Houses. Beautiful houses. The floodwater has gone. The trees in all their glorious sizes could be fully seen now. The houses stood proudly, albeit slightly damaged. Some rubble had piled up from all around as expected, but some withstood the calamity. There were puddles everywhere, but nowhere with more than a foot deep of water. How in the world did this happen? I ran to find the general. General? General Renner? I said as I passed by several sleeping soldiers. I found him, already up and smoking his cigar. Did you see it? That the flood is gone? I asked in a rush. General Renner puffed and didn't answer. He moved away from the sleeping soldiers, and I followed him. General, the flood, it's gone. Will you shut up? He shouted at me. Some soldiers stirred in their sleep. Do you take me for a fool? The floodwaters were here, and then I turned away, and the next thing I know, it's gone. I don't know how that happened, but if you keep on yakking about it, I'll have to put a sock in your mouth and tie you to a horse. I could tell he was mad. I only noticed now, but his hair, like mine, had not been touched by a comb yet. I'm sorry, General, I said carefully. I didn't mean the apology, but it was the right thing to say at the moment. The flood is gone, and we should be thankful for that. Let's help the people move back in. Restore what's theirs. At least our job will be easier today, he said. But General, we should know why this happened. There must be an investigation. General Renner laughed at that. And what? How exactly do you think that investigation will be conducted? Are we to deploy palace soldiers to demand from Mother Akea what it had done? He spat out. His jaw was set on a firm line, and I could see the strain he was trying to contain. He shook his head and took a drag of his cigar before blowing out the smoke and throwing the cigar to the ground, and stomping at it in rhythmic strides. He sighed. I don't know how to explain this, Dogen. So I would appreciate it very much if you would not raise questions about it, especially in the presence of someone else. He looked at me then, and I could see the doubt in his eyes. But he was staring hard at me as though waiting for a response. I nodded. "I understand, General," I said. "But how the hell did it happen? How will I ever find out?" But to the General, it was no longer a relevant matter to discuss. "Let's go. Rouse the soldiers," he said before turning away from me. I turned back to the sleeping soldiers, but I heard my name being called out. "Uncle Dogan." It was a sweet melody. My niece, Rosa, was running towards me. She was so cute and bouncy, a girl of only about 10 moon turns. When she reached me, she hugged my legs, and I laughed. I crouched down to look at her face. I tilted her chin up in fondness. "Good to see you, girl," I said. She smiled, showing off her 2 missing front teeth. "I swam. I swam really well. Father said that I swim as well as you," she said proudly. "I bet you did," I said, smiling. Her father was my cousin, Drew. The names of my relatives all came to me. Rupert, Mila, Inda, Bornak, Mari, there are so many. My father. My mother and my brothers. My heart thumped like crazy. I was instantly washed over by the realization that this was what I had forgotten. To see to my family's safety. "Where are they?" I looked into Rosa's eyes, and she froze. She tugged at my hand and led me back to the Derellan camps. I quickened. Why didn't I remember my family when I was out saving Derellans? Why did I forget to check on them first? In my heart, I knew the answer, because as a soldier, my commitment was to the citizens, not to one particular group of people. There are no families when you're out rescuing people. Bornak stood up, and I stopped dead in my tracks. I searched the faces around him, longing to see my fathers and my mothers and brothers. When I didn't see them, I looked at Bornak again, and he shook his head. No. This couldn't be. I was out here to save Dirella, yet my family was gone? I crouched down and buried my head in my hands. It was going to be a long day. I couldn't believe it. All 8 of my family members? Gone? That was impossible. I felt Bornak's hand on my shoulder. "I'm sorry, Dogan, but your family was as brave as you. When there was no help from the palace in the first few days, they were the first group to organize a rescue party." The words were said to soothe me, but they never touched my heart. "No bodies?" I asked gutturally. "None. But some witnessed a few of their deaths," he said. "Robin? He's gone too?" I asked in a weak voice too soft even for my own ears to hear. "Gone," he answered. "My poor baby brother. He was barely 15 moon turns." Bornak left me alone, and I was thankful to him for letting me be. Rosa left with Bornak too. They were as sad over my loss as I was, but losing all 8 of them? It was not fair. I needed this moment of solitude. The air seemed too hot to breathe in, and as I stood, I was left unaware of the hours that passed after I learned about my family's loss. Finally, I managed to move from where I was and walked away from the camps, only to sit alone a few yards away from the camps, devoid of emotions. I would have stayed longer if my legs had not been cramped. Nothing could tear me away from where I was until I felt tiny hands groping my back as though somebody wanted me to carry him on piggyback. I raised my head and found myself looking at the ugly little boy. He was smiling at me, his puffy eyes barely showing. He giggled and moved towards me, wriggling his way into my arms. "There's no one else for me. There's no one else for this orphan. No one could have offered me to become a more fitting companion in this lonely hour than this toddler." The boy's eyes were curious. His dark pupils watched me, probably waiting for what I would do next. When I found my voice, I said, "We are family, boy. We are the only ones left." Then I carried him and dragged my feet to get back to where the palace soldiers were assembled. They looked at me as I walked. Apparently, the news of my losses had spread, and their sympathetic eyes did not help me in any way. Midday came too soon. I created a makeshift sling that could hold the toddler against my back. Wherever I went, I carried him. Dogen, the Emperor wants to see you, Alrin again said. I nodded and made my way to the Emperor's quarters. A large tent was pitched in the middle of the soldiers' camp. 14 flags representing Akea's provinces, including the ghost town, flanked its sides. I nodded at my companions guarding the tent and entered. Inside, the Emperor was sitting on a leather chair. It was not as ostentatious as the one he had in the Canellan Palace, but it still looked totally out of place inside a tent. The chair was high, and the armrests were carved with emblems of the provinces. The back stood a few feet above the Emperor's head and was adorned with precious metals. A burnt shade of brown coated the wooden backrest, and judging by the carving's fluidity, I knew it was crafted by tree runners back when they were still roaming in Akea and had not been tainted by the evil of Sinista, the province where they were banished. I knelt to the Emperor and said, Your Grace. We will leave in a while, Dogen, the Emperor said. You will go back with me. Your Grace, I would like to stay with my people for a while, to help them rebuild their homes, I said humbly. He regarded me coldly. When I sent you here, you resisted, telling me that your place was with me. Now that I'm taking you back to the palace, you dare resist me again? I mean no offense, Your Grace, I said. But the people need me. Catastrophes don't need you, Dogen. I do. There are plenty of soldiers here who can do what you're capable of. Lamare will come back with the scrolls soon. You're the only one I'd trust to hold guard to the chambers, he said. The scrolls. What was so sacred and confidential about the scrolls? It came back to me. Lamare's fear when she realized I read parts of the scroll. The words she wrote, Dirella. Flood for 4 days. Many will die until help comes from the palace. I ran it in my head. I hadn't given it much thought because I was so taken with the woman. Why in the world would an emperor be so keen on making a scribe write him scrolls? Scrolls that end up with Kino never being a citizen of Akea. Why was it only me whom he trusts? Was it because I'm slow in thought? Does the emperor think that I'm stupid? If my looks were an excellent disguise, then so be it, but I was not stupid. I act out of the love in my heart, and the love inside my heart was Lamare, which was why nothing ever registers to me when they talk because I am preoccupied all the time, I shivered. As reality hit me, my knees shook slightly. That's why I'm the only one he trusts. Your Grace, if you will pardon me, I would like to. No, the Emperor said. You will go back to the palace with me, riding the clouds on the way back. The way it has always been. I couldn't argue with the Emperor, or he would have my neck. I remembered Mathis, the ugly boy on my back. Mathis was the name I gave him. Your Grace, I have an orphan. I promise you that his presence will not inconvenience my services. Let me see him, the Emperor said. I took Mathis from my back and presented him to the Emperor. I'll be darned. Yet another ugly child, he blurted out. Mathis only giggled. I don't see any trouble if you keep it, he said. You need company, he said and dismissed me. I walked out of the tent and held Mathis close. My chest was bursting, still haunted by the parents of this boy who died in the flood. My family, they're all gone. There was nothing to blame but the scrolls. How could I be sure? Lamare wrote an accurate account of what unfolded in Dirella, and my body shivered when it dawned on me what I had been fighting to accept within myself. Lamare, my only love, was a witch. If she were, then that meant that she was using her power in violation of what she had sworn to when she was declared a citizen of Akea. No one is allowed to use power for witchcraft. What was her power? I had to check the registry. And now that I know all these, what could I do but bring forth justice? Like all witches, Lamare must burn at the stake. I would see to that personally. Mathis was watching me, his thin lips opened as if he wanted to say something but didn't know the words. Why Lamare, why? Could so much love be instantly replaced by so much hate? Was it as simple as dousing a fire with sand? I searched in my heart for my feelings for Lamare and knew the answer, yes. There was no uncertainty. The love that fueled my heart before was now burning with revenge, so great it consumed me. I touched the gap between Mathis's eyes, a sign a Derellan makes when he makes a promise to another Derellan. We will have our revenge, Mathis, I vowed before pulling him closer to me. Chapter 7, The Little Ghost Girl, Again. Kino Amark. I wanted to ask Mother why she tried to run away from the Emperor, but how could I, after she already told me that it had something to do with the nightmares? I did not want to press her further. As the royal scribe, my mother usually locked herself inside her room and wrote, and when she did, she became absorbed in the length of the scroll. What could she have been writing? What could she have written that needed to be submitted to the Emperor for review? Could it be a novel? Or Akea's history? This had gone on for many moon turns, as far back as I could remember. Sometimes, I felt like the scrolls had something to do with her nightmares. It was a school day today. I walked into our classroom, straight to my seat. Mayo was already inside, reading something from one of the assigned books. He looked up as I approached him. "Have you thought of a new adventure yet?" he asked hopefully. Mayo was a fat kid who liked to seek adventures with me, but lately, we have not had any exciting new ones. I shook my head as I stared into his big, round eyes. "Nothing is interesting," I paused. "Maybe Mayo and I could find a place decent enough to live in, far away from Wawang, and do more adventures together." "But wait, we need to find a hiding place," I said, taking back my words. Mayo's round eyes grew wider. "A hiding place? Shh, keep your voice down. I don't want anyone to hear about this adventure," I shushed since I noticed that a few of our other classmates had started entering the classroom. "Do we have boundary limitations?" he asked. I shook my head. "No, we can go anywhere," I said. "My mother will be coming with us," I said. "What?" he exclaimed, and several of our classmates could not help but look at us. I kicked him from under the table. "Ouch. I told you to keep your voice down," I whispered. "But if your mom is going with us, it's not going to be any fun at all," he complained. I grimaced. It was not going to be any fun at all. Mayo took out his sandwich and laid it on his desk. He touched the sandwich and concentrated before he bit into it. His power was eccentric. Well, at least from what he told me. He said that he could make harmful components of food go away. Like now, for instance, I was pretty sure that he removed something from the sandwich before eating it, which was why it was no surprise to me that Mayo was fat. "I'll get a map from the library later and check out which places we could go to. I bet that'll be a good way to start our adventure." "Yes, brilliant," I agreed. The bell rang, and all the other students who were still outside streamed in and took their seats. Conrad Eros and Lima Gotti entered last, snickering. There must be something funny outside, or they could be talking about a prank they were planning to pull on any of us. Out of our group, Conrad and Lima were a few of the stronger ones. Lima could make the land rumble while Conrad could run fast like the wind. At the coming Akean Wine Festival, we were expected to be presented to the palace all ready to register our powers in the Akean books. Mayo nudged me in the ribs. "You're coming with me, right?" he said as he chewed on his sandwich. "I told you I'm not going to the Canellan Palace to be humiliated," I said, trying my best so no one else would hear. "But, what about my power?" he said before pointing to Conrad and Lima. "They're going to laugh at me and tease me about it, and I'll have no one to defend me," he complained. "At least you have a power," I snapped at him and then felt guilty about it. Mayo did not mean to make me feel bad about my power. But not having any ability burns at me, and to be in the palace where everyone from school would see me humiliated, I will not be able to handle that. "Please," Mayo begged. I covered my ears to shut him out. Dante Leben, our teacher, entered the room, and everyone instantly became silent. I had to endure another hour of his lecture on how to control our powers even though I had none. This was the worst class ever, and every time, I counted the minutes before the class was over. Today was different, though. Professor Levin led us out to the school grounds and instructed us to fall in line. There were 2 groups, and since I was one of the taller children, I had to be at the end of the line. Mayo was in the front, and he was paired with Lima, who was almost the same size as Mayo except for his girth. Buddies. In harnessing your powers, it's important that you share the exercise with your buddies, Professor Levin began. I looked at my side and saw who I was paired with. Nong Dinta. He was as tall as I was, and we almost had the same body size. If I had power, it would have been a suitable pairing. The difficult part is that you each have different powers, but it all boils down to control. If you can control your power, it doesn't matter how inferior you are. Pardon me for referring to a power as inferior. I know we don't like to hear our powers measured up. Anyway, what I mean to say is, if your power is weaker than your partner, the professor paused and grimaced as he said weaker before continuing, your power's potency would matter less if you don't know how to control it because control is what separates mediocrity from mastery. Control is what's important. I did not listen to the lecture because I had no need for it. How would I control something I did not have? I could only count on tactics and useful strategies. If I could have a sharp mind, maybe that in itself was a power as good as anyone could ever hope to have, just like what Mother kept on reminding me. My power is in my legs, Professor Levin said. He kicked off his shoes, and we watched as his right toes clumped dust, threw it in midair, and started kicking. The soil landed on Mayo's maroon sweatshirt, forming a letter. We laughed and clapped at the same time. Now, who among you believes he has the strongest power in this group? Professor Levin asked. Not surprisingly, it was Lima who raised his hand. Come here, boy. Let's see what you've got, Professor Levin said. Sometimes it did not feel like he was our teacher at all. Maybe because he was relatively young compared to our other professors, and he bantered with us a lot outside the classroom. I caught sight of Nicola batting her eyelashes at the professor. Many girls claimed that he was handsome, given his golden curls and green eyes. I scrunched my nose. Lima took on a crouching stance and looked at Professor Levin. He squinted as he opened his upturned palms. The pebbles on the ground started to shake. Before he could do anything more, Professor Levin jumped, his toes scooping up dust, kicking them in the air until some of the pebbles started shooting straight at Lima's clothes. It was so fast that Lima did not even get the chance to avoid the flying dust and pebbles. As the final clump shot his way, it blew in his face, and he ended up coughing. Professor Levin was back on his feet, and we were all silent. Mayo glanced my way and gave me his widest grin. I was pretty sure what he was thinking. That served Lima right. That was for all the bullying that he ever did to us. Lima was still coughing as he went back beside his buddy. His face was sour, and his eyes were red from the dust. Class, that's what control means. It doesn't matter what your power is. All you have to do is to make the most of it. Harness your power. Suddenly, the ground rumbled under him, and he almost slipped. He kicked in the air and shot a pebble directly at Lima's shoulder. And that's for cheating, Professor Levin said. You don't use your power to harm anyone. 3 things that you will learn as your power grows stronger. 1. You don't use power to do bad things. 2. As a citizen, you use it to protect and serve the land. 3. We are all equals. Our power doesn't make us more special than others. When we are ordained citizens, power becomes shared across the land. We are expected to use them for the common good. The way we use power binds us together. It defines who we really are. Lima blushed. Several of my classmates nodded, but I saw some of them yawning, too. The class was getting boring. The moves that Professor Levin displayed earlier were what each of the students preferred rather than the lengthy professorial lectures. Where does control come from? Asked Professor Levin. The mind, Conrad answered hesitantly. Professor Levin nodded as he moved around. Yes. That's true. Where else? A skinny girl answered, from the heart. Her voice was in doubt, But then Professor Levin looked at her and shouted excitedly, "Yes." The skinny girl blushed, and she looked down at her feet. Exactly. What one never understands is how powerful the heart can be. It is our most errant desires that give us what we need to make our power stronger. Feel the emotions rushing in as you try to harness your power, and it will come out. It is difficult to put this in words, but the more you get in touch with your heart, the more positively it will affect your power, he lectured. Having said that, please face your buddies. Get to know each other and share your power with them. It's only a couple more weeks before you are all called in to be presented in the palace. I hope that all of you will be ready by then, he said, sitting down to watch us. We did as we were told. I was not as excited about this task because I had nothing to share. Chances were, I would have to listen to Nong rumble on and on about his power. But surprisingly, he only told me that he was an excellent swimmer, and he could control water when he was on it but did not say anything more. No bragging even. Talk about luck. At least I did not have to be bombarded by stories of how magnificent his power was. Now the time had come for me to share what I could do. I opened my mouth but thought of nothing to say. In front of me, some footprints appeared, and the hair on my arm stood. It was creepy, but it gave me the lie I needed. I can see ghosts, I said. Nong's mouth hung open. Really? The footsteps stopped beside Nong, and the direction of the steps told me that it was facing me. I shook my head. No, I'm kidding, I said, faking a grin. There's no power yet, I said and waited for the taunting that I knew would come. Instead, Nong said, "Oh. Well, I'm sure you will discover what your power is soon." The footsteps started walking away, and I stared at them. They moved quicker, farther away from me as though they were running. "Excuse me. I need to pee," I said before breaking into a run to catch the footsteps. They were so light I thought I might be the only one who saw them. If it were not for the encounter that I had with Piper weeks ago at the foot of Mount Recus, I would not have even noticed it myself. "Hey, come back!" Professor Levin yelled. "He's going to pee," Nong said. The class laughed, but I was already too far away to care who laughed and did not. And besides, I had grown accustomed to their laughter anyway. The footsteps were moving farther away, and I had to run faster than I usually did to catch up with them. The hairs on my arms were standing on end, but there was something odd about these ghosts. Were they supposed to have footsteps? The last time I encountered the ghost Piper, I remember touching her body, and it was solid. It was not made of air, nor was it even cold. Was it possible that the ghost was actually not a ghost? I had to find out. The footsteps were difficult to track by now because they had started running inside the forest towards Mount Recus. And then it hit me, oh, it was true. The ghost was from the ghost town. At least that was how it seemed. The footsteps ran towards the mountains to get inside of the ghost town. "Wait!" I shouted. I did not know why I did that. But the ghost talked to me last time and at least gave me its name. If it were the same ghost, which I assumed it was, then it was a girl whose name was Piper. "Piper?" I shouted, hoping that it was her and that she would show herself. Was I ready to see a ghost? Her footsteps were gone by now. I heard the soft crunching of the dried leaves around me as if someone was stepping on them. I looked around, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. She was quick, though, either that or she really was a ghost and that I would never be able to catch her ever. I heard the rustling rushing in front of me, and I followed, running with all my might. Then the movements stopped, and so did the sounds. I sat down on the ground, panting. "I won't leave," I said, hoping that the ghost heard me. I waited, but there was no other sound aside from the loud thumping of my heart. I was pretty tired, not knowing how far I had run. By the next day, I was sure to receive a note from the teacher about skipping class altogether. But the footsteps of this ghost had been following me around, and I needed to face my fears. Isn't that what people say? This is me being courageous. If I'm not that, then how in the world would I ever be able to help my mother? This newfound courage did not stop my hands from getting clammy, though. I heard movements from behind me, and I stood up slowly, not breathing. A dog ran straight towards me and lifted its paws at me, licking my hands. "Brew, go away," I said. If Brew was here, then I could only guess who was coming next. "You ran away without me?" Mayo asked, revealing himself from the shrubbery, panting. When he reached me, he crouched down to catch his breath. "It's a good thing Brew could track your scent," he said. "Mayo should get some exercise. He has to be in shape if I were to take him in my search for a hiding place for my mother and me." "Why did you follow me?" "What?" "That's not the question. The question is, why did you leave me?" Mayo countered. "I'm not going out for an adventure," I said, which was true. It was not an adventure I was seeking, although, come to think of it, it sort of was. I scanned the surroundings, hoping that the ghost would show any signs of its presence. "Then why did you run away like that?" "Professor Levin will be mad at you for skipping the rest of the class. He told the class that even if you didn't have any power, that didn't excuse you from not attending it. You know," he said, "what's important is control," we said in unison, and we broke down laughing. I patted Brew on the head and sat beside the dog. Mayo looked around before doing the same. "So, what are you doing here?" "This is very near." Mayo's round eyes bulged from their sockets as he recognized the place. "The ghost town." He stood up so quickly that Brew sensed his anxiety and was immediately by his side. "Come on, Brew, let's leave Kino here. This is certainly no place for adventure." I shrugged and ignored Mayo. I did not want him here, anyway. If he was here, there was no chance that the ghost would ever show itself, herself. Mayo started walking away while Brew stayed, his ears pricked up. Then Brew began to growl. Mayo and I looked in the direction Brew was barking at, and we waited for whoever or whatever it was to show up. Mayo ran towards me and clutched my hands but then used me as a human shield, shoving me right in front of him. His hands gripped my arms tightly. "Let go," I spat out. Then the ground rumbled beneath us, and we both toppled down. Brew stopped barking and let out a squeal. Before we were back on our feet, Lima and Conrad showed up. Brew started barking again, but when the land rumbled under his feet once more, it stopped barking and ran away. "What are you losers doing here?" Lima asked. Conrad looked around curiously, his eyebrows furrowed. "Nothing," I said. "Practicing," Mayo said before I had the chance to stop him. Lima's eyebrow shot up, and his reaction was mirrored in Conrad's face. Lima asked, "What are you practicing?" "Eating?" The bullies laughed. Mayo blushed furiously, and his cheeks turned pink. "No. Kino discovered his power." That stopped both of them. Conrad moved closer. He ran in circles around us and then stopped by Lima's side. "You're lying. What have you been practicing?" Conrad asked. Everybody was looking at me. I caught Mayo's eyes, and I fought the urge to kick him. "Why did he say I have discovered my power?" "What?" Lima asked as he eyed me from head to toe as though he was measuring the strength of whatever power I accidentally discovered. Mayo said hesitantly, "It's Distantecus." "Shut up," I told him. "Oh, you shut up," Mayo said back to me. My jaw dropped. What in the world was Mayo's problem? Conrad's and Lima's eyes widened in surprise before the two of them broke down laughing again. "This is going to be good," Conrad said. They sat in front of us. "Show us your Distantecus," he said. I squinted my eyes at Mayo and wanted to ask him why he had to open his big mouth. Even more importantly, why Distantecus? It was an ancient power, a much revered one, that only a few Akeans ever possessed. It was the power to move things and levitate objects using only the mind. I used to dream about what my power could be like, and Distantecus, in its grandiosity, never even crossed my mind. "I'm sorry," he whispered to me. "I thought that if I told them something really, really strong, They would get scared and run away. What a horrible reason. Before it got any worse, I said, I have no power. I can't magically move things using my mind. Mayo's just fooling around. Then I nudged a scared Mayo, and he nodded several times. It's true, he said. We're sorry. Crat. You losers are just wasting our time. Let's go, Lima, but before we go, let's have some fun first. But Conrad stopped as Mayo pointed at a floating rock, which was about the size of my fist. Look. Kino, are you the one doing that? I looked at the floating rock and began shaking my head. Was I doing that? I raised my arm, and the rock floated higher. I lowered my arm, and the rock fell down. Lima and Conrad were both looking at the rock, their mouths now hanging open. I swore if a bee were to fly by, it would have been impossible for that bee not to end up in any one of their mouths. How in the world? I concentrated and mustered all the energy that I had and looked at another rock, willing it to move. But instead of the round, smooth stone that I summoned to move, another rock floated instead, and I got even more confused. If I were the one doing it, then why was I making the wrong rock move? I lifted my arm, and the rock floated higher. Lima's and Conrad's eyes were glued to me now with a kind of amused reaction, and I wished I could read what they were thinking. I made a throwing gesture, and the rock flew and landed in front of Conrad and Lima, who were both standing at attention now. Mayo's eyes were excited, and a bit of drool ran down the corner of his mouth. Close your mouth, Mayo, I said. Oh, he said before closing his mouth. He's still learning, but when he gets to master his power, he will throw bigger rocks at you, he shouted, wiping away the sliver of spittle at the corner of his mouth. Lima and Conrad looked at each other before they started walking away. This is nonsense, Conrad said in a hushed tone that sounded so peculiar coming from him. When they were already far from us, Mayo taunted them further, saying, boulders. Kino will haul boulders at you. Stop it, Mayo. I said. Mayo looked at me as though he was seeing me for the first time. Wow. I was only making that up, Distantekis. I didn't know you really have power. I did not know how to react. I was sure I did not have any abilities, but how would I explain what just happened? I moved closer to the rock and lifted my hand without touching it. The rock floated. Mayo was at my side, his mouth hanging open in astonishment. Then I moved closer to the rock and made a gesture of dropping the rock. The stone fell. How was I doing this? I walked closer and closer to the rock until it was within my reach and raised my hands again. This time, when the rock floated, I saw what was underneath it, soft dents of footsteps on the ground. And then I realized, the ghost was playing me. I saw my chance, and while I was still holding my hand up, I jumped forward, hoping to grasp a body out of thin air. I was not expecting a body, but when I slammed against a solid, invisible object, I immediately tightened my hold, and whatever it was, whoever it was wrestled to the ground. Show yourself, I said. I'm not going to hurt you, I shouted. I could not see Mayo because I was busily wrestling with the ghost, holding its body against mine. It seemed that the ghost was so tiny that I could only surmise it was Piper. I had my arms around it, and any minute now, it would show itself. I could not wait for that, though. I was so excited to finally find out the truth about the ghost that I was smiling even as I wrestled with it before something strong hit me on the head that it was enough to make me pass out.
Chapter 8, Secrets Revealed. Piper San Diego. I recognized trouble when I saw it, and what happened was so beyond me that I did not know how I would explain all of this to my father. The sky had already gone dark, and Kino's friend was still cradling his head. Whenever I moved closer to them, he would push me away and shriek. I told him numerous times that I was not a ghost. I broke a Nivedin rule, and my heart chilled thinking about it. I spoke. I talked to Kino's friend and told him that I was a friend. That I was an Akean just like him. But he shrieked and did nothing else. He was making so much noise that I could not figure out why Kino had yet to stir since he passed out. Well, being friends with this boy all these moon turns could have made him deaf already if his friends shrieked like that every day. It was foolish of me to go to Kino's school today, but I couldn't help myself because there was no formal schooling in Nivedin. Only the elders taught us what we needed to know, so I was left craving for any morsel of knowledge I could learn. All we ever knew about our power was that we could turn invisible, but there was no one to teach us how to harness it properly. My father had always told me that it's better this way, that we only used our power to hide. But I believed there could be so much more to our power if only we honed it. Oh, Father, please forgive me. I kept chanting in my head. Kino's friend was going to bring a lot of trouble. Maybe it was not yet too late for me to scare him into really thinking I was a ghost. But after all the talking that I did, why would he still believe me? Well, I guessed it was not a far cry. After all, he still pushed me away. I'm sorry, what's your name again? I asked for the 100th time. What are you? He shouted. A girl. Can't you see that? I shouted back. I know you're a girl, but, are you a ghost? He asked, his chin trembling. You are so frustrating, I said, unable to suppress my thoughts anymore. Kino's friend regarded me with such hostility in his eyes, and he clutched Kino's head tighter. Then he whispered to him, I'm sorry, Kino. I meant to hit her, not you. If you don't stop fretting, I'll eat you. Don't come any closer, he shouted. A dog came and inched towards them. Kino's friend looked relieved and pulled the dog closer to him. Go, Brew, bite her. She's the enemy, he said, pointing a finger at me. I wanted to shout again. His nonsense and bickering only made everything fuzzier. I could not think straight. If I were not back in Nivedin in an hour, my father would have my hide. I would never set foot outside of Nivedin again. The dog moved towards me and sniffed at me, then it walked in circles before sitting near my feet. See? Your dog's not even afraid of me. I'm not the enemy. I'm not a ghost, I said in utter desperation. If I had known that this was how it was going to end, I would not have meddled in their fight earlier with those two bullies. I was short for my age and well, there were bullies everywhere. Back in the village, younger Nivens made fun of me too, but I was always smart enough to get back at them. That was why I could not stand to see Kino being bullied. I knew how miserable it felt. Earlier, I was thinking of a way as to how I could help Kino, but when his friend opened his mouth and said distantekis, and then he mentioned something about moving things using his mind, it was brilliant. That was the only way I could help. If I were to lift something in the air, since no one could see me, I could get the bullies to believe that Kino had power. It was fun while it lasted. I never thought that Kino would jump right at me. I should have foreseen it since he's been tailing me for the rest of the afternoon, but still, it never crossed my mind that he would do it. Now, here we were, gathered like a sad bunch. Kino remained unstirred, and his friend was testing my patience. I knew what I would do. I made myself invisible and saw Kino's friend's face grow even more scared. He clutched Kino's head tighter towards him. I moved closer to them, and then, taking Kino's head in my hands, I prepared to wrestle against this other boy, but surprisingly I did not have to because as soon as he felt my hands taking Kino's head, he immediately dropped him like a hot bokbok and backed away without hesitation. Soon, he was running away from Kino and I, and the dog, Brew, immediately followed him. Oh no. If he were to run away, he might tell other Akeans about what he discovered about me. I could not let him go. Not until I have come up with a solid solution to all this mess that I got myself into. Ghosts are lurking around, I yelled after him. It worked. Kino's friend stopped, and the dog did too. Obedient dog. Come back here, and I promise not to harm you or your friend. Then I added teasingly, a ghost promise is never broken. But instead of staying put, he ran away again, and I had to shout louder this time, I'm kidding. Please come back already. I won't harm you or Kino. Kino's friend stopped on his tracks and turned around. He walked towards me cautiously, taking his time. When he was just an arm's length away, he eyed me up and down. You know his name? He asked. Yes. I saw an advantage. I told you, I'm a friend. His friend. If you were a friend, then why did you wrestle him? That was a difficult one to answer. I did not see the question coming, but Kino started stirring, so I did not have to answer. Soon enough, Kino opened his eyes. Kino's friend immediately crouched beside me. Kino. I'm sorry I hit you. I didn't mean to, I swear. He said nervously. Kino squinted and touched his head. He backed away from me and looked at his hand. There was blood on it, but it had all dried up. He grimaced in pain. That was one hard blow, Mayo, he said, but his eyes were trained on me. He moved his face closer to mine as though I had aroused his curiosity. He has such cute green eyes, and in the darkness, they glimmered, like mine. Hi, Piper, he said and grinned. He looked happy to see me. Relief washed over my face. You know each other? Mayo, apparently Kino's friend's name, asked, profusely confused. I told you, I'm a friend, I said, smiling. Kino shrugged. Well, not exactly, he said. Ha! Mayo spat and pointed at me. You're lying. I knew you were lying. Kino, let's go home, he said, trying to pull his friend up. Oh, for the love of the gods. This child was hopeless. I guess I have to thank you, Kino said to me. Why are you thanking her? Mayo asked him. Then to me, he added, why are you so gray? He poked a finger at my shoulder blades as though checking if I was real. As if telling him repeatedly that I was not a ghost was insufficient. I could not blame him, though. No one ever knew what our power was, except for the royal family. But when Emperor Nordson died and a new emperor was raised in his stead, I am unsure if the knowledge of our power was ever passed on to the new emperor. I'm gray so that you will be scared, I said in frustration. Mayo, quit bothering Piper, Kino said. He tried to sit up but winced immediately. I'm sorry, but I don't have any ointment to help you with the bump, I said. May I see the wound? I did not wait for his response. I stood up and leaned towards his head to examine it. Mayo did the same. You've got a wound and a bump but nothing more, I said. I don't know why you passed out for so long. Well, he hit me hard, Kino said defensively while looking at Mayo. He looked around, and his face paled when his gaze fell upon the dark sky. Oh no. My mother will be worried, he said, standing up unsteadily. Mayo followed suit. It's a long way back, but I guess we have to part ways now, I said. Wait, Kino said, grasping my arm. I can't let you go this time. So, are you a ghost? I cut in, my eyes widening. Do you still think I'm a ghost after what happened? He shook his head slowly. It's just surreal, so are there many of you? I held Kino's gaze, and then I glanced at Mayo. He was watching me intently too. To me, Mayo was difficult to assess. I could not trust him so easily. As if reading my mind, Mayo said, Don't worry about me. I'm Kino's most trusted friend. I can keep a secret. And yet, there was a certain flicker of intense interest in his eyes that scared me. Maybe he would not spill our secret willingly, but I was unsure how he would fare if forced to. I saw how he reacted earlier with the bullies, that he could be taunted to tell. If at all, this was his fault. But there seemed to be no way for me to hide our identity from him any longer. Swear to me. Swear on your parents' bloodlines that you won't tell, I said. They looked taken aback and shuffled their feet as if mulling things over. After a moment's hesitation, they said in unison, I swear. Do you really have to go back to your mother tonight? I asked Kino. It will take a while before you reach Wawang village, I added. He thought about it for a moment before answering. She would definitely get worried, but I can make her understand. Good, I said. I looked at Mayo, and you? No one's going to miss me. My grandmother is probably fast asleep now. Both of my parents are serving in the Canellan Palace. Nobody's going to look for me, he said. I breathed in deeply. This was it. I was certain my father would kill me. I breathed in and took Mayo's hand. He recoiled at my touch. Keep holding my hand, I said, irritated by his movement. My power is limited. I can extend invisibility to only one person. I think Kino can hide, but with your clumsiness, I doubt if you can, I finished. It was already dark, so this didn't make much sense. But a child roaming the mountains looking like he was lost was bound to be an unavoidable piece of conversation in town, so I had to make him seem like he was one of us. As for Kino, well, he could get by. When we got to Nivedin, I would have to hide him first among the trees and leave him there. Once Mayo is all settled, I will come back for Kino and make him invisible, too. Then what next? Brew. Ask your dog to go back to Canella, I told Mayo. Brew, go home. I'll be back tomorrow, Mayo said. The dog stared at us as though it understood Mayo. Brew turned away from us and was soon swallowed by the darkness of the forest. Let's go, I said, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. I felt unsure about inviting them over. True, the night had fallen, and it could be a dangerous journey back to Wawang. It was also true that I wanted to talk to them more about keeping the secret they discovered today, but maybe it was also because I wanted to know more about Akea, and I wanted to be their friend. Father would be so mad at me. I was aching in anticipation of how the night would end. Worries only last for a day, as Nivens would always say. When tomorrow came, I was pretty sure that everything would have been resolved, and there would be nothing to worry about anymore. While Mayo and I were invisible, I took Kino's hands. If he could not see us, how would he follow us? That was my excuse for taking his hand. As we continued our journey, a faint smile formed on the side of my lips. Whatever trouble this could bring, it sure was worth it because I got to be part of Akea. For once in my life, the little ghost girl has made friends with Akeans. Or so I hoped.
Chapter 9, Fears Multiplied. Mayo Kalo. I have never been a fan of the forests. When I was not in school, I usually visited Kino in his family's cottage after running errands for my grandmother. Inside the forest, I feel like creatures of the night lurked everywhere in the darkness, scheming to grab me with their long fingers. My playful mind tells me that should these vile creatures chase me and catch me, they would laugh their heads off and scare me. By then, I would shiver and wish for my dog Brew to be with me. At least he could bite the nasties of the night away, whatever they were. Tonight was something I did not expect. Piper's hand was holding mine tightly, and I could see through my entire body. How did this happen? I wanted to shrivel and die that moment, itching to see my body again. Instead, the darkness that enveloped us seeped through my body, adding to my fear. If I had better power, one that had nothing to do with food or nasty ingredients, something that I could be proud of, then maybe I would not be as scared. Kino thought that having no power was a bummer, but he is so trapped in his shell that he never once stopped to imagine what it must feel like to have power and yet find it repulsive. To be the laughingstock of the class. Well, my schooling would soon pass, and I would need not deal with the bullying anymore, after I enlist as a palace soldier, which has always been my lifelong dream. I was hoping to be a general like my father someday. And although I barely saw him, it did not matter. When we are presented to the Canellan Palace during the Akean Wine Festival, I might bump into him, though he may avoid my eyes and deny me as his own son. And this is all because of this stupid power that I have. As for Kino, I like him very much. He is a good child to his mother. Kind and brilliant. But more importantly, he never stood out because he was as much of a wallflower as I was. If Kino believed that I only befriended him because I felt sorry for him, well, he is in for a surprise, because I befriended him out of feeling sorry for myself. My deep thoughts were suddenly disturbed when I stumbled upon a rock and slipped, pulling Piper down with me. Oh, goodness! She shrieked. Even in my invisible state, I felt my cheeks grow hot in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I said as Kino helped us up. Piper did not utter a word but instead focused on the trail ahead of us. She said it was still a long way, and there was no reason why I should not believe her. The ghost town was her hometown. I felt another wave of shivers course through my body because of this, and I had to fight the queasiness of my stomach. We were back to walking again, and this time, I took extra care not to slip on anything. This did not do well for a first impression. Earlier, when I thought Piper was a ghost, I shrieked like a girl. But anyone would have done the same, right? That does not make me a coward, right? After a few more paces, Piper slowed down, and I was glad she did. I was trying hard not to pant so loudly, and it was such an effort because I had been trying to catch my breath from the time we started walking so briskly. She pulled us to a stop and dropped my hand. Piper looked up at Kino. We are several yards away from Nivedin. I'm going to leave you here. I'm taking Mayo first, she said. Kino looked at me, perhaps wondering if I was all right with the plan. When I did not argue, Kino nodded. They were a funny sight. Kino was so tall, and Piper was so short that their heads were exactly a foot apart. Piper tugged at my hand. Let's go, Mayo. Please watch your step. We're going to be invisible again. We walked away, and then she looked back. Please hide, Kino. I'll come for you, she said. Her voice was so soft, but in my heart, it rang truer than any promise made by an adult. Piper lied. We walked another mile, and that was after she said we were only a few yards away from her home, like thrice. She raised my hopes, making me believe that we were close to Nivedin, and that I would be able to eat soon. She never mentioned anything about food the entire trip, but she could not be so cruel, could she? She would feed us eventually, or she would not have insisted on taking us with her, right? It took a few more paces before I saw Nivedin, and I was left in awe. It felt festive here because all around, the trees were lit up brightly. They blinked with lights too. No, wait a minute, it was not the trees. There were tree houses. And they were lit from the inside. And then I stopped in my tracks. There, about 100 yards from where I was, stood several narrow-myfra trees. Piper tugged at my hand. Keep going, she said. I couldn't take my eyes off the narrow-myfra trees. They were also glowing bright orange. Their leaves would have been perfect for Kino's pretend wings. Piper tugged at my hand again, and I was forced to move forward. From afar, it looked as if the houses were sparkling with fireflies, 1,000,000 fireflies, perhaps. The town was generally silent, and a few lights went off, which could only mean that people were starting to turn in. It's still not too late in the night, but we turn the lights off early in case some wanderers brave this side of the mountains. You see, this is all part of the act. She paused and stayed quiet, but I understood. I still got the creeps, though, every time I remembered that the ghosts were actually Akeans. How would I ever look at one of them without having to think that they were ghosts? Piper stopped and looked up at a tree. This is our house. Can you climb? How could Piper expect someone my size to dangle from tree to tree? It was plain silly. Of course, I could not. Just when I thought that resting was within grasp, she had to take it away from me. Again. I grunted, shaking my head. Okay. Ladder it is, then. Hold my waist while I bring it down, she said. It was no fun to watch her, though, because there was nothing to watch. All I knew was that I was holding her waist, and the craddy ropes were moving in front of me. I shivered again. I hoped Piper was the one working the ropes, or I would not be able to hold in a shriek. The ladder swayed in front of us. Come on, she said. Keep your hand on my ankle as we go up. I wanted to thump her on the head for making me climb, but I was so hungry that I wanted to check their dining table and skip the thumping part. So with a growling stomach, I grabbed the ladder and pulled myself up. I focused on holding her ankle as I climbed. It was a difficult feat, and I decided to let go of her ankle in the end. Immediately, my body showed. Piper panicked. She grabbed my arm and made me invisible as she hauled me upwards over the last step of the ladder. Ouch! I said. Keep quiet, Piper said. Didn't I tell you to keep yourself hidden? I rubbed my sore arm as I followed Piper inside the house. Father? She asked. Nobody answered. She tugged at my hand, and we moved carefully into a room at the far end of the house. She opened the door, and we went inside. I exhaled as she let go of my hand. I could tell that she was just as tense as we tiptoed to her room. Stay here. You may lie down in my bed, but cover yourself with a blanket, she said. I don't know where my father is, but chances are he will return late from a town meeting. Perhaps in an hour? She said with uncertainty. I nodded. I'll go back to Kino now. Stay here, she said, vanishing into thin air and leaving me before I could say another word. You forgot the food, I wanted to shout at her. My stomach growled in agreement with me. I was starving. But just then, I heard some babies crying from outside the hut, and my heart started pumping in fear. It's just invisible Nivedin babies, I told myself. I curled up on Piper's bed and hid under the blanket, just to be sure. Chapter 10, Hello, Nivedin. Kino Amark. The mosquitoes began to bite me, and I brushed them away irately. If I did not move from my squatting position, my legs would soon be too numb to walk. Piper was taking too long, and I wondered where she and Mayo were now. In a different circumstance, I would have been terrified to linger in this part of Nivedin, but knowing that Piper was real like me made a difference. Back when I tended to her a few weeks ago, when I saw her lying on the ground, her gray skin almost drove me away. It looked so eerie, and I thought she needed a bath, a long one, with a lot of scrubbing. When she kept quiet over my questions, I never thought of her as a ghost because she was all flesh, her body was warm, and although her skin color was gray, it seemed to suit her. She was so tiny, though, that it was hard to put an age on her. Perhaps she was younger than I. I am still amazed every time I touch her and feel the heat on her skin, only to vanish right under my nose. Well, I don't think anybody could blame me for feeling that. I stretched my legs in front of me as I sat. I dared not make any significant movements because someone could spot me. My heart froze when something rustled in front of me, but I found that nobody was there. Piper? I whispered. Kino, it's me, I heard a soft voice. Then she showed herself. Sorry it took so long, but Mayo's strides were short, and he's slow. I smiled at her. There's no need to explain. She smiled back and held her hand out to me. Let's go. We have to walk faster. My father is not home yet, and I want to reach the house before he does, she said. I took her hand and stood up, watching as my hand vanished right in front of me. Then the invisibility traveled slowly up to my arm, then to my body, and down to my legs. I shivered a bit. This was surreal. Sorry for the shivers, I said. But this is so unusual. It's all right. I would have shivered many times more if our places were switched, she said lightly. Piper pulled at my hand and started pacing faster. I watched as the darkness enveloped us. There were times I felt like I was going to stumble the way Mayo did earlier. When you cannot see your feet right in front of you, it is challenging to figure out where your feet would land next. Not that it mattered a lot because it was already dark, and even if my body were visible, I was pretty sure it would still be an arduous journey. Can I ask a question? I said, breaking the silence. Piper did not respond immediately, and I thought she did not hear me. Yes, but speak softly. Nivedins are patrolling around the town so they could warn the villagers if a stranger enters the province. I shut up immediately, imagining hidden eyes watching us from everywhere. I seem to see your footsteps everywhere. Were you following me? I asked. Her grip on my hand tightened. Maybe she did not want to tell me why, but I needed to know. To be stalked by a person was one thing, but to have a ghost for a stalker was insane. I don't like bullies, she said. Oh. She thought I needed to be protected. It was utterly embarrassing for my pride but equally sweet and touching at the same time. I can fight them off myself, you know. My cheeks heated up in embarrassment. You don't need to worry about me. I know. I saw you stand up to them many times. But that time you helped me when I passed out, it changed something in me, in what I believed in. Piper tugged me to her left to avoid a tree. I used to think that all Akeans were all the same. Canellans, Direllans, Lacaians, all of you, it didn't matter which province you come from. You're as cruel as your emperor. Why would you think that? We've been told since we started walking that Akeans were ruthless and heartless and all the bad things the elders could think of. We didn't use to hide, you know. We were once a flourishing town and earned from tourists coming in from the whole of Akea. Nivedin was one of the main attractions in Akea, it being so close to Canela. But that changed just a few moon turns ago, and now, we've been erased from the map, she continued. I still see your province on the map. It isn't the same. Ghost Town is not the same as Nivedin. She hissed. Many Nivens were killed in a storm which led to flooding. Since then, the elders of the town thought it best to hide instead. Mask ourselves behind our powers. It wasn't difficult for us. We didn't think that we'd be branded as ghosts, though, but well, you saw it yourself. With the way we behave, how can anyone else not mistake us for anything else? She was right. The ghost brand suited them, and it was a good disguise, too. You said I changed your mind, I paused. What exactly did you mean by that? She quickened her steps. You were the first I encountered who was not an Ivan. I was a stranger, and yet, you still reached out to me. How can I make myself believe you are bad? Well, not all Akeans are good, I said. There will always be bullies. She chuckled softly. You don't have to lecture me about bullies. They are everywhere, even in our town, she said. That's true. Maybe we were not so different after all. And there's the Emperor, she said. What about the Emperor? Is he really evil? I asked. Piper was silent for a while before she answered me. Where have you been, Kino? Don't tell me that I know more about what's happening outside of Nivedin than you? She was not joking this time. Before I could protest, she continued, the elders in Nivedin have been meeting for several nights now. I don't know what they're discussing, but, she paused. Last week, I was out looking for Kogi and couldn't find him. You see, he's such a dear friend, and I wanted to play with him. He's good in the trees. But he wasn't around. When I asked his mother, she told me that Kogi had gone missing and that he probably trailed after the 24 Nivens that went outside of Nivedin. I don't know what for, though. Ghosts out in Akea? Roaming the Canelan streets? I hope Mother does not encounter any of them or she might get terrified. Already, I worried about her. Perish the thought. I don't know what they will do, but have you heard that there was heavy flooding in Dirella? She finished. I have never been there. I haven't heard. There was flooding in that province. It started several days ago. I think that's where Kogi went. I don't know what the Nivens plan to do there, but I can only hope they will save Direllans. I need to tell Mother. She was back in our cottage at Wawang, and if a rebellion was starting in the south, then maybe we could pose as refugees there. That would be an appropriate hiding place. I had to come up with a good plan soon. Why do you think he's evil? Piper asked. The Emperor, I mean, why is he so bad? I can't say why, but life for my mother and me has been difficult. She's the royal scribe, but we're living on pennies. Wow, the royal scribe? She gushed. What does she do? She writes stories for the Emperor. I'm not so sure what she does from there. She meets with the Emperor every fortnight. I stopped talking because I had no idea what to say next. It must be great to see the Emperor often, she said. I mean, I would love to have that chance. Even though you said the Emperor's evil? I asked. He's the Emperor regardless. There must be something about him that's worth seeing. How do I respond to that? I shrugged. I haven't met anyone who's gone to the palace before, she paused. Take me. You've got to promise to take me. Her voice grew loud. Keep your voice down, I warned. Oops, sorry, she said. I chuckled. You're asking me as though it's that easy. It's not? We'll need a carriage. Can't you get one? She asked. No. I don't have enough coins. Piper grew silent. I thought she had let go of the topic already, only to find out that she was thinking of other ways to go to the palace. How about going on foot then? She asked. Impossible. That far? I wrinkled my nose. Maybe. Going to the palace is the kind of adventure that needs planning, I said. All right, she whispered. That's it? I asked, surprised that she stopped insisting on running straight to the palace. Piper laughed. Uh-huh. I know we can't afford the fare. I blushed and felt Piper tensing her grip, too. So your mother goes to the palace alone? She asked. Yes, I replied. Maybe we can go with her. No, I said quickly. Why not? She asked. It sounds like you don't want to take me there. It's not like that. I hesitated. I don't want to go to the palace myself, so I couldn't take you there. But why is that? She muttered under her breath. How could I explain to Piper that being in the Canellan Palace reminded me that I was powerless, and unborn, without necessarily sounding bitter and ashamed of myself? Because. Just because, I simply said and made no effort to explain. Piper stopped talking to me after that, and we concentrated on the journey through the dark forest instead. After a few more minutes of walking in silence, I saw Nivedin in all its quaint grandeur. There were a few tree houses with the lights on. Dear gods, this place must look lovely with the sun's and moon's rays seeping through the spaces between the leaves. I wish it were morning already. Seems like everybody has turned in for the night, she said. Piper led me towards her family's treehouse, and we climbed up the tree. I was exhausted by the time we reached the top, and I followed Piper wearily inside the house. A man was sitting on a wooden bench. Right across him was Mayo, stiffly seated on the edge of his chair. The man's eyes scared me because they were shooting daggers at Piper and me. We were still invisible, and yet I knew he could sense us. Piper let go of my hand. Father! She uttered in panic. Big trouble, young lady, the man said admonishingly. Show your friends to your room and be back here as fast as you can, where you will grow white hair making sandals inside your room. I saw Piper's eyes widen. I almost flew to her bedroom as she hurriedly pushed Mayo and me inside. When the door closed, Mayo broke the silence. I'm hungry, he said. If I hadn't been scared for Piper, I would have laughed. Please stop moving around, Mayo pleaded. You're giving me a headache, and I'm too hungry for a headache. I'm so close to passing out any moment now, you know. I stopped and sat beside him on Piper's bed. I'm worried. She might have broken the Niven rules by showing herself to us and by letting us know what her power is. I mulled inside my head. That meant Mayo's and my life were both in danger. I prayed that her father would be kind enough to believe that we had pure hearts. I looked at Mayo, who sat beside me, looking as baffled as I was. Mayo may have his shortcomings, but I trusted him with all my life. I won't tell anyone, Mayo grumbled. Of course, we won't tell anyone. We both swore oaths. A palace soldier would never break an oath, I told Mayo. He wanted to become a soldier so badly when he came of age. He would surely take our oaths to heart. Aren't you hungry? He asked. Will you stop thinking about food for once? I snapped. Easy for you to say, he murmured, fiddling with his shirt. I was tense while we waited in silence for Piper to come back. I wanted to listen to the conversation outside the bedroom door but decided not to. If I got caught, it would make Piper's father think that I was not as trustworthy as his daughter believed me to be. The bedroom door opened, and I stood up cautiously, hoping to hear good news from Piper. Instead, I found myself staring at her father. You will not tell one soul about what you discovered here tonight, he said in a cold tone. I nodded nervously. Not one word, sir. I promise, I said, my voice breaking a little. He regarded Mayo and me afterward. There is food outside. Go and eat with Piper. After dinner, you will sleep immediately. We'll take you back early in the morning, so nobody sees you. I can't risk the entire village knowing about your presence, he said. Mayo looked very nervous, but when he heard about dinner, he smiled briefly, and he was the first to follow Piper's father to the kitchen. There, Piper sat on one of the chairs, and I glanced at her, wanting to know if she would be punished. She looked down on her food. A woman who looked about the same age as Piper's father was also seated. Piper's father took his seat at the head of the table. "This is my wife, Laren," Piper's father said. The woman had blonde hair like Piper's, although hers took on a darker hue. She was slightly stockier. "Please sit down and tell me your names," the kindly woman said. Her lips were frozen in a smile. We did as we were told, and I grabbed the chair opposite Piper. Mayo sat next to me. "Mayo Kalo, sir," Mayo said. "I'm from Tirona village." Piper's father looked at me. "I'm Kino Amark, sir. From Wawang village." "I am Andoni San Diego," Piper's father said. "Please say your grace and then eat." I bowed down and murmured a short prayer of thanks. When I was done, I saw that Mayo had already grabbed a couple of breadsticks and was munching on one. Mistress Laren stood up and gave us some soup. Piper remained quiet. I took a slice of bread and started eating too. There was beef jerky on the table, and I took one, wanting to chew on it because I could not remember when I last tasted meat. "Amark, you said?" Mistress Laren asked. "Yes, ma'am." I nodded. Mistress Laren glanced at Master Andoni. "He reminds me of him," she said. Master Andoni looked at me again for a longer time, searching my face, and I blushed. I never liked being stared at. "Where's your father?" he asked. I shook my head. "He's dead," I said. "That's what Mother told me." It struck me as odd that Master Andoni asked me where my father was instead of asking who he was. "What power do you have, if you don't mind me asking?" Master Andoni asked. "I don't mind, sir. But I'm afraid this conversation won't interest you further." "You see, I have no power," I said. His eyebrows shot up. "Interesting. I thought everyone in Akea is expected to have some sort of power." "Maybe I'm from another world, sir," I said and grinned, munching on the jerky. Piper's shoulder shook, and I knew she must have been trying so hard to keep herself from giggling too loudly. The only way I could deal with the sting of not having any power was by joking about it. "Well, I'm sure it will show up soon, and when that happens, please let me know," Master Andoni said. "Yes, sir. I'll be sure to do that," I smiled at him. That meant that even if he was mad at Piper, he would not cut off our communication. I went to bed happy knowing that. When dawn broke, Master Andoni roused us. "Get up, we need to get moving," he said. I opened my eyes and saw Piper standing in front of me already. She was holding slices of bread. She gave me one. The other piece she handed to Mayo, who was by now already combing his dark hair. I smelled the bread, and my mouth watered as I caught a whiff of the raisins in between the airy pastry. I loved freshly baked bread, and it was seldom Mother and I got to eat hot bread. I greedily stuffed the bread into my mouth. After the quick breakfast, we made our way down from the treehouse. The wind blew coldly as we hit the ground. I was thankful that climbing down the ladder was much more comfortable than going up. "I'll take Mayo, and you'll go with Piper," Master Andoni said. Piper immediately went to my side and took my hand. In a few seconds, I felt the sensation again, that nervousness, as I watched myself vanish. The forest was still dark, but Master Andoni walked ahead of us as though the darkness cloaking us was not a hindrance. He was heavier than Piper, but I could not see or hear his footsteps. He must have been an expert in hiding if he was able to mask them. I could not say the same for Mayo, though, because it was easier to predict where he was, given his clumsy movements. Master Andoni had to chastise him every now and then for being exceedingly noisy. I held Piper's hand tighter and followed wherever she pulled me. Before totally leaving all sight of Nivedin, I glanced back. The tree houses were beautiful, just as I thought they would be. I wish I had more time to see them in broad daylight. We had already traveled for several hours before I realized that we were coursing a different path. I looked around, some faint rays of light were beginning to show through the gaps from the canopy of trees. A creek trailed alongside the route we were taking. "Is this the path we took last night?" I asked. "No, this is the secret passage," Piper said quietly. "You mean like a shortcut to Nivedin?" "Something like that," she said. When we reached the foot of Mount Rikus, Sisis was already high, and I was starting to get drenched in sweat. This time, I did not talk to Piper. I was afraid that her father might hear what we would talk about and that I might get her in trouble again. I saw the two large trees that marked the entrance to Canella, which led to the Akea trading market. "This is as far as we can take you. If anybody asks, make an excuse that you camped outside watching stars for a school activity. Your parents will not be happy, but that's your punishment to bear," Master Andoni chided. Mayo's body appeared, and then Piper let go of my hand. My body showed too, and I felt relieved. I still could not see Piper and her father, though. "Thank you for letting us stay with you," I began. "Thank you, sir," Mayo echoed. He was blushing. "I'm sorry if it has been a harder trek for you. I'm not used to trekking inside forests and climbing mountains." "Nonsense. If you want to be a soldier, you will work on your movements. You don't have to be invisible to appear hidden," he said. Mayo blushed profusely, but he was also beaming. "Thank you, sir. I'll keep that in mind," he said. "Next time, you will have softer footsteps. I'll see to that. Piper will make you a pair of sandals," he said. It sounded as though he was either making a joke or a threat. A soft moan of protest escaped Piper's mouth, causing Mayo and I to grin. "Goodbye, Piper," I said. I wish I could see her face. True enough, her head popped from thin air, and Mayo let out a shriek. I was as shocked as he was, but I was more happy than frightened. How could Mayo be scared of Piper's pretty face? "Goodbye, Kino," Piper said as she vanished again. I watched as Master Andoni's and Piper's footsteps retreated to the ghost town. "Greatest adventure ever!" Mayo exclaimed. "Keep quiet," I said. "Let's head home." I was walking slowly at first because I felt tired from the long journey. Nivedin. It was such a magical place. Wait a minute, Nivedin was perfect, for Mother and me. Thank the gods. Was it where we should be? Nobody ever goes there, and even the Emperor does not care for the ghost town anymore, which meant that it was the perfect hiding place for us. But first, I had to convince Mother. If Master Andoni knew that we wanted to get out of Canella and hide from the Emperor, maybe he would help us. I looked at Mayo, who was walking lazily beside me. He looked tired too, but his eyes were shining with excitement. When he caught my eye, he grinned. "First, there's Distantekis. Did you see the look on their faces?" he asked, referring to Conrad and Lima. "Then, a ghost." "Stop referring to Piper as a ghost, she's not," I replied, but Mayo ignored me as though he heard nothing. "Maybe we could ask Piper to stay with us at all times so we could go on pretending you have Distantekis." I shook my head. "No, Mayo. It will get Piper into a heap of trouble with her father." His shoulders slumped, and he pouted. "Maybe from time to time, if we get bullied too much, but I don't want to take advantage of her friendship," I said. "All right." He did not sound convinced. I felt like Nivedin was calling to me, and a wave of excitement passed through my body. "I have to run home now, Mayo." "Let's split up," I said. As soon as he nodded, I ran all the way home, hands pumping the air as I looked forward to seeing my mother. Our cottage grew more prominent as I ran closer to it. Upon reaching home, I pushed the door open excitedly. Mother turned to look at me. She looked worried, but it was immediately replaced by anger when she saw me. "Why didn't you come home last night?" she asked as she moved towards me for a hug. "I was worried," she added as she kept on kissing my cheeks. "A moon turn ago," She could still kiss me on top of my head, but I had grown slightly taller this moon turn, and Mother was a short woman. "Mother," I said. "I can't hold on to the excitement any longer. I know the perfect place for us to hide from the Emperor." She regarded me thoughtfully. "Don't tell me you've been up roaming Akea all night just for that." I grinned and nodded. She was still holding my face. "I have been to the perfect hiding place," I began. "The ghost town." Mother's face went pale. Her hold on my face loosened, and I had to move fast to catch her as she fainted. Well, my news was good, but I never thought it could take somebody's breath away, literally and figuratively. Grunting, I dragged Mother to her room and thanked the gods again that she had such a small frame. It still took me some time to put her on the bed, though. I hoped that she would not bruise her back because I accidentally hit her backside against the wooden pole of the bed. I kissed her on the forehead after I covered her with a blanket up to her chin. "I'll protect you, Mother," I whispered. "There will be no more nightmares." Then I headed outside to get some herbs to help with her fainting spell. Later in the day, I would have to come up with a plan. Chapter 11, My Suspicions. Renner Kalo. What does it mean to become a war general? For me, it only means one word, Akea. I had spent countless moon turns planning to take Akea back. The Emperor did it in less than 10 moon turns, and I was almost certain that I could do the same. The lands were beginning to split, citizens were having doubts about the Emperor's rule, but how could I sustain the people's doubts? How would I be able to convince these Akeans if the Emperor had the power of charisma? One word from that mouth of his and those who were boiling with rage would submit themselves to him as though nothing happened. This power binds Akea tightly. I have supporters all over the land, and our numbers are slowly increasing. I glanced at the report provided to me by one of the messengers and skimmed through it, taking note only of the figures written, a steady increase. Many people were enlisting to support the call of a far greater organization, the Masked Warriors, to bring forth a better rule to Akea. The Masked Warriors started with a group of palace soldiers discussing the things we saw when we fought on the battlefields. Our observations were the actual accounts of these events, and no one could tell them more honestly than our ranks. When a sword was raised, we were the ones staring blindly into them as Sisis's rays hit the blade. When an arrow is released, our bodies become their moving targets. This is why soldiers laugh at historians. Historians may be knowledgeable and prolific, but try reading a soldier's journal side by side with a historian's narration, and you will see the difference. Historians may give the facts, but soldiers have hearts that reverberate with chaste and melancholic declarations. In the past, after a battle, we would gather in inns and celebrate because we had never lost in battle. How could we? The rebellions were small and afforded barely a scratch on our pride. In inns, we would dance like madmen and sing like there was no tomorrow. We would wink naughtily at the bar ladies and, in the mornings, find ourselves back in our stations. But while quelling reports of an insignificant insurgency in the south, something changed. One of us died, leaving us with his notes. It was nosy of me to leaf through his journal's pages, but as soon as I started reading, I was unable to put down his writings. It was spelled out for me, for all of us, how each war we ever fought was a sham to keep the people from raising arms against the palace. It was a disconcerting matter. We took our comrades' things and burned them with his body. Not many weeks after that, we were called into the war room. Another rebellion had started. This time, it was in the Akea Islands. According to reports, they had fortified the docks with machines that shot out gravel and metal balls at long ranges. We had never heard of something like this in the past. The battles were all fought over terrain, and most of us were carrying swords or axes, anything easy to handle with our bare hands. Mechanical armories used to be irrelevant in war. Regardless, we were deployed to the islands. Upon reaching the docks, we were greeted by metal balls that flew up in the air. If one hit us, it would have smashed us against the ground. We could easily have avoided the cannonballs if we had been on flat ground. The problem was, we were aboard ships, and this meant that if any of these balls did hit the ship, we would have sunken fast. The lives of the few soldiers who could not swim were in peril. I jumped into the water as soon as a metal ball lacerated the air and shattered the wooden deck of the ship. It was still a long way to the docks, but most of the soldiers swam towards it. It was either swim or drown from the shipwreck that pulled everything beside it spiraling into the depths of the ocean. The soldiers came in big numbers and outnumbered the men on the docks, and as soon as that happened, the metal balls stopped firing at the ships. We scanned the area and got a hold of one of the leaders. He was an old man whose face was littered with scars. He did not speak much, but we were able to get the most valuable piece of information from him. It was an instruction from the palace. If the docks were under siege, they were to fire the metal balls. We realized that they only retaliated because they believed they were under attack. I showed the instructions to a few selected soldiers. It was then that we hinted that the game our dead comrade talked about in his notes was true. Could it be a ploy to have citizens killed to quell any threats to the palace? It was brilliant, and yet, it was also unheard of in all my years as a soldier of Akea. But if there was fear stemming from within the palace, that only meant one thing, that the foundation of the emperor's rule was weak. He knew that the only way to hostage the people at bay was to keep them from causing havoc in Akea, to keep the people scared. The palace soldiers were used, not the way we vowed to serve, not on a platter but rather on a frying pan. Those who survived were living proof of that. Soon after, I called a meeting with a few other soldiers whom I trusted. They agreed almost instantly to investigate the strategies and these unconfirmed actions of the emperor. The sessions that followed were shrouded in secrecy because should the emperor find out, he could easily have our heads for treason. But at the back of our heads, we asked, was it true, then? Did Emperor McQuinn Storm Aaron kill Northsome Mendel Amark? Was the emperor holding each citizen by their throats, staging these fake wars and rebellions, and sacrificing innocent lives because his rule was not entirely, legitimately his? And even more, we asked ourselves, did all these justify the uprising that we were brewing? I shook my head and burned the note that I was holding. There was no need for any evidence to be discovered. It was treasonous to even think of a rebellion when you served the palace, even more so as one of the 14 war generals serving Akea. When the emperor returns from his voyage, I would ask for his leave on a pretense of reuniting the land, but instead, I would sow the seeds of doubt, hoping that this time, it would run deeply rooted in every Akean's mind, leaving it ample time to grow. Chapter 12, The One True Goal. McQuinn Storm Aaron. 15 moon turns. How fast time flew. Sometimes, I could no longer remember the images of my past, they do not seem to make any sense anyway. Events flickered inside my head, good and then bad, and more often than not, they would get so mixed up that I could no longer tell which ones made me proud and which ones shamed me. But one thought overshadowed the others, I have to hold Akea in my hands. Always. Days after the flood, derelans were scattered all around the camp. While most of them had joined the soldiers in cleaning up after the flood, there were those who were too shaken to go back to their houses. Derela had never had floods in the past, and while fishing was an everyday toil among its people, and those who fished were terrific swimmers, there were still many who feared the waters. When the flood came, they took to the roofs as their only refuge. I walked into my tent, and Dogan, as well as my set of royal guards, followed me like they were my shadows. A girl entered, barely past her childhood, and bowed in front of me and knelt as though bowing was not enough. She put down the tray of food she was holding on a makeshift table. I stared at bananas, coconut, a few pieces of bread, and a black concoction that I could only assume was poison. There was no meat. Stand up and hand me that mug of dark vial. The girl did as she was told. Her hand shook a little as she handed me the mug, trying her best to avoid my gaze. I eyed the mug and sniffed, handed it to Dogan, who took it without waiting for instructions. He knew what I wanted him to do. He smelled the mug before tasting the black liquid and told me, "Your Grace, this is coffee. Derelans are fond of this, and it's such a shame this has not yet reached the palace gates." "Very well," I said and drank. It was the right amount of bitterness, but it was not for me. Tea still suited me. I continued pacing around without paying any attention to the girl and her sorry tray. "We'll be leaving soon, Dogen," I said. "More troops are coming in to help Direllans. As I speak, they're probably entering the land. I have sent for healers, too." Dogen nodded and looked around. No soldier was lost to the flood, but it was not something to be proud of. After all, it was not a battlefield they were sent to, the journey to Dirella was a rescue operation. A handful of healers roamed the camp by now. It was easy to spot them because of the flowing white robes they wore. Most of them were women, although a handful were men. I knew their talents would be wasted on such common wounds. The healers were reserved only for battles, but I could not contest what most of my generals suggested, that healers were needed here to pacify the rebellion. "Your Grace," a soldier who entered the tent said, kneeling before me. "Stand up," I said. "There's been a report. More bodies were found, but they appeared magically near houses without anybody ever remembering having moved them. As if," he paused, his eyes wide, "ghosts were lurking around." My forefinger fell automatically to that space between my nose and upper lip as I considered what the soldier said. I could not deal with ghosts because they were not living. Lightning would mean nothing to them. Flooding would also be futile. This was bad. "Who is spreading that lie?" I asked. "It's not a lie, Your Grace," the man continued. "Direllans think that the ghosts are helping them find their missing loved ones." I grasped the soldier's collar and pulled at it until his eyes were at the same level as mine. "You will stop this nonsense. There are no ghosts. The palace cares for Direllans. I am their only salvation, not some ghosts that don't exist." I hoped intently that those words sank in. I watched his eyes before letting him loose. He bowed. "Yes, Your Grace. To serve." He thumped a clenched fist against his chest twice before he turned around and got lost in the sea of people outside. There was nothing more I could do for Dirella that the soldiers and healers were not doing already. I had walked back outside my tent and beckoned my soldiers to prepare to leave when a group of healers approached me. A woman with long brown hair knelt. "Your Grace, I would like to see if your men need healing," she said. The soldiers surrounding me looked fine to me. The ugly one was still ugly. Another stocky soldier had the scar on his face even before I sent him here, but I nodded curtly and left the healers to proceed with their tasks. I watched as the brown-haired healer passed by several royal guards before pausing beside Dogen. "Do you need healing in whatever manner?" she asked. Dogen smiled. The cruddy annoyance was going to flirt with the healer. There was no hope for him. With a face like that, he could only ever flirt, no one would pay him mind. "Can you make me prettier?" he asked. Dogen's remarks always made me want to throw up. His jokes were so dry that they curdled my blood. I snorted and waited for the healer's response. "You can only be so pretty if your heart wills it so," she said. More cratty bull. I did not understand her exclamation, but to my astonishment, Dogen seemed to blush. The healer looked at the little boy hanging at Dogen's back. She played with him for a while. I broke their little moment. "Men, we're leaving. Gather around, and I'll start summoning the clouds," I said. From behind, I could faintly hear them, Dogen and the healer. "I'm Dogen Randa. What's your name?" The healer replied, "Amaya." I couldn't listen to this nonsense anymore. I lifted my arms and concentrated, gathering clouds around our feet, the mist growing cold all around us. This was home, a part of my being, and the coldness was a source of my strength. We lifted in the air, and when we were high up, I took one look at Dirella. This place would rise again, and the people would never forget that it was the Canellan Palace that rescued and gave them a second chance in life. Whatever rebellion that initially stirred would be forgotten. The healer was looking up at us. Then beside me, I saw Dogen smiling, waving at the healer. We moved forward. Another half-day of traveling in the air to learn about Lamare's plots. Or rather, my own. While waiting for Lamare, things spiraled inside my head. When she handed me the scroll, I would have to read it word for word to understand it all fully without ignoring the minute details because she could have hidden a code somewhere. I did not want to lose in the game I had so carefully conceived. I would not let myself be beaten, especially not by a woman. I closed my eyes and felt myself relax involuntarily. She is here, I thought to myself. Saul, I said. Please, show yourself. I heard a soft gasp from somewhere in the shadows, and then Saul emerged slowly from behind the curtains. My lips curled downwards to show my disappointment. What do you think you're doing? Saul was composed as usual. Your Grace, the windows were open. I checked on them to ensure that nobody from outside would hear your discussion later. Good reason, but I did not believe her. Regardless, it was believable enough that I had no reason to have her bound in chains and thrown into the Canellan dungeons. Lamare is coming. Please see yourself out, I said harshly. Her eyes regarded me one last time before she bowed down and turned around. Saul was the piece of me that I will always take to heart whenever I lose myself. I needed her, but not today. I watched as she left the room. Dogan was standing guard by the door, which was unusual for him. Usually, he would wait for Lamare and bring her here himself, but not today. Dogan stood motionless with his unreadable face. The ugly child was not with him, and I wondered where he was. Footsteps from outside the chambers grew louder, and I leaned forward on my throne. Dogan opened the door and announced, The royal scribe Lamare Amark is here, Your Grace. I nodded to him and looked at Lamare. When she was down on her knees, I took the scroll from her and started reading. Chapter 13, Meeting the Witch. Dogan Rhonda. This time would be different. I would eavesdrop on the conversation that the Emperor and Lamare would be having. I wouldn't let my face give me away this time. I pulled at the corners of my mouth to make myself frown the way I practiced in front of a mirror before leaving the house. I bribed a young girl with a bunch of flowers to keep watch over the orphaned boy. The young girl bragged that she was good with children, and I could only hope she had not been lying when she said that. Today would mark the start of my revenge. My God, what was I thinking? Lamare was, the only love of my life. But if she was such a devious person for using her power to make people suffer, was there any salvation left for her? No justification would hold everything she had written in the scroll as anything but heartless. Why did she drown all those Durellans? And how could the Emperor be a part of it? After engaging in an argument with myself for hours, I decided not to wait by the gates. It would be a long walk beside Lamare, and with my faint heart, I feared that if she looked at me and said my name, my resolve would crumble into shards, each one pinning my heart until it ached so much I couldn't bear it. And there would be no more pain left inside of me to haunt me of the deaths of those whom I loved, those who died under the hands of this crafty scribe. But, Lamare could be a seer too. If she were, she could unquestionably see what would happen in the future and write about them in the scrolls. That would excuse her from all the vile crimes I think she did. But something just didn't add up. If she were a seer, why would she be so afraid that I read her scroll and that I might tell someone about it? Isn't that the whole point of being a seer, to see the future and warn people about what they see? But instead, Lamare doesn't even want the contents of her scroll to be read and be known. So that leaves me with only one answer: she must be a crafty, devious witch. What was Lamare's power anyway? I never really thought about it because I had always assumed it had something to do with how she looked. She's so beautiful that even if I was mad at her, my chest still drummed like crazy when I saw her. The Emperor was looking at me now. I kept to my frown, and he looked away in disgust. What could he be thinking? Well, I don't need to know now. His thoughts would only matter when Lamare gets here. From inside the chambers, I heard the clacking of boots against the palace floors. They had to be Lamare's and the escorts. I opened the door and counted 3 soldiers escorting her. I fought the urge to look at her face. Gods, this was difficult. But I had to concentrate. I didn't want to see her. Not even one glimpse. When she passed by me, her usual hint of lavender hit my nose, and it was my salvation. It was the scent I associated with her and the only fragrance I longed for when I was on the battlefields. And the scent of tobacco, too, of course. "Lamare is here, Your Grace," I said. When the Emperor acknowledged and took the scrolls from her, I immediately ushered the escorts out. Then I closed and barred the wide doors. "Don't look at her, you idiot," I kept telling myself. "Bow your crazy head and look at your toes." Oh, this was difficult. Even tougher than taming a dragon. The Emperor sat back on his throne. He must have had some training on speed reading because he unrolled the scroll, skimmed through it, and asked, 11 days? There was ice in his voice. I couldn't see Lamare, but when she spoke, I knew she must have been afraid. I recognized the soft shaking in her voice. "Your Grace, I wasn't able to finish everything. I beg your forgiveness, but if you would think it over, it could also be good. You would see how nature tolls on its own without any help from anyone or anywhere," she said. See how nature tolls on its own, is that the first clue? Does it mean that what's written are events bound to happen? I don't want nature to take its course. Humans are unpredictable. They can't have a choice. This is my rule we're talking about, and you keep forgetting your place in it. Your Grace, 3 days is very short. Nothing could happen in that time that may cause you to lose your empire. It isn't short. I'll tell you what's short, your life if you don't do as I tell you. This is unacceptable, Lamare. The Emperor retorted. I looked at them, unable to hide my confusion. The Emperor's words sounded like a threat to Lamare, and well, she was special to me not so long ago, so I too was troubled. Lamare's shoulders stiffened. I'll write the other days in, Your Grace. I'll be back in a fortnight and bring you a scroll with 3 extra days to catch up on those that I've missed. The Emperor raised his arm, and I almost knew what he was about to do, but I was still too slow. He summoned air and pushed the chair that Lamare was sitting on, sending it tumbling back. I was torn between running to Lamare or holding my post by the door. I watched as she shakily stood up and bowed to the Emperor. Your Grace, I take it you're giving me leave, she said. She stood there for a few more seconds, seeming uncertain about what to do next. She looked fragile, and I found it hard to believe that she could be devious. When there was no response to Lamare's words, she headed straight towards the door. The Emperor kept reading the script as though the words absorbed him. The door opened behind me, and when I glanced at it, I was only able to see the train of Lamare's skirt. I thought it best to escort her away. Along the hallway, I found her walking as fast as she could, and I had to sprint a few yards before I came to her heels. The woman could walk very fast. When she reached the Canellan Palace yards, a carriage was already waiting for her. I didn't get a chance to talk to her. Oh, this is bad. I needed to talk to her, to confront her, for all the vile things she had written. Why did she do it? There must be something that drove her to commit a heinous crime because I believed her to be a righteous woman. I couldn't surmise how she could have gotten herself into this mess. Before I knew what I was doing, I had run towards the stables and saddled my horse. I rode and galloped away, running after Lamare's carriage, hoping to find some answers. The way to Lamare's hometown was arduous, and when I saw her get off from the wagon and enter her cottage, my heart broke a little. True, my accusations were as good as confirmed, and yet, there was something about her that held me back, urging me to investigate further before I made any judgments. But then I would remember Mathis, the lady whose foot was trapped in the floodwaters, the other lives lost in the flood, and suddenly the emotions inside my heart would reverse. My puny head kept blaming all of these on Lamare and the Emperor, who had conspired to hurt my people. Could I ever attack the Emperor when my honor meant seeing him safe? I didn't think I could. That's why I had to start with Lamare. She had no hold on me. Or at least there was nothing that bonded us. It was a one-way relationship, fool. I kept reminding myself. One that would never be consummated, so why did I hold back in forming a judgment about her? I dismounted the horse and reined her in. Before leaving my bay, I patted her on the neck. I'm a big man, and I'm not accustomed to hiding. But when needed, I could make myself difficult to spot. I moved around the cottage, peeping inside at the openings, wondering what I would find inside. I saw Lamari in the kitchen, browsing through the cupboard that didn't seem to hold any good stock. She closed it and looked under the sink for something. I stepped sideways to avoid being seen, just in case she glanced back. The room adjacent to where I was peering from seemed to belong to her child. Through the window, I could make out the unkempt bed. The wall covered with stick drawings only made my hunches stronger that this could be her son's room. Some books were opened on top of a desk as though the boy had been studying for something. I crouched and crept slowly towards another window, trying not to step on the dry grass that littered the yard. I straightened up and was shocked to find myself staring into Lamare's eyes. Instead of running away from me, she moved forward and slid open the window wider. I painted my face with the hostility that she deserved. I narrowed my eyes and let the corners of my mouth sag downwards. If this doesn't scare her, I don't know what will. Dogan, what are you doing here? And she had to utter my name again. This is going to be tough. What? I stammered, feeling self-conscious all of a sudden. What are you doing here? Out of all the questions in the world, sometimes the simplest ones are the most difficult to answer. I needed to talk to you, I said, although in my head, what I really wanted to say was, I want to attack you and make you scream agonizingly as I slit your throat, which... Lamare smiled. Oh, dear gods. Don't make it harder for me, please. Don't stand by the window. It's pretty cramped here, but I'm sure I can find a comfortable place for you to sit on, she said. Then she vanished from the window. I crouched down again, suddenly undecided about how I would phrase my questions to her, when suddenly a hand gently tapped my shoulder. I stood up straight from where I was and bumped my head on the roof gutter. Really? Did coming after Lamare have to be written like the gods were playing a joke on me? Come on, follow me, was all she had to say to make me trail after her and forget all about why I set foot in Wawang in the first place. Entering the cottage was even worse for me as the gentle scent of lavender filled my nostrils. I exhaled heavily, breathing out sharply only to find myself reveling in inhaling her scent again. Ugh. Enough of this weakness. I scowled at myself for being a slave to my feelings. Here, make yourself comfortable, Lamare said as she pushed a stool towards me. Make myself comfortable on a stool? There was nothing here that would fit me. Nonetheless, I took the stool. Does the Emperor want me back? He didn't exactly give me permission to leave, but when he shoved me with air, I had assumed. No. It's not that. Lamare pulled a stool and sat down in front of me. She looked into my eyes. Oh, those eyes that could make men crazy. I gulped to control my emotions. What is it then? She asked. What was it? What was it? Oh, my gods. I sat in front of her and gazed into her eyes, and instantly, I couldn't remember what in the world I was here for. I pictured Mathis, and some of the pain found its way into my heart. I stared into Lamare's eyes. I know you for what you are, my lady, I said, watching her face for any reaction. Lamare blinked. Then her eyes darted to the right and then quickly to the left as though sensing some inexplicable trouble ahead. You're a witch, I said. A what? How could you say that? She said in a whisper. The flood. Dirella. 4 days, I said, trying to read her expression. She shook her head. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I was there in Dirella, pulling corpses from inside the houses. Corpses of those who had drowned. All I could think of was how cruel the gods were to bring such tragedy forth to the land. Lamare stood up and backed away from me. It's not true. Your accusations are unfounded. They are true. I shouted. Everything came back to me in a flash. I remembered how I felt when I was still back in Dirella, trying desperately to save lives. When I was punching Rod as he kicked a man off a roof and into the flood to die. When I had to slit the throat of a woman who was so kind to smile so prettily at me. When I learned that my family was gone forever. My family. My very own flesh and blood suffered from the words of this crafty and devious scribe in front of me. You are a witch. I pointed a finger at her to drive home the accusation. It worked. She trembled and sagged back down on the stool. Her head was in her hands. It's not true. Don't you dare point a finger at me. I did what I had to do. She was guilty. She confessed. I didn't know which broke my heart more, hearing her say that she did it or having watched the line of dead bodies littering Dirella before I left. You can't judge me, she cried. I didn't know what to say. I expected it would be more difficult. But the real challenge was where to bring her. The Emperor thought she was important. He would never take her in or throw her into the Canellan dungeons. Now, what do I do? Where should I take her? Take me. Chain my hands and do justice the way you think you should, she said, sniffling, wiping away her tears. I was taken aback. Bind her wrists in chains? Never. But it seemed the right thing to do. There was no other way. I was unprepared for this meeting. I thought that I was, but here I am, finding pleasure by looking at her and nothing more. I moved forward to take her hands that were thrust out in the air waiting for me to take them. I took her hands, still confused. I caught her. She confessed. But what would I do with her if the Emperor was on her side? If I turned her in, it was as good as cursing my neck and handing myself to the Emperor for the gallows. I gripped her wrists before I realized it was a trick. As soon as I was holding Lamare's wrists, she kicked me in the groin, really hard. Then her hands flew and left me numb in all places above my waist. I never saw that coming, especially from someone so small. She pushed towards the door, leaving me stunned. After a moment of recollection, however, I ran after her, and before she could come out the door, I leapt, hoping to catch her body. What I failed to consider was how low the ceiling of her cottage was. I bumped my head against it, sending a lamp crashing down the floor with me. I looked at the open door in amusement. How badly I had planned this out. My groin throbbed, and this would give me a hard time sitting on the saddle. But that was the only way to chase after her. I stood up and ran forward, clutching at my crotch, and grimaced in pain as I sat on the saddle. When stupidity happens, it usually happens in threes. I kicked at my horse, but she wouldn't budge. The rope was still holding the horse. I climbed down, untied her, and counted the minutes lost as I strode forward, galloping after Lamare's trail.
Chapter 14, The Chase. Lamare Amark. Trouble was what it was, to be almost found out for what you were. I was not a witch, but Dogen had it so close. If someone could write terrible things about the world and make it happen, was it not as close to what being a witch meant? I ran away because I could not let Dogen catch me. My plans with Kino were still blurry. He had just suggested a place for us to hide, and the gods must have been toying with me for allowing my son to set foot in Nivedin. Why would Kino suggest a place that was known for having ghosts? Nivedin meant a lot to me, and well, to Kino, too. The province was part of his heritage, but I did not have the courage to tell him that. Now, Dogen coming after me was something I was not prepared for. I thought that his huge frame and slow movements made him lean towards the soft, simple side. I guess I was wrong. Does this mean that he had been listening to my conversations with Wind? Was that why he accused me of being a witch? I pulled my skirt up and ran faster. I scanned the cottages nearby and searched for somewhere to hide, mindful that Dogen could still be pursuing me. But where should I go? Somehow, I had known that a time like this could happen, and that was why I always told Kino that in case of such a situation where we were to part, we would find each other by visiting the cottage every now and then looking for hidden messages we would leave each other. This has been clearly spelled out. I hoped that Kino would see the signs that there had been trouble at home and that I had no choice but to run away. The nearest town was Bulaknin, and that was where I would go to lose my pursuer. There were spans of dry land in the province, and the heat was so intense that most people covered themselves with layers of clothing to hide from the sun. If I could do the same, Dogen would have a hard time looking for me among the sea of faces. "Oh, Kino, I hope to see you soon. Why did I send you to school today? I should have let you stay at home and make plans with me instead. Please, watch for signs of trouble inside the house." I prayed he was keen enough to see them. I passed by the Akea trading market and grabbed a leather skin pouch from a stall. I was so swift that the vendor did not see me at all. At least, I would have something to store water in. I could get water from nearby creeks. I would need to survive Dogen. But what do I do with him? What would happen if he caught me? If he brings me to the Canellan Palace, nothing untoward will happen to me because Wind would not like my secret divulged. He was in too deep on this. If I don't convince Dogen to hand me over to the Emperor, it could mean either my death or his. And I am willing to bet that it is I whom the Emperor would spare. It was also quite difficult to explain what Dogen's intentions were. When I thrust out my arms to him, he looked confused, like he did not know what to do. That could only mean that maybe he really had no notion about what to do once he caught me. But this uncertainty for me was more dangerous because it meant I would not be able to plan. I cannot let myself be caught by anyone, especially now that I still have yet to figure out a way to loosen Kino's power. To remove the bind on Kino's power, I would need Wind. My ability was not entirely mine now, and I would need Wind to make what I would write come true. I shivered at the thought, and it was challenging to keep my brisk pace. I had to leave a false trail for Dogen and trick him into believing that I went south. Once Dogen follows the false trail, only then would I begin my journey back home to my son. If I do not make it home in a fortnight and submit my dues to the Emperor, he would think that I have run away from him and Kino, and I will be in peril. I saw a fountain nearby, and I stooped to fill my leather pouch. I drank from it and filled it up again. All the while, I had my eye out for Dogen. He could be anywhere. It was a good thing that he was so large. It would be impossible for me to miss him even in a place as crowded as this market. I refilled the leather skin again and tied it to my belt. Just then, a huge frame blocked my sight from the other side of the market. It was Dogen. He looked around until our eyes met. My heart thumped against my ribcage as I started sneaking away. From the corner of my eye, I saw him moving fast to get to me. I passed by several crates of oranges, ducking behind them to hide from Dogen's line of sight. Then as I jumped over a cart full of cabbages, I saw him to my right. I hit the ground with a loud thud and feared for my ankle. Thankfully, it was not broken. I stood up slightly, wincing from the pain but kept running. When I reached an opening, I found a man standing along the road, holding the reins of his horse. He was dealing his produce with a fellow trader. I had to risk it. In an instant, I ran towards him and yanked the reins out of his hand. In shock, he let them loose. I hastily climbed up the bay and kicked its buttocks with all my strength. In no time, I galloped away, leaving the man yelling after me. "Thief!" he shouted. I prayed that I would not get caught. At least not yet. A witch and a thief. These words would surely send me to the dungeons for a long time. I kicked at the horse to make it run faster. Dust billowed in the air as I passed by the market roads. I managed to look behind me quickly, and to my dismay, I saw Dogen's hulking figure upon his horse trailing after me. It was a good thing Dogen was heavy, and his horse could not trot at full speed. I could put some distance between us, I thought, and maybe, just maybe, I could still succeed in leading him into a false trail. The moons remained hidden behind the clouds, and it was almost the sleeping hour. This was my problem. Boloknin did not have many trees, shades, or any flowering plants. Why did I ever choose to run away here? I did not know the terrain well enough, save for what I read in the palace library's books. The people of Boloknin were dark-skinned and were quick in their movements. I would surely stand out. This was a mistake. Nobody saw me arrive, and I hoped that no one would bother me either in the coming days. I climbed down from the horse and slumped to the ground. I took my leather skin and drank the fresh water greedily. I looked at my bae and felt sorry for her. She must have been as thirsty as I was. I stopped drinking and moved closer to her, whispering against her ears to soothe her before sparing her some of the water. In a while, I would get her some leaves to nibble on. I managed to find a tree that had branches low enough for me to reach. I pulled some leaves off its branches, the young ones, and fed the horse. She hesitated at first, but when I forcefully put one leaf inside her mouth, she changed her mind about the leaves. Perhaps sensing my distress, she cooperated afterward. There were no signs of people where I camped, if it could ever be called a camp. The distance to the town proper was a long way to go, but I could not keep running. Both the horse and I needed to rest. I removed the scarf from my neck and laid it on the ground. It was going to be a cold night, but a thin cover to keep me from lying directly on soft earth was better than nothing. I had no reason to complain. I was safe. I needed to ensure that I stayed that way for long. I laid down and looked up at the dark sky. Some stars were already out, dancing with the cold evening breeze. When was the last time I looked at the stars and had time to be fascinated by them? Tonight, however, I looked at them, praying that they connected me to my son to let him know that I was all right. I wiped away a tear, but the dirt that had gathered under my fingernails got in my eye, and I blinked furiously to get it out. It will be over soon. One of these days, I would figure it out. All I needed was to give my son a chance to become the man he could be. He was, after all, of Nordstrom's blood. If there was anyone who could be primed for leadership, it was Kino. Before I fell asleep, I tried to picture my father's face and wished he was here.
Dogen Rhonda. Lamare was not fast enough to leave me behind. Each time I looked ahead, I saw signs of her. When I thought that she would continue her journey to keep me distracted and lost in her trails, she surprised me by dismounting her horse and sleeping right under the dark Akean sky. Women truly surprised me, Lamare, most of all. My heart ached, seeing her sleep under the stars, unprotected from all this harshness. She was too far from home, and I felt sorry for Kino. I wished there was some way to communicate these thoughts to both of them. I climbed down from my mount. I was used to days without anything to fill my stomach, aside from water. But Lamare, oh dear Lamare, was so frail. I wish I could turn back time and haul her back to the cottage. Perhaps I could nicely ask her. Will that work? Revenge may be everything that was hanging inside my head, but maybe I could forget all about it and let everything come to pass? I didn't have to take these matters into my own hands. I shouldn't have. What had I done? I sent a poor woman out under a roofless sky, claiming she was a witch. Sadly, her act of retreat confirmed my accusation. But then again, she didn't seem like a bad person. Looks could be deceiving, I told myself. But it's Lamare. How could I be so biased? I lay down on the ground just a few yards away from her. She was sleeping, and she wouldn't sense me being this close. She wasn't used to the hunt the way that I was, and it would probably take a storm to rouse her from her slumber. I lay sideways so that I could watch over her as she slept. I couldn't believe this. Even after everything, I still felt a certain kind of tenderness towards her. What a sad, sad case I was. The night was peaceful, and nothing stirred for miles. Could I be so dumbstruck that I felt happy just being around her, separated by a few yards of nothing but barren land? I wanted to kick myself. When I was about to close my eyes, she stirred, and I lifted my head to see if she had awakened. She twisted in her position and moved her arms around in her sleep. I sat and watched, waiting for a moment that would require me to run to her and protect her, but none came. She stopped moving about and slept quietly again. I lay down and closed my eyes, desperate to sleep this time.
Lamare Amark. I was used to waking early in the morning because the darkness outside the cottage brought me comfort and opened my mind to writing. It was my favorite time of the day to work on the scrolls. That moment when I was alone in the waking world, and there was no one to disturb me from whatever I wanted to do. I sat up and felt the breeze seep through my clothes. I shivered. It was good that my thick, curly hair kept my head warm. I looked around and shook when I caught sight of someone not too far away from me. I could not mistake it for the shape of my bay. There was also a hulking figure spread out on the ground. So that was where the soft rumbling sound came from. From a distance, it sounded like muffled quakes of the land. Of course, it was someone's snore. I stood up, mindful of my every movement. There was nothing I could use to tie Dogen up, and if ever I could do that, That would only buy me a few minutes. Not a wise choice. I picked up the shawl that I used as my bed, twisted it, and pulled it with my hands, securing it tightly in place. I started moving forward. I took another 2 long strides before I crawled over, hoping Dogen would not hear me.
Dogen Rhonda. Only in dreams does Lamare stalk me. I laughed inside my head. I must have been dreaming. When did Lamare ever pay attention to me? Even when I was chasing her, it felt as if she could so easily shrug her shoulders and ignore me. Like I was not a threat at all. I was running inside my head and chasing butterflies, and Lamare was on the other side of the field, laughing and enjoying the moment with me. Chasing butterflies? Gah! What was wrong with my dream? I'm as soft as a little lad, that's what I am. Then I slapped my cheek as a mosquito bit me. I scratched it without opening my eyes because I wanted the dream to go on a little longer. It was the only place I could be with Lamare. I would do anything to hold on to it. But then I felt my hand being pulled up, one side at first, then the other one. A soft cloth was used to bind my hands. Was I still dreaming? I had to know. I opened my eyes and found my perpetrator, Lamare. Why did she have to attack me and tie my hands? As if breaking loose from these would be hard for me. But I watched, fascinated by her graceful movements as she tied me up. Then she hauled me up, which I had to help her with. I sat up. She yanked my arms backward, and I had to yelp. Easy. I said. One word and you're dead, she said as if her threat scared me. It didn't. Lamare, what are you doing? Shut up. Please untie me. Stop talking, she said with so much edge that I stopped in mid-sentence and decided just to continue watching her. She moved in front of me with agitation and spoke in a dialect that I did not understand. Then she stopped in front of me and knelt. Dogen, I don't know what I ever did to you, but please, once you get out of these, count up to 100, 1,000 even, before you chase me, she pleaded. She stopped, and I felt sorry for her. I'm not a bad person. You don't know the entire story, she said in between sobs. I believed her, but my eyebrows shot up all the same. From behind me, I thumbed the knot and used all my fingers to loosen it. The knot was so flimsy that even a child could shake loose out of it in under a minute or two. Lamare stood up and ran towards her horse. She mounted, but before she could gallop away, I was already beside her. Why? I demanded, holding her by the arm. I told you to count 1,000 before you run after me. Why do you have to chase me? I stood frozen. Women. It's so customary for them to turn the tables. Because you killed a lot of people. Because a lot of Derellans died, I said, pausing briefly. And I remembered what I read from your scroll. Her eyebrows rose, and she shook her head in frustration. It wasn't my fault, Dogen. I couldn't be solely accountable, she paused in distress. Are you going to arrest me? I listened as she said those words in agony. She was in the gray, too, just like me. I don't understand, my lady. How could you be so heartless? I asked, unable to hide the distress in my voice. I let her arm go. Lamare dismounted the horse, and I watched as her tiny frame glided past her horse and strode towards me. She stopped right under my nose. She breathed in deeply, then kicked me with her right foot repeatedly until I fell. She raised her arms to hit me on my ribs, but I caught them and twisted her hands behind her until I ended up holding her in my arms. I smiled, totally forgetting about her feet. One of them struck me in the shin, and I stooped in pain, releasing my hold upon Lamare's frail body. I am a soldier. This is nothing. I grabbed her again, and this time, I was more aware of her movements. I blocked each one until I pinned her down. Why was it so difficult to tackle such a tiny woman? This time, I didn't let myself get lost in the moment, not even to smell her hair. Lamare, take it easy. Stop fighting, and I promise I won't hurt you if I find no reason to. She sagged against me, breathing loudly, but this time, She made no move to argue or escape.
Lamari Amark. I thought that a few months of training in the palace grounds under the watchful eye of a war general when I was younger prepared me enough for hand-to-hand battle. I was wrong. Dogen was a strong man, and I should have never engaged him in combat. It was ridiculous for me to believe that I could bind him without waking him up. Now, I was sitting in front of him, and he was watching my every move. Ask, I said. Dogen shifted in his seat and seemed to think things over in his head. This early, with the light still hiding from the clouds, his face looked strangely pleasant. Was it the haircut, or was it because the shadows left the scars in his face obscured? Why do you keep visiting the Emperor? What do you do for him? Tough one to answer. I write for him. He pays me. Better give him short answers so he would not have much to think about. What you write, they seem to come true. Are you a seer? No. He sighed, maybe in relief. What's your power? Why do you always go to the palace? You've asked that already. Writing is my power. I used to be able to write things that I wanted to come true. He shivered. For a man so huge, shivering did not suit him. At least it was a sign he was like me, too. With that face and his size, sometimes it was difficult to imagine him to be anything but a palace soldier. What changed? Something. Love. I thought about Kino and remembered him. Love changed everything for me, I said. He gaped at me, and if I was not mistaken, he was blushing behind those deep scars. After a moment, he tipped his head as though to accept what I had said. I don't know how it all fits, but I honestly don't understand what happened in Direla. The flood and the scroll. You have to admit that they are too coincidental, he said. I did not want to write about the flood, but the Emperor's instructions to me were clear from the very beginning. Write what he wants, or I would lose Kino. The Emperor, my former husband, still had a hold on me. Help me to understand. Imagine this, I was out there swimming in the flood, saving Direlans with each stroke of my arms. Then someone told me that it had been the 4th day since the flooding started. Suddenly, it came back to me, your last visit to the palace. He paused and looked at me. The parts of the scroll that I read. What am I to make of all these aside from concluding you're a witch? This is why I never let anyone read what I write. I have told you enough of what needs to be said. I barely know you, and I already trusted you enough to share with you what my power is. Don't require more, please. I will not explain myself any further, Dogen. I said this carefully because I was unsure if he would let me go afterward. You can easily kill me if you want to, but I promise you I will give a decent fight. And when you're about to slit my neck, remember that I have a child. He blinked. All right, he said. Then he stood up. I will not tell anyone about what I know now, but we'll have to travel together. He started to saddle his horse. I breathed in relief. This man was unpredictable. I would run away from him when I got the chance. He did seem kindly in a most unusual manner, but could he be trusted after he pursued me all the way to Bulaknin? No. I did not think so. I stood up and saddled my horse. At least we both would not have to ride too hard now. Chapter 15, The Princess, Once Upon a Time. My dreams come in many forms, as though there is an entire spectrum that defines them. Some dreams could take the form of simple daily routines, while some could feel like unearthing long-forgotten memories. Still, others manifest our greatest fears. These were the dreams I dreaded the most. I used to think that dreams were just figments of my imagination, mere lustrous wanderings of my mind, but when I woke up with my hands clammy and my heart beating wildly, I knew that my dreams would spell out something more. They were almost prophetic. Dreams came to me often, and when I was a little girl, I dreamt of a man who had no face. He would come for me, and I would not be able to resist him. He would take me away from the palace. I would give up everything that I had to be with him because I felt he held my future. In reality, I met a man who was older than I was, and so I thought that he could be the faceless man in my dreams. He was perfect. He was smart and funny and a lord, and heir to one of the influential houses in the realm. I was delighted then, knowing that the man in my dreams was someone I had already met in real life. Until I dreamt of the faceless man again. He was walking towards me and, upon reaching me, kissed me on the lips. I closed my eyes, surrendering to him, and when I opened them, the man in front of me was no longer faceless. His face was rugged and quite ordinary when I compared it to the Lord I was seeing in real life. But then this man smiled, and the average in him was gone. He had an attractive face, a kindness etched to him that spoke to me of home. I knew that this man in my dreams was my destiny. And so, in real life, I needed to wait. While waiting for him, though, I entertained suitors. That was not my fault, was it? And then, one day, I saw him, the man in my dreams, in real life. It was not how I imagined it in my head when I was daydreaming, though, where he, wearing flowing robes glittering in metals and precious stones and blathering about his conquests all over Akea, marched to the palace and claimed me. Instead, what stood before me was a sad vagabond. I was outside the palace, followed by my ladies-in-waiting when a distinct color of hair, one that I have only seen in my dreams, caught my attention. I ran toward him, and upon reaching him, he looked down on me. Upon realizing who was standing before him, he smiled, bowed, and said, "You are as beautiful as the day, my lady." I nodded curtly before fleeing away from him. He was not who I wanted. How could I ever fall in love with a ruffian? I forced myself to sleep through that week, trying to push his face out of my head. The suitors who visited me in the palace eventually helped me forget about him. My father had noticed my discontent and had thrown balls in my honor because he knew how much I loved being the center of everyone's attention. He had hoped that the usual glitter inside the palace walls would infect me, and I would be back to my usual joyful, bubbly self. And as expected, the Lord, who had kept me interested when I was younger, was always there to entertain me. One night, in one of the grandest balls my father had ever thrown, this young lord took me to the middle of the dance floor. There, he put a hand on my waist while the other still grasped my hand. He started to guide me as we swayed to the music that filled the hall. Looking into his brown eyes, he somehow made me forget about the man I was supposed to wed in my dreams. "Something's bothering you, my lady," he said. I sighed. "It's a good thing to be bothered, my lord. At least I know I am alive." He laughed. "Let's just dance then," he said before pulling me closer to allow my head to rest on his shoulders. And while I felt the protection that his warm, strong shoulders offered, I could not erase the face of the vagabond from my head. There was something about him that I had to discover. Something about my destiny that I had to follow. Even if it meant releasing myself from this nobleman's embrace and forgetting the laughter and young love I shared with him. My family does not even like him, yet he is here, willing to just be with me. When the music stopped, I drew a pace back. His hand lingered on my waist. "You seem to be quiet tonight," he began. "This is your ball, but if the hostess doesn't feel like hosting, then do us the honor of retiring to your chambers. Your guests would understand because those who are here tonight are the ones who have affection towards you." I looked up at his handsome face and touched his cheek because I was unsure when I would see him again. A decision had to be made soon, and there was nothing more I wanted than to face my destiny. I turned in after that conversation, weary from my emotions aside from all the dancing. I fell asleep almost immediately. It was then that I had the most bizarre dream. I saw the vagabond's face again, and there was no mistaking what the dream wanted to tell me, that this man was destined to be my husband. I ran away from him in my vision like how I did when I first saw him, but my dream was relentless. And soon I got tired of running away, and in one of those dreams, I chose to stay. Needless to say, the vagabond came and took me away from my province. My father's heart broke when I left my crown, but I had to understand the visions in the dream. Awake, I did as was in my dream because that was the only way that I could catch a glimpse of what the future held for me. Had I kept on running and ignoring the vagabond, my dream would not have changed. The vagabond took me to another province far away from where I was raised, and my heart bled each night from the desire to return to the familiarity of my bedroom in the palace. If a heart's yearning could magically transport me back to my family, I would find myself immediately in my old bedroom, where my crown awaited me. But for now, this was not to be. My power behaved precisely as I thought it would. It continued to show me the next steps that I should be taking. It went on to show me my wedding. There was a promise of happiness, but it had been slow in coming. Then without any warning, the dreaming stopped, and I found myself trapped with my husband. Here I was in a place so unfamiliar to me, awash with feelings of hope that there would be something better in store for me aside from just this. What have I done? Did I just give up my crown to end up living with a man I didn't even love? Did I sacrifice every good thing in my life to find out that there was nothing more to this life? All these thoughts made me act harshly toward my husband. He was not who I wanted to be married to. His only shining quality was his kindness, but who needed kindness when it could be bought? Care was an all too familiar emotion that had been bestowed upon me because I was the princess. Cruelty was never afforded me since it meant death to those who did. And who would so boldly dare them? My husband worked hard, days on end, and on rare occasions, he would bring me a cask of wine that I could sip on. He did not have to say it, but I knew he was trying to make me feel a little bit more at home, although mine was far away from this horrible place. Words never connected us at first, and we would sit silently by the shore and watch the moons as they hid behind the clouds. There was one time he held my hand. I let him because I was lonely from being too far away from the palace and the people I loved. If dreaming were my power, why was it so difficult to come by any of them now? Gone was that time in my life when I could step into a dream and see through the haze what Akea was like in a parallel world. Why were my dreams not telling me what I had to do next? Surely my future did not end with just being wed to this man. There had to be something more. And if there was no more, I had to know, so I could change my destiny. Perhaps I could still claim my place in the palace. It was approaching the solstice when I allowed myself to sleep with my husband for the first time. It was that act as husband and wife that paved the way for me to dream again. Dream after dream has visited me since. I was able to step inside the dream world again. Some dreams were vague, others were so vivid that I could remember all of the details in the morning when I awoke. Among all those dreams, though, there was one thing that stood out: happiness would come with the birth of a child. My husband worked in a vineyard, and while the town was still asleep, he would have already left and engaged in hard labor to earn a meager sum of money, never telling me anything about the hardships he suffered. In the evenings, he would bring home food that we would share for days and yet eat in silence. I never asked him how his day was, nor did he ask me how I spent mine. Inside my head, an ebbing emotion blamed him for the difficult life that I had, even though I knew it was not entirely his fault. He was as much a part of the fate that was laid down ahead of me as my decisions were to follow my dreams. Still, this knowledge did not help reduce the pain I felt in my heart. I looked at my husband and found only hatred in my heart for bringing forth this misery onto my own life. But he has a way with words. Whenever I was on the verge of running away from him, he would talk to me, and my heart, in its turmoil, would find peace upon hearing what he had to say. One day, I told him I would go with him to the vineyard. He told me I did not have to, so I cried, which was what I usually did to get what I wanted. Not surprisingly, my husband relented. When dawn broke the next day, we walked for miles alongside one another, shrouded by darkness all around us. At one point, my husband tried reaching for my hand, but I pulled away from him. Being unfamiliar with the road though caused me to slip, and I tripped several times. That was the only time I let him touch me. An hour or so had passed, and soon I spotted a throng of people waiting outside of the vineyard. There were so many of them standing outside the gates, sitting on the ground, while others were walking around in circles to pass the time. A few of them looked up at us as we passed, but most of them did not pay any mind. We were just another couple wanting to earn a living, waiting for the vineyard gates to open. To them, we were competitors, an unwanted presence in the ultimate battle for survival. As the sky brightened, our numbers increased, and when a man came out of the vineyard to count heads, he included my husband's and mine in the count. Those that were not counted had to walk away with slumped shoulders and heavy feet. They never looked back, though. They knew there would be no food on their tables later. No toil meant no coins. And no coins could only mean hunger. My husband handed me a basket, and he showed me how to pick the grapes. It seemed trivial, but my husband said that I could not always select at random. I needed to practice my eyes and watch out for the ones that were right for the picking. By midday, the task that I found to be so easy became a little more taxing. Maybe it was because I was standing up for so long, or perhaps it was because of having to carry a basket that weighed more than my arms combined. Or maybe it was the growing heat of the sun. I often had to sit on the ground, and my husband would put grapes in my basket to make it look as though I was not dallying. From my point of view, though, I absolutely was not, but the vineyard's men could think otherwise. As the day ended, I held my hand out and watched as the vineyard's worker dropped a few coins into my palms. I wanted to cry as I stared at the copper coins. These were worthless. My husband was shocked too. I stared into his eyes that were so full of hope and determination. I wanted to complain to him about my life, but he had a way of smiling at me that soothed the rage inside my heart. When we were walking back home, I took his hand and held onto it tightly. I peeked from the corner of my eye and saw a man tired from a long day's work, but I caught him as he glanced at my hand, holding his. There was a smile etched on his lips. I had never appreciated him before, but seeing what it meant to be him, and to put up with a wife who had no knowledge of any chore, made me respect him from that day onward. Who was that wise man who said that love could blossom out of respect? I could not remember his name anymore, but now I understood what he meant. I began to appreciate my new life. There was nothing I could do but embrace it. Since that day in the vineyard, I felt an emotion sprout from my heart. It was something new. Something I never knew I was capable of feeling. All I knew was when I looked at my husband's face now, the smile that painted my face was genuine. And the Lord from my childhood was soon forgotten. My husband and I weathered storms, earthquakes, and all sorts of calamities. At nights, dreams still came to me, reminding me of the happiness that would come with the birth of a child. Duty was not only for palace soldiers. It stood even stronger for wives. By the time I realized I wanted to have a child, I did not have to force myself to make love to my husband. By then, he had worked his way into my heart. After more than 2 moon turns, the baby came, and with it emanated an immense joy for my husband and me. I named my boy Sarsi, an homage to my grandfather in the palace. Sarsi meant wisdom, and since my family had no material gifts to give, I prayed that my son would at least inherit the wisdom of my lineage. The joy that Sarsi gave me was one without equal. True, I had not given motherhood much thought in the past, but he completed my life when he came. My baby's smile warmed my heart. The measly amount of money that my husband gave me every day did not matter anymore because something else kept us happy. When Sarsi saw 2 moon turns, I started having dreams again. It was a dark one, telling me that I had to name him like the storm that he would create in the future. That his name did not suit him. I defied the gods in my dreams and ran away from them, bringing my baby with me. I woke up drenched in my sweat as though I had been running away. How could a name change my little boy's life? I had no intention of believing the dream, even if it felt real, too real. I pushed the dreams back, not wanting them to have anything to do with my little boy. Each night, I suffered from the same dream, which ended in my baby's death. I did not listen because I did not understand it. Why? Why would a name be so significant? Then a week after being reminded every night that I had to change his name, my baby grew sick. I held him in my arms and kissed his burning forehead as I sat by the door of our house, waiting for my husband to return from the vineyard. When my husband laid eyes on me, he knew something was wrong. I thrust our son towards his already open arms. Sarsi was burning up, and his pupils were all white. His eyes had started rolling in their sockets. I hugged my husband after giving Sarsi to him and sagged, sobbing against his broad shoulders. "Don't let anything happen to my son," I whispered. "Please, don't. There's a healer in town. I'll bring Sarsi to him," he said in a guttural response. I walked with him, my frayed dress trailing along behind us. Dust and sweat covered us by the time we reached the healer's house. The healer took one look at my baby and uttered a prayer. I was shocked by her actions, though. No one would so rudely say a prayer for a sick person unless the healer deemed that the sickness was beyond cure. I yelled at her, "How dare you? You will not say a prayer for my boy. He will live. This is nothing but a fever." The healer looked at me, her eyes solemn. She looked at my husband and gave him the boy. "I have said my prayers. Saving him is beyond what I can do. His soul is already lost to the gods. Stay with him through the night and accompany him to where the gods are sending him," she said. I shrieked profusely at the healer, clawing at her for her remarks, and my husband tried to calm me. No. Not my boy. I was a madwoman. I struggled with my husband and took Sarsi from him. I ran all the way home, holding my crying son in my arms. My husband followed me, but I was much quicker than he was. My pulse was pumping, and my legs raced against my heartbeat. At home, I put Sarsi down onto the bed and tried to calm him down. I gave him some milk, but he spat it out, and he cried unceasingly. Why does a name have to be so important? My husband entered the room, and he walked in slowly. Perhaps the sight of the two of us, helpless, broke his heart. He was my everything now. All that I used to be was replaced by the life I had grown to love with my husband and son. Would my little boy be taken by the gods because of a name I refused to give him? I looked at my husband as he knelt beside me and took my face in his hands. He kissed me softly. Darling, let him go. I can't. Sarsi shrilled. I breathed in, loosening myself from my husband's hold. Then I leaned towards my son. His eyes were still all white, and I almost recoiled from the heat that his body emitted. He was like a storm at its craziest rage. I could not name him Storm, it was a bad omen, negative. Strength may be another interpretation for that name, but it would be frowned upon by my family. Wind, I whispered. The baby stilled. McQuinn Storm, I said. I pulled the baby in my arms and whispered against his ear, You are wind and storm, a balance of nature, a balance of life. Live, my son. My husband watched us with awe in his eyes. He had never known what my power was, that I could see the future ahead of me, which would only materialize if I were obedient to the gods. The dreams told me. I had no option but to listen. What kind of game were the gods playing on me? Was it all for their cruel entertainment? They told me in my dreams what I should do, and sometimes these were petty things. A dream once revealed to me to drink a glass of water at exactly the break of dawn. Otherwise, I would grow sick in the next few weeks. Judging it insignificant, I did not heed, and consequently, I found myself in bed with a horrible case of fever. This was how I knew where my place was in the dreaming world. If I neglected the dreams within the specified time they beckoned, I would have to face the consequences. What kind of sick power did I have? Why did I have to see the future in dreams and be pushed to do something for the prophecy to happen? But it has always been how my power worked. I could curse it repeatedly, and yet, nothing would happen. Acceptance was what separated the dream from my reality. I don't much like storms, and that was why I called my son Wind, because the wind soothes and calms everyone. It was the right amount of what people need to balance their lives, remove their fears, and rejuvenate the spirit. It was a futile battle against the gods to push against what the dreams dictated to me, but I could also be stubborn sometimes. Wind was 8 moon turns when he learned to play the trumpet. I was older by then, and youth no longer held me in its boundaries. Motherhood had fully claimed me, and my world revolved around my family. What's on the other side of the world, Mother? Wind asked, holding the trumpet in his tiny hands. Many people of all shapes and sizes, vast lands you've only dreamed of, and palaces, beautiful, quiet, majestic palaces, I said. There's so much more out there, my son. A wave of nostalgia passed over me. You've seen them? I nodded and smiled. I could not speak further, afraid that my emotions would give me away. Is it beautiful out there, Mother? He asked. I thought it over in my head. I sighed before speaking. Yes. Here, there are farmlands and all, but out there are beautiful towers that could almost touch the clouds. His eyes widened in excitement, and his hold on the trumpet tightened. What's a tower, Mother? It's a tall structure. Structure? I chuckled. There are lots of beautiful things out there. Maybe I should go there, Wind said. With you and Father. Someday, Wind. We will, I said earnestly, not knowing that the promise I gave him had no chance of ever coming true. In dreams, I visited my father, the palace, and my people. But in the waking world, I stayed where I was supposed to be, with my husband and son. It got dull at times because there was only so much I could do in Minoan. Traveling and visiting beautiful places were a few of the things I liked doing in the past that I did not have the luxury to even think about now. If we saved up, it could take us moon turns before we could ever afford a carriage and come up with the money we would need to support us in such travels. My life, although far from being perfect, was more than tolerable, with my husband and son to always complete my day. But one night, another dream invaded my rest. It started in our cottage in the village. I woke up early in the morning, cooked our food, packed lunch for my husband, and played with my son. Wind and I waited for Goryo's return as usual, and we had dinner together. My husband was not yet tired, so we walked around the town, enjoying the displays in the capital stalls. That was how the dreams came to me, so that even in my sleep, I had nothing to fear because there was nothing unusual with them. As we were walking back home, I found soldiers walking towards us, their uniforms bearing my family's crest. "My lady, you have to come with us," a soldier spoke. I shook my head and held on to my son's and husband's hands. "No. My place is here." The soldier handed me a letter. "This is for you, my lady," he said stoically. I broke my family's seal and opened the letter. I was being summoned back to the palace. "And my family?" I asked icily, in a tone I thought was lost to me forever. The soldier shook his head. I held my family's hands tighter and turned around. "Run!" I shouted. We did, and the soldiers rushed after us. Goryo stopped. "Go. Take Wind. I'll buy you some time." I watched in horror as my husband fought the soldiers. With no combat training, he only managed to punch one in the face. He threw another punch on the side of an approaching soldier, but it was flesh against metal, and I could only feel sorry for my husband. I ran faster, pulling Wind with me. "Mother, mother," Wind mumbled. His eyes were teary. "What about father?" Goryo's hands were bound now. 2 soldiers were holding him up while another was throwing punches against his stomach. My throat went dry, and I felt like I would pass out, but I had to be strong for my son. "Your father will escape. He will come to join us soon," I said. "For now, we have to run." I heard the piercing cry of my husband and could only guess what had happened, but I did not stop. I had Wind with me. Maybe that would be enough. Our bodies brushed against the leaves and twigs, and whatever it was that littered the forest. I was not mindful anymore of where we were heading. Only one thought raced inside my head: we had to escape the soldiers. We were panting when the soldiers caught up to us. I shrieked as a hand grasped my arm fiercely. I turned around and swung my arm to drive the hand away, but it was as though the soldier had hands made of steel. "There's no place for you but home, my lady," the soldier hissed. "This is home," I insisted. The soldiers took my hands and pulled me, leaving Wind behind. "No. My son. Please, if you must take me, take him too." My son's face was wet with tears as he watched the soldiers throw me up on a horse and tie me to it. "Mother!" he cried as a soldier kicked at my horse to make it beckon. "Mother! Don't leave me." My son's cries still rang in my ears when I woke up. I was breathing heavily, and I looked around me, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. I found Goryo still fast asleep. I touched his forehead and let my fingers graze his eyebrows, down to his face, thankful that he was alive and that he was here just within my reach. I was still staring at him when he opened his eyes. He gave me a smile before pulling me closer to him. I snuggled against his chest and closed my eyes, but sleep was elusive. Not that I wanted to sleep again after that nightmare. I had no intention to because I knew what would happen. I would be tormented over and over by my dreams. Ones I could not escape from. The endings would vary. At one time, it would be Wind who would die in the dream. In some instances, it would be both of them. I could not let that happen, and my heart exploded inside my chest in despair. This was not the way it should be for us. Families were not supposed to be broken. In the morning, when I woke up again, I went about my daily routine. My husband had left for the vineyard because the sun was already high. Wind still lay sleeping in his room. I left the house and looked up at the sky, asking the gods about my dream. Why did it have to be so cruel? I would not follow what had to be done even if it meant what? That I would die? But it was not how the dreams ended. It could be Wind or my husband. Or worse, both. To save them, I had to be taken away or left on my own. Fate was riddled with choices, but I never thought that the alternatives could be this difficult. I followed the dreams I had in the past, but this time, I could not give in. I would kill for my family. I entered the kitchen and focused on finding the herb that would make me sleep. I should wake Wind because the moons were at their brightest, which meant it was fast approaching midday. But other matters distracted me. I wanted a battle, a confrontation with my dream. Somehow, I had to learn how to control and sway it in my favor. I found the herbs and immediately went to dicing the tubers, juicing them up, and pounding the leaves. The ending concoction was a dark, greenish liquid that felt slimy to the touch. I poured it in a cup before boiling water. As soon as steam escaped the kettle, I put off the fire, took the pot, and mixed the hot water with the juice that I made, stirring it and watching as the green liquid blended with the water's transparent purity. Enter the dreams and fight. If I could not change the dream, I had all the right reasons to know at least the whys of my future. Holding the cup with both hands, I moved into Wynn's room. He was fast asleep, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. I raised the cup to my lips and drank until nothing was left. The effect was immediate. I only gulped the last of it when I felt myself losing the connection with my body. The cup dropped to the floor, sending broken pieces of hard clay everywhere. Seconds later, I hit the floor. I felt no pain even as I fell on the shards because by then, I had already started entering the dreaming world. It was similar to how my other dreams started, hazy. When I settled in, the surroundings drew sharper, more vivid. The swirling stopped, and I started paying attention because what would come next would be indicative of what I had to do in the waking world. I was back inside the house, reading a story to Wind, when my husband came in. He sat beside me and pulled me closer. "What's wrong?" I asked. "I think someone is spying on me," he said. "Why would anybody spy on you?" He shrugged his shoulders. "It's weird. I was going about in the vineyards when I noticed that one of the pickers was looking at me. When I smiled at him, he dropped his eyes to the ground. I went back to what I was doing, and then afterward, when I glanced at the picker, he was gone." His voice remained calm, but I felt his heart beating faster as I pressed closer to him. Wind was also listening intently. It happened another time while I was carrying crates to the loading bay. Do you know that feeling you get when someone's looking at you intently? Watching your every move? The hair on the neck thing, like there was a ghost or something like that. Then I looked around me, and everybody had their gazes fixed on me. "I don't know," he shrugged. "There's something odd about today," he finished. I squeezed his hand, not knowing how to respond. Then after a few minutes, there was a knock on the door. My husband went to see who it was, and I had to hold my breath. If they are my family's soldiers, I know what I'll have to do: leave my family behind. I hugged Wind and kissed the top of his head. "What is it?" my husband asked. "A summon from the palace of Amer," a voice said. This was the moment. "Listen to me," I tilted Wind's head so that I could look into his eyes. "I'll have to go, but remember that I love you. I love you so much. Don't you ever forget that," I said. Wind's eyes widened. "No, Mother. No." He shook his head profusely, and his grip on me tightened. I tore my son's arms from around me and stepped towards the door. Gorio turned around and saw me approaching. "Marcella, no. You can't go with them. The palace doesn't need you. We are your family." His voice was gravelly as he said those words, and each edge deepened the gashes in my heart that, unbeknownst to me, were already there. Gorio stood in front of me, and he was blocking my way. Like a play that I rehearsed inside my head, I tiptoed and kissed him on the lips. His eyes were begging me, and I choked back a sob. There was nothing I could do. Before tears could escape my eyes, I broke loose from my husband's hold and approached the soldiers. "You want me?" I asked, my voice sounding unnaturally calm. "The Ameresian palace summons you, my lady, to the place that the king of Amer says is your home," he said. There was no other way but to accept. This time, I would go with the soldiers to explore what happens next in the dream. The soldiers seemed appalled that I did not put up a fight. They had not known that I had done so in past dreams and lost. This time, I would go with them willingly and see the destiny that awaited me. "I'm going with you," I said. My husband grabbed my arm. "Marcella, please. Don't." Wind sprang from behind Gorio. I could read a million questions in his innocent eyes. I could not answer any of them, and so I turned to the soldiers. "Let's go." The soldiers pulled my arms, grabbed my waist, and all but shoved me towards the horse. Before we took off, a lightning streak split the sky. "Mother, no," Wind croaked. His face was contorted as though he was in excruciating pain. Then he pushed a wall of air towards the soldiers and me, and we fell. Thunder followed. What was that? Was that my son's power? It had not manifested in past dreams, and even though I was hurting, I wanted to run to Wind, wrap him in a tight embrace, and assure him that I was proud of his power. A soldier eyed the dark sky, crawled to his feet, and scowled at Wind. Then in a brief movement, his boot kicked at the spear lying in front of me. The spear rose in the air, and the soldier caught it. Before I realized what he was about to do, the soldier had thrown the spear in Wind's direction. My husband was too late to block it, and it pierced Wind's chest. The spearhead hit the ground, and Wind's body hung limply with it. Fresh blood soaked the land. I wailed in shock. The soldiers went wild and pushed to take my husband, too. I was on my feet, striking the soldiers, but I did not pose any challenge. The blunt edge of a sword hit me on my side, and I staggered, falling backward. Goryo dodged the swords of the soldiers attacking him. His anger made him more agile. 2 soldiers lay on the ground with blood splattered around them. Goryo's hands were shaking as he gripped the leather hilt of the metal blade that was unfamiliar to him. But he did not hesitate, swinging the blade again as another soldier attacked him. I could not take everything in. Was I to grieve for my son or watch and pray for my husband? The decision was made for me as soon as a sword slashed against my husband's chest. He froze and watched futilely as blood slowly stained his shirt. His face paled, and his chin quivered. Then while my husband was still in shock, the soldier struck again. He raised and swung his sword. There was a loud swoosh as the sword split the air, and another dreadful sound followed as the metal found its sheath in my husband's neck, sending his head flying, rolling yards away from the body. I wailed louder this time, but there was nothing more that could be done. The colors started to swirl inside my head again, and the dream would repeat. This time, I would see another account of how else it could end for my family. I had not found my answers. I was back in the vineyard, and I could not find my husband anywhere. My son was not with me, and I assumed that both of them were back home, which meant that in this dream, I could go find out who or what it was that was responsible for giving me such hateful dreams. But how would I find it? If I shouted, would it come to me? There was a curious sound to my left, and when I followed it, it led me to an old lady. She looked young and beautiful. Her white hair was long, and it moved continuously as though a steady stream of breeze was blowing onto it. Her sheer robes were also moving gently in a similar pattern as her hair. Her face glowed. She was incredibly pristine. When she looked at me, I found myself staring back into her youthful eyes. Behind them, I sensed infinite wisdom. Do not speak. I know your questions. You seek the answers, but I cannot give them all to you, she said. Her lips opened, but it was as though the sound echoed from somewhere else. I had to fight the urge to turn around, crane my neck, and peer around me to identify where it came from. What was she? I am called the Mima, she said. I have no name. But I am the Mima. There are gifts, powers that the gods showered on people, and it is the Mima's responsibility to ensure that they are used fully to the purpose that the gods have intended for the people. I only needed to ask the one question in my head, but she had already answered it. I had to be careful. In this land of dreams, she could read my thoughts. I don't know if what I have is power, I started. I dream. The Mima laughed, but her face remained straight. Everyone dreams. No. My dreams are different, I explained. They are terrible dreams. I am forced to follow what I see in them. Otherwise, I would never know what the future holds for me. The Mima blinked, emotionless. Nobody knows the future, my child. What you see are glimpses of what needs to be done. There is free will, always. Your gift is to see the warnings, the signs, and the events that will take place in case you stray from your destiny. What is my destiny? I shouted. I don't want to see all of these. They only cause me to worry ahead of time. I don't want that. The Mima shook her head. Silly child. Most people would kill to have your power. Don't you see? By having the power to be forewarned, you could change the course of events. You would be able to save lives and manipulate destiny. You have the power to help the world to reach its greater glory. Warnings, I whispered. They scare me. I don't want all of this. You have no choice, child. The warnings will guide you to act wisely. In case you decide not to act on them, there is still a future for you. But knowing that a decision has to be made and that you have the power to change such things, and yet you chose not to, I am not sure if you will be happy about it in the end. Why then? I asked, starting to get irritated with her rhetoric. Why do I have to leave my family? I don't understand. The dreams tell me that I have to be away from them. I didn't do it at first. I fought the soldiers. They had to haul me away. Still, no matter what I do, either my husband or my son dies. In yet another dream, both of them died. So I stopped running. This time, I volunteered to go with the palace soldiers. I responded positively to their summons even if it broke my heart, and yet they still died. I paused because I noticed that my voice was shaking. What can I do so that they would not end up dead? The Mima fell silent. The answers are in the dreams. You can keep on dreaming and learn from them, but be quick because you are running out of time. I need your answer now. I shouted. The Mima looked stunned at my reaction, but it was only for a while. She was calm again when she spoke. Do you want it easy? Do you not want a puzzle to test your mind? I can't let my family's lives hang in the balance because I want to solve a puzzle, I screamed. Very well, then, the Mima said. The air around her became foggy, and she seemed to be floating. When she spoke again, her voice had become eerily shrill. Her eyes flickered until the pupils were gone. If you are taken, there is no hatred. If you should leave and they know it's for a purpose, there is no real loathing. But should you leave before you are forced to, then there will be detestation as strong as he could be, she said. He? My husband? My son? I asked, confused. The Mima didn't answer my question. If you are taken, there is no hatred. If you should leave and they know it's for a purpose, there is no real loathing. But should you leave before you are forced to, then there will be detestation as strong as he could be. Then the fog disappeared, and I could see yet again the pupils in her youthful eyes. I have given you more than enough. It is no longer delightful talking with you, she said. The Mima was now dismissing me, but I had no intention of leaving. Not now. These riddles serve me little purpose. The Mima's body flickered, and it looked transparent now. Our conversation is over, she said, almost whispering. All at once, her voice reverberated around me, pulsing as though it had its own life. Echoes surrounded me. Strength will not be harnessed without reason. A storm will not brew. There will be no greatness to his name. Greatness? I was even more confused. He will never be what he needs to become if there is no rage in his heart. The Mima wavered until I could no longer see it, leaving me baffled by its words. The colors started to swirl, and I was brought to another place. The surroundings began to form around me, and I longed to see what the dreams would show me now. I wanted to learn more about this new warning. What the Mima said was clearer now. I had to leave. There was no other way I could prevent my son or husband from dying. I started walking around the dreaming world when just then, the land trembled. The mountains around me shook, and trees started to fall one after another. I ran in panic, trying to avoid being smashed by gigantic trees. I was sprinting when the land in front of me opened and swallowed whatever was atop it. I crouched so as not to stumble and found myself holding on tightly to whatever was within my grasp. I waited for the earthquake to stop, but it only grew stronger. I fought the tremors as they tore at my body. The force was so strong. Then as suddenly as they started, the shaking stopped. Slowly, I looked around and was surprised to see that it was as if everywhere was left undisturbed. The hole in the earth was gone, and the fallen trees stood proudly upright against the blue sky. I stood up from the soft earth, reluctant to start walking again. Then I felt a coldness wrap my body from all over. I shivered again, and again. I opened my eyes, and I was back in the waking world. My husband and son were kneeling facing me, their faces etched with concern. My clothes were soaked. My face and body were dampened as well. "Thank goodness you're back," my husband said. He sat me on the side of Wynn's bed and brushed a shard from the broken cup that had left an impression on my face. I realized what had happened in the dream. They were trying to wake me by shaking my body, and when I did not respond, they poured cold water on me. Wynn was looking at me with wide eyes. I reached out to touch his face and gave him a smile. "I'm fine, sweetheart," I said. Tears welled in his eyes, but before he could cry, I motioned for him to come closer. When his tiny body found its way into my arms, I held him tightly. My other arm searched for my husband. I clutched at my family as tears streaked down my cheeks. There was no question now. I had to leave them behind. Otherwise, nothing could become of my son. I kissed my son's face again and again and again, already making up for the time that I would no longer have with him. And then I must have sobbed because I remembered my body racking as emotions tore at me from all sides. How fast time flew, I thought. That was almost 3 decades ago, and I still cannot shake off the sadness I felt when I had to leave without saying goodbye. I should vanish without a word, but I did not think I could do that. So on the day that I finally decided to leave, I left a note to my husband. It was brief and said, "My dear Goryo, the gods have spoken. I have to leave you, to see Wynn's destiny unfold for him. I'll always carry you in my heart. I love you. Goodbye. Marcella." The dreams did not bother me anymore after leaving my family behind, until last night when I had another dream. It was so wild that it left me breathless when I woke up. It was a warning. Again. This time, it told me what must be done to save my son. "It is still early," I realized as I looked outside the window. "I would come for you, my son," I whispered in the darkness of the sky. I would always hold him in that familiar crevice of my heart, in that part that always remained dedicated only for my boy, my beloved son, McQuinn Storm Aaron.
Part 3. The Akean Wine Festival. Chapter 1. Of Cowards and Young Boys. Mayo Kalo. Canela may have been Akea's capital and where the palace of Emperor McQuinn Storm Aaron was situated, but there were other villages within the province. I am from Tirona village, which was on the outskirts of the palace grounds. Kino's, however, was Wawang, which was so far from the school that I hated it when he did not show up for class, because as his friend, I felt like it was my responsibility to drop by his cottage after school to tell him what happened in class. Nothing was noteworthy today, save for Professor Levin's class. Everyone was looking forward to it because, in the next 5 days, the moons would have completed their turns, and my classmates and I would go to the Canelan Palace to present our powers. I still did not know how to display my power so that the Emperor would easily understand how it works and not ask too many questions about it. I wanted to get this over with. Removing harmful components from food, I was sure the palace would not have much need for this power, but I did not want my classmates and the rest of the world to think that I had useless skills. I tried not to dwell on it, though, because right now, all that mattered was for me to be included in the list of Akean citizens. Once my name was registered in the Akean books, it would prove that I am already a citizen, and only then and when I reach my full age would I be able to enlist as a palace soldier. Whenever I felt bad about my power, I knew that this would sound mean. I thought about Kino to make myself feel better. For some reason, he did not have any power. Now, that was inexplicable. I mean, some Akeans have feeble powers, but the point is, they still have power. With Kino, it was as though there was not even a spark, to begin with. And all these plans of ours to make Kino fly was just an excuse to set aside the fact that he had no power. It gave us hope. At some point, we knew we would have to give it up. Not anytime soon, though, because I was still pushing Kino to make an attempt. Else, there would be no one beside me when I present my power to the Emperor. And the school bullies are more than I could handle. I touched my belly and squeezed the unwanted fat. This would have to go, and soon too. A palace soldier is supposed to be agile, so I have to be leaner than this. "Come on, Brew," I said. I can almost see Kino's cottage. Brew's tail wagged as he trudged beside me. Kino and his mother's cottage were quite small, and Kino told me that the walls become slippery to the touch during winter. Why, even the floors become slippery. I told him to build a hearth to keep them warm, but he ignored my suggestion every time I told him. During other seasons though, like summer, I envied their cottage because the air passed through every wall as though the cottage itself was breathing. Regardless, The house was kept spotless inside. I did not know where Kino got his looks, though. He does not look anything like his mom, except for his curly brown hair. His green eyes, full lips, and dimpled chin perhaps were from his father. The gap between his teeth was something I was sure Kino did not inherit from his mother because she is perfect. I knocked several times, drumming my fists rhythmically against the door. I paused and listened. Kino? I knocked again. When nobody answered, I turned the doorknob and let myself in. He would not have minded. I do this all the time. Inside the cottage, I noticed that there were pieces of broken glass on the floor, and the lamp was lying on its side. The oil in it had spilled and started running on the floorboards. I took extra care not to slip on it as I walked over deeper into the cottage. What happened here? Kino? I whispered as I strolled around. If a burglar had entered and he was still inside, I had best be careful. My heart started to beat loudly, obscuring any other sound. My ears started buzzing because of all the tension I felt. To my right, there was some shuffling, and I immediately faced it, fists raised to defend myself from whatever it was. The sound stopped, and I relaxed. Then two figures started forming in the air. Arg! I yelled. Quiet, Mayo, Piper said. Why did you have to scare me like that? I asked, my voice trembling. Piper shrugged. We're not trying to scare you. We're hiding. Kino moved closer. My mom's gone. She's been taken. For days, she had been worried and said she wanted to run away from Canella. I don't know why. I offered to help, but I wasn't able to tell her of my plans. His voice trailed off. Piper and I were looking at him intently. Piper turned to me. He said that his mother kept having nightmares about the palace and her job. Nightmares about writing? Now, that was odd. Do you have any clue why she'd have nightmares? I asked. Kino sat down on one of the stools in the living room, his green eyes squinting. No. And I don't know who took her. But we had an agreement. If anything happens, this house is where we'll meet. That's why I'm hiding here. It's been a day, and she hasn't shown up. He sounded worried, and I would have been too if my mom had gone missing. Do you think that maybe she's dead? I asked. Piper's blue eyes widened at me before I felt her foot on my shin. Ouch. What? I asked innocently. Kino looked even more worried now. I try not to think about that, but I don't think she is. There's no blood, and the only sign of struggle is this broken lamp, he said. My mother may be a small woman, but she's brilliant. She will not be taken easily. When I realized what I had said, I felt ashamed for asking him. Of course, I should have been more sensitive. I did not want Kino to worry so much. What brings you here? Kino asked. Piper sat opposite him. I glanced at her and cringed when I saw her gray skin. It was an unsettling reminder that she acted like a ghost. You didn't attend Professor Levin's class today, I said. I don't need to. I don't have anything to practice with, and I won't be presenting in the palace anyway, Kino said heatedly. Why was he so angry with me? What did I do? But it's only 5 more days before the Akean Wine Festival, and you have to be there. No, I don't, Kino said, shaking his head sadly. I do not know which I prefer now, the sad Kino or the angry Kino. But we are so close to flying. Mom had been sour at me for the attempts that we had, which by the way, caused me to limp. Now that the limp is gone, maybe I should take another shot at flying, and who knows, if I get lucky, I'll only break my wrist this time. But Piper's here, don't you see? We can reach the Naramisra tree now. Come on. You can't give up, not now. We need to attend the Akean Wine Festival together. Piper looked confused. What are you two talking about? The Akean Wine Festival, aren't you listening? I asked, annoyed. Piper's never attended it, Mayo. They never leave the ghost town, Kino defended. Oh, I said. It's where we present our powers to the palace. It's a custom as old as time itself, or so the elders say. It's like we age like wine, developing our powers, and when we're ready, we are presented to the emperor so he can give us his blessings. Our names will also be included in the list of Akean citizens. That's what we're all waiting for, to see that day. I gushed and felt ashamed again because of Kino and his lack of power. I went on, it's brilliant, you know. At first, I wondered how the palace could control the people. I mean, possessing power was one thing, but how can anybody ever be sure that it will be used for the common good, right? The Akean book solved the issue. As long as everybody is listed, it assures that citizens will refrain from committing a crime because the palace will know who has the ability to execute the crime. I grinned, proud of myself for giving a crystal clear explanation of how it works. A soldier should be well versed with the palace history, you see. But it doesn't exactly point to the specific person who could have committed the crime, does it? Piper began. That's what the soldiers are for. I'm not finished, I said, obviously irritated. But you already stopped talking. Only because you butt in while I was still talking, I said, waving my arms. You're finished talking. You were grinning. Piper argued. Mayo, you're grinning like Professor Levin after one of his lectures. And Piper, there are other things that Mayo wasn't able to say about the festival, the books, everything because it will take forever to spell them out, he paused. I murmured in agreement. All right. I get it, Piper said, nodding her head. But let's go back to flying. I want to know more about that, instead of the long lecture that Mayo gave, she said with a hint of amusement in her voice. I frowned at her to show her that I was not amused by her making fun of me. We sort of had this stupid plan, Kino began before I cut him off. It wasn't stupid. I argued. It wasn't before, but now, I'm not so sure, he said, his voice trailing off again. We became silent after that. Maybe in a way, it was a stupid plan. Piper nodded as though in deep thought. She turned to Kino. Are you going to this festival? She asked Kino, and I froze. Kino looked at her as though he was unaffected by her question, but I knew that he was trying to cover up the hurt inside. He shook his head slowly. I'm not going. I haven't attended the festival for 3 moon turns since I realized that my power wouldn't manifest. I sat down, my weight thumping against a stool. You have to be there. You're my best friend, I insisted. Don't be ridiculous, Mayo. Everyone will laugh at me if they see me there, he paused. Being laughed at is one thing, but if anybody so much as looks at me with pity, I'll lose it. I can't go, Kino said. I blushed and looked down with regret. Oh no, what did you do? Kino asked and stood up. Look at me, he ordered. I twisted in my seat. It wasn't exactly me who started it, I said, sweat forming on my forehead. Then what? Tell me. Kino shouted. Piper stood up, too. Lima started it. He said that you discovered what your power is. Kino's eyes popped. What? Then, Conrad seconded. He said that you could move objects with distant echoes. But that's not true, Kino protested. I gulped. I know. But the whole class turned towards me and wanted confirmation. Conrad's and Lima's gazes were menacing, like they would punch me if I didn't back up what they said, so I nodded. Kino covered his face with his hands. Piper was shocked too, and if I heard her right, I think she cursed. I can tell Professor Levin that it vanished, that I can't make it work anymore, Kino said. That will put an end to all this nonsense, he finished desperately. You can't. I bellowed in panic. I most certainly can. I don't want to keep pretending, he said stubbornly. But if you tell Professor Levin that, Conrad and Lima would look like liars, and they're going to beat me up, I reasoned. You did lie, he pointed out. They would gang up on me. Please, Kino, go with it, I begged. What about me? I have to tell the truth. I can't go to the festival and face Lima and Conrad's mockery. Besides, I could receive bad marks for lying, and I might be sent home, forever, Kino said worriedly. That's not true, I disagreed, my voice growing weaker because of my uncertainty. It is. The school will send me home, and mother will be less proud of me if that happens. I have to tell the truth, Kino said. I was frowning as I watched Kino's face. I wished he would not divulge everything to Professor Levin so rashly. No. Piper exclaimed. Kino and I looked at her. I can come with you. The bullying has to stop, Kino. If they think you have power, you'll be free from bullies. Nobody knows me. All we have to do is repeat the performance in the forest. Only this time, it will be better, she said excitedly. Kino opened his mouth to protest, but I got there first. Come on, Kino. We can pull this off. I need you at the festival. Piper's right. The bullying has got to stop. Piper and Kino were staring into each other's eyes. I don't know. What if we're found out? Kino asked. Piper's eyes beamed even in the darkness. We won't be, she said reassuringly. I grinned at Piper, happy that she was on my side. But, Kino started to protest. Come on. You'll be leaving with your mother anyway. What's going to happen at the festival won't matter anymore because you'll be in hiding soon, I said, grinning. Piper rolled her eyes at me. You could really be so insensitive. You talk faster than you can think. I stared at her, dumbfounded. What? Ugh. She sighed under her breath. Just know when to be quiet. Think about it, Kino. Once you and your mother go away, you'll be leaving everybody, especially the bullies, something to think about. I gushed. You keep on referring to hiding like it's a good thing, Kino said. That was the moment I blushed, again. All right, Kino finally said. His voice was still slightly hesitant, but I was glad I finally convinced him. Great. I said, grinning again. It's only for a few moments. Don't worry. Nobody will know. There will be hundreds, thousands even, of children presenting, and I'm sure nobody would pay us any mind. Here. I pulled a piece of paper from my pocket and handed it to him. This is how we're to present ourselves. A short demonstration of the power and then an introduction of who you are and which village you're from. Kino took the piece of paper from my hand and read it. Piper tiptoed and peeked to read it too. It's easy, she said. But what are we going to do about your mother? I asked. Kino's worries came back, his eyes clouded. I'll wait here, he said. Piper squeezed his hand. I'll have to go for now. My father will be looking for me. But I'll see you tomorrow, she said, and just like that, her whole body disappeared. She had such incredible power. Just when I thought she had left already, she whispered near my ear, Bye, Mayo. I jumped from my seat. Quit it, Piper, I shouted, frowning at being startled. That was nasty of her, and I continued to frown her way, unaware of where to turn my face so she would see my menacing glare. I presumed she had walked away because the sound of her giggles gradually softened. The door opened and closed behind it ever so slightly. Only then did I assume she had left the cottage. Kino looked at me. In 5 days, we'll have to leave with or without my mother. We'll go to the palace, he said. I hope she won't come to the palace. I don't want her to see all of this, he trailed off, and his face went pale. Why? I asked. What's wrong? I just remembered, in 5 days, my mother will be returning to the palace to give the scroll. I hope we don't bump into her, Kino said. But why? Wouldn't that be nice? I asked. She doesn't like taking me to the palace, Kino said. But it's her chance to be proud of your power. She knows I have none. She's my mother. She will know it's a sham. Kino looked sullen, but I was beaming inside. I wanted Mistress Lamare to be there to witness Kino's presentation. My father would be in the palace too, unless he had been sent away on some mission again. My mother might be in the palace too, but I doubt my parents would be proud of me with my useless power. At least, if Mistress Lamare were there, she could be proud of Kino and me. It's good enough to hope for. Chapter 2, The Conquest. Kino Amark. Mayo left, and I was back to hiding under my bed so that in case the ones who took my mother came back, they would not so easily find me. I was worried about Mother. We only have each other. Not to gripe, but it would be nice to have someone else who could help us in times of danger. What would I do if I lost her? I cannot lose her. I just cannot. To me, Mother seemed so fragile, like anything could hurt her, and I would be dead before I let anything happen to her. A little too late for that, I thought. My eyes began to water. And yet, I knew my mother was smart. I bet that if anybody were pursuing her, she would have avoided them, and she may very well be on her way back to me. All I had to do was wait. But what if she does not come back for me? I shivered at the thought. She definitely would. I was sure of it. She would not have allowed us to be separated. What if she was dead? She cannot be. We had a connection. If she were gone, I believed in all my heart that I would feel it. Even when I close my eyes and try to picture her face, calmness still seeps inside my heart as though she was assuring me that she was just out there, waiting for the right moment to come back home. That night, I slept under the bed and prayed that she would come home soon. For now, the best I could do was secure a hiding place for my mother and me, and yet, even with these thoughts, I felt queasy. The cupboards were the first places I checked when I woke up. I needed some food and trail water to take with me on my journey. While I was still under the bed, I made up my mind about hiding in Ghost Town. Mother was still missing. I had to see Master Andoni, tell him that my mother and I needed a place to hide, and perhaps persuade him to take us in. With barely anyone setting foot in the ghost town, it would be perfect for us to hide from the Emperor. If I had to, I would beg Master Andoni and Mistress Laren to convince them to let us stay in the village. I had no other choice. If they would not agree, my mother and I would have to keep on hiding in the woods. I would make her understand that there was no need to fear the ghosts, that they were not what she thought they were. The ghosts were Akeans, too, as much flesh as we were. I did not want to break my promise to Master Andoni, and I hoped I would not have to share the secret with my mother anytime soon. I went back to my room and searched my closet for a blanket that could somehow disguise me. I pulled at the bottom drawer and looked under a pile of clothes. Mother had a knack for keeping everything in its proper place, and if she saw me now, the way I was messing up my drawers, she would have thrown a fit. I missed Mother. I had never been away from her for more than one day, and I did not know when she would return. I had to get used to the idea somehow. This is why it was of the utmost urgency that I talked to Master Andoni. I had to convince him to help me. I must. A brown blanket lay atop the other sheets. It was worn out and had holes all over it. Some were stitched closed by Mother, but the others were already too big to be fixed. I pulled it out and tested it around my shoulders like a cape. I was sure Mother would not be too mad if I ripped this into a cape. I would need to cover my head also, so I grabbed a pair of scissors and cut a part of the blanket into a hood. I stitched it several times and tested it on my head. On the third try, the hood and the cape fit, and I knew then that I was ready. I closed the drawer and stood up. It was time to go. I tied the blanket around me. I could not go invisible, but if I wore a brown cloak and moved slowly in the forest and mountains, maybe I would be more difficult to spot, and I could get to the ghost town undetected. I went back to the kitchen and took the food and water that I had prepared earlier. When all was ready, I headed out through the back of the cottage. The sky was still dark, and it was the right time to start my journey. The cool breeze blew on my face, and I had to clutch the blanket tighter. At least it was serving more than one purpose. With one last glance at our cottage, I started my trek toward the foot of Mount Ricus. I thought it was the cold weather at dawn that made my eyes water, but as I started running, The tears streaked my cheeks, and my heart thumped inside my chest. I wondered if Mother would ever return home alive.
Chapter 3, The Canellan Palace. Piper, San Diego. A few days earlier, I had not even heard of the Akean Wine Festival, but I would be attending it 4 days from now. I cannot contain my excitement. This is the first time I would ever join it, and how Mayo described the festival made me look forward to it even more. I would see Akeans as they displayed their power. What a grand event it will be. No doubt about it. At the festival, hundreds of children will be showing off their powers. It would be so different from where I am from. Here in Nivedin, we share the same ability, so there is nothing to show off. I do not say that with distaste. I like my power. I would never trade it for any other, or maybe I would. I smiled impishly at the wicked thought. I would finally be able to see the Emperor. I do not care about what everyone says about him. He could be the vilest creature there is, but it would still be such an honor to be in his presence. 4 days. 4 days. 4. Such a lovely number. I smiled to myself and hummed a tune that my father taught me. But then I pouted as I continued what I was doing, making dreadful sandals. I cut the leather. 2 strips. Then another 3. After this, I had to start with the stitches. To finish off, I would have to find the rubber tree and extract its sap and use it to bind the leather together. I sighed. I utterly disliked sitting down inside my room and making sandals, but my father would tell me that he would not let me see Kino or Mayo again without these sandals. So, I have to bear with it. Maybe when I get older, I will finally find joy in crafting a pair for my friends. Right now, though, I felt like my youth was wasting away on this activity. Distant Ekis. Our plan was, let me say this with great pride, brilliant. The only problem that I could think of was if the Emperor asked Kino to lift a heavy thing. That would be a problem because I would have a hard time doing that. But if it were as simple as throwing pebbles, a rock, some fruits, or even reaching out a tree's branch, then it would be a breeze. I could not shake off my excitement, and throughout the day, I kept grinning to myself. Or maybe I should just bring a box and tell Kino to focus his power on the box and make it float. Right. That would be perfect. My father entered the room. Be cautious. The elder is back. There's nothing much we can do now. Nobody was able to raise the alarm. Pass it around. Go. I was shocked, but I heeded my father's instructions. I vanished immediately and went outside, my eyes searching for the elder. I grabbed a vine and swung to another treehouse. I saw the gooey image of an invisible body, and I knew that he or she had been warned already. I went ahead and swung to another treehouse where I saw the same. It seemed like I was one of the last Nivens to know about the elder's presence. It seemed that no one needed the warning, so I rested on a tree that was about a few yards away from the elder. I squinted and saw that it was the same man, Elder Man, if I remembered his name correctly. He did not have any pigs with him this time, but 2 birds perched on his shoulders. He walked around and spoke. Dear Nivens, I want to talk to you, he started in a booming voice. He seemed to be listening intently. All around me, I saw gooey figures of invisible Nivens, all holding their breaths, none daring to move. When nobody answered, he continued, Akea needs your allegiance. Outside these mountains, rebellions are starting. We need you to join us. He paused as if giving us a chance to speak, but the Nivens never bothered to move from where they were. The world is stirring. The Emperor is not new to plotting disasters to hold power. One great rebellion could put an end to this. If you were an ally to the Elders Guild, we would be one in claiming the peace that once blessed Akea. I wanted to learn a lot about Nivedin, its history, its people, and its role in Akea. But here in our town, nobody spoke about the past anymore. There was a movement to my left, and someone squeezed my hand. I knew it had to be Koki the Nameless. It was good to know he was back from Dirella. I would listen to his stories later. I squeezed his hand back. I still found it amazing how he could pinpoint my hand's exact location, even if I were invisible. I had asked him many times how he did it, but he would smile and tell me that I would learn in time. The elder took out a hammock and began tying one end to a tree. Then he moved to the other side and did the same. If nobody would acknowledge my presence, I'll stay here until you all show yourselves, Elder Man said. What is he doing? I whispered to Koki. I think he's settling in. Settling in? I asked, disbelief coating my voice. Isn't he scared? He could not stay here. The Nivens would have a hard time moving around if someone had a watchful eye on us. This calls for Act Number 1, Koki whispered. I nodded to myself. Act Number 1 meant that we were allowed to scare people, but of course, without touching them. I have to go down, Koki whispered again. The elder climbed onto the hammock and lay there, sprawled under the shade of the trees. The weird thing was that he seemed to be enjoying himself. It seemed to me like he was in no hurry to leave either. Several luminous figures loomed around him. It was difficult to spot them, but I knew what they would do. They would shake the elder off the hammock, exert effort to make the leaves of the trees rustle, and do whatever it takes to send shivers up the elder's spine. Act Number 1 had started. One of the Nivens pushed at the hammock, and Elder Man held tightly to it. The birds flew away, flapping their wings loudly. Elder Man tried to sit up on the hammock, but the Nivens prevented him from doing that. Niven after Niven pushed at the hammock, sending it rising, and then before it could go up the other side, it would stop. Perhaps the Nivens held the hammock back in such a way that it was now tilted on one side. Elder Man seemed perplexed about what was happening around him, but his face was also painted with concentration. His eyebrows were knotted, his lips pursed. Regardless of everything that was happening, something was missing from his countenance. I finally detected what it was that was amiss: fear. His face lacked that emotion. It was as though he knew that we were not ghosts. My thoughts were jolted by what happened next. The hammock was let loose, and it swung to the other side. Then it stopped again, suspended in midair as Nivens continued playing with the elder. The hammock shook hard, trying to make the elder fall to the ground, but he was still holding onto the hammock tightly, wrapping his legs around the hammock in an attempt to win the battle he did not know he was fighting. Then I heard Nivens gasping all around me. I squinted and saw that on both ends of the hammock, 2 snakes had started crawling down. They were not so wide in girth, but they were at least 2 yards long. A yelp escaped my mouth. The invisible Nivens holding the hammock let go of it and stepped back, perhaps afraid the snakes would bite them. I wanted to help the elder because even though he was keen on exposing us, he never harmed us. I did not want harm to befall him too. I was unprepared for what happened next. The snakes coiled around the elder's body, tying him securely against the hammock. Oh, that's brilliant. I thought to myself. I forgot that the elder could talk to the animals. Maybe he asked the snakes to protect him from being shaken off the hammock. The elder did not speak. He lay there with a satisfied expression on his face. He did not seem like a proud man, only like one whose conviction was too solidly fixed. I did not know how we could drive him away without touching him. Elder Man was not afraid of ghosts. Either that or he knew what we were. But how could he? The pig? The coin? But I was able to retrieve the coin. He must be bluffing. I got tired of watching the elder, so I went inside the house and continued with the sandals. Hours passed, and when I looked outside the window, the elder was still on the hammock. I could sense the agitation of my fellow Nivens. Peeps, my father called. There will be a Niven elder meeting. This old man is giving us cause to worry, he said and vanished. This was bad. Niven still considered me a child, so I could not join the meetings. My task was limited to keeping quiet and helping only to spread the warnings. I wish there was something more I could do to help. I gazed out the window and saw that this time the snakes were gone. I hoped they were back where they had come from. I hated snakes. I went back inside and thought about what I could do to help, but no idea came. Enough with the sandals. I climbed down the treehouse and thought it better to eavesdrop. In going to the town hall meeting, I tried to avoid the elder's hammock. Elder Man was still there, this time eating a piece of bread. That's it. Everybody gets hungry. If there's no more food and water, if he ran out of supplies, then he would leave us in peace. All I needed to do was to tell my father. I quickened my steps this time until I reached the town hall meeting. The elders of Nivedin seemed to have heard me because they stopped talking. Food, I said in a hushed voice. If he runs out of food, he will leave. Piper. Father blurted out. I told you, you're not allowed here, he sounded displeased. I'm sorry, Father, but I thought. Go home, he said. There was finality in his words that told me I stood no chances by arguing. I turned around and left. On the way back to the house, another Akean entered the village. What was happening to the world that everyone seemed to be braving the ghost town? The newcomer was wearing an almost identical robe to what Elder Man was wearing. Another elder. I went back inside and told the Nivedin elders, Father, more trouble. Another elder has come. Everybody around me went still. If earlier they seemed concerned, now they are distraught. I could understand the concern. If Akeans keep entering Nivedin, it would not be far off before our identity gets discovered. I rushed out of the town hall, and even though I was invisible, I still hid behind the trees. I was pretty sure that the newcomer was also an elder, judging by his clothes. He had no hair, and even from a distance, I could see his face was covered with wrinkles. He was talking to Elder Man, and they seemed to be eyeing each other quite a lot. I moved closer to better listen to what they might have been discussing. I saw some footsteps beside me, and I knew that the other Nivens were eavesdropping too. Elder Tala, Elder Man said. What are you doing here? You have another purpose. You were asked to rally the South. Why did you follow me? Elder Tala smiled maliciously. I am intrigued, man. The other elder's face broke into a huge grin before his eyes squinted, looking around him, taking in Nivedin. The elders have missions, all dictated by the Elders Guild. And yet, yours brought you to this place. So I asked myself, wasn't your directive to find allies? And if that were true, why did you end up here? Do you intend to partner with ghosts? The elder stopped talking, and his mouth twisted in an admonishing frown. My directive is mine to keep. You have your own mission. It will be wise to go on your way now, Elder Man said. The other elder nodded. I thought so too. But then, as I told you, why are you here? It intrigues me. Is there something you know that I don't? Something that could somehow change the way the rebellions are taking course? I know you have heard the prophecies of Micromania. Don't you dare speak about the prophecies here. Elder Tala hissed. It is not my place nor yours to talk about them. Elder Tala looked taken aback. His face softened for a while. Regardless? Whatever brought you here could account for something that maybe the rest of the Elders Guild must know of. They will know once I tell them, and once I have proof. Elder Man said. The other elder laughed loudly. You are crazy, man. Whatever this is that you're doing here, it is useless. But I have not followed you all the way here just for me to leave the moment you tell me to. Please, Elder Man said. I ask of you, as a fellow elder. Please, allow me to do my work here. I know your softened ways, man. It is wise for me to stay here with you, as you may need my counseling for your actions, the other elder said in a jesting tone. He pointed at the hammock. And what does that stand for? Are you going to stay here for a long time? He asked mockingly. Elder Man started to look offended. I have my ways, Tala. And I have always succeeded. Please let me handle this, and see to your task. The other elder shook his head. Nonsense. I know what you're thinking. Ghosts can be good partners. But they are spirits, man. Not even 1,000 of them can lift one lone sword. Leave now. Elder Man shouted, his face taking on a dangerous shade of red. I got scared at the exchange between the elders. Leave, Tala. I beg you. Just leave. I will prove to you that there are no ghosts. Or if ever there are, that they are meaningless, futile, lifeless spirits littering Akea without any purpose. Elder Tala yelled back. Stop it. No. Elder Tala stared at Elder Man, his arms raised as though he was about to summon something. Listen to me, you are wasting your time here. It is all the elders' fault because they tolerated your nonsense ramblings about the ghosts. I should have put an end to it as soon as you opened your mouth. And since I was unable to do it then, watch me do it now. Elder Tala raised his arms higher, and as he grunted, his face twisted as though he was in pain. Elder Man's eyebrows shot up. What are you doing? Proving you wrong. There are no ghosts. Elder Tala screamed. It was then when I saw what channeling Distantekis really could do. I watched as Elder Tala raised his hands even higher, and one of the treehouses shook. I held my breath and closed my fists, afraid that he was going to destroy Nivedin. In anger, I knelt and picked a small rock and threw it at Elder Tala, but before it reached him, the rock fell and hit the ground as if it had slammed against an invisible wall. Elder Tala looked in the direction where the rock came from, and I felt as if he could see me. I shivered. "What do we have here? Somebody threw a rock?" he said, laughing menacingly. I gulped in fear. My father would have my hide for this. But the elder was a horrible person. He wanted to destroy Nivedin. Surely my father would understand my defense. "Show yourselves, ghosts!" Elder Tala yelled, but no Nivedin stirred. We held our breath, fearful of how this day may end. When nobody responded to Elder Tala, he went towards the nearest treehouse and raised his arms again, making the treehouse shake more forcefully this time. Before any Nivedin could move, Elder Mayan lunged at Elder Tala, and both went tumbling down. The birds flew towards Elder Tala, taking turns pecking his head. The elder defended himself by sending the birds away with a wave of air. I heard their chirps as they vanished, their bodies exploding in the air. Elder Mayan's face went ashen, but he recovered immediately, shoving Elder Tala onto the earth and holding his hands. This time, Elder Tala seemed to be losing. But he was quick to recover and managed to kick Elder Mayan away. There were some movements from behind them. I edged closer, hoping to find what it was. And then, I saw a short brown cloaked man who looked just about ready to join in the commotion. Judging by his actions, he seemed to want to help one of the elders but could not decide who to side with. I watched the cloaked figure curiously until finally, it made up its mind. It jumped and pinned Elder Tala's body. Both elders looked as surprised as I was. I had to clamp a hand to my mouth to prevent myself from gasping out loud. Elder Tala pushed at the brown-cloaked figure, sending him rolling yards away. Just then, 2 snakes crawled towards Elder Tala, but he shoved them away with his power. The 3 of them, the elders and the brown-cloaked man, were now standing apart from each other. Elder Tala pushed air towards his opponents, but the brown-cloaked man was quick on his feet. He attacked Elder Tala, and they fell, rolling in the dust. But Elder Tala was cunning, and it seemed like his body was attuned to his powers. In one swift movement, he pushed at the brown-cloaked man, sending him sprawling to the ground. Then he lunged towards Elder Mayan. "Why are you so soft, man? Huh? Do you care for these ghosts?" he leered. Elder Mayan was taken aback, and a punch was thrown in his direction, leaving him lying beside the brown-cloaked man. Seeing that there was no one else to stop him, Elder Tala moved towards the treehouse and continued to use Distantekas to uproot the tree. My heart was beating crazily inside my chest. He could not destroy Nivedin. I was silently crying because part of the Akean tenets was to let harm come our way if it would mean not compromising our cover. Any perpetrator would leave us if it would be proven that there were no traces of life in Nivedin, I remember my father saying. The same was true for these elders, they would leave soon enough if we could hold on to our tenets. The elders may destroy our town, but they would never wring our secrets out from us. The tree shook, and it was close to falling now. Nivens around me were holding their breaths, too. Perhaps they were as shocked as I was at the turn of events. The brown-cloaked man stirred and sat up. The hood of his cloak fell backward, revealing his face, and my heart almost stopped beating. It wasn't a short man, but rather, a tall boy. It was Kino. Kino was glaring at the elder as he attempted to uproot the tree. He ran towards him, but the elder sensed him and immediately turned around. He gestured with his hands towards Kino's direction, sending the tree falling down his way. I was in shock. Everything was happening so fast. But it was Kino. I could not let the elder hurt him. Before anybody could stop me, I ran towards Kino. I would make him invisible. When I was close to him, the treehouse had started to tilt towards us, and all I could do was push Kino as hard as I could. My fear made me stronger, and I sent him tumbling several yards back, enough to save him from the weight of the treehouse. I ran to protect myself, but as I did, the house fell, and a branch struck the side of my head. The surroundings started to swirl, and I hit the ground as darkness engulfed me.
Chapter 4, The Nivens of Nivedin. Elder Mayandilo. What a disaster. I only wanted to get the allegiance of the Nivens, But with Elder Tala foiling my plans, the situation became dire and uncontrollable. I watched in horror as Elder Tala used Distantekis to throw the treehouse towards the brown-cloaked man, who turned out to be a boy. Just a child. If it were not to discredit my reputation, I swore I would have belched. But I had to remain calm to finish my business with the Nivens. When the tree came crashing down, I stared in horror as it fell towards the boy. It was too late for me to ask the snakes to pull the boy to safety. To my surprise, the boy's body slammed against an invisible object and rebounded several yards away. I did not know what happened until a branch swung, and the body of a little gray girl became visible. Terror gripped me to bits as the treehouse came crashing down, and then it stopped as if floating, and my mouth hung open in amazement. Images of bodies started to flicker before my eyes, gray bodies winking in and out, grabbing the treehouse to soften the crash. There were so many of them, maybe close to 100 pairs of hands. When Elder Tala saw the ghosts and their numbers, he stood up and reacted the only logical way: he ran away. The treehouse went down slowly, pushed away from where the brown-clad boy and the girl lay sprawled on the ground. To discover that Nivens were Akeans and to form an allegiance with them was what I wanted to happen, but this was taken away from me by Elder Tala. He liked to use violence, and I had always shaken my head in disapproval at his methods. Now, look at all this havoc. A group of Nivens ran towards the two children to help them, and a handful of them went running after Elder Tala. I prayed he would be caught. He could not be allowed to divulge that Niven still existed. My heart was beating rapidly now as I stood up. I walked towards the boy. He saved me by helping me fight against Elder Tala, and I wanted to thank him. But before I could come closer, something blocked my chest. Then an arm formed out of thin air, the body came next, and the face. "Look at what you've done," he said in an angry tone. The Nivens started to form a circle around me, and each face was an angry mask. They terrified me. I swallowed. "I have no bad intentions. I only wanted to form an allegiance with you," I said in all humility. "Master Andoni," a man called out. He was panting. "The elder got away. We weren't able to stop him," he said. "This spells trouble," I said, and they all turned to look at me. The man who blocked my chest was Master Andoni, and this time, his eyes were burning as he said to me, "You will pay dearly for the trouble you caused. Make me an ally instead, my friend. We need your help," I said in a rush before anybody decided to clobber me and put me to sleep. "Why should we form an allegiance with you?" Master Andoni asked. "Because the Emperor destroyed your province before," I said and paused. "And he will do so again once he finds out that Nivens still exist." I watched around me as each face hung onto my every word. "The Emperor will know about this because Elder Tala is one of his men." It was then that I felt the punch thrown at my face. I rubbed against it and saw blood. Another one hit me, and another, until I was lying on the ground, receiving kicks all over my body, growing uncertain with each blow if I would wake up to see Sysis tomorrow. Chapter 5, The Niven Chief Hunter. Andoni San Diego. Piper was still unconscious, and the left side of her head was swollen. I touched her face and recoiled at the heat that was emanating from her body. How could she burn up so quickly? I moved out of her bedroom, and Laren hugged me. "Oh, please bring my baby back," she said. I kissed the top of her head. "Don't worry, my heart. She'll be all right," I said. "You know our peeps. She's a fighter. She'll wake up soon. Gods, please let me be right." I left Laren and went to the town hall where I found the other elders of Nivedin waiting. They were no longer invisible. We acknowledged the trouble that we were in. If Elder Tala even breathed a word about our existence, the Emperor would come for us. We had no choice. We needed to send a party to capture the Elder. Nobody dared make a sound. Eyes watched me as though they were waiting for what I would do. I am the chief hunter in Nivedin. It was a title I inherited from the friend I lost during the first flood that Emperor McQuinn Storm Aaron brought to Nivedin. I abhorred him since then and have wanted to exact revenge from that day onward. But the Nivedin elders told me that I was being impulsive and that if I genuinely cared for everyone in this town, I would not be so rash and would rather listen to reason. So I did. I had lost a friend to the flood, but he would not be forgotten, especially after I was made the new chief hunter in his stead. But enough of these memories. I shook my head to drive away all of these thoughts. More pressing matters were at hand. As soon as I sat down, the questions started pouring in. What are we going to do now? Fighters, hunters. We need to fortify the mountains. We can't let it happen again. We should wait and not act out on impulse. Kill the elder. Send a hunting party to track him down and kill him before he tells the emperor. No, I mean the other elder. He started all of this. How did he discover us? I'm sure someone leaked the information about our identity. Who is that boy? Why did Piper rush in to save him? It had become a ruckus. Everyone was speculating about the appearance of the elder and the boy and what danger this would cause us. Quiet! I shouted. I didn't want to raise my voice, but I had to because everybody was panicking. I looked around me in disgust. We are all adults here. I will have none of your chatterings. The men stopped bickering one by one until the last word faded into silence. I must choose my words more carefully because divisiveness is not what Nivedin needs right now. There was much speculation milling around already, and I knew I must not do anything to fuel the suspicion among our group any further. Nivens, let us discuss. All eyes darted towards me as I spoke. Our secret has been discovered, and we are all in danger. There's nothing we can do about it now except to salvage what we still can. Romeo opened his mouth and dared to speak. Chief Hunter, if I may, let's deploy a hunting group to go after Elder Tala. I feel that is of utmost importance to us now. Of the 3 who are not Nivens among us, 2 have already been held captive. This leaves only the elder now loose upon Akea. I nodded. Romeo was right. Raise arms, Romeo. Take 30 men with you, all of age, men of spears, arrows, and swords. Lead the group. I trust your strategies and skills could lead to his trail. Do so with great urgency. Romeo nodded. The others gave their assent to the plan too. It seemed like a sound one. If we could contain Elder Tala, then we could still be safe. You have your leave, Romeo. Please be careful and send word every chance you get, I said. I will, Chief Hunter, he said, standing up. 2 others joined him at the door. At least that problem would be resolved in Romeo's capable hands. We have to get to the bottom of this? Bombay asked. He was younger than I, but his face bore more scars than mine. Yes, that's what I want too. Is the other elder up? Bring him in, I said. The tent flaps opened, and Elder Man was pushed inside onto a chair in the middle of the room. What do you want with us? I asked. Elder Man looked concerned. I thought I clearly spelled it out. The first time I came here, I was rallying the ghosts to join us in the rebellion against the Emperor, but nobody heeded. Do you think that I didn't know? I was almost certain about your existence, he said. A Nivedin lost his temper and raised his left arm, slapping the back of Elder Man's head. I raised my hand, and the Nivedin stopped, but his face was tightly drawn. Did you know what you did to this town? If the Emperor were to come for us, you would be known as the man who handed us to him on a silver platter, and our descendants would forever curse your name. Elder Man winced. That was not my intention, Chief Hunter, if you may allow me to address you like that. I heard from outside, he said in a meek voice. I was seeking a partnership between the elders of Nivedin and the Elders Guild of Akea Mainland. Together we stand a better fighting chance against the Emperor. I squinted and shook my head. Listen to me. How many generations have passed since you were living a peaceful life? Do you want to spend the rest of your lives hiding behind your power? I'm giving you a chance to change it all, Elder Man urged. Another Nivedin raised his hand, and I was quick to stop him this time. Don't, Ghani. Ghani looked at me as if he wanted to argue. Instead, He lowered his clenched fist. Elder Mayan flinched when he heard my voice, not out of fear, I suspect, but because of the coldness that coated it. I looked around. This man is offering us a chance to change our ways. There is nothing to change. Your gray skin. Elder Mayan shouted. This is not how nature works. Your skin color speaks of your shame, of your cowardice, of hiding inside your treehouses. What are the stories that you will pass on to your descendants? That when Akea was revolting against its tyrant, you hid behind your powers and shuddered? That when a plea for help was sent your way, you chose to shut your ears from Akea's cries? Oh, how the valiant blood of the Nivens have died with the slow fading of the color of your skin. The elder didn't finish his sentence. I smacked him on the head, and he almost flew sideways. When he looked back at me, I almost felt sorry for the old man whose entire face was now covered with bruises. We must kill him, Chief Hunter. What are we waiting for? This man dared insult us in our own land. Are we to let it pass? Give me the order, Chief Hunter, and this man will not bother us anymore. Silence. I shouted. Was it the right thing to do? Should we pair up with the elders? We did not need this rebellion. Now that Elder Tala knew our secret, though, we needed to come up with a stand. The only thing left for us to do was come up with a decision that was fitting, given the circumstances. What's your power? I asked. Elder Mayan seemed to think it over before telling me, I can talk to animals. I heard gasps from all around me. He can destroy us. If he commands the elephants to trample us, we will be wiped out in hours. Did you see the snakes? What if he can bring the last dragon here? What last dragon are you talking about? That's just a myth. No, it isn't. The last great black egg is out there, and if he can talk to animals. What about beasts? Hubbubs? Can he talk to hubbubs? Everybody panicked upon hearing hubbubs and dragons, and I understood them. Hubbubs were as big as horses, but unlike horses, they were not as tame. They were known to prey on people, but ironically, hubbubs were not easily coerced into leaving the forests. If they were not taunted, they would refrain from attacking people. Legend has it that they no longer remembered Akean flesh's taste and instead preyed on small animals. On the other hand, I was surprised that the last great black egg stories had not vanished. I stood up. Men, please, I started. If we're not going to think rationally, we will have no solution to all of this. Everyone grew silent. I said I could talk to animals, but I never said I could control them, Elder Mayan pointed out. True. If he could command the animals, we would have had a hard time tying him up and holding him prisoner in our town. I needed to talk to the Nivens alone. There would be arguments, and the discussion was going to be a long one. I had no plans to let the elder hear what each of us had to say. Bombay, take the elder back to his prison cell. Make sure he's tied up and guarded by at least 10 men, I said. 10 may have been too many, but I had to ensure he would not escape. If there were snakes around, or any other animal for that matter, the elder might find his freedom by talking to his friends. I could not let that happen. Bombay obeyed and gruffly took the elder by his tied hands. We watched in silence as Elder Mayan was led out of the town hall. As soon as the tent flaps closed, I braced myself to listen to my people. True enough, they started yelling and cursing even louder than before the elder was escorted in. If I had not been a patient man, I would have sent them all to the dungeons. It went for hours. Each Niven listened to arguments brought to the table. In the end, we knew that a decision had to be made. But no side relented. Most Nivens argued that we had kept our secrets for far too long, and now was not the time to form an allegiance with anyone even if we would be fighting for the same causes. It was more crucial now. I had to raise the question and let the majority decide. Those in favor of partnering with the Elders Guild, raise your right hand, I said. There was no other way. Our power may be strong, but we were not invincible. We would need stronger partners if we were to battle with the Emperor. If the Elder did not return to the Guild soon, doubts would stir, and we might end up at war with them for a far lesser cause. Everybody's eyes seemed to be confused. I waited for a hand to shoot up in the air, but none did. I breathed out in relief to find that no one favored the elder. We could not rush on a decision if our lives and everything that we fought for hung in the balance. This is essential. In the coming days, we have to come up with, I paused, searching for the right words to say. A better decision. When no one said a word, I dismissed them. The receding footsteps of my fellow Nivens kept me company as I remained glued to my seat. Nobody would sleep well in their bunks tonight. Something bothered me even more, though. The options were either to kill the elder or partner with their guild. What if, among us, one decided to slit the elder's throat in the middle of the night? I feared this, which was why I asked 10 men to guard him. It was not purely to protect us from the elder. I also offered him protection from us. The tree house that was destroyed earlier was now being repaired. However, nothing could be done with the tree, it had been uprooted, and in a matter of days, the leaves would begin to dry up. I watched as Nivens worked together to put up another house in another tree that was yet to be taken. Nivens had to carefully pick one out because they had to be sure that the tree would live even with the house built atop it. This one was about 50 moon turns, and its trunk was more than ready to welcome a family. If only tree runners were still visiting Nivedin, it would have been easier to pick one because they could immediately identify the right tree that is ready for the taking. Taking is what we call it when a Niven claims a tree as his. No one else would then be allowed to set foot inside the treehouse unless permission was given. But those days when the tree runners helped Nivens build tree houses are long gone. Since the tree runners were banished to Sinista, they were no longer the same mild beings that they once were. It was as though the evil province of Sinista had corrupted them, tainting their thoughts. I walked back to my treehouse. Tired as I was, I needed to see Piper again. She was my only child, and I had to convince Laren, and myself, that she would be fine. I climbed the treehouse in seconds. A lamp lit Piper's room in the corner. The boy, Kino, was there sitting on a chair beside her bed. He looked worried, and he had better be. My little Piper saved his life. I am proud of my peeps. She is feisty, but her heart is pure. She would never let anybody be harmed like that. When she grows up, I am confident she will turn out to be a fine young woman. Kino looked at me and stood up. Master Andoni, he said. I'm really sorry about this. I shook my head. Sit down, my boy, I said. It was not his fault. We saw what he did, helping Elder Man so that the other elder would not destroy the treehouse. It's been a long day. You should rest too, I told him. He was, after all, Peeps's friend. Kino shook his head. I can't leave her like this, he said. She saved me. At least he had honor. Then I remembered what I wanted to ask him. What are you doing here? Kino looked me in the eye. He seemed to have needed to draw courage before speaking out again. Master Andoni, will you take my mother and me into your household? I wished I had never asked. Chapter 6, Suspicions. Renner Kalo. I felt Akea disintegrating, and I was unsure what was causing it. At the back of my head, I felt the Emperor had something to do with all of it. In all the lands that I visited, I heard rumors about battles unfolding and wars to come. My visit to Dirella during the flooding only highlighted, even more, the growing number of disasters that caused destabilizations in Akea. Why was there even a flood in Dirella? I still could not make up my mind. All my life, I had been a patriot. I only lived to serve Akea. To dedicate my life to the Emperor, to protect this land whom my ancestors had shed blood for. Now, it was my turn. I recalled the letter that was delivered to me earlier. The land is stirring, it said. I already knew that. The question is, what could the masked warriors do about it? How would I know who to side with? I could smell the putrid scent of danger lurking all around. I had to tread carefully because one wrong move could have me tried for treason, and I had no wish to disgrace my family's legacy. However, this emperor was making me think twice. Emperor McQuinn Storm Aaron is a good ruler. During his first moon turn, he made the entire land flourish, utilizing his power to make the crops grow, punishing the head gutters with his power, imposing tighter controls on the soldiers, and deploying them across the lands to ensure that no one would raise their arms against the empire. Then, moon turns after that, something changed with the way he ruled. Rebellions sprouted in lands none would least expect to rise from. And as palace soldiers, we were all sent out immediately to disperse these rebellions. Soon a curfew was also implemented. Rules after new rules were rolled out all over the land, and the punishment for minor crimes like theft was made severe. Needless to say, we were appalled. But these changes were announced across Akea, and no one dared to speak against the emperor. Regardless, there were some good things about the emperor. This was why I supported him. But lately, he seemed to waver, as though something was distressing him. I had to find out to help. In the meantime, as the emperor works out his issues, I will do my part. I will roam the lands with my soldiers and find out what needs to be done. In the process, maybe I would come to terms with my purpose in Akea. Every day, I hoped I would never have to go against the emperor. This land was my life, and that meant that the emperor was my life, too. I approached the emperor's throne and knelt in front of him. "Stand up, war generals," he said. I rose. From my side, the other two generals stood up as well. "You know what must be done," the emperor said. "Make sure Akea is mine. Loyalty must be spread across the land, and I trust you to do just that." And just like that, he dismissed us. I knelt, and out of the corner of my eye, I studied the two generals. What could they be plotting? What were their orders? I felt I should have met with them before we were sent out, but it was too late now. I could only hope that we need not have to engage in a battle to accomplish our missions. "To serve, Your Grace," I said, thumping a clenched fist twice on my chest. I waited for the emperor to give us leave. Then I rose, turned around, and headed outside. Chapter 7, The Journey Back Home. Dogan Ronda. In Bulaknan, canyons covered most of the countryside. And even after riding for over 50 miles, there were hardly any trees around. When Sisis rose and Luna and Risa joined in to reflect Sisis's heat, my body began to sweat profusely. Lamare was just a few yards to my right. The shawl that she used to tie me up yesterday covered her head, and all I could see now were her eyes and the tip of her nose. I offered Lamare my coat, but she refused. I told her that it would protect her from the sun, but she replied that I needed protection just the same. I knew she meant nothing more than what she said, but it made me feel warm all over. Lamare stopped in her tracks. "I don't understand. It only took me half a day to get to Bulaknan, but we've been riding for almost a day, and we're still inside this province." She sounded worried. I looked around. That was a keen observation. Well, not exactly keen. I should have noticed it first, but because I was paying attention to something I found more endearing, I lost track of time. "We're not riding hard this time," I said. "Nobody's chasing me," she said, somewhat smiling as she glanced at me. I was unsure if she was kidding, but the shawl covering her mouth moved, and I caught a slight upturn of her lips. "If we ride harder, we might still be able to make it back to Wawang village without having to spend another night here," I said. Lamare dismounted and pulled at her bay. Then under the heat of the sun, she sat down. It looked as if there was nothing left for me to do as well, and this posed an excellent opportunity to get another chance to talk to her. Naturally, I dismounted too. I took extra care to leave a good 3 paces between us, though, just in case she grew uneasy about the situation. Her eyes were squinting. "Is something wrong?" I asked. She looked at me and said, "It's my son. I pray to the gods he's all right. I forgot about the boy. He'll be fine." That's why I have to be home soon. Thank goodness for these horses. They may be tired and hungry already, but they still serve us. When she said hungry, my stomach growled. Why did you follow me? She asked. I couldn't see her face with my back turned, and from the tone of her voice, I couldn't guess what she must have been feeling. I got curious, I said. There were plenty of reasons why I followed her, but the most important reason was the one I couldn't tell her about. What's your plan? I said after a while. She played with the horse's reins as she spoke. I'm going to run away from the Emperor. He can't make me right if he can't find me. I'll take my son. Where will you go? I said in a rush. She shook her head, and the shawl covering her mouth fell off, revealing her lips. With the sun's heat, her lips only grew redder, and with the sweat that covered her face, she looked even lovelier than a goddess after a steam bath. I don't know yet. My son Kino is helping me figure out a place to go to, but, she paused and laughed nervously before shaking her head. There's something I still have to do. There was a certain heaviness upon my chest that I was unaccustomed to. All I knew was that I didn't want Lamare to go. Without the scrolls to present to the Emperor, I wouldn't have any reason to see her. What do you have to do? I asked after a moment. I couldn't be selfish. Lamare looked thoughtful for a moment and fidgeted with the reins again. I had to give up something in the past. The trouble was, it wasn't even mine to give up. Now I have to take it back, she said. Was I too taken by her to understand what she was saying, or was she actually talking in riddles? What is it? Lamare shrugged. I have to figure it out myself. I wanted to help, but if she wouldn't tell me, then there's nothing I could do, right? I didn't want to see her so cloaked in so much melancholy. There must be something I could do to make her smile. I turned my back at her, and on the space in front of me, I patted the ground. From where my hand landed, a plant slowly sprouted and continued growing until a flower appeared. I stared at a red rose. Some of the petals were already opened, but the flower was still mostly a bud. It looked as if it bloomed at the perfect moment. I plucked it out at the stem. I had second thoughts before I finally decided to turn around and hand it to Lamare. Maybe this will cheer you up, I said, wanting to kick myself for whatever it was I was doing. She looked at the rose and laughed. Where in the world did you get this? She took it and smelled it like any other woman would. It was right here, where we sat. But there's no sign of water anywhere near. I didn't think it could grow here. Oops. I blushed again. It was just there, right at our backs. She smiled. It doesn't matter where it came from, she said. It's beautiful. Not as beautiful as you are. This flower, she said, makes me happy. It made me happy, too. Looking at her, a realization hit me. Sometimes we tend to love the ones we could never have. I looked down and felt ashamed about my thoughts. Just then, from where we were sitting, we started hearing receding footsteps. Did you hear that? She asked, obviously cautioned. It seems like it's moving, but I don't see anything. There, she pointed to the east, lowering her voice. Look, there seems to be something moving around. It could just be the wind. Did you feel any breeze? No. Then it couldn't be the wind, she said sternly as she stood up. Hold the reins. Lamare ran towards the source of the sound, but there didn't seem to be anything there anymore. I followed her. Did you find anything? Lamare shook her head. She was still holding the flower. We should go now if we want to reach Canella in the evening, I said. She agreed and took the reins back, mounting her horse. As she did, the flower fell to the ground. I bent down to pick it up. There were some strange marks on the ground, like there were a few sets of footsteps. I looked farther. It was difficult to see the steps because they seemed so light, and if I weren't looking closely, I would have missed them. Lamare, I said. Look. She immediately climbed down and knelt beside me. Footsteps? Looks like it to me. Who could these footsteps belong to? Do you think they were what we heard earlier? I stood up and gave back the rose to Lamare. She looked up at me. Ghosts, she whispered. What do you mean? They are the only ones who can walk this lightly. The ghosts were here. I don't understand. Stop talking in riddles, I said, growing frustrated. No, Dogen. I'm not talking in riddles. Lamare crouched and inspected the ground before us. Look, these are footsteps. There's no doubt about it. I know of a clan who can walk so lightly, Nivens. Nivens? I said in disbelief. They are long gone. I know. But they are the only ones who could walk this way. They are very discreet people. Then why didn't we see them? Lamare paused and then turned to me. Because they can turn invisible. Unbelievable. I said. I wanted to say more, but I couldn't think of better words to say. Then, something pulled at my reins. It seemed like Luya wanted to run away. But the odd thing was that the horse seemed to be as shocked by her movements as I was. I pulled her reins so that she would be closer to me, but she didn't move. Instead, Luya moved farther away. What's wrong? I asked Luya. Then she walked backward. Could a horse even walk backward? What the? Lamare looked up. What's wrong? She was already mounted on her horse, and the rose tucked to her belt. This horse is acting strangely. Luya kept on pulling at me. I threw my arms up in exasperation. What do you want? I yelled. At that moment, Luya turned around and sauntered away as though her legs were being dragged. Then at a faster pace, she galloped. After a few yards, I saw a man climb the saddle. He was bald, and the sun shone on his shaved head. Thanks for the horse, he yelled as he galloped away, leaving me shocked about what happened. Hey! Lamare shouted as she rode after the man. I ran after them. Lamare was still ahead of me even as I tried pushing myself to my limits. My left knee still slowed me down. Lamare, no! I yelled as the earth erupted meters away from where she was. Lamare pulled at the reins quickly enough, veering her bay sharply to the left. Then she halted, coughing as the cloud of dust began to engulf her. When I reached her, the dust had started to dissipate. Lamare's eyes were red and watery. Are you all right? I asked. Your horse, she began. We must go after the thief. It's gone, I said. I could no longer see the thief, and the galloping sound had long been gone. There are more important things than a horse. We should head back home now. I don't think we're still that far back. I could walk from here. All right, she said. I hope you have your heart set on taking a long hike.
Lamare Amark. Focus. That's what I needed to do, but with this heat, it was a surprise that Dogen and I could still think straight. Or maybe we had stopped doing that because instead of trying a second time to run after the horse thief, we gave up so quickly. It was probably an intelligent decision just the same. As Dogen had pointed out, he would not be able to catch up with the old thief anyway. My throat was still sore from coughing as well. I became more confident the more I thought about it. That earth erupting in front of me left me quite shaken. And with that distance from the old man, it only confirmed how strong our horse thief's power was. I stopped and turned the horse around. Are you all right? Dogen seemed sunburned already. Sweat coursed down his cheeks from the shaved parts of his head. The top knot looked better on him than his old haircut. Don't worry about me. My feet are burning at the soles, but I'm good, Dogen said. I nodded and started trotting on the horse. Maybe if I let some distance separate us, a few yards perhaps, I could force Dogen to move faster, and we would reach Wawang sooner. I had two options in mind for a hiding place, Direla and Nivedin. Direla was a long way from Canela, and since the disaster, we could quietly enter the province and seek out some help to build a small cottage for us, probably along the coastline. Nivedin, though, was a peculiar choice. Why would Kino even want to stay there? True, the place would shelter us, and it had been uninhabited for a long time now. We could stay there for moon turns before we even get discovered by any of the palace soldiers. And in case Wind decided to send a search party for Kino and me, which I'm positive he would do, by that time, assuming that I had released Kino from the bind of his powers, maybe, the two of us could fight Wind. So many what-ifs and maybes. The only problem was that I had no power without Wind making the words I write come true. "Can we camp here for a while?" Dogen asked, panting. I stopped and looked up at the sky. It was already dark. "We have no food." "Exactly," he said. "If we use up all our energy now, it will be more difficult tomorrow." "Oh, Kino. Please wait for me. Don't be worried. I'm coming home tomorrow." "All right," I said. "Really?" Dogen sounded very surprised. I dismounted my bay and gave Dogen the reins. Sometimes, I still remember him as the stable boy from the palace back when I was the princess of Canella. I walked a few yards before I sat down. The ground was as hot as ever, but I knew it would begin to cool down as soon as Isis set. Dogen was standing back with the horse, his face a picture of confusion. "What?" I asked. "Do I know you from somewhere in the past?" he asked. "It's just that this feels familiar. Like the way you handed me the reins and the way I took them without another word. And your face." My eyes widened. Could he remember some memories of me? About my past? That would mean that the words I wrote wore off with time. What about my face? Dogen regarded me carefully before shrugging his shoulders. "I am not certain. But sometimes, I feel like I know your face." He then blushed furiously. I sighed as my hope of someone remembering who I was dissolved into thin air. "Come sit with me." When he didn't move, I added, "We better rest now." He nodded and moved towards me, the horse trailing after him. Before he sat beside me, though, he crouched down near a boulder and worked his way to tie up the horse. "Have you decided where you'll be hiding?" he asked. "I have a few options, but I paused, looked at Dogen, and fell silent. He chuckled. "Of course. You won't tell me because you think I'll go running to tell the Emperor. You're his man shield. You always go with him. That makes you in the best position to reveal everything about me." "And why, pray tell, would I do that to you?" "I know now that you're not a witch," he said. He tried to hold my gaze. I was the first one to look away. Could I trust this man when I knew so little about him? "It's all right. I understand," he said, releasing me from my dilemma. "I miss my son," I whispered, not meaning for Dogen to hear. I should not open up to him like this. Shaking my head, I tried to change the topic. "What about you? Married? Children?" Dogen smiled. "With this face, no woman would ever dare look my way," he said, his throaty laughter filling the air. My heart went out to him. "Come on, it's not that bad," I said before I could stop myself. "You're actually, I racked my brains for the right adjective to describe the way he looks." "You don't have to be so kind," he interjected. "Please." "No," I protested. "You're strangely different." I think by saying that, I made the situation worse. Dogen shook his head, his eyes shining with mirth. "It's all right, really," he said. I bowed my head and blushed. Then what happened next surprised me. When I looked up, he was holding out another red rose for me. "Where did you get this?" I asked, confused. "Flowers grow everywhere," he said. He gave me a similar flower in the morning even though there was no rose bush anywhere near where we sat. And here, I knew there was no flowering plant around. The land was so dry that no shrub could thrive there. But when I looked at our backs, sure enough, a rose bush was there. "Thank you," I said, accepting the rose. "Is there someone special?" He smiled timidly. "Come on, tell me," I pushed. "There's nothing better to do here." He looked at me. "I've been in love once. A long time ago. But it was too far back in my memory that I can't remember if it ever did happen," he started. "It feels like a fairy tale. I was a young stable boy when I fell in love with a beautiful princess. But she was already married. And then I don't know, can't explain, what happened." He shrugged his shoulders. Just like that, I could no longer remember her face, even her name. He paused. His eyes were looking far away now, his eyebrows drawn in a straight line as though he was trying to remember something. Sometimes, I think that maybe I just made it all up. That there was no princess to begin with. And I, fool that I am, hang on to that memory for lack of something real. I gave a start. He did remember the fragments of my memories, although not the entire story. It seems there are traces of my existence in Akean's minds, but sadly I had no name and no face in them. My throat constricted as I tried to swallow my emotions. Here was a man who held on to my memory. Someone who had meant nothing to me in the past, and yet somehow, I have ended up haunting his thoughts. I was touched by what he said, especially knowing all too well that the we he wanted could not have progressed in any manner. I paused as I caught my voice breaking. I breathed in, closed my eyes for a while, and when I was ready, opened my mouth again. Is there somebody new now? I asked. He opened his mouth like he was about to say something, but he stopped. The flowers. The chase. Was he mad at me, or was he concerned about me? If memory could make him remember the feeling of love, was it possible that seeing me every fortnight could make him fond of me again? Suddenly I understood. I touched his hand, and he blushed. It could be that I was the only woman he ever did love. Still loves. Thank you for the flowers, I said and squeezed his hand. His blush ran a deeper crimson this time. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Flowers are ordinary, they're part of nature, of the land. Especially roses. They grow everywhere." I stopped. Dear gods. I think Dogen may have handed me the solution to my dilemma, of how I would release Kino from the bond. Without thinking, I threw my arms around Dogen and hugged him so tightly that even with his size, I was afraid I would crush him to pieces. What the? He seemed to want to object, but I didn't let go of him. Dogen, you are wonderful. I breathed against his ear. Then I pulled back. Thank you, I said, giving him my best smile. He looked confused, and his face was all red, but his eyes were shining luminously like Luna and Risa. You have eyes as beautiful as the moon's, I said. I did not say that to make him feel better. Indeed, as I looked into his eyes, I could not have made a more fitting comparison. He looked away, scarlet still staining his dark cheeks. I kissed him on his left cheek as a sign of my gratitude. He was unsure of what he did, but he could not have picked out better words to say to me. Before he could react, I lay myself down on the ground and smiled at him. Good night, Dogen. I closed my eyes and drifted into sleep. This time, the nightmares did not haunt me anymore. Instead, in my dreams, I saw life for Kino and me in Nivedin. Living in one of the tree houses. Waiting for Kino's father, who would never come back, but not even that dampened the dream. It remained splendid.
Dogen Rhonda. Now, that was strange. True, I couldn't have reveled more in that hug, but I wished I knew why Lamare embraced me. It was as though I saved her life. Not that I would ever complain about the hug, but I wish I knew what I did right. I stood up and patted her bay. Poor horse. Don't worry, tomorrow you can have all the grass you can eat, I told the horse. It regarded me as though annoyed that I had bothered its sleep. I went back beside Lamare and watched as her chest slowly rose and fell. If I were Kino and my mother had gone missing for 2 days, I would have panicked. But that's just half the problem. The other half was that the Emperor could be looking for me too. If I came back now, would he brand me a deserter for leaving without asking for his permission? Lately, the Emperor had been preoccupied with many things, and so I hoped I still had a job to go back to. I wanted to follow Lamare to where she would hide. She didn't know it, but I was willing to protect her even from the Emperor himself. Wait a minute. Just when did this treasonous thought enter my head? I closed my eyes and remembered a memory from a long time ago, of an arrow piercing my back, of myself trying to remove it, and of soft hands yanking the arrow out, Her Royal Highness who had no face. Somehow, no, this is crazy. I didn't want to say it, but, sometimes Lamare reminded me of the princess. My princess? Or maybe it was only because of the way I felt about the princess before. And how I felt towards Lamare now. The princess. Lamare. I thumped my head twice to shake my thoughts. There's no sense thinking about this cratty thing. I lay down a few yards away from Lamare and closed my eyes to sleep. Kino Amark. Piper had stirred in bed, and she opened her eyes briefly before I left Nivedin. Her forehead was still burning, but there was nothing left for me to do in the ghost town. Piper would be cared for by Mistress Laren, and I knew for a fact that mothers simply work wonders when their children are sick. In due time, Piper's wound would heal. The thought, though, was not satisfying enough. I wanted Piper to be up and about, right this very moment. The fact that I was the reason she had gotten sick in the first place made me feel like a sharp stick was poking my heart, the kind Mayo would use to poke frogs in the stream near Wawang village. If she had not run out to save me from the falling treehouse, I could have been the one lying in bed now, or I could have been paralyzed, or worse, I could have died. I looked beside me and found Kogi staring straight ahead. He was as quiet as that evening's gentle breeze. Nivens blend well with their surroundings even when they are visible, I suppose. Master Andoni could not leave the town, so he had asked Kogi to escort me back to my village. I protested at first because I did not want that kind of favor, but Master Andoni was insistent, especially when he said that I had to be invisible so I would be safe in case we came across some wanderers. Sadly, the only way I could turn invisible was if a Niven shared his power with me. Kogi and I ended up having to climb down the mountains together. He scowled at me because I sensed that he did not want to leave Piper's side. But he was unable to object because of this thing Nivens called Nameless, a name forsaken, something whose meaning I could not exactly recall, except that the way Master Andoni commanded Kogi seemed as if he had no right to object at all. I hope to learn more about Niven's ways in the future. Why is it that you can only turn one person invisible? I asked Kogi, wanting to start a conversation. After all, he was Piper's friend. Kogi shook his head. I don't know exactly. The elders say that it used to be that only women could do that. Women? Why? They say that it's a gift from the gods so that they can protect the babies when they are still too young to protect themselves. Then how come men can also make someone else invisible now? I don't know. Maybe for battles. But it's limited, you see. We can only extend our power to one person, and we have to be in constant physical contact with the person we want to share our power with, he said. He glanced at me sideways as we walked at a fast pace. Come, give me your hand, he said. Kogi stopped beside me. I extended my hand to him and saw myself disappear before my very eyes. Keep quiet and listen to your surroundings, he said in a hushed voice. We're very close to the border of your village, and there could be people wandering about. I followed his lead. I breathed in the scent that was canela. It was good to be back in Wawang. I think you're safe here. Follow Master Andoni's instructions in case you need to come back to Nivedin, he said, letting go of my hand and vanishing into thin air. Suddenly, I found myself alone again. I started walking my way home, and in a few minutes, I saw our cottage. There was a horse on the lawn. Could it be? Was my mother back? I broke into a sprint as the desire to find out if mother was home beckoned at me. I was gasping for breath when I reached the cottage, but I did not slow down. I threw the door open. Mother? I shouted. A woman was sitting on the bench inside our hut. Who are you? I asked. That's of no importance to you, she said. Her eyes traveled over my body as though scrutinizing me. You don't look like the Emperor at all. What? I asked, confused. I wonder how you could be so important to him, she said. What's your power? She asked. I have no power, I said without batting an eye. I surprised myself at my own candor. Curious thing, she said, her eyebrows raised. She still had not risen from the bench, and looking at her there with her regal bearing, I grew afraid. No power? Nothing. Everybody in Akea has power, she said. Do not lie to me, boy. I will know it when you lie. If I tell you otherwise, I would be lying. The woman stood up from where she was. Her eyes took me in as she walked towards me. Then without warning, she put her hand on my forehead. Flashes ran inside my head. It was like a multitude of bright lights blinded me as the raging winds blew and lightning split the sky. Then it felt as though I was floating. Flying. Running really fast. Dreaming? It soon felt as though I would burn right on the spot, and my body started to quiver until I yelled, and the woman was shrieking too. She pulled back from touching me, and both of us were thrown back a fair distance. We ended up lying on the floor across from each other. "What was that?" she asked in a soft voice, addressing the question to herself and not to me. "What did you do to me?" I asked, suddenly growing more afraid. My body was shaking, and I could not stop my voice from cracking up. "Nothing," she said hesitantly. "I don't know what happened." I stood on shaky knees and reached out a hand to her. The woman eyed me warily before taking my hand. When her hand met mine, we both flinched. I exhaled loudly when nothing happened. "And your mother?" she asked. "What? What is your mother's ability? After what just happened, are you still going to ask things about me?" I asked, surprised. Looking at her face, there was no trace of surprise anymore, as though what happened between us a while ago did not merit further looking into. "Answer me," she said. And as though I could not resist her, I did. "My mother writes. I think she can write compelling stories. That's all she can do." I had no intentions of telling her anything more, but it was as though the words were being dragged out of my mouth. "A writer," she said. She seemed to be mulling on everything I said. "Who are you?" I asked with a bit of an edge in my voice. She raised her eyebrows again. "It's of no consequence to you, boy." "Then what are you doing here?" I said and added, "Just leave." Too bad my voice cracked again. She raised her eyebrows higher. "My lady," I added as an afterthought. She laughed at that. "Tell me one more thing before I leave," she said, and then she looked deeply into my eyes. "Who is your father?" My face flushed upon hearing that question. Not having power was not my only disadvantage. Not knowing who my father was added to my list of insecurities. I blinked several times to push back tears. "I don't know," I said, almost whispering. Her face registered an emotion I could not quite make out. Then, she stood up. "Goodbye, Kino." She started walking towards the door. I watched as she mounted the horse and galloped away. My heart was now beating wildly. Who was she? She terrified me, and her knowing my name made me tremble even more. I went back inside the cottage and closed the door, disappointed and very unsettled. I thought my mother would be home, but instead, I found a stranger in the cottage. Things were starting to get more unusual, and I did not understand any of these things. I pushed open the door that led to my room and went straight under the bed to hide. Here was where I had always taken refuge when things bothered me. I dozed off, and the next thing I knew, it was my mom's face that I was seeing. I reached to touch her face to convince myself it was not a dream. "Mother," I said, disbelief coating my voice. She was smiling at me with misty eyes. I crawled from under the bed and squeezed her so hard in a hug. She was holding me so tightly, too, as though she never wanted to let go. "What happened?" I asked. "Dogan Rhonda and I went on a journey together," she said, and looked at the tall man with a wide frame who was standing by the door. He was so tall and wide that it was almost unbelievable that I did not notice him before seeing Mother. "Did he take you captive?" I scowled. The huge man had a face that drove fear straight into my chest. Mother ruffled my hair. "No, silly. Well, at first, he chased me for a little while, but I was too fast for him," she said, then turning to the man, "Wasn't I, Dogan?" "Is he the enemy?" I asked, not taking my gaze off of him. I stood up and used myself as a human shield for my mother. Dogan smiled, if anyone could ever call that a smile. "Kino, I'm a friend." I looked at my mother, and she nodded. "We have to go now." "Someone," I stopped and looked at Dogan. Then, to my mother, I said, I need to talk to you alone. Dogan seemed to understand, so he slowly made his way out of the cottage. Mother, we can go to the ghost town. Please, I begged. Someone has agreed to take us in. What? She asked. Her eyes grew wide. What are you saying? There are no ghosts. At least not in that town. They are Nivens hiding from Akeans. Mother sat down on my bed, her hands shaking. I met Piper, a girl, a Nivedin, and well, she became my friend. When you went missing, I went back to Ghost Town and asked her father to take us into his household. She looked up at me. And? I grinned. He agreed. Mother paled. What? You've overstepped your bounds, young man, she said, annoyed, although looking more concerned than annoyed. She stood and walked away from me and started walking in circles the way she did when she was thinking really, really hard. Go back to school, enjoy your youth while it lasts, and leave the planning to me, she said. But it's perfect for us, I argued. I was sure she would see sense in it all and agree. Mother stopped and looked at me before throwing her arms in exasperation. I'll think it over. This is too much. Everybody knows that Nivedin is a ghost town inhabited by ghosts, and now you're telling me it's not? I gaped at her. You speak like you know the place. Of course. You've been there? Then, as the realization hit me, I said again, oh. You've been there. Nivedin was a part of my life when I was growing up. I witnessed its vanishing. I lost friends to the flood that destroyed it, she said. Now, you're telling me that there are survivors? I'm sorry, Mother, I said softly. I didn't know you had friends there. She sat back on the bed and held her face in her hands. Please, Kino. Leave me for a while. I need to think about this. Without another word, I obeyed. Her slumped shoulders made her frame even tinier. I felt a stabbing pain in my chest. I thought she would be happy when she heard my news. This was not the reaction I was hoping for. I turned towards the door, and as I walked outside, I caught sight of Boots walking away. I narrowed my eyes. I should never trust Dogan.
Lamari Amark. My hands were trembling. Nivens? Alive? What about Timbuktu? Was there any chance that he could still be alive, too? But the words that I had written to make him come back to me were met with empty silence. That means he could not be. He never will be again. Tears were already streaming down my face. The memory of the Nivens took me back to a very specific place and time, when I was still young, when my father was still alive, and when I was in love with a man who was not my husband. I dried my tears. This had to stop. I had mourned Timbuktu Lassus a long time ago. He gave me the best gift in this world, a son. I should not let his memory weaken me, especially after I had figured out a way to release Kino from the bond. But I could not stop my hands from shaking, and when I stood up, my knees buckled. I found myself kneeling on the floor, and since I had no strength to stand up, I succumbed to crying once more. I miss you, Timbuktu. So it could be true then. Those soft footsteps that we saw in Bullocknin belonged to Nivens. What could they be doing out there so far away from Nivedin? Confused as I was, I had to be stronger now for Kino and myself. Dirella or Nivedin? I had considered both as a safe haven, that is true. Nivedin seemed to be the better choice, but that was before I knew that the Nivens were alive. Could I even go back there? Nobody would remember me. I had been written off from their memories when wind stripped me from everybody's minds. If I saw familiar faces, some friends who are still alive, would I be able to take it if none acknowledged me with even a smile? It is hard enough that Timbuktu would not be there, but for all the other Nivens whom he had entrusted me with their friendship, for them to regard me coldly. I am unsure if I can handle that. But what now? Since I had already figured out a way to release Kino, it was more pressing that I decide where to hide. Nivens were my friends. They were quiet people, and their honor ran deeply. If someone had accepted Kino and me into their household, then we could count on them for protection. But would I dare endanger them again? The first time they suffered was out of Wind's whim, as a display of his power all over Akea. This time, in case Wind finds me gone and he learns I am in Nivedin, it would be upon my conscience that I bring his wrath to Nivedin. Again. And it could end even worse this time, with all of the Nivens eradicated from the face of Akea. Oh my gods, why do you burden me with this dilemma? I shivered and hugged myself close, not minding the tears that continued to roll down my cheeks, creating a small pool on the bedroom floor. I soon looked up, and there, standing by the doorway, was Dogen. He approached me in 2 strides and, upon reaching me, knelt, scooped me in his arms, and carried me. I thought that he would put me in bed. Instead, what he did surprised me. He sat down on the edge of the bed while still cradling me in his arms and continued to hold me, his chin resting on top of my head. It felt good to have some sense of security again. It was with this thought that sobs racked my body for the next hour or so.
Dogen Rhonda. When Kino came out of the room, I went back inside to say goodbye to Lamare. I had stayed with her for too long a time already, and I needed to report back to the palace. But when I reached the door, Lamare was kneeling, crying her heart out. I had never known emotion so raw, except for that time when I had to let go of another woman to die. And the death that followed. Still, I couldn't stand seeing Lamare crying like that. However, this time, I remembered to keep my mouth shut, and I let her sob against my shoulders. That was hours ago. And now, as I stood outside gazing at the skyline that had already darkened, I waited for the right moment to say goodbye. Lamare was locked in her room, finishing her scroll and making up for the lost days she promised to write for the Emperor. I decided that I couldn't wait anymore. I had to leave soon, so I entered the cottage again and stopped in front of Lamare's door. I knocked several times. "Come in," she said. I pushed the door and walked inside. She had changed her clothes, and the smell of sweat and sun was gone. Instead, her signature scent of lavender filled the air again, and I had to brace myself not to inhale too deeply. I took another whiff of her smell, something to remember her by as I traveled back to the palace. "I'll be leaving now," I said. "It's been days since I was out of my post, and the Emperor may have my neck for that. Please have a safe ride." A safe ride would mean I have a mount. "I would have to borrow your bay," I said. "Take her," she said. "She isn't mine." I cocked my eyebrows. "I won't be surprised if guards chase me down to the palace now," I said. A smile split her face, but it was there for only a brief moment. "I know it's too much to ask," she said hesitantly. "But when you see me in the palace—" "I won't tell a soul," I said. She looked grateful. "Goodbye, Dogen. I'll see you when the moons permit it," she said. I hoped that it would be sooner than later. I clenched my fist, thumped it twice on my chest, and bowed. When I caught her eyes, they were surprised at what I had done. I was surprised at myself too. What I did was an ancient sign of fealty towards a lady. Once outside, I quickly mounted the horse and started trotting away. My body was tired from the past day's journey, but I found another source of strength, Lamare. Before the cottage was entirely obscured from my view, I looked back. There was no one outside. The light still seeped from the gaps of Lamare's window. She was probably back to her writing. Chapter 8, Watermelon Boy. Mayo Kalo. The first time Kino did not attend class, I did not panic, even if it was odd for him to choose to work in the forest instead of going to school to study. But today is the 3rd day that he skipped school. That has never happened before. What about our plan? How could he show his power off if he and Piper barely practiced? This needs to change soon. Tomorrow is already the Akean Wine Festival, and I would have to wake up early and join the school carriage. I did not have my family to take me to the palace, so instead, I asked my grandmother to give me the money to pay for the fare, to ride the school carriage. I doubled the amount of money that I asked for to cover Kino's fare. I was not ready to hear any excuse for why he would not join us for the festival. What I forgot, though, was to secure Piper a seat. I figured eventually that she could squeeze between Kino and me since she would have to be invisible the entire time. So maybe that just about solved the problem. The trouble was, I had yet to hear from Kino. If he does not join us tomorrow, may the gods have mercy on my poor little soul. By now, I was waiting for Professor Levin to enter the classroom. Each minute that passed only depressed me further. It seemed as if Kino would miss class again. But all of a sudden, Kino was there, standing by the doorway. I stood up and ran towards him. He saw me approaching, and he smiled. "I thought you'd be absent from class again today," I said, almost screaming. "Which you can't miss anymore. This is the last day for rehearsals. Just think of something to say when the Emperor asks your name. We have a problem." I stopped dead in my tracks. "What?" "I got you your fare. We have the tickets to ride the school carriage that will take us to the palace," I urged. Kino looked surprised, and he blushed. "Thanks. I didn't realize. I forgot about that part." "It's nothing," I said. "Problem solved." I grinned, proud of myself for thinking ahead. Now I felt like I was ready to become a soldier. Father would be so proud. "No, it's Piper," he said quietly, almost mumbling. I rolled my eyes. Oh no, did she change her mind? She can't do that. After she volunteered to be part of this, she just can't decide that she won't be going. I was almost hysterical. Kino grabbed my arm and pulled me back to our seats. He pushed me to sit down. "Piper's sick. She's in trouble," he said. "She won't be coming? How convenient for her to be sick now." "I don't think she can, even if she wants to. Besides, it wasn't her fault she's sick." "But what are we going to do?" I could already picture Conrad and Lima chasing me as soon as they discovered that Kino's power was a sham. And worse, that I lied to them. "When my turn comes, and Piper isn't there, I'll hide and run back home," Kino said. All of a sudden, the classroom went silent. Professor Levin entered. He was wearing plain white trousers and a shirt. He was also barefoot. "Class, do you remember what I told you about your presentation?" he said. "You have to dress up in a manner that best accentuates your power." Everybody hurried to their seats. "Accentuate?" "Since my power is kicking, when I presented to the Emperor in the Canellan Palace many moon turns ago, I was barefoot. Just like I am now," he said proudly. "For today, I'm going to open the rest of our session for consultations. Costumes. Half the power is looking the part. So, let's brainstorm." I was grinning even though I could not exactly think of a good costume for my power. I looked beside me and found that Kino was wearing his usual tortured expression. He seemed to be as appalled at the thought as I was excited about it. Boy, this is going to be fun.
Chapter 9, The Journey. Piper, San Diego. I woke up lightheaded, and I shivered slightly as the cold breeze blew against my sweat-drenched body. The fever had broken, finally. I sat up and caught a glimpse of the dark sky outside. How many days was I out? What time is it? There was a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach that I might have missed the Akean Wine Festival. But I was so keen on going. And Kino. Goodness, what if he had no power to present? I stood up, still weak in the knees. A shooting pain registered on the left side of my head. I pressed on it, and my hand grazed the piece of cloth that I surmised was covering a wound. "Mother?" I said, knocking on the door of my parents' room. I waited before I knocked again. "Mother?" I said, pounding louder at the door this time. I heard the soft shuffling of feet from the other side of the door before it opened. "Piper!" Mother exclaimed. Strays of blonde hair were haphazardly sticking out all around her head. "I'm all right now. No more fever," I said, smiling at the face I so wanted to see. Mother felt my forehead as though she did not believe me. She looked relieved when she confirmed that my fever was gone. "Good, but you can't wander about," she said in a rushed tone. Come, I'll put you back to bed. How long has it been since I passed out? I asked. 3 days. We were worried. But yesterday, your temperature returned to normal, and we guessed that you'd be fine in a day or two, and now, here you are, she said, relief evident in her voice. She turned towards me and gestured to the bed. I obeyed her and sat down. 3 days. That meant I could still make it to the festival. I have to start my journey so that I can be there at dawn tomorrow. But how would I go to Canellan Palace? I needed to leave now and then find Kino and Mayo. They could work out something so that I could join them on the journey. Lie back down, Piper, Mother said. Thoughts started popping randomly inside my head. I knew that I should obey my mother, but I also knew that it would take me almost a day to get to Wawang village, and going to their school would be another few hours. If I did not leave soon, I would not be able to join my friends. I'm hungry, I said. It wasn't a lie, though. My stomach was complaining. Mother nodded. Yes, of course. Wait here, and I'll get you something to eat. When Mother went out, I headed to my closet and changed into something comfortable enough yet would help me blend into the forest easily later. There was no time to shower. I stripped off my clothes and rubbed my body with a piece of damp cloth. I wore a button shirt, a long hooded jacket, and some cotton pants, all in earthy colors. After I finished, I lay down in bed and covered myself with a blanket. All I needed now was to eat and start running away as soon as possible. Mother returned carrying a tray of fresh fruits, beef jerky, and boiled eggs in a few minutes. I took one egg and ate it. I was famished that half of the food on the tray was gone so soon. I gulped on the fresh fruit juice and found my strength returning. My mother must have noticed that I was eating like there's no tomorrow because she said, "Easy, Piper. That's enough for now." Then, without even asking me, she took the precious tray of food in front of me and left. I waited for the lights outside my room to go off. It would be my signal to leave the treehouse. Unfortunately, my mother went back into my room. She kissed me on the forehead. "Sleep now, little one," she said. "I'll get a bunk and stay with you. In case you need something." "No," I yelled in panic. She looked at me, startled. "Why?" "I'm all right, really," I said. "Don't worry, I'll call you and knock on your door if I get a temperature again." Mother looked concerned, but she did not argue with me. "All right, but yell in case there's anything you need. Your father's also tired, so I want to assist him in case he wakes early." She leaned over and kissed me. "Good night, Mother," I whispered as she closed the door. I counted to 100 before I slowly moved out of the bed, put on my sandals, and tiptoed towards the window. I must be forgetting something.
Chapter 10, The Silver Cape. Kino Amark. Only a fool would wear a silver cape over black trousers and a shirt. This was ridiculous, especially since my power was a sham, but this was what Professor Levin instructed me to wear. My classmates started arriving, but Mayo was still nowhere to be found. On the school grounds, the 2 carriages that would take us to the palace were already parked near the school gates, ready to leave in a few minutes. One was reserved for the students, while the other would carry our companions in case our parents or any elders wanted to join the journey to the Canellan Palace. The other wealthy students need not ride the carriages. Instead, they will be going straight to the palace riding their own family's horse-drawn carriages. When there were still dragons, the most affluent families could afford to fly on dragons in ancient times. Too bad dragons are extinct now. I counted about 20 heads waiting for the call to ride the carriages. Mayo had yet to arrive still. It was odd because he usually came in early if there were school events like this. He loved festivities, and he often talked about them for days. Before and after the event, mind you. I heard half the class laughing, and I turned to see who they were laughing at. An even fatter Mayo was walking towards me. He was smiling at everyone even though they were teasing him, and why would he not? He decided to dress up like a watermelon. Only his head showed on top of his costume. His hands stuck out to his sides. He was perfectly round. I grinned at him. "Nice costume," I said. The Emperor will not have a hard time guessing my power once he sees my costume. He eyed what I was wearing and said, "Look at you, all dashing in your cape." I pushed him without meaning to knock him over. "Shut up," I said. I looked down and saw a familiar set of footsteps beside Mayo. My eyes may have widened because Mayo turned around too and tried to see what it was that I was peering at. He nudged me in the ribs and asked, "Is it Piper?" "Piper?" I said to the nothingness in front of us. "It's me," she said in a hushed tone. "You have to sneak me inside the carriage." "Don't worry, I have it all figured out," Mayo said. I looked at him, and he was not kidding. He pushed a button on his belt where a watermelon's waist was supposed to be, and the costume cracked open. It swung, and sure enough, there was a hollow space beside his body. There were extra holes at the bottom for Piper's legs too. "You see this space?" he asked. "This is where you will scoot. Come on in now." "I've thought this over," he said proudly. If I could see Piper's face, I would have guessed that my smile was mirrored on her face. "This is brilliant, Mayo," I said. "Even if the other children bump against Piper, they will think it's your bulging self." "Hey, easy on the words, bulging is a bit harsh," he said sourly. I laughed. "Sorry," I said guiltily. "I'm so happy to see you, not see you, Piper." She laughed softly. "It's so nice to see both of you." She paused. "Now, remember. Focus on the box. It's the one thing that you should move with Distantecus, but if ever you wish to try other stuff, move other things around, make sure they are within my reach, and that I can lift them. Otherwise, we'll have a hard time convincing the Emperor," she warned. "Nothing to worry about," I said, my voice faltering. "Are you afraid?" Piper asked. I felt myself blushing. I was grateful when I did not have to answer Piper because Mayo was already shouting his heart out. "Down with the bullies!" he shrieked. Piper probably saw right through me because she held my hand and gave it a squeeze. Mayo shouted again. "Say goodbye to your sorry bully asses." We laughed as we entered the carriage. The three of us sat at the farthest corner so as not to attract any attention. All around us, my classmates seemed excited. The sounds of happy chattering filled the carriage. Randall was dressed in long black robes and was wearing eyeglasses. Perhaps he was going for a scholarly look. His costume was perfect for his power, reading books even if the covers were closed. I bet he could cheat during exams. What a neat, useful ability. In front of me, I caught sight of Nicola, and I smiled at her. She looked as jubilant as the rest of us. She was wearing a simple dress, and she had on a straw hat. Beside her, there was a hoe. Brilliant, I thought. She was probably posing as a farmer because of her power to grow seeds. The others were dressed extravagantly and in very lively colors. Some of my classmates were wearing only their trousers, with their torsos bearing nothing but tattoos. Everybody was positively glowing. The energy was so contagious that I found myself grinning even though I had protested about having to wear a cape to the festival. A silver one at that. For the first time since I entered schooling, this was the only time that I felt I belonged. Soon the carriage started moving, and Mayo pushed at me a bit. The lurch of the carriage sent me pressing against Piper's invisible body. "Wait up," someone shouted from the school ground. We looked outside the window to see who it was. It was Professor Levin. Not without me. He grinned and winked at all of us as soon as he was inside the carriage. "He's very handsome," Piper whispered. "What?" Mayo and I asked in unison. Piper only giggled. It must have been loud because Nicola, our classmate who was sitting right across us, stared at us, her eyebrows raised as though she was wondering who between Mayo and me giggled like a girl. Mayo glanced at me at the same time that I turned to look at him, and in my horror, we both faked a giggle at the exact same time. Nicola looked away, probably thinking what a bunch of losers Mayo and I were. To me, however, it was hilarious, and Mayo and I laughed loudly. This time, when Piper giggled, it was drowned by our laughter. "Onward to the palace!" Professor Levin yelled. And then the entire class broke into a song.
Chapter 11, Miro and Goemi. The twins. A tall, lean boy, who has seen the same number of moon turns as I had, was following me. As usual, he was wearing his distracted grin. His eyes were blank, so it was hard to imagine what he could be thinking. Sometimes he frustrated me, much like now. I asked the gods why they punished my twin brother to be like this when early on in our lives, he was as normal as I was. Then all of a sudden, he woke up and started drooling, like he was sick. Faster, Miro, I urged. I wanted to catch the Akean Wine Festival and watch the children display their powers before they were declared citizens. Aside from that, there was a lot of free food during the entire celebration, and all provinces would come to participate, serving their best delicacies and specialties. My stomach grumbled as images of the cakes baked by the palace breadmasters entered my mind. We have to be there on time. I was growing impatient. Miro Passip kept walking after me like he heard none of what I said. I shook my head in frustration. It could be Sisis's heat that was setting my temper flaring. Usually, I would let him be, even if it meant that we had to slow down. But today was the Akean Wine Festival, and I could not afford to miss it. Miro and I had moved from province to province ever since grandmother died. It is a long story, but in the end, my twin and I had to beg families to take us to their farms. Every now and then, a kind heart would welcome us, but they would chase us away whenever they found out about Miro's condition. Afraid of the rejections, I decided not to impose our services on any household anymore. I could not entirely blame those that we have approached and sought refuge at. I could work on the farm as a maid, but most farm owners wanted a boy, not a girl. And what do we have but a girl, in this case? My twin brother, looking and acting the way he did, was of no help. I shook my head in dismay and walked forward again. Miro had sat down and was holding a bird in his hands. He was giggling, and a drizzle of saliva slid down the sides of his mouth. Even if he was my brother and I loved him, sometimes, he disgusted me too. "Release the bird, Miro," I shouted. That was another thing. I had to yell at him most of the time to catch his attention. There were better days, however, when he would understand me. But more often than not, I would have to talk loudly, like now. His blank eyes turned to look at me. He gave me a wider smile and then dropped the bird to the ground. To my horror, the bird was no longer moving. I moved towards it and crouched down. "Stop playing with its heart." Miro giggled. "Keep the bird safe," he mumbled. "You're not making this bird safe by killing it," I said. I held the bird in my hands and closed my eyes. When I opened them, the bird's wings were already flapping against my hands. I released it and watched the bird soar. Free again. Miro giggled. "Festival, Goemi?" he asked as though he had no remorse for what he did. My heart softened, and I moved to wipe the drool from his mouth using his shirt. "Let's go," I said. Today, my annoyance was replaced with fondness because today, he remembered my name. I have always hoped that I could stop him from using his power. It was hard enough that his power worked gruesomely. But for someone who had the wits of a toddler and yet had such power, it was just cruel of the gods. Miro could freeze anyone's heart by just using his mind. Once he did that, I was the only one who could revive the heart. I had to touch the person or the animal within a few hours, otherwise, I would be unable to revive the heart. That was the limit of my power. No matter how fabulous it was, it could only be used to reverse what my twin had done. This is why I cannot leave him alone, not that I ever would, because my power complements his, and I had this fancy thing going inside my head that by staying with Miro, I was saving the world like I was some sort of unsung heroine. I held out my hand to him, and he looked at it. I moved it in front of his face, and he giggled before he took my hand. If I wanted us to travel faster, I had to guide him. The bird chirped and hovered above us one more time before it flew farther away. So free. In a way, we were like birds too. Except that birds belong to a flock and my brother and I don't belong to any family, I thought glumly. Chapter 12, The Akean Wine Festival. Lamare Amark. The carriage that Wind sent was already waiting for me outside the cottage. I took one quick look at the mirror before heading out. My eyes were sunken due to my lack of sleep, and to my horror, they were also slightly bloodshot, but there was nothing I could do about them now. Kino was already at school. He told me that today was the Akean Wine Festival, and I had to smile at him. Of course, I knew what today was. Kino lost interest in going to the Akean Wine Festival 3 moon turns ago when it dawned on him that his power was not going to manifest. The truth was scathingly harsh, and to a boy, it meant incessant bullying from his classmates. Don't worry, Kino, I thought. After today, if my plan works out, we'll go home quietly tonight, pack our things, and start traveling to Nivedin. I decided that there was no place more suitable for him than Nivedin. After all, he is a Niven. I could not bear the pain of remembering Timbuktu, but I should at least deal with this one day at a time. I was sure they would fade as Kino and I started anew at Nivedin. The soldier opened the carriage door, and I sat quietly inside. It was going to be another bumpy ride, but it was not going to wipe the smile from my face. Since today was the Akean Wine Festival, Wind would be preoccupied, and my plan could actually work. I slept the entire ride to the Canellan Palace. Only the resounding trumpets, their cacophony piercing through the carriage walls, roused me from my slumber. The carriage stopped, and I looked outside before alighting. The palace's main streets were filled with carriages, and it was already quite difficult to squeeze in. There were banners all around, and yet the main yard was cleared out. An audience from all over Akea had gathered in the courtyard. The food carts were already set up, and many had opened to offer their free samples to passing Akeans. The colorful dresses and shirts passed and danced in front of me like a long river of jubilation. Not even the heat prevented the high houses from donning several layers of courtly coats. Truly, posterity defined the Lord's values. To the right of the presentation stage, the big wooden basin was already set up, and there were several men pouring mounds of grapes into the basin. I started walking, and several merchants handed me samples of their trade, which I graciously declined. I had only one goal for today, and not even the beautiful silk dresses that the merchants brought and put on display could lead me astray from this. The festival was about to start, perhaps in an hour or two. This gave me exactly that much time to spend with Wind. I had to hurry. Lamare, I heard a familiar voice say. Dogen stood right in front of me, wearing what I could only presume was his best armor. The brass was polished to a shine, and the plumes on his helmet were all frolicking in the breeze, an oddly beautiful combination of orange and blue, the royal colors of House Amark. Dogen Randa, I said, smiling slightly. The soldier that was escorting me turned around and allowed Dogen to accompany me to Wind. The unmistakable noise of the celebration's preparations filled the air, even as I moved away from the palace yard and entered the lobby. The trumpets kept blaring, and the drums continued rolling as laughter mixed with shouts and the loud bickering trailed after me. The dancing in the yard, as a prelude to the festival, had started as well. How did it go with the emperor? I asked. Dogen smirked. It could have been worse, he said. The usual stuff, but he's too busy even to realize that I was gone for more than a day. The festival proved to be a convenient cover. When I reached the chamber doors, Dogen stopped in his tracks. Are you ready? He asked. I looked up at Dogen. Do I tell him? Could I trust him? I am, I said, with a little more conviction in my voice. I'll watch your back, he said before moving sideways to let me pass. Saul Douglas. This time, I would not let myself be caught. I tried to be angry so that the calmness that was my person would be shrouded. If I were calm, Wind would sense my presence because I was the only one who could calm him. I had to ask a servant to bring me several cups of diced bell peppers to disguise myself. When I had my first mouthful of it, my mouth burned and my eyes watered. My face grew hot, and my heart started to pound. Oh, the things I do for this man. The chamber that Wind used to receive Lamare had 2 entrances. The one was the main entrance where Dogen stood guard, while the other served as an adjoining entrance to a room which Wind called the War Room. It was where he met with the war generals for strategies on occasions that there were uprisings in Akea. Today, it would still serve its purpose since I was hiding here to learn about the secret behind his meetings with Lamare. From a peephole, I could see Wind sitting on his throne. He was wearing the red robes, which the emperor put on for major festivities, like today when the moon's full turning would be celebrated. He seemed more impatient than usual. Well, there was nothing new there. He had always been the storm that was his namesake anyway. The door opened, bringing the royal scribe, Kino Amark, to my full view. Her hair was pulled back in a bun and not arranged in her usual braid nor worn hanging down in their loose waves. Dogen came in next, who closed the door behind him. "Your Grace," Kino said. Wind got up from his throne and swiped the scroll from Kino's hand. She was still curtsying in front of him. He opened the scroll and glanced at it from top to bottom as though he was searching for something. "Good, you completed the days," he said in a voice that was so chilling it cooled down my burning cheeks. Then he sat back on his throne. "You may rise," he said to Kino. Dogen was quick. As soon as Wind said those words, Dogen moved and brought a chair towards Kino, which she graciously accepted. It seemed like he was smiling at her. Was there something going on between these two? Now, what should I observe? There was nothing here. I wish they would talk so I could listen in on their conversation. Please, could somebody speak up? I wanted to yell at all of them. My head was in a rage, thank gods that the bell peppers worked. "What is this? Remove this line, this is preposterous," Wind said. Kino was immediately on her feet. "My apologies, Your Grace," she said meekly. "Is there anything in particular that you want me to say in this part?" she asked. "Oh, please, please, say something." "Let me remind you of the rules, Kino," he said. 1. I don't wish to spoil Akeans by raising the minimum wage. What good will it do? They will become lazy, Kino blanched. 2. There will be no repetition within a month. That was clear. Yet, you wrote about another flooding in Direla? Aren't you thinking anymore? "My apologies, Your Grace," she said. "I don't accept your apologies, correct the mistakes. Or do you really want to see your bastard son dead?" The retort caught my breath. That was harsh, and I could tell that it pierced Kino even more. Even that ugly soldier seemed to feel something stir in his chest because he frowned at the order. Wind should be careful of this soldier. Dogen may be his guard, but Dogen's loyalty could well belong to someone else. "It won't happen again, Your Grace," Kino said after a while. What was wrong with this picture? The last time Kino was here, she seemed to have grown courage, but now she was cowering again. None of this made any sense. What did Wine mean when he mentioned flooding in Direla? Especially when he said another flooding in Direla? "I don't have much time to spend on this." "Don't waste my time," Wind said. Kino nodded nervously. Dogen brought her a small desk. He opened the top panel and fished out an ink bottle and a feather pen. He moved in such an efficient manner that, to me, the scene seemed rehearsed. So, this was how the meetings went. Kino's hands were shaking as she edited the scroll. When she finished with the edits, she handed the scroll back to Wind. Wind read the scroll for 30 minutes, and there were no other sounds to be heard aside from the occasional shuffling of Dogen's feet. This was probably the most mundane spying I had ever done in my life. And yet, I could not crack the puzzle. What was so important about all of this? I rested my back on the wall and waited for movements inside the chambers. Nothing. I stretched my legs in front of me and slowly massaged my ankles. "Brilliant." Wind's voice boomed. I moved quickly towards the peephole again. Wind looked satisfied, and Kino looked as if she were to faint any minute. "The volcanoes of Carriage are to erupt," Wind said, almost in reverence. "I never saw this coming, Kino." Kino was looking at him, secretly shooting daggers with her eyes. This was so frustrating that I wanted to tear at my flesh because I was itching to know why Wind would be ecstatic over the volcanoes that had not erupted in 1,000 years. Wind continued reading, and no other words were spoken. I sat back against the door and waited. Minutes passed until, from the bottom of the door, some sparks flew. There was also some reflection of burning light coming from under the chamber doors. I looked through the peephole and saw what Wind was doing. He was burning the scroll with a trifling amount of lightning shooting out of his fingertips. It touched the words that Kino wrote, scorching them. Why? I still did not understand. There were no clues except that Wind got mad when he asked Kino about the flooding in Direla. Then there was also the mention of the volcanoes erupting in Carriage. These did not make sense. I watched as the last word burned. Even from where I was hiding, I could see the relief wash over Lamare's face. "By your leave, Your Grace," Lamare said. Wynne dismissed her with his hand, without even looking as she left his presence. "Dogen, call the guards. We will head to the palace yards. Let the golden bell toll. Announce my arrival," Wynne said. "As you wish, Your Grace," Dogen said, bowing halfway and then walking after Lamare. Lamare Amark. It was done. It was unbelievable. Wynne did not notice at all. My hunch was correct. By creating a fuss in the first part of the scroll, one that would surely catch his attention, other matters became irrelevant to him. As he went through the scroll, burning each word to make them real, my heart had started thumping wildly inside my chest. The gods must be smiling down on me. There were times that I felt like they had forsaken me, but not today. They granted my wish, and this was a cause for celebration. Now all I had to do was go home, pack our belongings, and take Kino with me to Nivedin in the soonest possible time. I saw Dogen as he left the chambers. He glanced my way once before heading out to call the palace guards. Soon he would go back inside to escort Wynne together with a dozen other guards. The carriage that brought me to the palace waited outside. It dawned on me. Since I presumed that Kino was now free and we were going to hide in Nivedin, then this was probably the last time that I would set foot in the Canellan Palace, in my home. Or what used to be my home. I turned around, already feeling nostalgic. I had to see it once again, in all its glory. The Canellan Palace stood high and majestic as it has always been, the flags of all the 14 lands fluttering in slow movements as the breeze blew. It was such a beautiful sight to take in. The palace was old, and the walls, for the most part, had been covered by vines. Regardless, their crawling tendrils only added to its majestic bearing, leaving anyone awed by its stability, by its strength. Old, sturdy trees lined the main sidewalks. Guards have been scattered all over the palace, and the main yard where the Akean Wine Festival was to be celebrated was now filled with Akeans, all waiting for the emperor to come out. They were waving tiny flags in high spirits, each bearing their own province's insignias. Today was certainly a day for celebration, not only for Kino and me but for the rest of Akeans as well. My eyes moistened from memories that the palace brought back. Oh, Father Nordsum. I wished he were still here. I rubbed at the corner of my eyes to prevent the tears from falling. Lately, I would find myself crying too often. My throat was constricted from too many emotions burning inside my chest. I would not attend the festival anymore, but in my heart, I wished I could see it one last time. I turned towards the palace gates again. The soldier was waiting for me. He was holding the door of the carriage open. I smiled at him and tried to take a mental image of his face, something I could bring with me when I remembered this moment. Lamare Ariston Amark, Princess of Akea, descendant of the Amark bloodline, eldest of Nordsum. I am not even honored in people's minds anymore, not even as a faint memory. The thought burns even as I prepare to leave. I took one step on the carriage ladder. I was about to take another one, but the noise from an oncoming carriage stopped me. 2 large carriages halted, and then the doors swung open. I saw Professor Levin as he descended the carriage. He faced the door and guided the students as, one by one, they descended. The last to come down was a boy dressed in a watermelon costume, my son's friend, Mayo Kalo. He had a hard time squeezing out of the carriage door. Finally, he managed to step off the carriage, and I breathed in relief. I stepped up the carriage and sat down, oblivious to the sound of the whips as they lashed at the horses. The carriage started moving. For memory's sake, I glanced back at the palace, at the wagons, and I caught a glimpse of a boy with a silver cape getting off the school's carriage. He turned around and ran after the watermelon boy, smiling. When I saw his face, my heart stopped beating. Kino. Stop! I yelled at the soldier who was driving the carriage I was riding. The wheels screeched as the carriage pulled to a stop. I pushed the door open and came out running after my boy. He was tall, so it would be easy to spot him, but the crowd had taken him in, and I had to tiptoe to see where I was going. I pushed and squeezed myself into the crowd, hoping I could get to Kino before my plan could be ruined. Piper San Diego. When I make sudden movements, the left side of my head still hurts. The wound had scabbed, and the fever had left, but running and brisk walking for several hours reminded me that I was not entirely healed. When I entered the palace grounds, I must admit, I was blown away. It was a good thing that I was invisible, because if I were not, Mayo and Kino would probably tease me about how widened my eyes were at the Canellan Palace's grandeur. It started when the carriage pulled to a stop. I looked outside the window and caught a glimpse of the crowd. There were so many people loitering about, wearing their best clothes. I felt a little out of place in my cotton shirt and pants. It was a good thing no one could see me. When my feet hit the paved paths that led to the palace, I felt a different sensation inside my chest. The excitement inside me was bursting, and I could not stop feeding my eyes with the impressive view. There seemed to be all sorts of Akeans here today. The mahogany-skinned people of the Akea Islands were on one side of the palace yards. I only identified them to be from the Akea Islands because of the flag that hovered above their seats. Opposite them, the light oak-skinned tall Minuines were seated well-behaved, with very little excitement to show. They must be a pretty dull bunch. I ignored the others because, by the time Mayo and I were halfway walking the path, the parade of peddlers had come into view. They were pushing carts that carried different delicacies. I guess that the food they were offering the people also represented their province's food delights. The best part of it was that most of the food was free, and those that were not, Mayo bought with his gold coins. Mayo pulled at the costume, and I had to follow him wherever he went. He took 2 chewy berries dipped in thick cocoa, and I licked my lips in anticipation, thinking that he would give me the other one. Instead, he put both inside his mouth and took 2 more. Inside the costume, I pinched his side, and he yelped as I helped him remember me. "Oops, sorry. I forgot I had company," he said. Then he took another one, and when no one was looking, I took the chewy berry from his hand. Delicious. I looked at Kino, who was busily checking out the cart of drinks. He took 3 bottled drinks and handed one to Mayo, who was grinning at him. I assumed the other one was for me, but he was discreet, and he did not give it to me immediately. When we were lost again in the crowd, I managed to snatch the bottle from him. As soon as my hand touched the bottle, it turned invisible, and I drank heartily. Professor Levin motioned us to keep moving towards the presenters' seats, and I squeezed beside Mayo a little more. I looked around me one more time, marveling at the palace grounds. Whether my head throbbed in pain or not, the experience of being here, of being part of this world, was worth it. The Akean Wine Festival was the embodiment of the turning of the moons. No wonder Mayo was so excited to go. Fabulous was not even the correct term to describe how majestic the celebration was. The trumpets continued blaring. To the right side, I saw that the crowd parted as a group of people walked by. I caught sight of soldiers and wondered who could be heading towards the palace stage. A line of soldiers pushed the crowd forward and away from them, wearing their armor that shone even brighter than the newly minted coin I took from Kino. I loved it here in mainland Akea. I wished that the Nivedins, not the ghosts, were once again a part of all of this.
Dogan Randa. Your Grace, I bowed in front of the Emperor. The palace guards are here. We may begin with the ceremony, at your command, I said. The Emperor didn't even acknowledge what I said. Instead, he started walking away. The soldiers took their positions and enclosed him in a circle. We were here to protect him, I guess. Up ahead, I saw a small woman making her way through the crowd. Lamare? What could she still be doing here? If her plan worked the way she told me that she'd readied for, then why was she still here? The crowd parted before us, and in a few minutes, we were already on stage. I took my position in front of the Emperor. Half of the soldiers did the same while the other half fell behind him. Now that I had donned my armor, I was back to being Dogan Randa, the Emperor's human armor, his personal guard. The other soldiers were wary, too. I could see it in their movements, in the way they scouted the area. They may not be moving, but their eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Always on the lookout for trouble. In the crowd, the other palace soldiers were scattered, oblivious to any commotion, standing ready to pacify any outrage that may break out. The war generals who were still in Canella have also gathered around. The golden bell tolled, once, twice. At the third time, it stopped. Everyone rose from their seats. Turan Aragar motioned forward and spoke. Dear Akeans, we are gathered today for the Akean Wine Festival. We welcome the turning of the moons, as do we these young people of the land who are bound to become citizens today. The golden bell tolled again. Only once this time. The emperor rose from his throne and gestured to the women on his right. They knelt in front of him, and then one by one, they removed the cloaks that covered them. 14 scantily clothed women hopped into the wooden basin to dance atop the grapes so that their feet could crush the fruits. They would dance until the ceremony was over. The only things that changed in the crushing of the grapes were the women's dresses. They used to wear sheer flowing white robes, but ever since wind was declared the emperor, the dresses became more revealing, the cloth stopping inches above the maiden's knees. The sleeves of the dresses were removed, and the remaining fabric left little to the imagination. The emperor bellowed, the moons have completed their turns, and Akeans have once again been claimed. With a new set of extraordinary blood, Akea will never bleed. Time turns. There will be challenges ahead. At that moment, the emperor continued, and I listened. The words he uttered were the same as many festivals before, as old as Akea itself, for it was a tradition. When he was finished with the opening ceremony, the palace staff guided the crowd and motioned for them to sit down. Everybody did, as ordered. Turan, the emperor's advisor, stepped forward. And now, what we have all been waiting for, the presentation of Akea's children, to be honored as citizens. The drums rolled, the trumpets blared, and the golden bell tolled. The festival had officially begun. A girl wearing a sundress and a straw hat walked forward from the crowd and bowed down. The emperor nodded at her to signal her to begin her presentation. The girl danced around a small area, lifting her arms in the air, and spinning on her toes. She then bent down and picked up the hoe. She danced again, repeating the steps, but this time holding the hoe with both hands. At the end of the steps, she threw down the hoe and cracked the ground open. The crowd went silent, all waiting for what she would do next. Then the girl lifted her hands and showed the emperor the seeds she was holding while dancing the exact steps that she performed earlier. At the end of her dance, she threw the seeds and patted the ground. The dancing went on for another minute, and it became monotonous. I guess the crowd got bored too because they started to make noise again. But then the girl ended her dance differently this time. She tapped her toes in front of her, making rhythmic sounds, and then as she clicked her heels together, in one fluid motion, she bent sideways and pointed to where she had put the seeds. The crowd fell so silent that I swear I could almost hear the little girl's breathing as she stopped dancing. The most amazing thing happened next. The seeds started to sprout, and when they were a foot tall, they stopped growing. The girl was beaming as the crowd rallied and cheered. Nicola Gaskin, Your Grace, she said. A resident of Canella, Hollow Village. She knelt and waited for the emperor to nod before she stood up and went to the bookkeeper maintaining the registry of citizens. She was now officially a citizen. Next came a boy. There was no lavish display of his power. He stood in front of us and sang. It was the most beautiful voice I heard, and the crowd fell silent again. He was from Akea Islands. Hundreds of children came here today to register their powers. This would go on for a few more days. Kino Amark. From where I was sitting, I could see all the children displaying their powers. I had forgotten how grand it was to witness the Akean Wine Festival. When I was younger and still believed that a special ability could develop in me, I wished that it would be a good one, something I could be proud of. I even promised the gods that I would not boast about my power when it came if they would give me a quite fantastic one. I used to dream that I could be one who could fly. That maybe, the dragon would be reborn in me. A foolish dream, I know. But it was a dream that brought me hope nonetheless. As the moon turns went by, I neared the age for presentation as a citizen, and I started losing hope. No day passed that I did not pray to the gods to grant me any power. This time, I did not demand great power. Anything would do. But still, it did not come. So I stopped going to the festival. I was mad at the gods for cursing me without a power. It's terrible to be envious of others, but I couldn't help it. Even now, sitting here beside Mayo and Piper, I knew that my being here was a sham, and if ever I got caught, this humiliation would be worse than being taunted for not having any power at all. But as Mayo pointed out, Mother and I would run away soon, so I tried hard to shrug the feeling off. Mayo stood up and pressed the button on his belt. "I have to go," he said. "I'll be next." It meant that he was letting Piper out of his costume. The girl who presented was from Amare, and the crowd erupted in cheers as she made paper planes fly and roamed the palace yards for almost 3 minutes. It was pretty amazing. "Excuse me," Mayo said as he moved forward. To my left, Piper pressed against me so she would not occupy a lot of space. I squeezed her hand so that in case she was nervous, she would know that we were in this together. She squeezed my hand back. Mayo knelt in front of the Emperor and started moving around. He jiggled his costume, so it shook erratically. The crowd laughed. Then from one of the holes of the watermelon costume, an apple fell. "Oops," he said. Then he picked it up and closed his eyes. Right in front of us, the red apple turned purple. He bit it. As juicy as ever, but no bad components. "What bad components?" the crowd murmured. "Bad components that can make people fat?" someone from the crowd yelled. Laughter filled the courtyard, and Mayo blushed. He continued his jiggling until, this time, a pear fell. He did the same and then bit it. When he finished, he said in a loud voice, "Mayo Kalo, Your Grace." From Canella, Torona village. The Emperor moved forward on his throne. "Kalo?" "Yes, Your Grace," Mayo said. "You are General Kalo's son?" This time, Mayo beamed. "Yes, Your Grace," he said. "Too bad he isn't around to watch your shameful power on display," the Emperor bellowed. The crowd went still. If ever any among us did not like what he said, and I was pretty sure a lot of us did not, nobody reacted negatively to what the Emperor said. Mayo blushed as he bowed down again and walked towards the book. "Keeper." "I'm sorry about that," Piper whispered in my ear. "Me too," I said. Mayo Kalo. I was glad my presentation was over. Even if the crowd laughed at me, I believed that they felt sorry for me too because the Emperor mocked me at the end of the performance. Why was he so cruel? Yes, my father was never as proud of my power, but I was sure he would never find it shameful, especially once I became a war general like him. Kino looked at me from the corner of his crazy eye, but I did not turn to look at him. He was wondering if I was all right, I guess. I would be. Besides, nobody here, except for my classmates, would remember my presentation since hundreds of us did a presentation. "You can stop looking at me now." "I'm fine," I said. Kino smiled. "Good." He was watching the girl in front of the crowd as she presented her power. "It's wonderful, you know," he said. "Your power is so unique, it will have a good use in the future." "Oh, shut up," I said dismissively. I pouted and watched the little girl. I hated it when Kino patronized my power. When the girl's presentation was over, a court servant signaled for Kino to stand up. I looked at him and saw him gulp. He was nervous, I presumed, and he had every right to be. He had no power, and this was just a sham that we concocted, to dupe the Emperor, no less. "Wish me luck," Kino whispered as he reached for the box. "To stop the bullying," I returned, then raised my clenched fist in the air to show him my support. The crowd moved aside to let him pass, and soon he was at the center holding the box that Piper gave him. I could not see where Piper was, but I was sure that she would never leave Kino behind.
Lamari Amark. When Mayo presented, I knew where I would find Kino, beside Mayo. And sure enough, after Mayo's presentation, he made his way through the crowd and sat beside Kino. Now all I had to do was to go where my son was and pull him out. I was only a few rows back, and it would still take me a few more minutes to get to him. The crowd had not thinned since the celebration started, and if I was not mistaken, it had grown thicker instead. My training in the palace told me that I could not make sudden, overt movements lest the guards mistake me for an assassin. I cannot risk that. It was bad enough that I was still in the palace grounds. When I was near Kino, to my surprise, he stood up and made his way through the crowd, clutching a box. What was he doing? Was he going to present himself? But how? He was unaware that the bond holding his power was broken. Did he get a weird sensation that something changed? And yet, he could not have known that I was about to release him from the bond. He does not even know about the bond. Kino knelt in front of Wind, and my heart thudded loudly. I could not bear to watch this. But I had to see what in God's name's Kino would do. He put the wooden box down and stepped away from it. The crowd waited patiently for what he would do next. "Box, I command you to float," Kino said. Then he raised his right arm upwards. To his front, the box wobbled, lifted in the air slightly, wobbled some more, and then it fell to the ground. The crowd roared in laughter. Kino's face flushed, and he said again, "Float. Float higher." Then he raised his hand higher, and the box rose in the air. This time, the crowd went silent. Then altogether, as though the crowd was just one person, they cheered. This power was distantekis. No one had displayed this power in more than 50 moon turns. The last one who presented such power was Elder Tala. After that, nobody else did, for it was such a rare gift. My eyes widened in disbelief. Even the palace guards were looking at Kino closely now. I wanted to vanish at that moment and take Kino with me. To my horror, Wind leaned forward on his throne, which was a bad sign because it meant that he was intrigued, and later on, when Kino mentions his name, it would only mean chaos. "Stir," Kino said. Then as he raised both arms, the box floated. He moved his hands alternately as though he was juggling, and the box moved as though it was being juggled to the right and then to the left. It was such a fantastic sight. Kino stopped his hands in midair, and the box became still as it hung suspended in the air. The crowd gasped in unison. I looked around for any safe place where I could quickly grab my son and pull him out of all this havoc. Dogen was watching Kino with wide eyes. He knew that Kino had no power. I moved quickly to my right, squeezing myself through the crowd, pushing myself towards the nook where the bookkeeper was seated. Once the presentation was over, Kino would go there to register his name. My eyes met Dogen's, and he looked as shocked as I was. Perhaps he saw how scared I was. Still, he nodded curtly at me. I prayed that the presentation would end sooner than not. I could not bear to watch this any further. I continued squeezing myself towards the bookkeeper. "Box, I want you to jump," Kino said as he threw his hands up in the air. The box floated upwards and fell to the ground. Finally, Kino lifted his right hand. The box rose too. It swayed as it remained afloat. Kino pulled his hand backward, and the box moved towards him. When it was inches above his palm, it stopped. "Drop," Kino said. The box fell on his hands, and he raised the box as he eyed the audience. His eyes were shining. He smiled at the spectators and lifted the wooden box again for everyone to see. The crowd cheered louder. My son was beaming. I had never seen him look this happy before, and my heart broke at this realization. After a few moments, he threw the box upwards, raising it in the air for about 10 yards. It started falling fast, and when it was only 2 feet from the ground, the wooden box stopped, suspended in the air. All around me, the crowd went wild. Kino waved his hand downwards, and sure enough, the box fell to the ground. Finally, I reached the bookkeeper, busily copying Kino's name from the presenter's list and scribbling it down in the Akean books. The bookkeeper's brows were in a knot as though he was confused. From where I was, I could grab Kino, and afterward, we would be scampering for our lives. I was wrong. I thought that the gods were favoring me today, but no, they had deserted me. I stood here ready, hoping to run away with my son.
McQuinstorm Aaron. This one boy drove the crowd crazy, and while I watched him, only one thought ran through my head: I had to make sure that his allegiance to the palace would never waver. He could never go against me because if rebels exploited his strength, the palace could have even more factions. I may be able to tame him for a while, but the gods only know what he might think later on. What if he becomes ambitious enough to want to rule Akea? If that happens, I will kill him. Write him off Akean books. His power was still weak. He could move small objects now, but I was sure it would develop in the next moon turns. Elder Tala was only able to make ants line up on the ground with his power when he presented, and look at him now, a powerful ally to my rule. I leaned forward as soon as the crowd grew silent. Before the boy could speak, I asked him in my coldest voice, "What is your name?" "I'm Kino, your grace." He paused. "Kino Amark. From Wawang village," he said. "Kino Amark." My eyebrows shot up, but I refrained from showing any more emotion on my face. "Amark?" "Yes, your grace," he said. "Who is your mother?" I asked. Already my heart started to beat fast. Had my former wife tricked me into releasing the bond? Did I burn words that would allow her bastard to become a citizen of Akea? I looked around for any conspicuous movements in the crowd to try and spot Lamare, but I could not find her. She was a small woman, and looking for her in a crowd as large as this proved difficult. I glanced at the bookkeeper and saw him writing on the Akean book. That lazy old man. I told him not to write the names until after I had given my blessings to the presenters. But the bookkeeper seemed to be striking out entries on the registry, his face seemingly confused. Then he raised his hand that was holding a quill and scratched his head. "Lamare Amark, your grace," the boy said once again. I closed my eyes, terrified at the revelation. What did I burn in the scrolls? Why was he released from the bond? There was nothing different in the scrolls. There were disasters that I told Lamare to write down, horrid things I made her edit. All in my favor. But what about the closing of the scroll? Did she write them differently? She always ended each scroll with, "And my son, Kino, is as he always is, never a citizen of Akea, land of extraordinary powers." That ensured that her son would live but without power, just as Lamare and I had agreed. What did she write? I was distracted by the festival. I thought there was something odd in what she wrote. But I could not remember. I opened my eyes, and I saw everybody looking at me as if waiting for what I would say next, expecting nothing more than my usual blessings to the children. Then looking at the crowd, at each face of the citizens, at their ordinary faces that did not deserve to be standing in my presence, it came to me, and my son Kino is as he always is, an ordinary boy, not a citizen of Akea, land of extraordinary powers. She tricked me. Being ordinary in Akea meant that you would develop power because that was what ordinary meant in this land. Not being a citizen now meant that at some point, he could very well be. She tricked me into releasing his bond by playing with her words. My face took on a vengeful rage as fury welled in my chest and storm clouds gathered above me. I raised my right hand and pointed at Kino. The crowd whispered in hushed tones upon seeing that the storm clouds were all of a sudden looming down upon us. "Kill him," I ordered the palace guards in my coldest tone.
Piper San Diego. I gasped when I heard the Emperor's order, but nobody seemed to have heard because the crowd had also gasped upon hearing the command. If anybody could see me, they could testify that I went paler than my already gray skin. I could not move. What do we do now? I looked around. Nobody was moving. The soldiers were all dumbfounded as well. Seconds passed while Kino and I stood in front of the Emperor. Time seemed to freeze, and it felt like forever. But the soldiers started edging forward. After all, what was the rush? The one in front of them was just a boy. I only wanted to stop the bullying of Kino's classmates, but dear gods, did I bring death upon my friend? A woman to our right shouted, "Kino!" She yelled. Kino and I turned at the same time. I did not know the woman, but someone wailing in the background, displaying so much worry over Kino, could only be his mother, Mistress Lamare. She was pushing against a group of soldiers to get to where we were, although with a crowd this thick, it seemed an impossible feat. The Emperor was now standing, glaring at Kino, never taking his eyes off him. I did not understand his hatred, but his eyes were burning with a rage so intense that it terrified me to the core. So I did what I do best. I reached out and grabbed Kino's hand and shared with him my power. In the blink of an eye, he was invisible. "What are we going to do?" he asked, panicked. "Run," I said. The soldiers were stunned. The Emperor cursed. And that was when all hell broke loose. "Behind him, you fools!" the Emperor shouted. "Mother?" Kino said. "We have to get to Mother." I grasped his hand firmly, afraid that our connection would be broken. Lightning shot out from the sky, and the rumbling of thunder followed. I ran faster, hoping to reach Mistress Lamari sooner. She was still fighting her way through the crowd, trying to get to where Kino had vanished. Only a few yards now, and we would be beside her. If only I could make her invisible too. But I could only make one person invisible at a time. Kino and I kept on running. Then, to my amazement, before we reached Mistress Lamare, the soldiers guarding her tumbled down as though people were pushing at them. All around her, the crowd parted. This was the time that I noticed the gooey figures surrounding us. "Piper, run," I heard a familiar voice say. "Kogi," I shouted. "Yes. Be quick. We'll hold the guards down," he said. Then, to my horror, a burly man riding a horse scooped Mistress Lamare and galloped away. "Mother?" Kino shouted. "No." He pulled me to run after Mistress Lamare. I glanced all around me. "Kogi, please take Watermelon Boy. He's a friend," I shouted and only hoped Kogi heard me. "Got it. See you at the secret passage," Kogi yelled. "Yes," I shouted even though I was unsure if he still heard me. Kino was now sprinting, and my short legs could only do so much to keep up with him. "Wait," I said, panting in between steps. The ground behind us erupted violently as lightning struck. Suddenly we were thrown upwards. Kino's hands tightened against mine, but the force was so strong that our hands lost connection. "Kino!" I shouted. I landed with a loud thud on the ground, and the pain that shot up my arm made me lose control over my power. The crowd had thinned. Dead bodies lay everywhere. I cringed when I saw a child's face peering at me through her glazed eyes. I struggled to stand up, and before I looked for Kino, I closed the girl's dead eyes. A straw hat was lying beside her. I shivered. "Piper!" Kino shouted. I turned around and saw him several yards away. The soldiers found him too. I raced towards Kino, reeling in urgency to get to him first. Kino started running towards me, and before the soldiers could take him, I had touched his hand, and we vanished together in the air. "Run," I said. "Faster, Piper." "Dogen took my mother," he said in anguish. My heart thudded. Did Mayo and Kogi survive the explosion? I prayed they did. All around us, the soldiers fell. I doubted if any Akean was able to figure out what was happening. They were unaware that their so-called ghosts were at the palace, shoving people away, clearing our path to redemption. I ran as fast as I could and hoped that I would not get in trouble with my father. Highly unlikely. How did he find out where I was? The left side of my head started throbbing, but we did not have a luxury to stop and rest. Saul Douglas. The commotion erupted all around me, and I ran, pulling my skirt up, to get to where Wind was. Do I calm the crowd, or do I pacify Wind? He was raging mad now, and lightning had begun to strike Canella. More bolts of lightning shot from the sky without another warning, hitting the palace yards and sending explosions in the courtyard. The crowd shrieked, and in minutes, hundreds of Akeans lay dead. Thunder roared unendingly, but the incessant wailing of the crowd muted it. Everywhere I looked, Akeans were running, shrieking, grabbing loved ones as they raced away from the main courtyard. Palace soldiers were pacifying the people, but there were so many of them who were panicking. I doubt if the soldiers could even quieten them at this point. The children ran around like headless chickens, their professors trying to provide some guidance by leading them away from the stage. All this havoc was because Wind ordered to kill a boy. More lightning struck the presentation yard, and another assortment of bodies, soldiers, spectators, children, went flying everywhere. My dress was now drenched in blood. I had to act quickly. When another explosion hit the earth, I was thrown back to the stage and landed near Wind. In front of me, I stared at the mangled bodies and torn limbs, and I fought the urge to throw up. I turned to look at where Kino last stood. He was gone. Then I felt Wind's rage reaching an unbelievable height. He was looking at someone, his eyes fixed and menacing. I followed his gaze and saw Lamare. The tiny woman was fighting the soldiers around her, and yet one by one, the soldiers fell down as though invisible hands were pushing at them. I did not understand what I was seeing. Everything was happening so fast. Then a hulking figure scooped Lamare up onto his horse and galloped away, leaving fallen soldiers behind them. I cursed the bell peppers for clouding my thoughts. I have never been this distraught. Always my calm persona has allowed me to make the right decisions. Now I watched as disaster exploded all around me. It grew misty, and I found Wind summoning the clouds. He was going to ride after them. But what for? Did he intend to kill Lamare? Why? She has always been so obedient. It was just the scrolls. If my memory serves me correctly, she only wrote things that he asked of her. The clouds started to gather around Wind's feet, and any minute now, he would rise into the air to pursue Lamare. Soon the clouds began to thicken, gradually condensing. I could not dally any longer. This was my only chance. I could not let the man I loved murder anyone anymore, even if it meant wounds crisscrossing my back, which happens every time I calmed Wind. Finding my ounce of courage, I threw myself at Wind, summoning all the calmness that I could take in. I pressed myself against his back, transferring all the calmness, good memories, and beautiful moments we had shared. He struggled against me, and I felt like my back was being hit by 1,000 whips, burning with each lash, but I could not let him kill anyone else, not after all this carnage. I screamed as the whips kept on coming, striking stronger against my back. No, he shouted. Wind went limp in my arms. Then there was nothing left that held us together. Wind and I fell to the ground.
Chapter 13, The Secret Passage. Kino Amark. The deafening sounds of the ground erupting as the lightning bolts hit the ground filled my ears, so I had to shout to be heard. "We have to run faster," I said, pulling at Piper's hand to push her to quicken her steps. "We need to enter the forest," she said, in between breaths. "The secret passage is still very, very far. We can't go there." "Oh gods! What happened?" she said nervously, and I did not know how to respond to that. I was just as confused as she was at what was happening right now. "Just run. Keep your questions to yourself for now," I said. Our conversations made no sense anyway. The coldness of the forest took us in, and I felt safer, although my hands still shook. Piper's hand was still squeezing mine tightly. It could not end this way. Where was Mother? "If Dogan kills her, I swear I will avenge her death." But when he took her, he galloped away, which could only mean that he was trying to save her somehow. Maybe that, or, I don't know. I wanted to scream, but then again, what for? I wanted to sob. I realized that a big part of me was like a tidal wave crashing upon the shore, breaking into sea spray. The loud eruption from Canella had stopped, and the crowd had fallen silent too. Akeans could be traveling back to their provinces. Either that or they were counting their dead. I shut my eyes to push back the tears. People died because the Emperor wanted me dead. I felt numb, and yet, my heart felt like it had been dipped in icy, cold water. I could not even find the right words to describe what I was feeling. It was like I was reeling nonstop, unmindful of where I would end up afterwards. "Stop, please," Piper said, pulling at my hand. "My head is throbbing." "Let's rest for a while," I said, but I did not really mean it. Resting would mean that we would waste precious time, and we could not afford that because I had to find Mother. Where would Dogan take her? "Focus," I scolded myself. I was so lost in my scattered thoughts that I did not see the snake that slithered towards us. Piper's hand tightened against mine until my fingertips grew cold. "Kino," she said in a scared voice. "What?" I said. Piper was looking down. Then I saw it. "Don't move. It doesn't see us," I said, and this time, I was the one holding her hand tighter. Piper was shaking. The snake kept on slithering nearer. Piper's body tensed. "It's coming my way, Kino," she shrieked. When the snake passed beside her, she released my hand and lost control of her power. To my horror, she began stomping her feet. "Stop it," I shouted. "You're only scaring the snake." "No. I hate snakes. Do you see the red dots on its body?" she said hysterically. Then she danced all around the snake, her feet falling to the ground in quick, frantic beats. I gazed at the snake, and true enough, red dots were covering its entire length. "It's the Serpetus, the snake known for its venom that could kill a person in minutes." "Stop moving and make yourself invisible," I shouted frantically. I looked around, searching for a branch or a stone, something to crush the snake's head with. Finally, I found a big enough rock. I lunged towards the snake and aimed at its head. At that same moment, the The snake recoiled and attacked, biting Piper's leg. "No!" I shouted. But I was too late. The snake slithered away, and I threw the rock but missed. Piper fell down, horror painting her face. "The venom, Kino," she said nervously. "It will travel up my body. If it reaches my heart—" "Stop," I said. I tore my cape in two and wrapped the torn piece around her leg. This way, the poison would not travel upwards. "Stay still," I commanded. My fingers would not stop shaking. When I was done, I pulled at Piper and held her tightly. Images of our neighbor in Wawang village flashed inside my head. The old man was bitten by a serpetus when he left his house. After a few minutes, when his wife came after him to see what was taking him long, she screamed as she laid eyes on her husband's dead body. The proof that he was bitten by the serpetus was the red dots found all over his body. "Don't let go of my hand even when I die, all right?" Piper whispered. I went numb. "Don't say that. You're not going to die," I said. My head's throbbing like crazy. I touched her head, and true enough, she had started to burn up. I held her close. "Piper, listen. You're not going to die, not after all this. It's just a fever. It will be better once we reach your home," I said blankly, although my chest went funny, beating slowly until coldness started to wrap around my heart. "That's a long journey," she said weakly. "I need to rest. Don't let go of my hand so you'll remain hidden. In case you find that our bodies start to show, that means I'm losing control of my power. All you have to do is wake me up so I could make us invisible again." Fever talk. This was such unfortunate timing. I wish we were visible so I could see her face. I grunted as I half-carried, half-dragged Piper towards a huge tree where I hoped no one would go looking for us. "Stop talking. We'll rest for a while, and if you're still not better, I'll carry you back to Nivedin once I've fully rested." Piper could be dying in my arms, and I did not know what to do. There was no one around to help us, and I was starting to feel helpless. My mother was out there being pursued by soldiers, and the Emperor wanted me dead. Did he realize that Piper and I had tricked him into believing I had distant us? Our execution was perfect. What did the Emperor see in the presentation then? My eyes moistened, and I held Piper closer. "Please get better, Piper," I whispered. My voice had gone thick with emotion. "I'm so sorry. This should never have happened. I shouldn't have talked you into doing this." "Don't say that," she said. Then she fell silent, as though she had lost consciousness. After a while, to my relief, she added, "Don't be afraid, Kino. I'll protect you." Her voice had started to weaken, and yet I knew that she meant what she said. I clutched her tighter to me. My shoulders shook and tears escaped the corners of my eyes. This little, feverish girl wanted to protect me. Talk about irony. "Mayo Kalo." "That's where they went," Kogi said. I followed the Niven, but I knew I had to do something first. "Wait, I need to get out of this costume. It's slowing me down," I said. Kogi seemed annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. "Did you see them?" I asked. "No, I thought Piper and Kino were headed this way, but I lost track." All of a sudden, a snake came slithering across the ground at high speed. I shouted, "Look out." Kogi looked down and crushed its head with a stone. I stared at the dead snake with its smashed head. Its tail broke into a spasm before it stopped moving. I was gaping at the deadly serpetus, and I shivered at the thought and felt a cold, tingling sensation down my spine. I found it strange that such a small snake carried immediate death to anyone in its path. "Kogi, look," I said as I pointed at Kino's torn cape that was hanging on a tree branch. That's what Kino was wearing. It could only mean that they're near. Kogi looked ahead, and he also saw the torn, silver cape. "Give me your hand," he said, and I obliged. Immediately, I could not see myself anymore. "Piper!" he shouted. "Why are you shouting?" "You're giving away our location," I said. "Piper!" he shouted even louder. "Stop shouting. Let's just look for them," I insisted. "Listen, Mayo. Piper is a friend, and you're just an acquaintance. If she had not requested me to take you, I would have left you back in the palace to be trampled on by those soldiers. So be quiet and let me find my friend," he yelled. My eyes stung with his accusation. I wanted to find Piper and Kino too, but my ways were more careful than his, obviously. "I'm sorry. Unlike you, I can't turn myself invisible, so strike me if you're mad at me, but stop biting my neck off," I grumbled. For a moment Kogi paused, and a peal of soft laughter escaped his mouth. In a lighter tone, He added, let's just do this, all right? Stop panicking. It's not going to help us. The explosions in the palace yard were scary. Lightning shot down at us, and if I wasn't mistaken, I think Nicola was lost to the commotion. I saw her straw hat lying on the ground before I felt something pull at my body. Then I could not see myself, and I thought I had died too, so I stopped running. But then somebody spoke and told me to run or else he would leave me behind. That was Kogi. His words brought me back to reality just when I thought I had died. Mayo. A faint voice called out to me. I stopped. Did you hear that? That's Kino, I said. Kino? I shouted. I waited, and then it came again, louder this time. Help us, Mayo! Kogi let go of my hand and ran ahead to where the voice came from. I was thankful when he let go of my hand. It was difficult to run when your hands were entwined with someone else's. Ugh. I followed the voice and found Kogi already visible near a tree. I could not see Piper and Kino. Perhaps Piper was still protecting him. Then all of a sudden, I saw them. Piper was lying on the ground, and Kino looked as if he had just put her down. His eyes were bloodshot with tears. I knelt, and Kogi did the same. What happened? I asked. A serpentis bit her, Kino said, the fear and worry evident on his face. Oh, no. I yelped. Do you have any salve? Kogi asked. But Kino shook his head. Kogi did not understand. It's a serpentis Kino was talking about. No ointment could stop its deathly venom. Kogi felt Piper's head and recoiled. She's burning up. Not Piper too, I said, touching her hair. Kogi's lips paled. We could not lose Piper. Contrary to what he thinks, I have grown fond of her. I could not bear to watch her die in front of us. This was not how good people were supposed to die. Kino was holding Piper's hand. What do you mean, not Piper too? He asked. I saw Nicola lying on the ground. Her eyes were glazed, I murmured. Kino's eyes widened, and he looked away. No one among us was strong enough to say another word. Piper's chest rose and fell slowly. For a second, her chest would not move, and I would hold my breath until her chest started moving again. Only then did the tension leave my body, and I exhaled loudly in relief. Kino moved over towards Piper's leg. Kogi and I did as well to see what it was that caught Kino's attention. A red dot appeared on Piper's leg just below her knee. I paled. The venom was starting its deathly toll. Suddenly, it came to me. Was it even possible? Could I? Before Kogi and Kino could react, I lay beside Piper, my movements fast and perhaps a little rough. I inserted my right arm behind her neck and pushed it farther so that her head lay on my shoulder, and then I scooped her closer. I closed my eyes as I concentrated. What are you? Kogi said. Kino protested. Let him do his thing. I imagined an apple dangling from a tree, a beautiful, red, luscious apple. Then I searched where the poison could have laid. I found something odd, like a slimy liquid. I sucked it out using only my mind. I sucked all of the slimes until they passed through my body. I convulsed and released Piper, my eyes veiled with darkness. I felt horrible. Why did I do this? I stood and the surroundings swirled all around me. I dropped to my knees, my stomach heaving. Kino came rushing towards me to help. He rubbed my back to make me feel better. I vomited a brown, slimy liquid that tasted like rust and smelled so putrid that when I inhaled it, it made my stomach heave a second time. It went out of my mouth for a few seconds, which felt like hours. Then it was over. I perspired, and my body felt cold. It was similar to the feeling you get when a fever breaks. Hey, Kogi said in a surprised voice. You wouldn't believe this, but Piper's fever is gone. I looked at Kino, and my grin was mirrored on his face. Cratty Dragon's ass. My power was awesome.
Lamare Amark. My hand still throbbed from punching Dogan as soon as he let me off the horse. We had escaped the soldiers pursuing us, and for now we were safe. Although I was thankful that Dogan swooped me from the commotion at the palace grounds, I could not forgive him for taking me without my son. Now where would I find Kino? I have to trust my intuition. Ride off without me, Dogan, I said. I have to find my son. I glanced at him from the corner of my eye, and behind his stoic facade, he seemed to have been sulking on the inside. I sighed. I'm sorry, Dogan. He looked at me. What did you say? I said, I'm sorry. Of course you understand that it's my son we left behind. I didn't get to finish what I was about to say because Dogan had started grinning at me. Despite the turmoil, the threat to our lives, he could still smile. He was a piece of wonder. "I accept," he said, and then he was back on the lookout. Everything happened so fast, and it was difficult to explain it to anyone because only Wind and I knew what caused the tragedy. Still, to wish death upon my son crossed the boundaries from being vengeful to being outright ruthless. Mad, even. But what did I expect from my former husband? Nothing less, I suppose. Dogan studied the woods behind us. We had lost the soldiers, and there was no one else trailing after us. "How do you suppose we start looking for him?" he asked. Kino knows that our options are either Dirella or Nivedin. Dirella is too far away, and Nivedin is the only place we can probably reach by tomorrow. All we have to do is get to the entrance to the secret passage of Nivedin. I think we are ahead of them, so from there, we have to turn back in the hope that we can meet them halfway. "That seems to be a sound plan," he said. "But if we push for the secret passage and then head back, that means that we'll lose a lot of time. Can you show me where this secret passage is located? Describe it to me." "I can do something better." "Stop," I said. I knelt on the ground and picked up a broken twig, drawing the map of northern Akea from memory. "This is where the secret passage is located," I said. "And here's the Canellan Palace. If Kino keeps to his path, this is where I suppose he'll end up." I drew a straight line from one point to the other. "This is where we are. If we could move on to here, we may have a good chance of finding him quicker," I finished. Dogan studied the map and he seemed to plot the markings inside his head. I'm familiar with Akea's maps too, but I can't draw it out of memory. This is indeed a good drawing. It's a lesson my father made sure I learned from Akea's best cartographer. In times like this, it proved that it was a useful lesson indeed. "Come on, we have to ride harder now," Dogan said. Piper San Diego. I was nauseated, and so Kogi and Kino had to take turns carrying me on their backs. The throbbing in my head was gone, and the Serpetus's bite was but a memory except for the ugly red dot on my leg. They said Mayo saved me. Unbelievable. I still felt sick, and I had yet the chance to thank Mayo. But I definitely would. A generous serving of beef jerky and roast pork would be a fitting display of my gratitude. This time, I was on Kino's back, so I could make him invisible. Kogi was probably holding Mayo's hand. "We should rest," I told Kino, concerned that they had already been running and walking for hours. He shook his head. "We need to reach the secret passage fast. It's a good thing the soldiers have no idea where we're going. On the other hand, they were trained to track footsteps. So even if they can't see us, they might still find us. Let's hope they don't." I hoped they would not too. I prayed my father would not be so mad at me for running away from home. "I'm sleepy, Kino," I whispered. "Is it all right if I doze off?" He chuckled. "Yes, but don't snore too loudly, or we'll find ourselves surrounded by hubbubs," he jested. I shivered because I hated hubbubs, but not as much as I feared Serpetus though. Hubbubs were as stocky as horses, but their eyes were bloodshot, and they had toothy fangs. They also had a strange smell that made people faint. Stories I heard say that hubbubs smoked tobacco and sat on the tree's branches. I never believed any of those stories. They were impossible. I wrapped my arms around Kino's neck. He was a good friend. I smiled as I rested my head against his back, his soft footsteps lulling me to sleep. When I woke up, it was because Kino had started to run. "Hooves," Kogi was saying in between his breath. Kino stopped. "How many? Do you think they'll find us?" "I don't know, a few, I think." "Let's not wait and see," Kogi said. "Better run and hide." I stirred and held Kino tighter. Kino was panting now, even though our speed would have made tortoises beaming with pride. I wanted to urge him to run faster, but he was probably tired of carrying me, so I just kept my mouth shut. We turned left, and the sound of hooves shifted and was now behind us. I looked back because the sound was so near. Whoever was behind us was going to catch up on us soon. Then to my surprise, I saw a woman and a burly man riding a horse. "Kino." "Quiet, Piper," he said. "We can't be heard." "It's your mother." He stopped and turned around so fast that I thought I would fall from his back. "Mother?" he shouted. I jumped off his back, and he became visible instantly. Mistress Lamari's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at where all the shouting was coming from. And then her face radiated like a blooming flower. She dismounted and ran towards Kino, only to wrap him in what seemed like a really tight embrace. The ugly man inched towards us on his horse. Beside me, Kogi and Mayo showed up too. It was such a lovely sight, Kino and Mistress Lamari reuniting. "Mother, we have to go to Ghost Town," Kino insisted. "You can't argue with me, all right?" "Nivedin, Kino," Mistress Lamari corrected. Then she nodded, tears falling down her face. "I know," she laughed softly as she brushed Kino's hair. "I know," she repeated. Then she held him again and turned towards us. "Hello there," she said to all of us. We smiled at her. She was so beautiful. I looked at Mayo and Kogi, and they were both blushing. I rolled my eyes and caught sight of the burly man. To my surprise, his face was also tinged crimson. Men and beautiful women. I would never understand the connection between them.
Dogan Rhonda. Lamari made Piper, Kino, and Mayo ride the only horse we have. This way, they could move quicker. I wanted to protest because I wanted to protect Lamari, but I understood her reasons, and it was an argument I wouldn't win. In the same manner that I wanted to protect her, she felt twice as strongly about protecting her son. I hoped the Emperor would not come for us, although it was a remote possibility at this point, which was why I couldn't figure out why he was not yet on our tail. We had ridden for hours, but the entrance to the secret passage was still a long way. "Listen up," I said. "In case we meet soldiers along the way, what did I tell you?" I asked. "Gallop away," Mayo said. "Right," I responded. "There's no turning back. Head straight. If you can't make the horse invisible, then leave the horse behind, and run as fast as possible. Don't stop. I'll protect Lamari." I said it loud enough for each of them to hear, even though I only meant it for Kino's ears. I knew that he would get worried, and he may come running back for us. He looked at me as if measuring the truth in what I said. "I will not let anything happen to your mother," I repeated to him. He nodded and looked at Lamari, who walked towards the horse and stopped beside it. "Kino," she said, "I'll come after you, don't worry. Everything will be fine as soon as we reach Nivedin." To my horror, Kino climbed down from the horse and hugged his mother. His innocent face crumpled as a fresh batch of tears escaped his eyes. "Mom, why did he said in between sobs. "Why does the Emperor want me dead?" Lamari's face went ashen as she held Kino so tightly to her. She was dropping kisses on his head. Soon she raised a hand to brush the tears that had streamed down her face. She was shaking her head in a fast rhythm. She opened her mouth as though to say something, but no words came out. "It was just a trick, Mother. I don't have any power. Can we go back and tell him that?" "It was me, Mistress Lamari," the little ghost girl piped in. "I was making the box float. It was my fault." Then she cried too. The fat boy jumped down the horse and rushed to Lamari too. "I'm sorry, Mistress Lamari. It was me," he said as his face contorted as though he was trying hard not to cry. "I was the one who convinced Kino to present a power." Then there were no other words after that as the fat kid started bawling like a baby. I sighed. None of what happened in the palace could have been any of these children's faults. "Listen to me," Lamari said. "Come." She gestured to the other children until all were close to her, and they were all arms around each other. Lamari eyed them as she spoke. "None of what happened was your fault. Remember that. Nothing could make the Emperor that mad and have it attributed to what a mere child did." She paused. "So don't even think about it, all right? I am accountable for all these things. I will settle this with the Emperor myself." I watched them for a while and, at the same time, kept track of how long we had been standing there. The entire time that we were immobile meant that the soldiers could be gaining distance on us. We had to move soon. "Lamari," I said. "It's time for us to leave." Lamari broke off from the hug, kissing all the children to let them know that they shouldn't blame themselves for anything that happened. She ushered the children to the horse, and when all had settled, she moved farther back to let the horse pass, not breaking her gaze from Kino. Then she did a double take, ran towards him, and stopped beside the horse. She stepped on the stirrup hanging below the saddle. She was holding Kino in an instant. "I love you, Kino. Don't ever forget that," she said and kissed him on both cheeks. "I love you too, Mother," Kino replied. Then Lamari stepped off the bay. "Kogi," I said. "You're a grown man. Don't let anything happen to them." Kogi nodded. "It is my honor to protect them." Then he became invisible. I could only guess that he walked after them. Lamari stood beside me. "Don't you dare," I said. She looked up at me. "What?" I know what's going on in your head, I said. If ever the Emperor reaches us, you will sacrifice yourself. She didn't answer. But before that happens, I'll have turned myself on him to protect you, I said and started walking, leaving her a few paces behind me. I didn't wait for her response because there would be none. Loving her was what got me deep into this mess. I couldn't let the Emperor get to her even if she couldn't love me in the way I would have wanted. Love waits for those who never falter. McQuinstorm Aaron. When I came to, the first person I looked for was Saul. She was lying unconsciously inside the throne room, her back bleeding. As I watched Saul, only one thought kept playing inside my head: I must not let Lamare escape. Once she was in my custody, she would have to bind her son's power again. Where's the healer? I shouted, angry at everyone. On her way, Your Grace, a soldier said, faltering. Make her come quicker. Some things need my attention tonight. Salar and Douglas played a crucial role in my life, and there were many reasons I kept her beside me, but this time, it was only because I wanted to punish her. She stopped me when I was about to go after Lamare and her boy. Saul was unaware of what she did to me, and my heart still raged at the thought. A healer came and immediately tended to Saul. Why are you so slow? I shouted, and the healer jerked. Forgive me, Your Grace, she mumbled. Be quick about it, I shouted. Why am I surrounded by imbeciles? It is done, Your Grace, the healer said. I stood up from where I was sitting and went to Saul. She did not stir. I pushed at her so she would lie on her back. I did not care if there were still some open wounds. I wanted to punish her severely. When she still did not stir, I slapped her face. The soldiers around me gasped. Your Grace, if I may be so bold, a lady who is sick need not be so struck, Paterno said. It will do well for your descendants that you learn to control your mouth, I said slowly. From beneath my eyelids, I counted the generals that were still in the room with me. 3 had been sent out on a mission to the other parts of Akea. Leave me immediately. All of you. Their boots scraped against the floor as, one by one, my war generals went out. Paterno, I said. Somebody stopped by the doorway, but I did not bother to look up. Tighten security. Make sure that there will be no more breaches to the palace grounds. Yes, Your Grace, he said. Before going out, he added, you know that the people are calling you a murderer? I glanced at him. I did not like the accusation in his voice. Paterno seemed to have sensed my distaste because he added as an afterthought, Your Grace. He dared not wait for my response. He turned away and left. Only Tehran Aragar remained in my presence. Paterno's was disconcerting. Something had to be done. Tehran, who do you serve? I asked sternly and met my advisor's eyes. An advisor and a war general. Tehran's face clouded. Only a fool doesn't know the answer to that question, Your Grace, he answered. Then you know what needs to be done, I said. Tehran's face became deadpan. He nodded, bowed, and left the room. I looked at Saul's face, and even as she slept, she still managed to calm my nerves, so much so that it was now an effort to slap her again. But I had to do what I had to do. This time her eyes opened. Wake up, Saul. Her eyes found mine. My heart, she whispered and reached out a hand. Don't, I said, letting go of her. Get up. We will find Lamare and that fool Dogan. They will take us to the boy, and I will kill him myself. Saul shivered. Stop talking like that, Wind, she said in a hoarse voice. You are not a bad person. Who said anything about being bad? I leered at her. I'm not a bad person. I'm an emperor trying to protect his empire. Now get up so we can start the chase, I said, reflecting my impatience. Saul's eyes widened, and then to my astonishment, she cried. I can't, she said. In my anger, I summoned the clouds and lifted Saul from the bed. This is your punishment, watch me as I kill them. You will despise what I am about to do, and will wish you would have never seen it, but because you meddled in my affairs, I'll see to it that you witness how I will kill all 3 of them, I said. Then I willed the cloud to rise, and soon enough, we were floating in the air. Saul had stopped crying by then, but she had also gone quiet. Lamare and Dogan could not have gotten very far. Canella was in the northwest part of Akea, which meant they had nowhere to go but east or south. The south was not a familiar place. If I were a fugitive, I would retreat to the mountains to hide, which was why my gut told me that they had gone east. Dogen Rhonda. It had been almost a day of continuous traveling, of our heavy feet trudging untouched routes, and I could feel Lamari drifting to exhaustion. The days had not been easy on her, and I blamed myself partly for chasing her to Bulletin after accusing her of being a witch. Was I thinking? Had I not done that, she would have had some decent sleep and would have been able to finish the scroll without having to work on it overnight. At some point, I may have to ask her to camp, even for just a while. She was biting her lower lip as we walked, probably deep in thought, or perhaps she was afraid. I wanted to tell her again that I would protect her, but I was no match for the Emperor. Lamari told me that she only wanted to claim back what was rightfully her son's. I didn't understand what she meant, though. And also, why would the Emperor order the boy's death? Why in heaven's name was that? I didn't look back after I gathered Lamari, but the skies were littered with lightning, and thunder kept roaring in my ears, telling me that the Emperor had not ended his attack upon the land even after we were gone. For all I know, the palace grounds, the place of celebration hours ago, could very well be the people's burial grounds now. Lamari reached out and took my hand. "Thank you," she said softly. I blushed like a schoolboy. It was funny how the simplest words coming from the right person could make someone feel so special. I looked up at the skies because I noticed that Lamari had looked up also. Earlier stars littered the evening sky, making walking in the darkness bearable, but now all the stars had vanished. "Dogen," Lamari whispered. "Wind may have found us." I looked at her, worried. "The children are going to be all right," I interjected. "There's a considerable distance between us now. If my calculations are correct, and if your drawing was accurate, they would be entering the secret passage to Nivedin when the dawn breaks." "If that's the case, then," Lamari said, moving toward the clearing. "Don't show yourself, Lamari," I shouted. "No," Lamari said stubbornly. "If he doesn't see us, he will continue pursuing them, and by sheer misfortune, he may chance upon the children," she shouted at me. I looked for the Emperor on the horizon. "Please, Lamari, come back here," I said. "This is unnecessary." "Wind," she shouted. "Dear gods." "Wind," she shouted louder. I froze, and she did too. We were both waiting for a response from the Emperor. Any sign? A few seconds passed, but nothing happened. "I'm the one you want. I will not let you have my son," she shrieked in the clearing like a crazy woman, or a desperate mother. Either way, she didn't care. To my horror, the breeze blew, signaling that the Emperor had finally heard her. I went to where Lamari was and took her by the hand. We went back under the trees but headed in the opposite direction. I thought we had lost the Emperor, but all at once, from our rear, the Emperor came shouting, laughing like a madman. "You can't run away from me, wife," he shouted. What did he say? Wife? Did he call Lamari his wife? I pulled harder at Lamari's hands. "Run faster. Please," I said. "I can't take him with my sword." Lamari now ran as though she was running for her life. Thank the gods. We hid under the bushes. When there seemed to be no sign of the Emperor, we crept out and found him standing in front of us. "How far did you think you could run away from me, Lamari?" he asked. Saul was with him? At least she could calm him. But she looked sickly. "You can't take my son away from me," Lamari shouted back. "Do you think you can protect him? You have no power anymore, Lamari. Your place is with me. Come back to the palace and amend what you've done." Was it treason to kill the Emperor? If he was threatening the one I love, would being charged for treason still matter? I touched the sword's hilt on my waist and prepared for battle. The Emperor's power was extraordinary. If I wanted to take him, I would only have one chance, and should I miss when I swing my sword, that chance would be gone. The battle would end with my head on a pike. "Why did you kill Northam?" Lamari asked. "Kill him?" the Emperor said. "Why, I never thought you'd believe that I killed him." "Stop lying," Lamari shouted. "Saul, my former wife needs you to calm her." Saul's face paled. "Your former wife?" she asked. "Didn't you know?" the Emperor asked. After a while, he added, "Right, I forgot that I wiped her out of everybody's memory." Lamari was the Emperor's former wife? The Emperor's wife? The princess back when I was a stable boy? The memories started coming back. The first time I saw Lamari, she was pregnant. I followed her to Nivedin and saved her. The soft hands that touched my back as an arrow was pulled out belonged to the princess. The signature lavender scent belonged to her. She was the only woman I ever loved. Saul looked as surprised as I was. "Where's the boy?" The Emperor grinned as he asked. I gripped the hilt of my sword tighter, my other arm ready to push Lamare out of harm's way. "Gone," Lamare said. "You won't find him. You can't take from him his heritage the way you did with mine." "You are as stubborn as ever," the Emperor said. Then he raised his arm, and Lamare rose in the air. The scene was all too familiar. The Emperor bound Lamare with air so she couldn't move. A whip which was also made of air lashed at her. Her shrieks filled my ears. "No!" I shouted. "Stop, please stop." Saul was watching in horror. "Wind, if you still love me, please, let her go." "Because I used to love you, I would," the Emperor said before laughing like he had lost his mind. Then the air that was holding Lamare up was gone, and I ran to catch her, but she came crashing down to the ground with a loud thud. I knelt to see if she was injured. "Credi Sinista," I shouted as grief and rage tore at my heart. I unsheathed my sword and lunged towards the Emperor. As I did, I sidestepped, faked my attack, then I swung. The Emperor dodged my attack and pushed Saul away, sending her to the ground. My sword hit nothing but air. My chance was gone. The Emperor stepped towards me and bound my neck with air. I shriveled under his power, twisting because I could no longer breathe.
Saul Douglas. Wind was dragging Dogan. He lifted him with air and dropped him to the ground several times before kicking mercilessly at his already motionless body. For the first time in my life, calmness did nothing for me. I was swamped with unfamiliar emotions, of negative thoughts. Lamare stood up. She ran towards Wind and punched him with all her might, biting at him while Wind shoved her away. "Stop," I shouted. "Please no, not another innocent death. It would take its toll on all of us." But I was too slow. Lamare threw punches at Wind with her bare hands. Dogan could not help her, he was still lying on the ground, unconscious. I could not bear to see another death. I breathed in and out, summoning calmness. "Please come soon." The concoction the healer gave me was preventing my power from coming back as quickly as I needed it to. Then I felt it. The calmness seeped inside my chest. I walked towards Lamare and Wind, who were still tackling each other. I closed my eyes and felt myself come home to serenity. Wind was choking Lamare, laughing wildly, saying that he could easily kill her if he were not having so much fun playing with her. Lamare was reaching for his face, clawing at his arms. The two of them kept on rolling on the ground, and I only had seconds left before Wind decided to kill Lamare. I had to save her somehow. When I knew I was powerful enough, I braced myself to leap towards Wind. If I could calm him enough, I would push Lamare so Wind would not get choked. I waited for the perfect moment, then I jumped, holding out my hand, calmness enveloping my body. But as I got closer, Lamare managed to kick Wind and push him back, and now Lamare was on top. My hands closed upon her, and she convulsed, calmness fully taking her in. In his rage, Wind choked her further until her body was limp. I was lying on the ground, and Lamare's body was atop mine. Wind paled. "You killed her?" he whispered in disbelief. My mind reeled, my body recoiling at the thought. No. I was not a murderer. Dogan stirred as he heard Wind's words. He sat up in a rush and saw Lamare's lifeless body. He reached for his sword and raced forward. "I'll kill you." He spat at me, his face twisted in fury. Wind moved quickly, scooping me up, carrying me away on a cloud. Did I kill Lamare? No. It was not me. It could not have been. It was Wind who was choking her. Yet if I had not made her calm, she would not have gone limp, and she could have fought Wind. I felt the tears roll down my cheeks. What has become of me? I hugged Wind as we flew. We had sunk so deep into the darkness. The day was over, and dawn was approaching, but with this realization, I could only wish for the night to come again so that I could hide behind the shadows, fully ashamed of what I had done. I held Wind tighter. His hand moved around my waist. He felt me in his heart again. I sobbed loudly this time.
Chapter 14, Power. Dogan Ronda. Sysis rose from the east, and with it Luna and Risa reflected down the former's rays. covering the sky with a languid palette of colors. "You have eyes as beautiful as the moon's." Those were Lamari's exact words. She was the only one who ever said anything so kind about me. Now all I had were memories. My eyes were dry, although I felt like crying. Nothing could be done anymore. I had to pay my respect to Lamari after that, find Kino. I had to be the one to tell him. He would be furious at me, but that's the consequence of breaking my promise. I shoveled soil over Lamari's body, and this time no part of her body showed, as the motherland fully welcomed her back. I rubbed at the corner of my eyes, driving away any trace of tears. I knelt and did what I knew I had to. For Lamari, the only person I ever used my power for. I touched the ground, closed my eyes, and waited for a few seconds. Then I opened them, my hands still touching the ground. One by one the flowers started to grow. Roses first, to that part of the ground that was covering her face. Then daisies, sunflowers, birds of paradise, azaleas, flowers of all kinds. Soon the flowers started to grow and bloom on their own, traveling across the earth, covering the ground with the delicious shades of spring, stretching as far as my eyesight could reach until around me, all I could see was a sea of flowers. This time I didn't feel resentment over my power, which was to grow flowers, because Lamari deserved to have such an exquisite funeral. I was still kneeling when I heard someone moving behind me. I ignored the sounds. Another one appeared in front of me. And another one. And another. When I stood up, I looked at all of them. Their skins were tanned and wrinkled like they had grown barks instead of flesh. "We share your grief, little brother," one of them said. Nobody had ever called me little in all my life. I almost laughed at the irony. "We're tree runners," another one said. "We share your grief, little brother," another one said, as though it was part of a ritual. I looked warily at them, wondering why they were being kind to me. It was said that when they were banished to Sinista, the tree runners lost their gentleness, as though whatever was good in them was driven away by a darker side that nobody knew they had. Sinista, an evil place, does that to anyone. "What are you doing here?" "Sinista is far away," I said. My heart was heavy with Lamari's loss, but I couldn't believe that tree runners could be roaming Akea. It is time for a cleansing. At least, for some of us who do not wish to succumb to the darkness of that place. Once every moon turn, some of us take a journey. We are very few, but at least there are some of us who remain who we are, the tallest tree runner said. I did not understand what they meant when they said cleansing, but I was only interested in finding out about one thing for now. "Did you call me little brother?" I asked. "We tend the trees. You make the flowers. We are one with the motherland. When you grew the flowers, we felt you." He paused. "You are our little brother." It sounded ridiculous because I wasn't a small man, but I didn't argue. "Your condolences are accepted, brothers," I said, hoping that it was the appropriate response to what they said. They nodded, and then one by one they walked away. I glanced at where Lamari lay. Then for the second and last time I clenched my fist, thumped it against my chest twice, and uttered as though in reverence, "Goodbye, my dear Lamari. May the gods take you kindly to their homes. I would rescue and fight for Kino to death. This would be the fight that defines me. I promise you."
Chapter 15 A Boy Without a Power. Piper, San Diego. I was thankful when we finally reached Nivedin. The horse had been a lot of help because we did not have to walk a long time and we were able to rest along the way. Kogi went ahead of us as there was no sign of imminent danger anymore. Now that we had reached home, we could sleep long hours to our liking. The cool breeze welcomed us. To the east, I saw Sisis as she brightly painted the sky. The birds chirped all around us as though telling us that better days would follow. We would wait for Mistress Lamare and Dogan to follow suit. The Nivens were aware of what was going on in the outside world by now, and I supposed we would be ready when the Emperor attacked, should he attack. One by one, we dismounted from the horse. Kino was first to get off the mount, and then he reached out to take my hand. When I was firmly on the ground, he reached out his hand to help Mayo get off the bay too. I held out my hands to both of them. I thought something was odd, but I could not put my finger on it. I looked around my surroundings. It was not the brightly lit sky or the sounds of the leaves as they shook against the wind. It was not the young Nivens running around, playing, their laughter filling the air. Or my cousins swinging on the vines. Not even the songs that filled the valley. I smiled nonetheless. It was nice to be back home. The three of us were walking hand in hand, invisible. I looked to my left and saw the translucent image of Kino. Then to my right, I saw the translucent image of Mayo. Then it hit me. I could make two people invisible at once. Has my power grown in strength? In my shock, I dropped their hands. Immediately, Mayo's body showed. His mouth was hanging open. Why? He asked. I looked at Kino and I got goosebumps. Kino, I said. Mayo looked at where I was staring. Just stop holding his hand so he won't be invisible anymore. I shook my head. Kino stood as still as a deer sensing its predator. That's the odd thing, Mayo, I paused. I'm not holding his hand at all. Chapter 16 The Twins. Did you do it? I asked Miro. From where we were hiding, I saw that he was looking with great concern at the flowers scattered all around us. It was a breathtaking sight, but not as beautiful as the woman we saw at dawn. Cannot choke. Something no longer breathing, he said in his usual garbled sentences. He giggled afterward. Miro stood up from where we were hiding, but the ugly man was still there, so I pulled him back down. Keep still, I said in frustration. Miro kept on giggling, his eyes dancing in mirth. Drool had gathered on the left side of his lips. I thought you said you were going to take down the bad man? I asked in an irritated tone, although I knew that I would never be able to extract a reasonable answer from him. I missed, Miro said. I was surprised that he answered because he usually just ignored my questions. She. Pretty, Miro said emptily. His eyes looked vacant as he glanced at me, the mirth gone. Is she our mother? I shook my head in frustration. He was not making any sense again. No, I said. But she must be someone else's. The huge man started walking away. He looked sincerely sad. Sisus rose, and alongside it, the twin moons. When I was sure that we were the only ones left, I pulled Miro's hand and ran cautiously towards the grave. Let's go, but let me do the digging. I don't want to break her face, I said. Miro was smiling like a fool, and I did not know if I would be frustrated at him or pity him. When we were born, the gods seemed to have played with our destinies. We were twins, but the gods gave us opposite gifts. I am a girl and Miro a boy, and the difference did not stop there. I picked up the broad wooden plank that the huge man used to dig out the grave and started plowing the dirt away. Miro went to where her limbs could be and started digging with his hands, laughing greedily to himself. A mother? He said excitedly. The hole the man dug was not as deep as I expected. Maybe he was in a hurry, which was good for us because my power only worked for a few hours after someone had passed on. Beyond that, nothing more could be done. I dug in a hurry. I saw her face, and I had to use my hands then. God, she was pretty. Miro saw her and laughed happily. Faster, Bubba, he said in his usual half-witted demeanor. Bubba, I winced because he seldom called me Bubba anymore. It was a term of endearment we used that faded with the turning of the moons. Help me remove the soil that covers her chest, I said. Even though Miro usually had a hard time understanding my instructions, I was glad that today was one of the rare moments he understood. Maybe he wanted to save her as much as I did. When the lady's body was revealed, I stopped. Miro moved closer to me. Do it, Bubba, he said excitedly. I closed my eyes and touched her chest to that part where her heart lay. The gods played with our powers also. They gave Miro the ability to freeze a heart. For whatever good that power was for, I will never know. But Miro could not do anything else aside from that. One time Miro froze our dog's heart because it was sick, and my twin wanted to save our pet. But Miro could not bring the dog back. He threw a fit, and I had to console him. I touched the dog and told Miro in jest that the dog was breathing, and after a few seconds the dog barked. That was the first time I understood what my power was for. I could not bring back the dead. My power did not work that way. It worked only to complement my twin's power. Hurry, Miro said. The time. It's hot. He shrieked. I wanted him to shut up, but I knew why he was worried. He was trying to warn me that we were running out of time. Could it be an hour already? Was it our fault that the huge man lingered after he buried her? I felt for her heart from deep inside her body. Then I willed it to beat. To unfreeze. I opened my eyes and looked down. Miro peered at the lady's face, his drool falling down the lady's hair. Did it work? He asked. I watched and waited. I wanted to ask the same question as the beautiful lady lay on the ground, deathly still.
Chapter 17, A Father's Wish. Northsum Mendel Amark. Last night, the sky grew as dark as it could get. It had started. Has the time come? Would the claim to the empire start now? I wished I had had the chance to speak to my daughter before she, could it be? The prophecies were unfolding one after the other. This meant that the moon's next turning would bring an even more chaotic Akea before the ultimate peace came again. But that was just how it was to be. Just like how the Mima foretold. For now, I would stay where the moons tell me I should stay and wait. I hoped fate would come soon enough. I was tired of waiting. It has been too long. I lit a candle and whispered prayers for my daughter. She was gone. My chest burned as though it was singed with the serpentous venom. My heart bled for what was lost. Even in mourning, a smile touched my lips because I could not wait to meet my grandson. He would come to me. It may take some time. But already, I sensed him. We will be together soon. After uttering a prayer for my daughter, I blew out the candle. The flame flared briefly before winking out, leaving a thin trail of smoke in the evening air. The fire would be quenched with the breaking of the scroll. The last great black egg of the dragon would be hatching soon. And the old blood would rise to power. End of Book 1. Thank you for listening to Book 1 of the Breaking the Scroll trilogy. Find out what happened to Piper, Kino, and Mayo in the Dark Unveiling, Breaking the Scroll, Book 2. Have a great day.